Chapter 1. Riley Parker. As the first rays of morning sunlight seeped through the window, illuminating the room, the preset alarm clock began to vibrate and chime at precisely 7 o'clock, attempting to rouse the slumbering youth nestled in bed. Yet, under the cacophony's relentless assault, the boy, reluctant to part from his enchanting dreams, merely raised a hand to grope around, silencing the intrusive alarm. With a relaxed brow, he prepared to sink back into the depths of slumber. "Riley, it's time to wake up. Breakfast is ready. Come down quickly, or you'll be late." "I know, Mom." Yawn. Regrettably, before the boy could savor the delightful remnants of his dream, the gentle call from outside the door compelled him to respond obediently, tearfully rejecting the alluring embrace of his warm blankets. Once the disheveled youth, with his tousled black hair, ambled into the bathroom and performed a hasty, grooming ritual, the invigorating splash of cold water on his face fully awakened him. He then caught a whiff of the tantalizing aroma of bacon wafting through the air. He hastily donned his jacket and bounded down the stairs, effortlessly navigating his way to the dining table. At the other end of the table sat his cousin, Peter Parker, who, though resembling Riley in some aspects, was noticeably smaller and more slender. Peter, age 15, was already poised with knife and fork, patiently awaiting his breakfast. In the near future, Peter Parker would gain renown throughout New York City as the beloved superhero, Spider-Man. Riley's cousin, Riley Parker, sharing the same birth date and hospital with Peter, would have been the biological son of May. However, due to Riley's birth occurring just seconds prior to Peter's, he had earned the title of older cousin. "Aha, you were a step behind. It appears I am the victor once more." At this moment, Peter, still devoid of his spider-like abilities, was merely an ordinary boy. Upon spotting Riley's arrival, he adjusted his glasses with a triumphant grin and greeted his cousin. As Aunt May set the breakfast before them, Peter playfully brandished his knife and fork, pretending to snatch the fried egg from Riley's plate, embodying youthful exuberance and mischief. He, 2:3. "I have triumphed again. According to our agreement, I shall decide where we will venture during our weekend break." The competition that Peter mentioned was merely a light-hearted wager between the two brothers, centered around the theme of who could rise earlier during the school week. This friendly contest was encouraged by May and Ben, who, upon witnessing the boys' spirited rivalry, would offer rewards within acceptable limits to motivate the two little sluggards to cultivate the commendable habit of waking early. Thus, this virtuous cycle had become one of the cherished traditions of the Parker household. The "oh not rejoice too soon my victories are merely a consequence of my frequent success," occasionally allowing you a semblance of experience. In response to Peter's provocation, Riley, accustomed to such banter, retorted without hesitation, lightly patting the back of Peter's hand. When Peter retracted his hand, he pouted in feigned grievance, resembling a pitiable puppy. Seizing the opportunity as May turned her back to return to the kitchen, Riley, under the pretext of disliking smoked meat, deftly speared the bacon from his plate and transferred it to Peter's. Then, amidst the cheerful din between the two brothers, he donned a facade of nonchalance while meeting the gaze of Ben Parker, who sat beside him, exuding a satisfied and indulgent smile. Riley proceeded to sandwich a fried egg between slices of bread, accompanied by warm milk, and began to eat heartily. To the casual observer, it appeared to be nothing more than the Parkers enjoying a typical, heartwarming morning. Yet, Riley was acutely aware. After today, Peter Parker's fate would undergo a momentous transformation. Thus, his thoughts raced through his mind. A singular, peculiar screen materialized before Riley, visible only to him. Dream Redemption System. Binder. Riley Parker. Today's attendance recorded reward, 1 point. Strength, 36. System note. 1 point of strength equals 10 kilograms. Each enhancement of strength also fortifies physical endurance. The average strength attribute for an untrained adult male, absent any adrenaline-induced boosts, is 5 points. Currently, 100 points can be exchanged for 1 point of strength. Intelligence, 6. System note. The average intelligence attribute among normal individuals is 5 points. In the current universe, Tony Stark possesses an intelligence score of 15. Presently, 100,000 points can be exchanged for 1 point of intelligence. Agility, 27. System note. 1 point of agility corresponds to a speed of 2 kilometers per hour, enhancing physical dexterity and reaction time. Currently, 100 points can be exchanged for 1 point of agility. Skills redeemed. None. Items redeemed. None. Remaining points, 85. Current available tasks. Beginner task. Save Ben Parker. Reward. Any attribute increase of 1 point. After the family shared laughter and savored a sumptuous breakfast, Riley and Peter took the subway to Midtown High School, eagerly anticipating the conclusion of their studies. Visit Dr. Connor's laboratory afterward. Watch out. However, scarcely had they set foot on campus when a basketball, propelled by a passerby's exclamation, hurtled directly towards Peter's face. Startled and unprepared, Peter instinctively shut his eyes, bracing for the impending impact. Fortunately, thanks to the enhancements from his system, Riley, with his augmented physical attributes, would not stand idly by and allow his dear friend to suffer embarrassment in such a public setting. With a swift motion, he raised his hand and effortlessly caught the incoming basketball. Leaping back with a graceful arc, he sent the ball soaring through the air in a stunning long-range shot, which swished through the net, eliciting cheers from onlookers. Oh hey, Riley, my dear brother, what a splendid long-range shot. It is truly a pity that you aren't joining the campus basketball team. Ahem, please don't look at me like that, my friend. It was merely an accident, truly. I can explain. After all was said and done, the culprit behind the basketball assault on Peter, known as Lightning, Flash Thompson, appeared before the Parker brothers, drenched in sweat and running at full speed, while others looked on with a mix of curiosity and amusement. However, unlike the original narrative where Flash, emboldened by his physical prowess, took pleasure in bullying Peter, this universe's Flash, despite his imposing stature that surpassed that of his peers, found himself rendered speechless under Riley's icy, unyielding gaze. He stammered, desperately attempting to justify himself, devoid of any semblance of the malevolent bravado typically associated with the school bully. Chapter 2. The leader of Midtown High. The reason for this was not that Flash Thompson, in this universe, was an exemplary student of exceptional merit. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that on the day of freshman orientation, having just assured his parents that he would not stir up any trouble, the incorrigible Flash, accustomed to wielding power over others in middle school, began to scour the crowd of newcomers in search of a target to assert his dominance. True to the original narrative, he fixated on the frail, bespectacled Peter, an obvious bookworm and an easy mark. As for Riley, who accompanied Peter, although he had developed somewhat more robustly than Peter, his physique paled in comparison to Flash's. Hence, despite the brothers walking side by side, Flash hardly regarded Riley as a threat. However, Flash soon discovered that provoking Peter would become one of the most indelible mistakes of his life. Just as he swung a fist towards Peter, Riley, having undergone system-enhanced physical conditioning that rendered him as powerful as a professional weightlifter, gripped Flash's wrist with an iron-like hold, leaving him utterly immobilized. Amidst the excruciating pain that felt as though his bones might shatter, Flash emitted wails akin to that of a slaughtered pig, as Riley, with a benevolent smile, forcibly dragged him into the nearby thicket. After a cordial exchange, Flash emerged, his once handsome visage now bruised and battered, resembling that of a pig. He claimed that there was no animosity between them, merely that he had accidentally tripped, and from that moment on, he completely reigned in his brash demeanor, no longer daring to trouble Peter. Of course, following his public humiliation, the name Riley Parker began to circulate among the former classmates of Flash's middle school, becoming increasingly shrouded in myth. Additionally, regardless of whether the victim was Peter or not, Riley's unwavering readiness to intervene and assist any student facing bullying solidified his reputation. Consequently, over time, despite Riley's repeated assertions of being an ordinary student, his ever-smiling demeanor, coupled with his decisive interventions against wrongdoing, led most students at Midtown High to concoct fantastical tales about him, privately acknowledging him as the leader of the school. Serendipitously, due to Riley's presence, the pervasive culture of American bullying at Midtown High experienced a notable improvement. Coupled with Peter's assistance in tutoring, Riley's academic performance, while not quite matching that of his best friend Peter, still placed him among the top echelon of students. Thus, not only did the teachers often turn a blind eye to Riley's actions, but even when some indiscriminate parents sought explanations, they were disarmed upon witnessing the exemplary character of Riley, a veritable hexagonal warrior. As I reflect on my own household, it becomes painfully evident that I am outmatched in both academic pursuits and physical confrontations. In fact, one might even argue that Riley's actions could be deemed commendable acts of bravery. While I find myself in the unfortunate position of being the rebellious child with no justification, the more I dwell on this, the more I feel a sense of humiliation. Parents grappling with their own insecurities often retreat into silence, fully aware of their shortcomings. Even Ben and May, upon learning the full context of the situation, merely offered verbal admonishments to Riley, urging him not to bully his classmates. Yet, understanding their child's disposition, they held firm in their belief that Riley would ultimately make the right choices, refraining from overtly correcting his behavior or hastily deeming his actions as erroneous, insisting instead on rational dialogue with others. This approach starkly contrasts with my previous experience of rigid, traditional education, which incessantly bombarded me with admonitions such as "Why does he bully you and not others? A single hand cannot clap. Have you considered your own role in this?" The relentless barrage of such time-honored maxims left me feeling overwhelmed. All right, I know you didn't mean it. Just be cautious while playing. Even if you don't hit anyone, damaging the flora and fauna isn't ideal. Sure thing, boss. I'll be careful. Thank you, boss. How many times must I tell you? I am not. Hey, why are you running so fast? Be careful not to trip. Consequently, witnessing Flash, who has said nothing yet is already drenched in sweat. I cannot shake the feeling that I have unwittingly transformed into a villain of the highest order. In a moment of exasperation, I waved him off, allowing the relieved Flash to scurry back to his teammates. As I turned, I was met with Peter's adoring gaze, sparkling with admiration. And I couldn't help but chuckle as I ruffled his hair affectionately. See, I haven't done anything. When we return, please refrain from sharing this with your parents. I'd rather they not worry. Got it, boss. Under normal circumstances, Peter would have protested against such a gesture, lamenting that it would stunt his growth. However, given that Riley had just rescued him from an impending disaster, the self-proclaimed magnanimous Peter allowed Riley to ruffle his hair, even instinctively leaning into the warmth of his palm. Once Riley withdrew his hand, Peter surveyed the reactions of their peers, genuinely marveling. This feeling of being respected is delightful. If only I could be as impressive as you. You're not lacking in any regard, Peter. The last paper you wrote caught the attention of Dr. Connors from Osborne Company, who personally emailed you inviting you to visit his laboratory after school today. Observing Peter's self-pitying demeanor, it was clear to me that this foolish lad had succumbed to the influence of public opinion, mistakenly believing that his potential paled in comparison to the burgeoning reputation of Riley. To prevent my dear friend from spiraling into negativity and veering down a misguided path, I naturally draped my arm over Peter's shoulder, wearing a reassuring smile as I offered him timely encouragement. Moreover, my actions are not driven by a desire to be acknowledged as a leader. As my father often reminds us, the Park family has always upheld the principle that with great power comes great responsibility. I am aware of this, yet I cannot help but feel envious. Haha. Do not be disheartened. You are still not of age, and who knows, perhaps one day, I will find myself relying on you, the genius scientist, to take me under your wing. Should that day ever arrive, rest assured that you can hide behind me, for I will certainly safeguard you. That is settled then. We have reached an agreement. Observing Peter's spirits gradually lifting, Riley quietly exhaled in relief. He then raised his other hand, clenched it into a fist, and lightly tapped it against Peter's in a playful gesture. Riley, when the time comes, united as brothers. Peter, together, we shall achieve greatness. Chapter 3, Gwen and Peter, a mutual yet unspoken affection. After the brief interlude, the Parker brothers returned to their classroom, diligently completing their studies as usual. It is noteworthy that, in stark contrast to the relentless pace of traditional Chinese education, Midtown High School typically dismisses students around 2:30 in the afternoon, with the latest possible dismissal extending to 3:30 due to scheduling. Consequently, as the school bell rang and the Parker brothers shouldered their backpacks, they found themselves with ample free time to allocate as they pleased. As they stepped out of the campus, the scene was vibrant with youthful exuberance, as smiling teenagers mingled and formed small groups, discussing their plans for the afternoon. Amidst this lively throng, one figure stood out like a living masterpiece, the golden-haired beauty, Gwen Stacy, whose physique had matured into an alluring silhouette that even her school uniform could not conceal. Without a doubt, she was the center of attention at Midtown High School. Logically, such a captivating beauty would attract the unwanted advances of admirers, employing various tactics in an attempt to gain her favor. However, Gwen remained an untouchable presence at Midtown High, primarily due to her father being the head of the New York City Police Department, instilling a sense of deterrence against any would-be suitors. Yet, the more significant reason lay elsewhere. With a mere glance around her, Gwen unveiled a charming smile before dashing towards the Parker brothers, effortlessly weaving through the crowd under the envious gazes of her peers. After tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear and adjusting her appearance, she greeted them with an inviting tone. Hey, boys, what are your plans for the day? At this juncture, it is likely that you have surmised the unfolding narrative. Indeed, as previously mentioned, Riley had once intervened on Gwen's behalf when she was harassed by less savory individuals, compelling them to promise never to trouble her again. What began as an inconspicuous act of chivalry soon morphed into an exaggerated tale amongst students, suggesting that Riley had developed an infatuation with Gwen's beauty. Thus, with Gwen tacitly acknowledged as being taken, adorned with the title of Big Sister, any lingering admiration for her beauty was quickly stifled by the stark disparity in strength and the gradual revelation of her background. Naturally, this rumor soon caught the attention of George Stacy, Gwen's father, who was fiercely protective of his daughter. However, upon learning of Riley's actions and recognizing, as someone with first-hand experience, that Riley harbored no romantic intentions toward Gwen, George was able to alleviate any tension between himself and Riley. Moreover, Due to Riley's strong moral compass and his previous experience in law enforcement, he empathized with the challenges George faced, leading to a growing admiration from George towards Riley, who he wished to adopt as a surrogate son. And with a heartfelt promise, Riley assured that after graduating from Midtown High, should he express interest, he could be recommended to the police academy to further hone his talents. Thus, having personally interacted with Riley and confirmed his character and intentions, his father felt reassured, relinquishing any concerns of being taken advantage of, and silently approved of Gwen's friendship with the Parker brothers. Little did he anticipate that Riley harbored no romantic feelings for Gwen. However, Peter was a different matter entirely. At the very moment of the school's entrance ceremony, he was struck by Cupid's arrow, falling hopelessly in love with Gwen at first sight. Even the wallpaper on Peter's computer featured a photograph of Gwen. Of course, it was one from a school event, publicly shared. Entirely legitimate. Regrettably, as a quintessential science and engineering student, Peter struggled to articulate his feelings and was utterly clueless in his interactions with girls. Moreover, the increasingly absurd rumors circulating within the school led Peter to mistakenly believe that Gwen's affections were directed towards Riley. Consequently, he found himself comparing himself to Riley. And in every regard aside from academic performance, he deemed Riley superior, which inevitably fostered a sense of despair within Peter, leaving him hesitant to confess his feelings to Gwen. Thus, during the initial period, despite being classmates and even sharing a desk by chance, Peter and Gwen remained like two parallel lines, never intersecting. Unbeknownst to Peter, his status as the top student and his unintentional display of composure and confidence during class discussions had already captured Gwen's heart. It could be said that this destined couple was entangled in a mutual, yet unspoken affection, merely awaiting the opportune moment to shatter the fragile barrier between them and ignite the flames of their romance. In this context, Officer George's actions were akin to leading a lamb to the slaughter, unwittingly placing his daughter into the arms of her future suitor. Even now, when Riley witnessed Gwen, who had sensed the budding feelings first, feigning calmness while teasing Peter for amusement, exuding the sweet essence of youthful romance, he couldn't help but recall the look of relief on Officer George's face during their heartfelt conversation, when the pure-hearted Peter, utterly outmatched by Gwen, flushed crimson and cast a desperate glance towards Riley for help. Riley could no longer contain his laughter, a playful smile gracing his lips. Riley, huh? Ha. Peter, blushing with indignation. Riley, are you still my brother? Not only do you refuse to help, but you mock me. Riley, feigning seriousness. Oh no. I'm not laughing at you. I merely recalled something joyful. Gwen, her ears similarly flushed, yet maintaining an air of composure, pressing forward. So, what's the matter? Peter, do you not enjoy being with me? It is truly heart-wrenching. Peter, fearing that Gwen might misconstrue his intentions, completely lost his composure. Unsure of where to place his hands, gesturing aimlessly before him. Wait. No, that's not what I meant. Well. Riley, chuckling heartily. Ha. Peter, feeling overwhelmed. Riley, you're laughing again. Riley, maintaining his composure. No, you must have misheard me. I have received professional training. No matter how amusing it may be, I would not succumb to laughter. Peter, unable to tolerate it any longer. You are clearly mocking me. I heard you. Thus, amidst their bickering, the trio arrived at the base of Oscorp Tower. Naturally, as a technology firm that demands utmost confidentiality, Oscorp strictly regulates visits from outsiders. In this scenario, Peter, personally invited by Dr. Connors, and Gwen, who, due to her academic excellence and her father's connections, was working part-time at Oscorp, were allowed entry without hindrance. Conversely, Riley, wishing to accompany Peter inside, would undoubtedly be met with stern rejection by the security personnel, thereby missing the pivotal moment he had been anticipating for over a decade. Chapter 4. Harry Osborn. Thus, prior to his arrival at Osborn Enterprises, Riley, having made prior preparations, dialed a phone number. As he stood at the base of the Osborn building, he effortlessly spotted the flamboyant figure of Harry Osborn at the center of the gathering crowd, clad in an exquisite green bespoke suit, eagerly scanning the surroundings. Harry Osborn, the heir of the illustrious Norman Osborn, was not only the head of Osborn Enterprises, but also a good friend whom Riley had fortuitously encountered during his acts of valor. In this universe, the capital of Osborn Enterprises was nearly on par with that of Stark Industries. To ensure his son's safety, and to provide Harry with the finest education to prepare him for inheriting his legacy, Norman Osborn, disenchanted with the available schools, opted to hire the most exceptional tutors for personalized instruction at home. He occasionally took Harry to various business banquets, allowing him to mingle with prominent figures across different fields, thereby fostering an early familiarity with influential individuals. The outcome of this approach was that Harry's knowledge and connections far surpassed those of his peers. However, it also left him with a profound sense of loneliness, as he had scarcely any friends his own age. Consequently, as he grew older, Harry began to flaunt his affluent lifestyle on social media, seeking admiration and adulation from outsiders to fulfill his emotional void. Over time, much like a certain internet celebrity from China, he became a well-known online personality. Regrettably, throughout this process, Harry exhibited a complete lack of self-awareness and caution, almost inviting trouble with his ostentatious display of wealth. Unsurprisingly, he soon caught the attention of robbers, seizing an opportunity when Harry momentarily eluded his bodyguards to take a joyride. The criminals dispatched an accomplice to feign illness, deliberately collapsing in Harry's path. Innocent and oblivious to the concept of a scam, Harry stopped to investigate. In a swift maneuver, the assailants surrounded him, brandishing a handgun at his waist, coercing him into a secluded alley with the intent of extorting money from Norman Osborn. Unfortunately for the robbers, before they could secure any funds, the piercing wail of police sirens echoed in the air, accompanied by the approaching officers. Fearing for their freedom, the desperate criminals hastily retreated deeper into the alley, narrowly escaping the impending police encirclement. This turn of events allowed Harry, who had initially believed his life was in peril, to exhale a sigh of relief. Driven by curiosity, he ventured out of the alley to discern why the notoriously slow-to-respond New York police had arrived with such alacrity. To his surprise, he did not encounter the anticipated police vehicles blaring their sirens. Instead, he spotted a stranger at the alley's entrance, grinning broadly while playing the sound effects of a police chase at maximum volume on their phone. This marked the first encounter between Harry and Riley. Regarding Riley, who is equipped with a sophisticated system, one might wonder why he does not simply charge in and incapacitate the assailants. However, it must be acknowledged that they hold Harry as a hostage, and any confrontation could easily lead to unnecessary casualties. Up until this point, the enhancements provided by the system have merely granted Riley an athlete's physique, rather than rendering him invulnerable like a superhero. Therefore, upon confirming that the adversaries are armed, he remains eager to assist but has not yet succumbed to the hubris of believing that he can outpace bullets or fists. This pragmatic Riley would undoubtedly prioritize intimidating the criminals and rescuing Harry without bloodshed. Subsequently, upon discovering that the young man he casually saved is, in fact, Harry, a close friend of Peter, Riley cannot help but reflect on how small New York City truly is. At Harry's behest, they exchanged contact information and, from time to time, Riley would take Peter along to join Harry for outings. Through these interactions, Riley, who was already Harry's savior and appeared to be of a similar age, quickly became Harry's confidant, as he treated Harry with the sincerity of a true friend, devoid of any intentions of exploiting their bond. Thus, when Riley called to inform Harry that they had arrived at the company's entrance, Harry, having patiently waited the entire day at work, felt an overwhelming sense of liberation and dashed down the stairs. "Over here. You all are quite slow." Upon catching sight of the trio walking side by side amidst the bustling crowd, Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement as he waved enthusiastically. He bounded over to stand between Riley and Peter, effortlessly draping an arm over the shoulders of the Parker brothers. "You are truly fortunate to be personally welcomed by the Osborn heir." "Oh, my apologies. I just noticed that you were accompanied by such an enchanting lady, whose beauty could make the moon hide in shame. May I have the honor of inviting you to dinner tonight?" "Please, spare me, Harry. You have countless companions. You could change them 10 times a day. I have no desire to become the enemy of women nationwide." Of course, after meeting Gwen, the original trio occasionally transformed into a quartet. As they became better acquainted, Gwen, who had already discerned Peter's feelings, playfully feigned flirtation in front of him, hoping to provoke this reticent soul into awakening. She could not help but stifle a laugh at the sight. Yet, upon observing Peter's reaction to the expectant gazes of the group, his fists clenched and his mouth opening and closing without a sound, he ultimately remained silent, believing he possessed no advantages compared to Riley and Harry, and thus felt unworthy of Gwen. The mirth in Gwen's eyes swiftly shifted to one of resignation and disappointment. She quickly regained her composure, gently patting Harry on the shoulder and lightheartedly steering the conversation in a different direction. "Indeed, Gwen speaks the truth. You, the charming rogue, should not harbor any intentions towards her. Moreover, today marks a significant occasion for Peter. We cannot afford to keep Dr. Connors waiting, lest Peter leave a poor impression before him." Meanwhile, Riley, much like Gwen, silently laments Peter's lack of ambition, lamenting the squandered opportunities. With great restraint, he decides to publicly unveil the mutual affection shared between the two, shattering the surprise that Gwen had long anticipated, a heartfelt confession from Peter. As he picks up on Gwen's words, he turns to Harry, who bears a look of disappointment, and inquires, "By the way, did you remember to prepare my temporary access pass?" Chapter 5, The Birth of Spider-Man: A Temporary Pass? What a hassle. My face alone serves as the most effective pass for Oscorp. Observing Riley's initiation, and realizing that today held little hope, Harry withdrew his hand from Peter's shoulder in a gesture of disappointment and resentment towards Peter's clumsy confession. With an air of confidence, he stood tall and responded to Riley's inquiry. You need only follow me inside. I am eager to see which fool dares to stop you. Isn't it too much trouble for you? Surely, you can't be expected to accompany us the whole way. Come now, why the formality? If I had known you were all coming today, I wouldn't have bothered to show up at the office. Those old men are perpetually ensconced in their laboratories. I've long grown weary of them. Only you bookworms would find it intriguing. Ha ha ha, then I can rest easy. Once Peter's affairs are settled, would you care to join us on our return? Mother hasn't seen you in quite some time. She has been glued to her phone, incessantly chattering in my ear. She remarked that the recent photos you shared suggest you've lost weight and must not be eating well. You need to replenish your strength. How could that be? I've merely been exercising lately, all right. All right, do not look at me like that. Truly, nothing escapes Aunt May's notice. Her gaze is sharper than my own mother's. Very well, I shall reluctantly accompany you. Oh dear, is it such an imposition? Then I shan't trouble you further. I will call home and inform them you will not be returning tonight. Might I reserve your slice of apple pie for myself? You dare. Ha ha. Amid their playful banter, the group swiftly passed through the security system on the first floor, officially entering the inner sanctum of Oscorp. Upon reaching Dr. Connor's laboratory, their playful demeanor transformed. Each appeared remarkably earnest and obedient. Dr. Connors, who awaited their arrival, nodded appreciatively, a satisfied smile gracing his features. He then began to eloquently describe his laboratory while, with a hint of challenge, he intermittently posed intricate problems for them to solve. Regrettably, such conversations among geniuses were clearly ill-suited for an ordinary scholar like Riley, particularly those equations that, when separated, were straightforward, yet when combined became as inscrutable as ancient texts, leaving Riley utterly confounded. Thus, as the academic atmosphere intensified, Riley took a step back, allowing Peter and Gwen more space to revel in this rare opportunity. Of course, he had anticipated this scenario where he would be unable to contribute to the discourse. His unwavering presence alongside Peter during this visit to Dr. Connors was solely to await a pivotal moment, the one that would transform the meek bookworm, Peter Parker, into the illustrious Spider-Man. It is essential to note that the fathers of both boys were biological brothers. As Peter's cousin, Riley undoubtedly shares numerous genetic similarities with him. Thus, theoretically, if the mutated spider that transformed Peter into Spider-Man were to bite Riley, it should also bestow upon him the same extraordinary powers. However, considering the history of interspecies genetic fusion experiments, which have thus far yielded a survival rate of 0, Peter's singular success is almost miraculous. There exists a plausible risk that, upon being bitten by the same mutated spider, Riley might face a tragic demise due to his body's instinctual rejection. Even if he were to survive against the odds, he would have to live in constant fear that the spider's genes might overpower his human ones, potentially transforming him into a monstrous hybrid, devoid of reason. This scenario is nothing short of a life-threatening gamble. Unfortunately, Riley finds himself with no alternative. Ultimately, even though his system allows him to gradually enhance his physical abilities through accumulated points, the pace of improvement is excruciatingly slow. The mere thought of attaining the level of Captain America seems an insurmountable challenge. Not to mention that mere physical strength pales in comparison within the vast and perilous realm of the Marvel Universe, teeming with superpowered beings. To navigate this seemingly tranquil yet treacherous universe safely and protect those dear to him, Riley must possess sufficient strength for self-defense. Therefore, he has no choice but to take the risk. As for the potential side effects, if he miraculously survives, he can surely devise methods to cope with them, can't he? With this mindset, appearing calm on the surface, yet feeling a tumult of anxiety within, and even having contemplated his last will, Riley engages in conversation with the idle Harry while keeping a vigilant eye on Peter's movements, until he spots a vividly colored spider descending from the ceiling, spinning its web and gradually approaching Peter. Recognizing the urgency of the moment, Riley quickly steps forward, capturing the spider before anyone else notices. When the startled creature instinctively bites into his palm, Riley suppresses the pain, feigning nonchalance as he subtly adjusts his posture to release the spider into Peter's collar. Then, as though nothing has transpired, he retreats a few steps back to Harry's side, witnessing Peter suddenly shudder and emit a pained cry, which brings a wave of relief to Riley. Subsequently, under the pretext of running an errand for his mother, May Parker, he discreetly exits Oscorp. After meandering through winding paths, he finds refuge in a secluded alley. There, succumbing to the instinctual rejection of his body, his temperature rises dramatically, and his consciousness begins to blur. Leaning against the wall, Riley gradually sinks to the ground. As the excruciating pain gnaws at him, he musters his remaining strength to stifle his cries, desperately trying to avoid attracting unnecessary attention with any anguished wails. In this process, although Riley shared the same concerns as before, The genetic divergence rendered his body seemingly incapable of enduring the mutations resulting from this genetic fusion. Fortunately, the enhancements to Riley's physical strength, achieved through systematic training, unexpectedly compensated for this flaw. Thus, amidst a tumultuous experience of alternating chills and warmth, accompanied by a relentless ache that persisted for an indeterminate duration, Riley found himself drenched in sweat, feeling as though his very bones might disintegrate. As the pain gradually subsided and he managed to rise once more, Riley was elated to discover that not only had his body transformed, becoming markedly more agile and nimble with even the slightest movement, but his vision, once strained from diligent study and trending towards myopia, had also sharpened significantly as he surveyed the world around him. This revelation filled Riley with uncontainable joy, prompting him to extend his hand and place it against the wall behind him. To his astonishment, without the aid of any climbing apparatus, he ascended effortlessly to the highest floor of the building, confirming that he had, at this moment, acquired powers akin to those of his cousin Peter, embodying the extraordinary abilities of Spider-Man. Chapter 6. The colossal humanoid Riley. As the initial thrill of narrowly escaping a dire fate and acquiring extraordinary powers began to wane, Riley became acutely aware of the persistent aches coursing through his body. These sensations served as a reminder that he was still in the midst of a transformative process, where his genes were intertwining and enhancing. Thus, in a quest to comprehend the extent of the changes wrought upon him by his newfound Spider-Man abilities, Riley hastily summoned the system panel that was bound to him. Dream Redemption System Binder, Riley Parker Daily Sign-In. Reward of 1 point Strength, 7,200 Intelligence, 6 Agility, 54 Skills redeemed, none items redeemed, none remaining points. 85 Current available task. Beginner task, Save Ben Parker. Reward. Increase any attribute by 1 point upon a cursory glance. It was unsurprising that his intelligence remained unchanged. The doubling of his agility seemed reasonable. After all, no incarnation of Spider-Man has ever morphed into a being as swift as the Flash post-transformation. However, the strength attribute left him wide-eyed, despite his prior mental preparation. How much? You jest? A staggering 7,200 points of strength. This implies that, should Riley unleash his full might, he could exert an astonishing force of 72 tons. A rough calculation reveals that, even if one were to consider only the weight of the Monkey King's staff, disregarding any magical constraints, Riley could effortlessly lift 10.5 of them. Furthermore, he sensed that this figure was not even his ultimate potential. Once his body fully acclimatizes to this foreign gene, that already formidable number could very well ascend even higher. The crux of this phenomenon lies in the fact that the results of his mutation depend significantly on Riley's original physical condition. For instance, the frail and diminutive Peter, after becoming Spider-Man, could regularly exert 10 tons of strength, in comparison to the average strength of a typical human, which is about 50 kilograms. That represents an increase of approximately 200-fold. Translating this to Riley, who originally possessed 36 points of strength, it is evident how he could suddenly leap to a terrifying 7,200 points. After a moment of contemplation, realizing the implications of this transformation, Riley could not help but feel a twinge of regret for not allocating all his previous agility points into strength instead. Of course, this was merely a fleeting lamentation. As the adage goes, greed may lead to one's downfall. Having spent considerable time with Peter and gleaned some understanding of scientific principles, Riley could surmise that the excruciating pain he endured during his mutation far surpassed that of Peter, attributable to the extraordinary nature of his strength. If he had truly sought to exploit that 200-fold boost in strength by indiscriminately pouring all his attribute points into that singular aspect, the challenges his body would face in acclimating to such overwhelming power would undoubtedly escalate in proportion. By that time, let alone further enhancing his strength to the point of grappling with the heavyweight champion, Riley's body and mind would likely have succumbed to the overwhelming reactions, resulting in his untimely demise. Fortunately, as the old adage goes, misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. The considerable risk he endured brought Riley surprises far beyond a mere amplification of strength. Perhaps due to his inherently robust physique, he was better equipped to accommodate the spider genes. After a brief period of exploration, Riley discovered that he could not only produce webbing like the Maguire version of Spider-Man, but also possessed the additional ability of bioelectricity, akin to Miles. While he lacked the most extraordinary power of invisibility, these two supplementary abilities were more than enough to delight him. Thus, despite the time he expended on adapting to his mutation, the enhanced reflexes allowed him to swiftly master the art of web swinging after a short practice, enabling him to dart to the nearest department store. He returned home laden with an abundance of food, arriving ahead of Peter and the others. As everyone gathered around the dinner table to enjoy a sumptuous feast, no one could discern even the slightest peculiarity in Riley's composed demeanor. Conversely, Peter, who was also undergoing mutation, did not possess the same exaggerated physical strength as Riley. He had to consume a substantial amount of nourishment to alleviate the burden on his body, prompting him to devour nearly a third of the food alone, which certainly drew the attention of the others. However, they merely chalked it up to youthful growth and the fatigue from a long day, dismissing it without further thought. Thus, amidst an atmosphere that seemed as warm and familiar as ever, both Riley and Peter quietly underwent a profound transformation. The following day, after going to bed early and sleeping soundly until awakening naturally, Riley eagerly stretched and opened his attribute panel, discovering, as anticipated, that not only had his strength attribute surged to an impressive 10,800 points, equivalent to 108 tons, sufficient to face the heavyweight champion, but his agility had also increased, reaching 100 points. This newfound prowess enabled him to achieve a staggering speed of 200 kilometers per hour in a full sprint. Moreover, Riley's stature had visibly expanded, a testament to the successful culmination of his mutation. Upon removing his shirt, he could clearly observe the aesthetically pleasing muscular definition reflected in the mirror. However, before Riley could revel in his exhilaration, a resounding crash from the adjacent room seized his attention. Once he donned his clothes and deliberately moderated his strength, he gently opened the door and swiftly approached the source of the sound, only to find Peter, whose physique had also significantly bulked up, standing in a state of bewilderment, clutching a twisted and deformed metal doorknob amidst a scattering of splintered wood. Clearly, Peter had not anticipated that such a monumental transformation could occur within a mere day, leaving him unable to properly control his newfound strength. The terrifying strength that erupted unconsciously while habitually pulling the door resulted in the unfortunate wooden barrier being utterly demolished. It was only upon catching sight of Riley's figure approaching that Peter, resembling a child caught in mischief, hastily concealed the broken doorknob behind him, all the while feeling a twinge of guilt as he greeted Riley. Hey, good morning, Riley. I swear it wasn't intentional. Do you believe me? Hey, Riley. Peter, what is all that commotion upstairs? You two aren't fighting, are you? Before Riley could respond, Ben, equally drawn by the noise, poked his head out from the bottom of the staircase and called up an inquiry. Chapter 7. The emergence of the inner mentor. Not at all, Dad. It's merely that Peter's door has aged and fallen apart. Observing Peter at that moment, his first instinct was to worry about damaging the door and causing trouble for his parents, rather than realizing that he had undergone a profound transformation. This made Riley want to chuckle, yet to spare her father any concern, she decided to investigate upstairs. While responding loudly, she reached out and took the broken doorknob from Peter's hands, casually tossing it into the trash bin in his room. This action was a testament to her solidarity with him. Is Peter all right? Should we take him to the hospital? Oh, I'm fine, Uncle Ben. I dodged it and wasn't hit. That is good to hear. You both tidy up and come down for breakfast. I'll call someone to replace that door shortly. All right, we understand, Uncle Ben. With Riley's support, Peter finally exhaled in relief. After calming Uncle Ben's emotions, he, like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline, gestured frantically and lowered his voice to seek Riley's help. Riley, I don't know how to explain this, but when I woke up, everything in my room seems so fragile, like an egg. What should I do? Fragile like an egg, you say? Come with me. Though she was acutely aware of the changes occurring within Peter, indeed, she was, in a sense, the catalyst for his transformation. Riley feigned ignorance in order to help him calm down and gradually accept this newfound power. Turning back to her room, she retrieved a hand grip strengthener that Peter had often used for exercise prior to his mutation, tossing it to him casually. Here, squeeze it with all your might. Oh, okay. Wait, how is this even broken too? Am I really that unlucky today? Ah, my silly brother. Could it be possible that it's not merely bad luck that has you encountering broken items today, but rather your newfound strength is too much for these objects to bear? As Peter dutifully followed Riley's instructions, squeezing the hand grip with force, it unsurprisingly emitted a crunching sound as it warped under his grip. Faced with Peter's bewildered expression, which hinted at a dawning existential crisis, Riley couldn't help but burst into laughter. She playfully lifted Peter's shirt and, upon seeing the clearly defined muscles that resembled chocolate bars, gently tapped on his abdomen. Though I am uncertain about what has transpired within you, weak Parker could not possibly possess such perfect abs, could he? Wait, are you implying that I am an imposter? A counterfeit Peter Parker? Or perhaps, like in the movies, I'm a clone that swapped identities with the original while sleeping? Ha ha ha. Don't laugh, Riley. I am serious. Ha ha ha. Rest assured, this silly demeanor is not something a clone can replicate. Thus, I am quite certain that you are indeed my cousin Peter, without a shadow of a doubt. Oh, that's good, but wait. What do you mean by silly? I am the top of my class. Dr. Connors has praised me as a genius. How could I be foolish? Ha ha ha. Whose genius has such sluggish reflexes as yours? Ha ha ha. Oh, Riley. After the brothers exchanged playful banter as usual, Peter, who initially felt anxious and uncertain, gradually relaxed upon noticing that Riley's attitude remained unchanged. Furthermore, under Riley's subtle reminders, Peter became increasingly curious about the significant changes his body had undergone. Fortunately, today was a weekend, free from school obligations. After finishing breakfast and exchanging greetings with May, the brothers eagerly sprinted to the abandoned factory, which they regarded as their secret hideout. Here, after conducting some simple tests, it became evident that Peter, having acquired Spider-Man's extraordinary abilities, could effortlessly defy gravity, moving along walls as if on solid ground, even while wearing shoes and gloves. His normal strength could approximate the capacity to lift around 35 tons. It might sound impressive, but considering that Peter and Riley had merely begun the process of genetic fusion, and that Peter's body had yet to fully develop due to age constraints, Riley was convinced that, even without factoring in any enhancements from anger or other intangible influences, Peter's attributes, much like his own, still held considerable potential for growth. After all, a rough calculation indicated that even the diminished version of Spider-Man from the films could exert over 1,000 tons of force in extreme conditions. The physically strongest version, portrayed by Tobey Maguire, could even halt a runaway train with a staggering strength of 1,500 tons. In comparison, Riley's current strength of 100 tons seemed utterly negligible, not to mention the sheer power of true heroes like the Hulk and Thor, who could engage in direct confrontations with unparalleled might. Fortunately, Peter, blissfully unaware of these behind-the-scenes truths and thus burdened by no psychological weight, felt exhilarated by the transformation from a timid bookworm to a powerhouse endowed with immense strength. Additionally, under Riley's guidance, Peter experienced the exhilarating thrill of swinging from the iron chains suspended in the abandoned factory, quickly mastering the technique with an instinctive flair, his speed in the air noticeably increasing. This exhilarating transformation allowed Peter to shed his former insecurities and timid demeanor, leaving him utterly elated. Thus, at Riley's beckoning, Peter, exhilarated yet reluctant to relinquish the iron chains, descended from the heights and scathed. He hastily approached Riley, exclaiming with fervor, "Did you see that, Riley? I soared so high, I can scale walls like a spider. Oh my, this is simply marvelous. It seems that from now on, I too can assist innocent classmates and teach a lesson to those nefarious students. Just teaching the unruly, my dear brother? No, you are underestimating the potential." Riley interjected thoughtfully. "Consider this. If I possess such formidable strength as yours, would I need to resort to theatrics to frighten wrongdoers while rescuing Harry? A mere flurry of punches would suffice to easily subdue them." As Peter reveled in his newfound abilities, Riley observed with satisfaction that his initial instinct was to use his superhuman power to champion the weak rather than exploit it for personal gain in underground contests. Then, with a contemplative air, Riley seized the moment to entice Peter with a bold proposition. "Just as our father often says, with great power comes great responsibility. Do you not wish to wield your strength on a righteous path and save more lives? Perhaps you could even become a household hero, akin to the Captain America you have idolized since childhood." Like Captain America? Peter gasped, incredulous. "You cannot be serious, Riley." I mean, of course, I would love to, but I am merely a student. Is it truly within my reach to achieve such greatness? In this universe, Captain America holds a reverence among adolescents akin to that of the Monkey King in Chinese folklore. Consequently, Peter momentarily froze, before trembling uncontrollably with excitement. Instinctively, he grasped Riley's shoulders, shaking him fervently, oblivious to the fact that in his exuberance, he was exerting a terrifying strength that Riley, an ordinary person, effortlessly bore with ease. Chapter 8. The Birth of the Spider Duo and the Completion of the Novice Quest. Indeed, as far as I am aware, even the strength of Captain America pales in comparison to your prowess, dear Hercules. Observing that my chosen topic had successfully captured Peter's attention, Riley feigned nonchalance as he extricated himself from Peter's grasp, lest he inadvertently reveal something amiss. With a serious demeanor, he solemnly cautioned Peter. "However, times have changed. Should you choose to be a beacon of justice, a vigilante, you will undoubtedly encounter numerous challenges, not to mention whether the police will comprehend or support your actions. The criminals you apprehend may seek vengeance upon their release, potentially tracing your identity back to your very home. By that time, even if you can effortlessly subdue the wrongdoers, your parents and I, mere ordinary individuals, would undoubtedly struggle to cope. Should they be taken hostage, it would lead to immense complications. Thus, to safeguard against such eventualities, if you truly aspire to emulate Captain America and become a champion of justice in New York City, you must craft an ensemble that conceals your identity. In your pursuit of righteousness, it is imperative to avoid being discovered by others. Furthermore, crime does not announce its arrival. Once you embark on this path, you will frequently find yourself in situations where, despite being engaged in vital matters, You must set everything aside, risking misunderstandings from those around you, to combat evil and rescue innocent lives. Ultimately, while the criminals may be apprehended, your inability to reveal your identity could lead to ostracism and skepticism from those close to you. I understand your desire to counter my concerns, asserting that you can adeptly manage the ensuing conflicts and balance both sides. But consider this. Imagine you are in the midst of a wedding ceremony with Gwen, when suddenly, cries of alarm erupt from the street. Someone has taken a pregnant woman hostage and is recklessly fleeing in a vehicle. Given the volatile emotions displayed, they might very well drive onto the sidewalk, indiscriminately endangering lives. Due to the sudden nature of the incident, the police may be unable to arrive in time. Among the throngs of bystanders, only you possess the capability to ensure the safety of everyone while rescuing the pregnant woman and apprehending the assailant. Now, would you abandon Gwen to rush to the aid of a stranger, risking her misunderstanding, blame, and potential ire? Or would you entrust this crisis to the arriving officers and continue to honor the singularly significant ceremony with Gwen? It seems you already possess the answer, and you comprehend the profound unfairness of such a choice. Reflect on this, Peter. This path is fraught with thorns, and it is not a decision to be made lightly or impulsively. Therefore, while I acknowledge the validity of my father's words, I still believe that your personal will should take precedence. If you would rather not bear such a heavy burden, or if you are momentarily uncertain, you may disregard my suggestion. Nevertheless, regardless of the choice you make, as your brother, I shall steadfastly stand by your side. It is indeed cruel to extinguish a child's dream of heroism through mere words. Yet, considering the myriad disappointments Peter encounters after becoming Spider-Man, particularly those heart-wrenching regrets, one might assert that the tragedies Peter Parker has faced throughout his life, each significant in its own right, could easily mold a vengeful supervillain. Yet, Peter Parker remains unwavering, fighting for justice and the protection of others. Thus, as Peter's brother and family member who has grown alongside him, Riley fervently wishes for his younger sibling to lead a joyful life. As for the responsibilities of Spider-Man, let them rest upon Riley's shoulders. That would suffice. Alas, it is but a one-sided wish of Riley. For when the silent Peter lifts his gaze to meet Riley's, despite the silence between them, the passionate and radiant gleam in Peter's eyes reveals to Riley that, no matter how diligently he has endeavored to shield Peter, leading others to perceive him as a coward hiding behind his brother, Peter Parker will always be the selfless and fearless hero worthy of Thor's hammer. It seems that after all this, my words have failed to deter you, you foolish boy. This path offers nothing but peril for Peter Parker, potentially transforming the course of your life, which should have been smooth sailing, into a tumultuous journey. Are you truly prepared for this? Just as you could easily remain an observer yet consistently choose to stand up for others, ultimately transforming the atmosphere of Midtown High, I too hope to wield this power to make the world a better place. Wishing to be like me, are you? How amusing, for in the end, I have merely dug my own grave. After this exchange, gazing at the suddenly appearing system screen indicating that the novice task has been completed and rewards dispensed, Riley comprehended that the birth of Spider-Man was now an undeniable reality. With a hand to his forehead in feigned exasperation, he remarked Riley before donning a brilliant smile once more, continuing with a pointed remark. Very well, since you are determined to choose this path, as your brother, I shall accompany you into this arduous and thankless role of a superhero. Huh? What do you mean? Oh, just as Peter felt puzzled. Curious about how Riley intended to become a superhero, Riley, believing there was no need for pretense any longer, simply raised a hand and shot forth a slender web. Under Peter's wide-eyed gaze, filled with envy and wonder, the spectacle unfolded. First, performing acrobatic flips in midair or skillfully navigating through narrow gaps. A dazzling display of web swinging ensues. Then, with feet firmly planted against the wall, he stands as if on solid ground. In the face of Peter's astonished gaze, his smile grows increasingly vibrant as he enunciates, "See, this is precisely what I mean. By the way, that spider which bit your neck in Dr. Connor's laboratory was, in fact, released by me. No wonder I felt a twinge of pain in my neck yesterday. Upon waking this morning, I discovered a nasty abscess, so it was you. Now I understand. Riley, you were already aware that being bitten by that spider would endow me with immense strength. Yet you deliberately withheld this information to witness my morning embarrassment, didn't you? How could you possibly blame me? I never imagined that you could be so foolish as to wake up completely oblivious to the peculiarities of your condition. This. How infuriating. Riley, don't run away. I want to let this go. You're getting anxious. Come chase me. Why can you shoot webs while I cannot? This is utterly unfair. This is what we call the disparity between individuals, my brother, Riley. Chapter 9. System Mall Upgrade. After a playful romp with Peter, Riley returned home. During their spirited chase, Peter, having realized the convenience of his webbing, resolved to take action. Armed with the necessary materials, he ventured eagerly into the basement, determined to craft his very own web shooter. Meanwhile, Riley lay on his bed, gazing thoughtfully at the system screen before him. Despite the variations in experiences among different iterations of Spider-Man, one truth remained remarkably consistent. The catalyst for Ben Parker's demise was Peter's momentary lapse of judgment, wherein he chose to ignore a crime unfolding before him, thereby indirectly leading to Uncle Ben's tragic fate. However, the present circumstances were markedly different, with Riley serving as a role model. Peter was subtly influenced to understand the profound meaning behind the adage, "With great power comes great responsibility." Thus, he resolved that any crime occurring within his sight would not go unaddressed, effectively eliminating the possibility of Uncle Ben's death at its root. It was no surprise, then, that despite Peter's inaction, merely choosing to embrace his identity as Spider-Man, the system abruptly recognized the completion of a rookie task that had lingered on Riley's task list for over a decade. Following the acquisition of an item that could enhance any attribute by a single point, Riley attempted to augment his luck, only to be met with a prompt indicating that the item could only be applied to the 3 visible attributes: strength, agility, or intelligence, thereby nullifying any potential for exploitation. Left with no choice, Riley opted to enhance his intelligence with the intent of maximizing his benefits. In that instant, he felt as though a new world had unfurled before him. His mind became remarkably agile. Grabbing a book, he skimmed through its pages, effortlessly absorbing the content with astonishing speed. Complex equations that once required Peter's guidance to decipher now presented themselves to him as easily as the simple truth that 1 + 1 = 2. Riley couldn't help but marvel at the wisdom behind the hefty investment of 100,000 points required to elevate the intelligence attribute. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. The value is evident. Alas, the item card could only enhance a designated attribute and could not be converted into corresponding points. Otherwise, channeling the cost of enhancing intelligence into agility would yield a staggering 1,000 points, resulting in a transformation of speed that could rival a velocity of 2,000 kilometers per hour. Even if it didn't match the speed of the Flash, it would undoubtedly allow Riley to become a supersonic runner in an instant, coupled with his current strength of 100 tons. If he were to maximize his speed and land a punch on an opponent's face, the imagery was simply too exhilarating to fathom. So it was that Riley, who had just indulged in a fleeting boost to his intelligence attributes, found himself unexpectedly disillusioned. The modest increase in intellect paled in comparison to the allure of tangible points. Moreover, upon completing the novice tasks, Riley's system had further unlocked additional privileges. In addition to the original function of exchanging points for corresponding attributes, a marketplace and a lottery feature had been added. Naturally, recognizing his own misfortune with luck, Riley chose to disregard the ostentatiously adorned and temptingly alluring lottery interface, opting instead to earnestly explore the marketplace for intriguing novelties. Low-level health potion restores 10 of the user's health, priced at 20 points. Intermediate health potion restores 30 of the user's health, priced at 60 points. Advanced health potion restores 50 of the user's health and grants a purification effect, priced at 100,000 points. Basic stamina potion grants the user unlimited stamina for 30 seconds. Following this, they will fall into an 8-hour coma, priced at 50 points. Intermediate stamina potion grants the user unlimited stamina for 3 minutes. Afterwards, they will succumb to a 24-hour coma, priced at 300 points. Advanced stamina potion grants unlimited stamina, temporarily doubles strength and agility, and provides immunity to all damage for 1 hour. Upon the effect's conclusion, the user will perish, priced at 100,000 points. Random skill book, upon use, grants a random skill, priced at 5,000 points. A fully unlocked smartphone, details unspecified, priced at 1,000 points. A fully unlocked smartwatch, details unspecified, priced at 10,000 points. Though the selection was limited, it was still somewhat practical. Furthermore, if Riley surmised correctly, the purification effect of the advanced health potion resembled the cleansing that could eliminate all negative effects in the games of his past life. Thus, the seemingly once-in-a-lifetime advanced stamina potion, when paired with the advanced health potion's purification, could potentially negate the fatal aftermath, offering a formidable enhancement of immunity to any damage for an hour. Yet, the price was steep, an astonishing total of 200,000 points. Given that he currently possessed only a double-digit sum, Riley lamented his financial constraints. However, compared to the commonly available potions and the inherently unpredictable random skill book, Riley's primary interest lay in the final 2 items. Seriously, my friend, are your smartphone and smartwatch crafted from gold? A phone for $1 million and a watch for $10 million. This is outright thievery. Do you take me for a fool? With such points, Riley could easily invest in the most expensive intelligence attribute and elevate his intellect into double digits, surpassing even Iron Man Tony Stark, thereby becoming the unparalleled genius of the current universe. By that time, Riley believed that regardless of the type of watch or mobile phone desired, he could effortlessly create them himself. Thus, what on earth was the system thinking? By what rationale did it presume that a mobile phone or a watch would possess more practical value than the significantly enhanced intellectual attributes capable of delivering a dimensional blow? What a joke. Did it truly think that points were easy to earn? Even if Riley were to perish, reduced to ash by Thanos' snap in this Marvel universe, he would never become that unfortunate fool, squandering a considerable amount of points to exchange for these two meaningless items. With such thoughts, Riley indignantly closed the marketplace, convinced that there must be a malfunction within the system, causing a severe price distortion. Or perhaps it was simply a ruse, carelessly tossing up some trash to deliberately deceive the poor worker out of his hard-earned points. Little did he realize that within the system's integrated marketplace space, the mobile phone and watch he dismissed were quietly floating atop a myriad of products. Among them, although labeled as a mobile phone, it appeared more like a crystal doll, within which, enveloped by a constantly rotating stream of binary data, lay a lovely young girl in a red leather outfit, peacefully slumbering. The item labeled as a watch, on the other hand, displayed a series of bizarre silhouettes, clearly not of terrestrial origin, as it cycled through a vibrant green screen. Chapter 10. Nanotechnology. After Riley shut down the system store, the Parker brothers busily embarked on their respective endeavors. Utilizing Riley's webbing as a reference point, the intellectually gifted Peter fashioned a prototype of the web shooter in less than half a day, although the device appeared somewhat cumbersome and inconvenient to carry. And the replenishment and preservation of the web fluid posed a challenge. Peter's creation was remarkably close to Riley's version of the webbing. Having successfully navigated the most challenging initial phase and achieved substantial results, Peter felt a surge of encouragement. Following a hurried meal with Ben and May, he once again retreated to the basement, fervently attempting to optimize and upgrade the existing web shooter. Meanwhile, Riley, having returned alone to the abandoned factory, took a moment to stretch his limbs before contemplating the fresh wound on his hand, a curious expression clouding his features. This injury was not the result of an enemy's attack. Rather, it had been inflicted by Riley himself using a utility knife he had brought from home for testing purposes. This incident sparked a new wave of questions in Riley's mind. Given that he now possessed immense strength, comparable to that of a small Hulk, one would expect him to withstand such powerful force without suffering any self-damage. This suggested that the density of his skin and muscles, as well as the structure of his bones, had undergone a radical transformation. In such circumstances, one could reasonably assume that, while not possessing the invulnerability of the true Hulk, Riley's resilience would surpass even that of an African elephant, capable of withstanding small-caliber bullets. However, the results of his testing far exceeded his expectations. Even when Riley intentionally moderated his strength, a mere stroke of a utility knife, which he wielded with the force of an average adult male, resulted in a visible cut on his skin. Such a level of defense would not only be inadequate against bullets but could easily be breached by an ordinary person wielding a sharp blade. Is this correct? Is this scientific? How could I, a being endowed with extraordinary strength, be so easily vulnerable to a utility knife? Is this reasonable? Yet, soon after, Riley's tumultuous emotions settled, and he no longer dwelled on the matter. The rationale was straightforward. In this Marvel universe, there existed Iron Man's armor, which could withstand even the most severe attacks without sustaining internal injuries. There were also phenomena that defied explanation by scientific principles, such as magic. Not to mention the fact that being bitten by a spider could trigger a transformative evolution within a mere day, an achievement that humanity had pursued for millennia. In the grand scope of the Marvel universe, there were countless instances that traditional scientific understanding could not elucidate. Thus, Spider-Man's remarkable resilience allows him to withstand powerful blows equivalent to tons without faltering. Yet he remains vulnerable to firearms and blades, which can swiftly extinguish his life. Such peculiarities of Marvel science are indeed wondrous, are they not? Fortunately, this seemingly erratic resilience, akin to SCHR Dinger's cat, perplexes Riley. However, the existence of his regenerative abilities post-mutation is indisputable, although not on par with the extraordinary recovery of Wolverine or Deadpool, who can regenerate from mere bones. Riley's wounds, barely a second old, heal entirely before his eyes without leaving a scar. Given this speed, as long as he is not struck fatally in the brain or heart, his current regenerative capabilities should suffice to ensure a swift recovery from a couple of gunshot wounds without necessitating hospital treatment. Presumably, with this thought, an odd expression crossed Riley's face, and an impulsive desire arose to test this hypothesis by shooting himself, though he quickly dismissed the idea. His reincarnation into this Marvel universe was a consequence of his previous life as a narcotics officer on the border of China, where he fell victim to a drug lord's ambush while covering for his comrade's escape, ultimately sacrificing himself. having already experienced the sting of a bullet. Riley had no desire to relive such sensations unnecessarily. After a brief contemplation, he cast aside all distractions and took out his phone to call Harry. Following their conversation, reassured that he would not trouble Harry, Riley shot out a web and swiftly traversed the buildings, arriving at Oscorp. Under Harry's guidance, he entered Harry's private laboratory. Although his intelligence of 7 was insufficient to create groundbreaking inventions, modifying existing technologies from Oscorp to craft the items he needed was well within Riley's capabilities. Thus, after informing his family that he would be staying with Harry for a while, Riley immersed himself in the laboratory, diligently working. Time flowed quietly until the dawn of Monday morning arrived. Apart from eating and using the restroom, Riley had been tirelessly engaged in the laboratory for 24 hours. Finally, he paused, removing his goggles to reveal the panda-like dark circles under his eyes, a testament to his fatigue. Yet his gaze sparkled with excitement and pride as he approached the workstation and retrieved 2 spider tags, one black and one white, each resembling the other, but only the size of a palm. Despite their diminutive stature, their significance was far from trivial. Yet internally, it encapsulates the quintessence of Osborn's technological prowess. By harnessing the advantages of nanotechnology, this seemingly inconspicuous gadget, once activated, conforms to the body and swiftly evolves into a tailored suit of armor. Upon full formation, the suit boasts not only the innate self-repair capabilities of nanotechnology, but also a plethora of functionalities such as night vision, thermal imaging, communications, gas protection, fire resistance, waterproofing, and bulletproofing. Moreover, through Riley's adept manipulations, a multitude of additional features has been seamlessly integrated. For instance, a diminutive tracker, likewise crafted from nanotechnology, accompanies a radar system that receives signals in real time. The self-scanning diagnostic feature autonomously identifies injuries sustained by the user, dispatching a portion of the nanobots to staunch the flow of blood. In the event of catastrophic hemorrhaging, the suit escalates its temperature to cauterize the wound. Should a fracture occur, it rapidly cools to provide an ice pack effect, alleviating pain through whatever means necessary to render emergency medical assistance during combat. Nestled beneath the arms lies a glide wing that can be activated at will, ensuring that the user can patrol urban landscapes without excessively relying on arm movements, thereby conserving stamina. In unforeseen scenarios such as underwater rescues, fire emergencies, or toxic gas exposure, the suit is equipped with an air circulation system capable of independent oxygen supply for up to 3 hours. Furthermore, to prevent overheating from the airtight suit during intense physical exertion or the numbing cold of extreme environments, Riley has thoughtfully included a temperature-regulating system within the suit. Even the web shooters have been meticulously designed with ingenious mechanisms, allowing the user to effortlessly adjust the web's form post-launch, whether to ensnare foes, cushion impacts for rescue missions, or create webs for movement and ranged attacks. This ensures that, regardless of the circumstances, viable countermeasures are readily available. Of course, even without this mechanism, diligent practice would enable both Peter and Riley to master the art of web slinging. However, as novices newly endowed with Spider-Man's extraordinary abilities, they, much like beginners learning to ride a bicycle, require stabilizing aids during their adaptation phase. In recent times, Peter and Riley have largely depended on this mechanism to gradually acclimate themselves to their newfound powers. Additionally, since Peter lacks the ability for bioelectric shocks, Riley has thoughtfully incorporated a circuit system into Peter's suit to ensure equitable functionality. This enhancement guarantees that the suit envelopes the body and connects with the web shooters, allowing the suit's own energy output to bestow an electric shock effect upon the webs, with a specially designed switch to regulate the electrical output. It can be said that Riley has diligently crammed every conceivable feature that might be beneficial during combat into this remarkable suit. The only flaw lies in the fact that if all these functions are activated simultaneously, the rate of energy consumption would escalate dramatically, likely resulting in a swift return to its original state. It necessitates a full recharge before it can be restarted. This limitation, dictated by finite energy storage, has compelled Riley, who once envisioned augmenting the suit with mechanical spider arms or employing optical camouflage for stealth, even dreaming of a flight capability akin to Iron Man's, to relinquish the audacious ideas that incessantly sprung forth in his mind. However, this does not imply that the suit's potential is irrevocably capped, devoid of any possibility for enhancement. Should the day arrive when Riley acquires an arc reactor akin to that of Iron Man, he would be liberated to embark on a comprehensive and ambitious upgrade of the suit, incorporating functionalities that currently seem unattainable. Chapter 11. The Antique Shop. By the way, having acquired an abundance of materials from Oscorp, Riley did not neglect to prepare a delightful surprise for his close confidant, Harry, who had secretly benefited from his generosity. While crafting 2 sets of battle suits, Riley employed the same innovative approach to design a suit for Harry. Naturally, given Harry's privileged status as a powerful heir, He need not engage in close combat with nefarious foes. Thus, the nanosuit prepared for Harry was stripped of most combat functionalities, retaining only the essential features for ensuring his safety and enhancing his experience: night vision, thermal imaging, waterproofing, fire resistance, bulletproofing, gas protection, communication devices, a temperature regulation system, and an independent oxygen supply. Furthermore, at Harry's suggestion, this nanosuit could transform its design according to his whims. As for Riley and Peter's suits, they lacked this impressive feature because each alteration in the suit's appearance required a reconfiguration of the nanomachines, consuming significant energy. Given Riley's already constrained energy budget, which necessitated a focus on combat practicality, he had to compromise and resort to using preset transformation templates to minimize energy expenditure during activation. Consequently, upon donning the suits, they would transform into the classic red and blue Spider-Man attire in a predominantly black suit inspired by the symbiote costume. Once the 3 nanosuits were completed, and the eagerly awaited suit for Harry was entrusted to him, Riley, realizing that time was running short before class, carefully stored Peter's red and blue classic suit in his pocket. After departing from Oscorp and slipping into a secluded alley that went unnoticed, he, filled with excitement, gently affixed the spider tag containing the black suit to his chest. Following the predetermined activation method, he rhythmically tapped the spider tag twice. The nanobots, concealed from the naked eye, surged forth and faithfully followed the planned route. In a matter of moments, they seamlessly enveloped Riley in the black suit, effectively concealing his true identity. After briefly moving his limbs to acclimate to the suit's fit, Riley, no longer needing to hide his face with a paper bag while swinging through the city, raised his hand to launch a web and swiftly swung between buildings, heading directly toward Midtown High. However, just as he was about to cross the street to the school, the system panel, which had been passively awaiting Riley's summons, astonishingly activated for the first time, apart from their initial encounter. New mission: prevent the hand from vandalizing the antique shop. Time remaining, 10 minutes. Completion reward, 500 points. A few simple lines, when dissected, appear to hold little of significance for Riley beyond the enticing prospect of substantial reward points. Yet, the juxtaposition of the terms mafia and antique shop caused a subtle shift in Riley's expression. Antique shop, mafia. Could it be the antique shop I am envisioning? However, according to the narrative framework, even in a fictional city, they should be situated in San Francisco, over 4,700 kilometers from New York City, and only granting me 10 minutes. Perhaps I am overthinking this. As Riley mused, the allure of the extraordinary reward points, far exceeding those from daily check-ins, alongside the concealed truths hidden within the task, piqued his interest. Thus, even with just a few seconds left before stepping onto campus, Riley sought refuge against a nearby high-rise, leaning against the wall to utilize the communication capabilities of his battle suit and call Peter, requesting a brief leave of absence. With a decisive change in direction, he swiftly advanced in accordance with the task's tracking guidance. Moments later, amidst the bustling skyline of New York City, he spotted an antiquated shop, distinctly out of place. Its sign crudely adorned with the characters for Old Man's Antique Shop in traditional Chinese, accompanied by a poorly translated English version. At long last, Riley felt certain that this unexpected task was indeed connected to a childhood idol of his. After a moment's contemplation, he found a secluded spot to deactivate his battle suit, revealing his true self. He then jogged to the entrance of the antique shop, inhaling deeply before twisting the doorknob and cautiously opening it to peer inside. "What is going on, old man? Come here, give me a hug." Meanwhile, an archaeologist practicing on the second floor performed an unexpectedly agile backflip, defying the frail stereotype of a scholar, landing gracefully before the elderly man, who wore a warm smile and a kind demeanor. However, this display of flair did not earn the archaeologist a warm embrace. Instead, upon drawing near, he was met with the swiftly transformed countenance of the elder, who, with a sudden sternness, delivered a sharp reprimand. "Ouch! You didn't tea brew coffee for me this morning. How many times must I remind you that this old body relies on coffee to keep going? Are you trying to shorten my days? No. Then hurry and make me some coffee." "Oh, all right. There's one more thing. The university called. They want you to translate some ancient texts." "Very well. I shall head over shortly. And another matter, I cannot decipher the inscriptions on this shield, but I vaguely recall it being an ancient script. I need to rummage through my notes in the back of the shop. In the meantime, you must tend to the shop and attend to customers, like this young lad at the entrance." "Ah, very well, I shall. One more thing, this is Xiaoyu, your niece. She will be moving in with you for a year, so you must take good care of her." "Oh, I see. No, wait, father. What did you just say?" Your words and mine intertwined, resembling a duet between the old and the young, amidst the relentless tugging of the situation. Not only was I captivated by the spectacle, but according to the elder's remarks, I, Riley, who had long been discovered, boldly stepped into the store. The elderly man continued to bombard the bewildered archaeologist with yet another matter, until in a daze, he wandered to the coffee machine. It was only then that he abruptly turned around, hastily approaching the little girl, who wore an unwelcoming expression, seemingly aloof and difficult to engage with, and emitted a sharp, piercing sound. When did I acquire a niece? Chapter 12. The trio of the mafia. She is the daughter of your cousin XIN, who hails from Hong Kong. She has not been particularly obedient at home, and her academic performance leaves much to be desired. Consequently, your cousin believes that sending her to America for you to mentor her and broaden her horizons may instigate a transformation in her behavior. However, why was I not informed of such a significant matter beforehand? Because we are all considerate and did not wish to disrupt your work. Is it only now that I, as her uncle, learn of my niece's existence as she has grown up and begun her studies? This seems rather implausible. Ahem. In any case, I shall return to my work. You two should take this opportunity to get acquainted. Remember to go upstairs shortly and assist Xiaoyu in tidying up her room. But, Father, I have no experience with children. Father? Father. Upon witnessing the archaeologist's astonished expression, which resembled the sky falling, the usually stern elder finally revealed a hint of playful amusement. He casually introduced the girl's background to the archaeologist, then picked up the shield in his hand and leisurely made his way toward the private living area behind the door. Before long, as the door to the room closed, the archaeologist, filled with despair and helplessness, stood frozen in place, engaging in a silent staring contest with the expressionless girl. After a brief, awkward silence, the archaeologist, feeling the weight of his role as an elder, decided that merely gazing was not an appropriate response. He bent down to introduce himself to the little girl. Hello, I am Jackie. No English. The good news is that, based on this familiar exchange, Riley, who had been silently observing, could no longer contain his laughter before confirming his suspicions. Despite the discrepancies in location compared to the original narrative, the individuals before him were undoubtedly the familiar Uncle Long and Xiaoyu, the golden duo from Jackie Chan's adventures. The bad news is that, despite Uncle Long's efforts to slow his speech in an attempt to greet Xiaoyu, he received no response whatsoever. This prompted Uncle Long to scratch his head in doubt, wondering if the small child was too young, coupled with poor academic performance, and thus unable to speak English. He resolved to alter his approach and, using the somewhat rusty Chinese he seldom employed, tried to inquire once more. Hello. I am Cheng. Ding ling ling. Welcome to Father's antique shop. How may I assist you? However, before Uncle Long could finish his sentence, the previously closed door was forcefully pushed open, prompting him to set Xiaoyu down temporarily and hastily move to the counter, where he donned a polite smile and inquired courteously. Beside them, Riley cast a glance at the system screen, where the countdown for the task had dwindled to less than a minute. A subtle smile graced his lips as he regarded the classic trio, who, at this initial stage, exuded a semblance of villainous intimidation. They were hardly adversaries. They appeared more like benevolent deities delivering points, chuckling softly to himself. Are you the renowned archaeologist named Jackie Chan? He inquired. Oh, you flatter me. I indeed possess a modest knowledge of ancient civilizations. As I understand it, you recently procured a shield from a castle in Bavaria. Our employer, who has a keen interest in this historical artifact, is eager to purchase it at your price. Although the trio had noticed a young boy observing them with peculiar intensity upon their entrance, they dismissed it as mere youthful curiosity, given that this was their first encounter. Even as Riley brazenly shifted his position, leisurely approaching behind them, they paid him no heed, focusing entirely on Uncle Long adopting the guise of affluent buyers seeking antiquities. They inquired with calm composure. Yet, in the face of such enticing terms, Uncle Long's instinctive reaction was to sense something amiss. After all, upon returning from Bavaria, he had taken the shield directly to his father's antique shop without contacting anyone. His companions, who had shared the adventure in Bavaria, remained there for further research and had not returned. How could these three strangers, who bore an air of menace, possibly know this information? Apologies, but I have already donated the shield to the university upon my return, he stated. Considering the discrepancies and the fact that he had never contemplated engaging in the illicit trade of relics. Thus, despite the shield being a mere wall away from the trio, Uncle Long maintained his composure and uttered a falsehood, causing the previously disinterested Xiaoyu to regard him with renewed interest. Oh, is that so? What a pity. Upon hearing this, often recognized that the negotiations had irrevocably collapsed. On the surface, he feigned regret, expressing his disappointment to Uncle Long, while subtly signaling his imposing companion, La Su, to prepare for a display of force by vandalizing the antiques in the shop. Hey, aren't you aware that antiques are typically quite fragile? He taunted. However, to everyone's astonishment, before La Su's hand could even reach the nearest antique vase, Riley seized his wrist, rendering him unable to advance despite his struggles. In this moment, Where his smaller stature belied his surprising strength in restraining La Su, all eyes turned to him. He then placed his other hand upon La Su's shoulder. Subsequently, before the eyes of all, he casually picked up a shard of stone from the ground, which he had held in his palm prior to entering the antique shop. With an astonishing display of strength, he effortlessly crushed it into fine granules with a single hand. This act served as a tangible demonstration to the trio of the Black Hand Gang that should Lasu exhibit any signs of aggression, Riley could easily sever his throat. The initially brazen group, now intimidated, immediately tempered their defiant demeanor, becoming considerably more docile. Riley then feigned innocence, blinking his eyes as he solemnly continued, before making a purchase. Please refrain from touching the items in this establishment. Would you not agree, Uncle Long? Oh, indeed. Quite right. This young lad speaks the truth. Although somewhat perplexed as to why this unfamiliar youth seemed to possess foreknowledge of the impending events, it was clear that he was aligned with their interests. Consequently, Uncle Long decided to echo Riley's sentiments, coldly issuing an eviction notice to the trio of the Black Hand Gang. It is with regret that I must inform you. Our establishment does not welcome such rude and boorish patrons. I kindly ask you to leave at once. Chapter 13. Uncle Long is captured. Ahem. There is no need to be so tense. In our homeland, there is an old saying, when a transaction fails, righteousness prevails. Very well, you have one. We shall take our leave. Initially, upon witnessing Razu easily subdued by Riley, often felt a twinge of indignation. While feigning submission, he gradually raised his hand, intending to draw the laser sword he carried, hoping to show Riley a glimpse of defiance. Yet, as he observed Riley's beaming smile, his hand, which rested on Razu's shoulder, crept toward Razu's neck with alarming intent. Realizing that his greatest card had been seen through by the youth before him, often could only raise both hands and surrender, performing a French salute. It was only under Riley's watchful gaze that he obediently exited the antique shop, allowing Riley to release his grip and restore Rez's freedom. With a scowl, often directed a fierce glare at the embarrassed Razu before warning Riley and his companions, Mr. Jackie Chan, although this encounter has been rather unpleasant, I advise you to retrieve that shield sooner rather than later. After all, you would not wish for you or your family to face unforeseen calamities one day, would you? Especially you, young lad. In this world, sheer strength alone does not grant one the privilege to provoke anyone at will. Once he finished speaking, Razu, still feeling aggrieved, deliberately pointed at his eyes and then gestured toward Riley. Like a proud rooster, he and his two companions entered the luxurious car parked outside the antique shop and drove off, leaving in their wake the moment that should have belonged to Uncle Long. Clearly, with Riley's arrival, the focus of Raz's vigilance had shifted entirely toward him. As for Uncle Long, according to the information, Jackie Chan was merely an unremarkable archaeologist. How much threat could a bookish scholar, incapable of even catching a chicken, pose? Could he truly subdue 3 seasoned gang members with ease? What peculiar individuals they are. It was only after watching the trio depart that Uncle Long's previously taut nerves finally began to relax. Although his first instinct was to pursue them and ascertain their origins, witnessing Riley's mystique and strength made him hesitant. Even though Riley seemed aligned with him, Uncle Long remained wary of leaving Xiaoyu alone with Riley, ultimately abandoning that notion and tentatively inquiring, "Thank you for your assistance. I haven't had the chance to ask your name." "Riley Parker, just call me Riley, Mr. Chan. I am your idol." "Ah, no? You are my fan." "No, that's not right." "Oh dear, stop rambling." Meanwhile, the departure of the Black Hand trio allowed Riley to complete the mission assigned by the system before the countdown ended. However, compared to the recently acquired 500 points, his true interest lay evidently in the seemingly unremarkable archaeologist before him. Before the journey through time, Riley grew up watching the various works of Jackie Chan, unknowingly idolizing him in the depths of his heart. Even now, although he comprehends that the Uncle Dragon before him is not the same person he idolized, he cannot help but feel a wave of nervousness in the presence of a visage so strikingly similar to his idol. His usually sharp mind turns to mush, rendering his spoken words ineffectual and disjointed. It is only after he raises his hand, signaling Uncle Dragon for a moment to gather his thoughts, and takes several deep breaths to calm himself, that he manages to regain composure. With his face flushed, he meets Uncle Dragon's gaze, which dances between amusement and restraint, suppressing the urge to flee in embarrassment and feigning calmness to continue speaking. In any case, those individuals do not appear to be easily deterred. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to find a safe refuge with your father during this tumultuous period? Thank you for your concern, but I believe, fortunately, despite Riley's halting expression, it is sufficient for Uncle Dragon to realize that Riley genuinely admires him, devoid of any malice. This understanding allows Uncle Dragon to lower his guard, instinctively wishing to reassure the young Riley that he is capable of navigating these troubles. "Hello, Jackie Chan. Ah, welcome. Wait, you are. Huh." Before Uncle Dragon could finish his sentence, the door, which had been firmly closed, was suddenly thrust open once again. As Uncle Dragon instinctively looked up to respond, he was met by a bald figure who unleashed a cloud of green gas directly at him. Within mere breaths, the unsuspecting Uncle Dragon succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing entirely into the embrace of the bald man. The bald figure effortlessly hoisted him onto his shoulder and strode out of the antique shop, transporting him into a sealed van with an obscured interior, swiftly driving away. The entire affair unfolded seamlessly, without a hint of interruption, as Uncle Dragon was taken away right before Riley and Xiaoyu, leaving them to exchange bewildered glances. Oh dear, did Jackie-chan have a customer? Jackie? Jackie? Does taking Uncle Dragon away count as a transaction? It was not until Riley's father, alerted by the commotion, opened the door and stepped out in a flurry that Riley scratched his head, meeting his father's perplexed gaze, and uttered something astonishing that plunged his father into deep contemplation. What does it mean that they took Along away? Could it be that this lad ultimately succumbed to the siren call of wealth, secretly fleeing abroad to engage in the nefarious activities of tomb raiding? Although he knew this day would eventually come, he had not anticipated that this troublesome boy would be so disappointing. At the very least, he could have returned with some antique treasures to enrich his father's collection. Ahem. Rest assured that Uncle Long is merely reminiscing with his friends and has not found himself in any trouble. If you are genuinely concerned, I shall retrieve him forthwith. Naturally, although the task has been accomplished and subsequent events do not require Riley's involvement, it is imperative to ascertain that the narrative of Jackie-chan adventures exists within this Marvel universe. Therefore, Riley, adhering to the principle of seizing the moment, intends to explore the fabled and purportedly most secure Area 13. If all proceeds smoothly, it may alleviate some burdens and concerns related to Peter's forthcoming heroic endeavors. Thus, before the old man, prone to unfounded fears, can conjure an elaborate scene of Uncle Long behind bars, Riley speaks soothingly and departs from the antique shop. Such enthusiasm. Could he be a relative of Jackie-chan? Yet, I distinctly recall that Shin has but one daughter. Observing Riley's retreating figure, the bewildered old man, thoroughly flummoxed by Riley's familiarity, begins to question whether he is succumbing to senility. Xiaoyu, let us study together with your grandfather. Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu? Just as the old man resolves to wait for Riley's return to the antique shop to seek clarification, prioritizing the care of Xiaoyu, he surveys the small antique store, which he has thoroughly examined. It is then that he suddenly realizes that, at some point unbeknownst to him, Xiaoyu, who ought to have been faithfully stationed beside the suitcase, has vanished without a trace. Chapter 14. The acquisition of a little admirer. As the scene shifts, we find ourselves outside an antique shop. Riley, after surveying the surroundings, ventures into a narrow alley adjacent to the shop. Just as Riley steps inside, a figure quietly follows her. It's Xiaoyu, who trails behind, moving deeper into the alley. However, Xiaoyu is perplexed. She distinctly remembers watching Riley take a turn at a fork in the path. Yet, upon entering, she is met with the sight of an empty dead end. Despite her meticulous searching, even after several attempts, there is no trace of Riley to be found. This uncanny disappearance leaves Xiaoyu's mind swirling with questions. Are you looking for me, Xiaoyu? Just as Xiaoyu is lost in her thoughts, a sudden sound draws her attention upwards. To her astonishment, she discovers that Riley, with her hands casually tucked into her pockets, is standing atop a wall, maintaining a vertical stance at a right angle, looking down at her with an air of ease and contentment. Wow, no wonder you can crush stones with such ease. I knew you were a superhero, just like Super Moose. Faced with this display of extraordinary prowess, Xiaoyu exhibits no signs of fear or surprise. Instead, her eyes gleam with excitement as she calls out. After Riley performs a graceful somersault, landing effortlessly, Xiaoyu rushes forward, seizing Riley's hand and shaking it eagerly. Hey, can I join you on your adventures? I've always wanted to be a hero, just like Super Moose. Even if it's just as a sidekick, please, please. I know I can be of help. Haha. You're quite bold, aren't you? Aren't you afraid I might actually be a supervillain? Following someone without knowing their true nature can be perilous. Don't do that again. Well, knowing your character, you probably won't listen anyway. Observing Xiaoyu's adoring gaze, brimming with trust and devoid of any caution, Riley, who had initially intended to find a way to bond with Xiaoyu, cannot help but chuckle softly. The carefully prepared words are cast aside, replaced by a heartfelt reminder as she reaches out to ruffle Xiaoyu's hair affectionately. Humph, it's as if you know me so well. Hey, don't do that. I'm not a little kid. I'm 11 years old now. Soon, I'll be entering middle school. Though Riley, who appears youthful due to her upbringing alongside Peter, possesses the maturity of an adult, she has honed her skills in playfully tousling hair. As she rubs Xiaoyu's head, rather than being met with disdain, Xiaoyu instinctively squints her eyes in delight, nudging against Riley's palm. However, realizing her actions, Xiaoyu's cheeks flush with embarrassment as she quickly swats Riley's hand away, circling around her with curious scrutiny. It seems you are already quite familiar with me. Are you perhaps a relative of mine? This is rather complicated. I shall explain it to you in due time. Standing patiently in place, Riley allowed Xiaoyu to observe him as if he were a rare animal, carefully inspecting him before he gently tapped the spider emblem on his chest through his attire. In front of Xiaoyu, he donned the sleek black Spider-Man suit. He then activated the radar system on his smart goggles, which displayed a 3D virtual model of New York City. Before confirming that Uncle Long had been taken away by the bald Sheriff Blake, he ensured that the tracker he had discreetly placed on Uncle Long was transmitting his location in real time. As he planned the optimal route, he extended his hand towards Xiaoyu, who gazed at him with growing admiration and envy. Now, I must fulfill my promise to bring Uncle Long back. Would you care to join me? We shall infiltrate the villain's lair and rescue the innocent citizens who have been kidnapped. Oh my, this is precisely what I have always dreamed of doing. Ahem, I mean, of course. Miss Xiaoyu at your service. At first, Xiaoyu had her reservations about being sent to New York City to live with a relative she had never met for an entire year. However, upon seeing Riley in his dashing uniform, reaching out to her with an inviting hand, her heart soared as if she had entered paradise. Naturally, she nodded fervently, fearing he might change his mind, while simultaneously expressing gratitude to her parents in her heart. Standing with her legs together, she responded earnestly, "So, how shall we get there? Do you possess the ability to fly at supersonic speeds like Super Moose? Or do you have some secret superhero vehicle hidden nearby?" Unfortunately, this serious demeanor did not last even 3 seconds before it reverted to her playful nature. Amidst her rapid-fire questions, she cupped her hands over her forehead, eagerly searching for a fantastical vehicle in her imagination. A special vehicle? That is a topic for another time. Although I cannot take off like Super Moose, if you remain calm and still, I can let you experience the thrill of high-speed flight through the city. Watching Xiaoyu, who was reluctant to admit she was still a child, yet displayed her playful nature, reminded Riley of his own childhood when he, at her age, would drape a thin blanket over himself and wield a plastic staff, imagining himself as the Monkey King causing a ruckus in the heavenly realms. Empathizing with her, the masked Riley revealed a knowing smile, growing fonder of the lively and adorable girl before him. He softened his tone, bending down to lift Xiaoyu off the ground entirely into his embrace. "Hold on tight, Xiaoyu. We are about to take off now." With that, Riley, securing Xiaoyu with one arm, utilized his incredible strength to propel them upwards with astonishing agility. With a mere act of instinctively straightening his legs and executing a single leap, he ascended nearly 100 meters in just a few breaths. As the momentum of his ascent gradually waned and the inexorable pull of gravity began to draw him back toward the earth, Riley, who wished to tease the young girl Xiaoyu, deliberately refrained from launching his webbing at the first opportunity. It was not until the sound of rushing air filled his ears, and he observed that he was merely 10 meters from the ground, that he finally employed his other hand to fire a strand of webbing, striking a nearby building with precision. This allowed his body to harness the robust force generated by his rapid descent, enabling him to swing swiftly to the apex of his arc. Then, with a release of his grip, he propelled himself forth, akin to a cannonball discharged from its chamber. Chapter 15, the 13th District. The safest place in the world in Riley's imagination, this experience was akin to the exhilarating thrill of bungee jumping, surely capable of eliciting loud cries from the young Xiaoyu, instilling in her a sense of caution to be wary of strangers. Indeed, Xiaoyu did scream. However, her voice was devoid of terror or anxiety, instead overflowing with excitement and joy, as if she were reveling in a theme park. This unexpected reaction left Riley both amused and exasperated, marveling at Xiaoyu's resilience. The girl who had repeatedly saved the world from dire straits. Having confirmed that Xiaoyu could withstand the exhilarating sensations of soaring through the air, Riley gradually increased their speed. Upon observing the tracker, he noted that Uncle Long and his companions were slowing down, evidently nearing the entrance of the 13th District. With his proficiency in aerial maneuvers growing, Riley adjusted their trajectory and gracefully landed on a high-rise building with Xiaoyu in his arms. From their elevated vantage point, they spotted the familiar black van entering below. In the next moment, as the van's rear door swung open, Uncle Long, fully awakened by Sheriff Blake's call, leapt out in a fit of rage. "After 6 years, your first action is to drug me? What kind of joke is this? Why would you do such a thing? I thought we were friends." "Of course, we are friends," Blake replied, "but I must apologize. I am bound by duty. Until you agree to join us, I cannot disclose the secrets of this place." "Yes, I see it's extraordinary here, utterly chaotic. Let me guess, your next revelation is about a hidden base? How did you know?" "I was just about to tell you." "Oh, come on. I stopped believing in such childish tales over a decade ago. Thank you for the unexpected reunion gift. I appreciate it. Let us meet again in 6 years. Oh, pardon me, I must call a taxi first." "What? Wait, Jackie, that phone booth." Regardless of Sheriff Blake's explanations, Uncle Long, convinced of his betrayal and caught up in his anger, dismissed Blake's words as mere noise, ignoring Blake's warnings. He approached the vintage telephone booth, prepared to dial for a taxi. Little did he know, this very booth served as one of the secret passages to the 13th district. The phone number intended for the taxi service was pre-programmed, functioning as a code to activate the machine. Thus, under this fortuitous misunderstanding, as the final correct number was dialed, the booth's door closed automatically, with the walls swiftly shifting. Before Uncle Long could react, he was abruptly propelled by a powerful force, letting out a terrified scream as he vanished without a trace. Afterwards, in an effort to mask the peculiar disappearance of the telephone booth and to prevent the entrance to District 13 from being discovered, a colossal mechanism hidden underground quietly commenced its operation. Almost at the very moment Uncle Long vanished from sight, a replica of the telephone booth, identical in both exterior and interior, was elevated to the original location by a lift. Ah, such an impatient old friend. Of course, Uncle Long's inadvertent breach of District 13's secrets caused quite a headache for Sheriff Blake. After a brief moment of silence, Sheriff Blake began to dismantle and reorganize the plans he had meticulously prepared, glancing around to ensure no one was observing. Only then did he rhythmically tread back and forth on the ground, subsequently activating a concealed staircase along the wall that descended rapidly. So captivated was Sheriff Blake by Uncle Long's presence, solely focused on soothing this old friend's emotions and achieving cooperation, that he remained blissfully unaware. Just before the hidden door in the wall closed, Riley, seizing the moment, gracefully swung and using his web, deftly maneuvering himself close to the wall. Thus, relying on the age-old principle that CTs seldom look up, he brazenly followed Sheriff Blake and his companions into District 13. As for Xiaoyu, before the operation commenced, Riley, to free his hands for the impending tasks and to prevent Xiaoyu from bumping her head, had her lie on his back, securely fastening their connection with strands of webbing. In this silent endeavor, the group swiftly traversed the secret passage under Sheriff Blake's lead. By the time Uncle Long, thoroughly shaken by the terrifying telephone booth encounter, lay limp and powerless on the ground as the elevator doors opened, the party awaited at the exit with expressions that conveyed a mix of amusement and restraint. "Oh, my head. What misfortune. I was just about to warn you. Jackie, you really should have let me finish." "Huh, Blake? How did you get down here?" "Naturally, I took the stairs. Follow me. We still have some distance to cover." Following the conclusion of that classic scene, Sheriff Blake guided Uncle Long through the labyrinthine passage, making turns and twists for a while. Ultimately, he activated a mechanism on the wall, revealing a concealed elevator, and they entered together, bound for the so-called safest area, District 13. However, in that cramped elevator space, even if Sheriff Blake and the others were somewhat careless, they certainly would not have overlooked Riley crawling into the elevator without reacting. Moreover, activating the exterior elevator disguised as a telephone booth necessitated the input of a specific code, implying that for this elevator to function normally, corresponding methods were required. Thus, it appeared that Riley's stealthy journey was destined to be thwarted, leaving him unable to enter the true District 13. Fortunately, Riley had deliberately brought along the conceptual spirit, Xiaoyu. In a situation where both Mingming and Riley were newcomers to the outer layers of the 13th district, Xiaoyu relied solely on her intuition to point out a hidden shortcut to Riley, one that even Sheriff Blake, who had meticulously managed the 13th district for many years, had failed to uncover. With a swift advance, the scenery before them became remarkably clear. As outsiders, Riley and Xiaoyu managed to gain access to the core confidential area of the 13th district even before Sheriff Blake and his team, who were using the private elevator. It was from this moment onward that the world's most secure 13th district, akin to the indomitable helicarrier of S.H.I.E.L.D., began its descent from grace, becoming an indelible stain on Sheriff Blake's life. Chapter 16. Uncle Long's Day of Suffering. This is the 13th district, larger than I had anticipated. I wonder if there is any connection between the 13th district and S.H.I.E.L.D. Despite having mentally prepared myself, the realization that such a vast and secretive organization existed beneath the city I had called home for 15 years left Riley with a profound sense of awe. "Oh, I see Uncle Long and the others. Xiaoyu, we are ready to descend." "Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu." As Riley snapped back to reality, intending to caution Xiaoyu to proceed with care to avoid any misunderstandings, she suddenly realized that the girl, who should have been quietly perched on her back, had vanished without a trace. It is worth noting that even if we disregard Riley's current position, lying on the ceiling of the 13th district, the second floor, which is the closest drop, still stands approximately 4 to 5 meters high. How could Xiaoyu, who had not yet undergone Uncle Long's training and possessed no martial arts background, possibly manage to land without injury and make no sound whatsoever? This perplexing question aside, the webs produced by Riley, after undergoing a series of tests in Harry's laboratory, were confirmed to possess a tensile strength capable of withstanding at least 10 tons of force. No matter how one contemplates it, how could an ordinary little girl like Xiaoyu possibly break free from the confines of the web? Furthermore, how could she do so without Riley, whose senses were greatly heightened due to her physical transformation, detecting her presence in such close proximity? It is no wonder that before the crossing, people online remarked that keeping an eye on Xiaoyu was an endeavor worthy of being deemed epic. In this light, the weight of that statement only seems to increase. It is surely not as simple as a mere jest. Uncle Long. Just as Riley fell into a silent reverie of self-doubt over Xiaoyu's mysterious disappearance, Xiaoyu, also a newcomer to the 13th district, had managed to stealthily procure an electric scooter amidst the countless rooms, an accomplishment that would likely take days or even weeks to comprehend fully without assistance. Upon her loud exclamation, Sheriff Blake and Uncle Long instinctively recoiled, creating some distance between them, after which Xiaoyu demonstrated driving skills remarkably uncharacteristic of her age. With one foot on the ground, she elegantly executed a 180-degree turn and then pressed the accelerator to the floor, hurtling forward at full speed, leaving Uncle Long bewildered in her wake. However, due to the shortcut taken to enter the 13th district, which relied significantly on Riley's climbing abilities, it became evident that the terrain was ill-suited for an electric scooter. Consequently, after rescuing Uncle Long, Xiaoyu found herself careening through the unfamiliar landscape of the 13th district, desperately relying on her luck and intuition to seek an escape. This chaotic endeavor not only disrupted the diligent work of the agents in the 13th district, but also sent them into a frenzy. Due to the suddenness of the incident, there was scarcely time for Uncle Long to take his seat on the electric scooter. Acting purely on instinct, he hastily settled onto a nearby wheelchair, ready to propel forward alongside Xiaoyu as she sped past him, gripping the scooter tightly. This was indeed a trial for him. Setting aside the physical demands this maneuver posed on Uncle Long's strength and coordination, when Xiaoyu, audacious despite her small stature, rushed down the stairs with unrelenting speed, Uncle Long was left with no choice but to leap from his chair, landing atop the adjacent pipe. The friction from his descent produced a cacophony of sounds and a shower of sparks, creating an alarming spectacle. After that, Xiaoyu, engrossed in her reckless dash, seemed entirely oblivious to the misfortune of her beleaguered uncle, who was forced to navigate through narrow, obscure pathways to avoid obstacles and innocent bystanders. Uncle Long had to leap from his seat, supporting the rear of the scooter with one hand at nearly a 90-degree angle as he sped along the wall. Just as he began to acclimatize to the scooter's pace, he struggled to extend his other hand to extract the key, forcibly shutting down the engine and abruptly ending Xiaoyu's wild escapade. Yet, before Uncle Long could savor his small victory, the colossal inertia flung both him and his chair violently through the air. Ultimately, amidst the cacophony of clattering objects, Uncle Long, having been treated like a mere plaything by his niece, collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated by this unforeseen calamity. Ironically, Xiaoyu's intention was to assist Uncle Long in escaping the 13th district, at least to distance themselves from the nefarious Sheriff Blake. However, after her chaotic tour within the 13th district, Sheriff Blake, calmly descending the stairs from the second floor, arrived precisely in front of Uncle Long. Even Xiaoyu, unable to restart the scooter, was easily apprehended by the agents flanking Sheriff Blake. "Jackie, my dear friend, how are you? Look over here. How many fingers do you see? Oh, so many stars. Is it already night? There, all is well. Just lie down and rest." After kneeling down to assess Uncle Long's condition with genuine concern, the usually stoic Sheriff Blake furrowed his brow, revealing a rare glimpse of anger. Rising to his feet, he turned his gaze towards Xiaoyu, who continued to struggle against the grip of the two agents. With a noticeably more forceful tone, he questioned her deliberately. "Little girl, how did you manage to enter the 13th district?" "Humph, what is so difficult about it? Just like you, I took the stairs." Upon hearing Sheriff Blake's inquiry, Xiaoyu, still resisting, finally settled down a bit. However, this did not imply that she felt any fear. It was merely a fleeting thought of Xiaoyu's that Riley might be lurking in some corner of District 13, quietly observing her every move, hoping to salvage a semblance of reputation should the rescue plan falter. With her head held high, she responded with the bravado of a hero poised for a noble sacrifice. "I am the intrepid T-girl. Do not expect to extract any valuable information from me. Await the reckoning from my comrades. You vile kidnapper." "What? A vile kidnapper? Are you referring to me?" As Xiaoyu's righteous demeanor became apparent, Sheriff Blake, only then realizing he had been cast as the nefarious villain, furrowed his brow and, after a moment of bewilderment, revealed an expression of awkward amusement. He then attempted to clarify the misunderstanding while reaching into his pocket, retrieving his wallet and searching through it until he produced a photograph from his youth, depicting himself alongside Uncle Long during their university days. "Little girl, you may have misconstrued the situation. I am a friend of Jackie Chan. We have known each other for many years. Behold this photograph. I even attended his graduation ceremony back in the day. Chapter 17. The distinction between mischievous and well-behaved children. How am I to ascertain the veracity of your claims? Moreover, the individual in the photograph possesses a full head of hair, while you are devoid of such, clearly indicating that the image has been digitally altered. Do not presume that I am a mere child, easily deceived. In response to Sheriff Blake's assertions and evidence, Xiaoyu maintained her vigilance and wariness, showing no signs of relaxation. A cursory glance at the photograph revealed a youthful, smiling figure standing beside a young Jackie Chan, with a luxurious mane of hair. In stark contrast, Sheriff Blake's bald head and his demeanor, reminiscent of someone who had been wronged financially, left little room for doubt in Xiaoyu's mind. With a sudden surge of strength, Xiaoyu broke free from the agent's grasp, crossing her arms defiantly as she retorted, "You barged into someone's home, rendered him unconscious, and forcibly brought him to an undisclosed underground base after committing such acts. You dare claim to be Uncle Long's friend? Spare me your incredulity." Xiaoyu's words struck at the very core of Sheriff Blake, who found himself momentarily at a loss for a suitable rebuttal. He could only retract the photograph, glancing at the flowing locks within it while subconsciously raising a hand to caress his own bald head, a result of the relentless demands of managing District 13. A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. Cough, cough, Xiaoyu. I have long wished to convey this to you. Sheriff Blake is not deceiving you. He is indeed a friend of Uncle Long. Bringing him here was solely due to the significance of this location, which necessitated utmost confidentiality. Thus, I had initially stated that we were merely here to escort Uncle Long back, not to rescue him. As Xiaoyu remained obstinate, refusing to accept Sheriff Blake's explanation, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly frigid. Just then, Riley, having removed his combat attire, descended from the ceiling at an opportune moment. With a playful flick of his fingers, he gently tapped Xiaoyu on the head and continued, "By the way, do you recall what I mentioned prior to our operation?" Haha. Was that so? You know, I just arrived here. My English is still quite rudimentary, so I hardly grasped what you were saying. Completely understandable, right? Alright. Alright, stop looking at me like that. I get it. After hearing Riley's words, Xiaoyu reflected carefully and realized that, as he had indicated, there were indeed numerous opportunities along their route before entering District 13, where Riley could have incapacitated the isolated Sheriff Blake and directly rescued Uncle Long. Even earlier, when Sheriff Blake attempted to abduct Uncle Long, Riley had possessed the capability to leave them all stranded at the antique shop. Yet, throughout the entire ordeal, Riley had opted for inaction. In hindsight, it seemed highly probable that Riley had already been aware of Sheriff Blake's true nature and had merely intended to wait until their conversation concluded before escorting Uncle Long back. Quite simply, as the increasingly anxious Xiaoyu could no longer contain her curiosity, she stole a glance, her heart suffering 1,000 strikes. Though she refrained from voicing her thoughts, her eyes undeniably dimmed, contrasting sharply with her earlier demeanor of strategic composure. Sheriff Blake, appearing particularly aggrieved and helpless, was drenched in cold sweat as he realized his impatience had inadvertently triggered a blunder. Under Riley's unwavering gaze, Xiaoyu ultimately succumbed to the pangs of her conscience. Approaching Sheriff Blake with a subdued demeanor, suppressing her temper, and earnestly offering her apology. "I sincerely apologize, Sheriff Blake. I should not have doubted you nor spoken recklessly. I am truly sorry." It was evident that Xiaoyu, rushing into action without heeding advice, was indeed a quintessential mischievous child. However, unlike her peers, upon recognizing her misstep, Xiaoyu exhibited a remarkable capacity for self-correction, never stubbornly clinging to her pride or evading responsibility. This trait distinguished her from the other rascals, not only sparing her from disdain, but also highlighting her quirky charm, making her all the more endearing and garnering affection and care from those around her. For instance, just moments ago, Sheriff Blake, who had been quietly lamenting the relentless passage of time. "Ahem, it's quite all right. We too bear some responsibility. Our methods may indeed lead to misunderstandings, so you need not feel at fault." At that moment, gazing at Xiaoyu, who had transformed from her previously boisterous self to one humbly acknowledging her mistake, Sheriff Blake, despite his outward stoicism, felt his heart, long untouched by familial warmth, begin to soften. Resolutely, he made up his mind that once he married, he would surely wish for a daughter as delightful as Xiaoyu. Yet, in the presence of his subordinates, he stifled the urge to ruffle her hair, maintaining his facade of composure as he replied, however, "I am more curious about how you both managed to enter Sector 13 without triggering any alarms. It seems our security system requires a thorough review and an upgrade. In a certain sense, this marked a pivotal moment in Xiaoyu's journey toward emerging from the ranks of agents and successfully inheriting the responsibilities of Sector 13. From this moment forth, Sheriff Blake genuinely regarded Xiaoyu as a daughter, nurturing her with affection. Thus, in accordance with the ancient wisdom of China, The notion of a dutiful daughter succeeding her father's legacy seems only fitting, does it not? Ahem, Sheriff Blake. I must confess that I overheard part of your conversation with Uncle Long. Though it may be somewhat presumptuous, I feel compelled to remind you concurrently, facing Sheriff Blake's inquiry. Riley, having prepared her response in advance, stepped forward, calling out to capture the attention of everyone present, attempting to divert the conversation away from the somewhat awkward topic. Since the Mafia's target is that shield, in comparison to the advancements of the 13th District's security system, it is paramount that we promptly allocate additional personnel to ensure the safety of our esteemed elder. After all, to my knowledge, the coveted shield that you and the Mafia desire is currently housed within the confines of the elder's antique shop. Hence, the solitary presence of the elder in the shop renders him a more susceptible target for abduction by the Mafia. You are indeed correct. It is a dereliction on our part that we failed to recognize this critical detail in a timely manner. Fortunately, despite sharing the same baldness, Sheriff Blake is evidently more amenable and approachable than the rather obstinate individual from S.H.I.E.L.D. Moreover, Riley and Xiao Yu appear to be merely underage children, with connections to their friend, Jackie Chan. This inadvertently leads Sheriff Blake to assume that leaving the two children unattended would not incite significant trouble, momentarily setting aside the question of how they gained access to the 13th District. With a slight nod, he retrieves his handheld radio, preparing to dispatch agents to ascertain the elder's current condition. Chapter 18, The Assault on Father. Hello. Oh, is that you, Father? You wish to know my whereabouts? I fear that that's not something I can disclose. Just then, Uncle Long's pocket vibrated incessantly, gradually stirring him from his hazy state. He reached into his pants pocket, fumbling to retrieve his phone. As he pressed the answer button, he instinctively replied while using his other hand to pat his back. Struggling to sit upright, his bleary gaze scanned the surroundings, attempting to comprehend his current situation. Xiaoyu? Ah, she is well, presently with Riley, right before me. Wait, Xiaoyu, how did you two manage to enter here? That is precisely the question I wish to pose, Cheng Long. Since the establishment of District 13, no one has ever intruded uninvited. These two children exhibit remarkable talent. Perhaps you should consider allowing them to join District 13 to fully realize their potential. Meanwhile, as Sheriff Blake listened in on Uncle Long's conversation, a sense of relief washed over him at the confirmation of Father's safety. Nevertheless, to ensure their security, he promptly dispatched a portion of his personnel to the antique shop before stowing away the walkie-talkie. With a hint of mirth in his teasing, he extended his hands to assist Uncle Long in standing up steadily. What? No, absolutely not. They are merely children. Their primary focus should be on their studies. They should not be entangled in such perilous affairs. Sheriff Blake's fervent declaration jolted Uncle Long, who, despite still being somewhat dazed, felt a surge of clarity due to his guardianship responsibilities. Under the gaze of Xiao Yu, filled with surprise and anticipation, Uncle Long decisively rejected Sheriff Blake's suggestion without even considering it. He turned away, resuming his conversation with Father. Huh? What did you say? The shield is unimportant. It is, of course, important. Father, you have no idea. Since my return, nearly everyone has sought to possess it. I was even knocked unconscious by an old friend and forcibly taken because of this shield. Never mind. That is not the point. The shield is vital. Did you hear me, Father? Father? Father. Your father is safe and sound, Mr. Cheng Long. I shall take good care of him. However, if I do not receive that shield within an hour. All right, I understand. I shall head over immediately. During their prior conversation, Sheriff Blake had elucidated the existence of the Black Hand Gang and their recent obsession with pilfering various artifacts. Thus, upon hearing the ominous tone of an unfamiliar voice, Uncle Long's heart skipped a beat, yet he swiftly grasped the situation and made a decisive choice. Is something amiss, Cheng Long? Do you require assistance from my men? Nothing significant, merely a personal matter to attend to. Before my return, could you keep an eye on my niece? Niece? Are you referring to this child? I had no idea you had a niece. I only found out today. Shall you? Stay put and do not cause any trouble. Heed Sheriff Blake's words. After a hurried exchange, Sheriff Blake watched as the anxious Uncle Long took the elevator away from District 13. Naturally, with his extensive experience, Sheriff Blake had already discerned that Uncle Long's so-called personal matters were undoubtedly tied to the underworld. However, he was acutely aware of his old friend's temperament and understood that intervening at this juncture would only exacerbate their already strained relationship. Thus, after a brief moment of contemplation, Sheriff Blake resolved to respect Uncle Long's decision. Very well, children, allow me to guide you on a proper tour of District 13. Yet, just as Sheriff Blake believed that managing the children was a trivial matter and endeavored to muster a smile to bridge the awkward atmosphere between himself and Uncle Long, he was suddenly taken aback. In the fleeting moment of his distraction, both Riley and Xiao Yu, who had been standing there so obediently, had inexplicably vanished. Even the agents standing beside them, upon receiving their boss's questioning gaze, shrugged in unison, indicating that they too were utterly oblivious to the whereabouts of the two children. This left Sheriff Blake's mind swirling with questions. Such a covert operation, and with Uncle Long's niece. Could it be the enigmatic art of Chinese Kung Fu? The scene shifts to the antique shop owned by Old Man. Despite having anticipated something amiss upon receiving that threatening phone call, the sight that greeted him upon entering the shop, Old Man's room ransacked, with books, scrolls, and various items strewn about, still sent a shiver down Uncle Long's spine. What puzzled him most was that he had distinctly witnessed Old Man bringing the shield into the room before departing. Logically, such a sizable shield should have been quite conspicuous in the moderately sized room, easily located by the underworld's minions. Yet, why had the caller insisted that he retrieve Old Man with the shield? Wasn't that redundant? Don't bother looking, Uncle Long. We have thoroughly confirmed that Old Man is not here. Shall you? How did you return even faster than I did? And I specifically instructed you to stay with Sheriff Blake. Before Uncle Long could fully grasp this conundrum, a sudden voice from behind startled him, causing his heart to skip a beat. Turning around, he found that Xiao Yu and Riley, who were supposed to remain in District 13, had emerged from beneath the table, their heads poking out. With a growing multitude of questions swirling in his mind, Uncle Long could not suppress his instinct to express his astonishment, staring wide-eyed as he inquired. Of course, we took the stairs. As Father has stated, you are to be my guardian for the upcoming year, and it is only natural for me to accompany you. However, in response to Uncle Long's inquiry, Xiao Yu stood with her hands on her hips, exuding an air of defiance. When Uncle Long approached swiftly, seemingly intent on seizing Xiao Yu and ushering her into the room, he nudged Riley with his elbow. In an almost magical fashion, Riley produced from behind him a shield that, despite the passage of time, still gleamed with resplendent brilliance. Additionally, I presume this is what you were searching for, is it not? Chapter 19. Riley. Was it not your task to keep an eye on Xiao Yu? As for the shield that now rests in Riley's possession, the story unfolds earlier, when Xiao Yu departed from the antique shop in pursuit of him. Familiar with the plot, Riley adeptly utilized his climbing skills to access the second floor of the antique shop through a window at the rear. Seizing the opportunity while Old Man was distracted in his search for Xiao Yu, Riley stealthily entered the Old Man's room and concealed the shield within the storage space provided by his system. This was to ensure that when the Black Hand Gang arrived, Uncle Long would retain sufficient leverage to safely rescue the Old Man. Of course, a more straightforward approach would have been to bring the Old Man directly to the 13th District, much like he had done with Peter. However, as a stranger, such an action would surely lead to the Old Man's confusion and resistance, creating unnecessary misunderstandings. Moreover, without this unfolding drama to alert Uncle Long to the gravity of the situation, leading him to acquiesce to Sheriff Blake's request and embark on a quest for the talismans. Had Riley removed the chicken talisman prematurely, the remaining 11 talismans would have inevitably fallen into the hands of the Holy Lord. After all, having lived in the Marvel Universe for 15 years, and with much of his past life fading from memory, Riley only retained a vague recollection of the talisman's general locations, lacking specifics. Furthermore, as a minor, it was unrealistic for him to obtain Ben and May's consent to purchase a ticket for an international journey to personally collect the talismans. Even if the Old Man and his party, along with the 13th District, had fled from San Francisco to New York City, the locations of those talismans could have very well changed. Relying solely on himself, Riley might not be able to gather them all. Let us not forget that following the conclusion of the Talisman Saga, the narrative seamlessly transitions into the 8 great demons. Art particularly concerning is the formidable Book of Ages, capable of altering reality at will, should it exist within this Marvel universe, ensuring that the world remains intact and beyond the grasp of those malevolent demons. Riley dared not excessively interfere with the decisions of Uncle Long and the others. Thus, after installing a tracker on the Old Man to guarantee that he could promptly rescue him should events deviate from the original storyline, Riley retraced his steps. Serendipitously, he positioned himself against the wall, providing Xiao Yu, who was trailing him, with a considerable surprise. Yes, this is it. You have truly aided me immensely. Though a nagging sense of unease lingered in his subconscious, the urgency to rescue the Old Man compelled Uncle Long to overlook the intricacies of the details. After receiving the shield from Riley and offering a hasty reminder, he hurriedly departed from the antique shop. All right, Xiao Yu, you must return to your room immediately. Riley, please keep an eye on Xiao Yu for me. I will be back shortly. Before long, following their earlier telephone conversation, Uncle Long swiftly arrived at the predetermined meeting location. Gazing upon the building, which, despite being close to noon, exuded an eerie and sinister aura, it felt as though something ominous lurked within its shadows. Uncle Long's heart plummeted into despair. Due to Riley's influence, he refrained from engaging in a confrontation with the trio from the Black Hand Gang, and was instead taken directly to District 13 by Sheriff Blake. Furthermore, the trio, harboring resentment towards Riley, exaggeratedly reported Riley's alleged threats upon their return. Consequently, True's kidnapping of the old man was expedited significantly. According to Sheriff Blake's account, the Black Hand Gang, notorious as a criminal organization, proved difficult to apprehend even in the well-staffed District 13. As a mere archaeologist, could he genuinely rescue his father from such vicious individuals? His father was up there, wasn't he? When would they rush in to save him? May I inquire? Do you speak English? What sort of question is that? Of course I do. If so, I ordered you to return to your room and not wander about. I have made that clear numerous times. Why do you persist in ignoring me? Amidst the somber atmosphere of a hero gone and never to return, Uncle Long took a deep breath, about to step forward, when a sudden voice from behind interrupted his train of thought yet again. Gradually growing accustomed to Xiao Yu's uncanny appearances, Uncle Long, with a stoic expression, turned around and replied with deliberate clarity. When Xiao Yu, feeling guilty, lowered her head in silence, Uncle Long, still unsatisfied, turned slightly to complain to Riley. And you, Riley? Didn't I ask you to help keep an eye on Xiao Yu? Indeed, Uncle Long, that's why I'm right here, diligently watching over her, Riley retorted, feigning innocence while suppressing a smile, eyes wide with feigned surprise. Look, I even called for reinforcements to accomplish this daunting task. They will arrive shortly. Ugh, I didn't mean that. What I wanted was for you to. Never mind, there is no time to dwell on this. At this juncture, Uncle Long understood that neither Riley nor Xiao Yu could provide him any peace of mind. Hearing that Riley had even summoned help, fearing that the Black Hand might misconstrue the situation and endanger his father's safety, Uncle Long could no longer afford the patience to educate these two mischief makers. Adopting a stern demeanor, he firmly warned Xiao Yu, this is my final warning. Stay put. Otherwise, I will have you sent back to Hong Kong immediately. And you, Riley, no more wandering around with Xiao Yu. We swear by the honor of the Boy Scouts to complete the task. After receiving their synchronized promises, Uncle Long finally felt a bit more at ease and swiftly entered the building. Unbeknownst to him, as he stepped inside, the seemingly serious duo exchanged knowing smiles, high-fived each other, and once again recited the latter part of their plan in unison. Amidst the unfolding events, a taxi sped to a halt behind the two individuals. As they turned to investigate the commotion, they beheld the silhouette of Peter Parker, who, after settling the fare, alighted from the cab and hastened towards them. It was only through the unspoken understanding between the brothers, under Riley's guidance, that the trio managed to navigate to the corner of the building. Evading the gaze of surveillance and passers-by, Peter, arms crossed, rolled his eyes at Riley, voicing his grievances with a hint of exasperation. Once again, you've asked me to cover for you and have summoned me to this distant locale during my lunch break. Riley, you owe me an explanation, or I shall have to inform Uncle Ben and Aunt May. With a playful tone, Riley replied, Oh, are you so reluctant? I had envisioned handing over this suit to you, inviting you to partake in our upcoming endeavor against international crime syndicates, marking our debut as superheroes together. Observing Peter's pouting visage, reminiscent of an adorable, sulking hamster, Riley exerted considerable effort to suppress a chuckle. Just as Peter, increasingly flustered by Riley's amusement, was about to unleash further frustration, Riley raised his hand to pat his chest, demonstrating the impressive transformation into the nanosuit. He then presented the other spider insignia, resting in the palm of his hand, to the astonished Peter, feigning regret as he continued, Alas, you seem quite unwilling, so I cannot impose. Let us leave this matter to the professionals and return to school. Chapter 20 Peter, I understand. What? Back to school? Are you joking? Ahem. What I mean is, since we're here, I might as well indulge you just this once. The design of the suit crafted by Riley, in a certain sense, stemmed from Peter's own creativity. This revelation left Peter wide-eyed upon witnessing Riley's black suit, nearly drooling with astonishment. Without a second thought of being teased by Riley, he snatched the spider emblem from Riley's hand. By the way, who is she? Didn't you say that our identities must remain as confidential as possible, to prevent others from discovering them? However, after obtaining the spider emblem, Peter did not rush to activate the suit. Instead, he shifted his perspective, casting a peculiar glance up and down at Xiao Yu, inquiring with confusion. The reason for keeping it from others was the concern that they might expose our identities or fall into peril. But trust me, if any villain dares to trouble Xiao Yu, it would only lead to their own undoing. In response to Peter's questions, Riley maintained her smile while patiently explaining, stepping forward to demonstrate the attire and some fundamental usage methods of the nanosuit, guiding Peter through the process. It was until Peter, though somewhat bewildered, out of trust in Riley, mimicked her movements and donned the iconic red and blue suit that Riley finally retreated to Xiao Yu's side. Instinctively, she cradled Xiao Yu with one arm while the other shot out webs, propelling them towards the rooftop. By the way, when you feel the time is right, you can disclose this matter to Gwen. As the daughter of the police chief of New York City, few would dare to take an interest in her, so that concern is non-existent. But for now, let us not dwell on that. Come with me to save someone. However, it was precisely because of this that Riley remained oblivious to the fact that her subconscious mention of permitting Peter to reveal his identity to Gwen, originally intended to alleviate Peter's psychological burden, had inadvertently led to Peter's misunderstanding that Gwen equated to Xiaoyu. Furthermore, considering his feelings for Gwen, which transcended mere friendship, Peter, hidden beneath the mask of the suit, gazed up at the increasingly harmonious duo of Riley and Xiaoyu, displaying an exceedingly strange expression. No wonder, when he had initially misconstrued the nature of Riley and Gwen's relationship due to the outrageous rumors circulating at school, Riley had repeatedly emphasized that it was impossible for him to harbor feelings for Gwen. It turns out Riley's assurances were not merely to comfort him, but rather because this fellow preferred girls younger than himself. That child hardly seems older, resembling an elementary school student. Is Riley not committing a crime in doing so? Just as Peter was caught in a subtle misunderstanding regarding Riley's preferences due to the ambiguous implications of their conversation, Uncle Long, having entered the building ahead, had already taken the elevator straight to the rooftop. As anticipated, I spotted True, a towering figure reminiscent of a humanoid tank, alongside my father, who appeared notably frail and helpless in comparison. In accordance with our agreement, I have brought the shield to you. Now, release my father. You lack the standing to negotiate. Hand over the shield, or I cannot guarantee this gentleman's safety. Very well, calm down. Yet I must inquire. What does your boss desire with the shield? It hardly holds any value. That is of no concern to you. The moment Dragon Uncle beheld True's imposing stature, his heart plummeted to despair. Attempting to divert True's attention with words proved futile, as True's hand remained firmly on my father's shoulder, evoking memories of the trio's trepidation during the antique shop incident when they were paralyzed by fear for Lasso's safety at the hands of Riley. Oh, look behind you. What is that? Just when Dragon Uncle believed he was ensnared in a lethal stalemate, prepared to relinquish the shield for my father's safety and later seek an opportunity to reclaim it, my father, scanning the surroundings in confusion, suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment as if witnessing an improbable occurrence. He raised his hand to point behind True and exclaimed loudly, "Humph, old fool. Do you truly think I would fall for such a rudimentary trick? Hand over the shield, or, to facilitate the threat against Dragon Uncle and mitigate the risk of a sneak attack, True and my father stood precariously near the edge of the rooftop's railing. Thus, every potential escape route was clearly visible from this open expanse, and the absence of helicopter engine noise lent True to dismiss my father's warning as a mere distraction. However, before True could complete his sentence, an unexpected force propelled him forward, causing him to lose his balance and collapse heavily to the ground. When True finally lifted his head, disheveled and supporting himself with his hands, he instinctively turned to observe that not only was my father, guided by the seemingly materializing Xiaoyu, hastily fleeing towards the staircase, but two masked figures clad in eccentric attire had also appeared at the railing, a passage that should not have existed. It was none other than the Parker brothers, utilizing Spider-Man's extraordinary abilities to launch an unexpected assault from behind True. Wow, buddy, you are quite remarkable. You managed to stay conscious through that. By the way, when you have the chance, you should truly learn more about Chinese proverbs. Then you would understand the meaning of disregarding the wisdom of elders and suffering the consequences. Perhaps donning the suit, free from the fear of having his identity revealed, allowed the usually introverted Peter to unleash his true self. Or perhaps it was the thrill and fear of employing his newfound powers against vicious criminals that exhilarated him. Unconsciously seeking to calm the tumult within, Peter's small mouth, as if coated in honey, began to utter playful remarks before his mind could fully register the moment. Consequently, True, already filled with resentment, found his complexion visibly reddening under the provocation of such piercing words. With a determined push against the ground, he unsteadily rose to his feet, taking heavy steps that seemed capable of causing the very building to tremble, his eyes ablaze as he directed a fierce glare toward Peter. Chapter 21. Peter's debut. Confrontation with the underworld. Wow, my friend, you truly seem to be on the verge of exploding with rage. Gazing upon the furious and oppressive presence of True, even Peter, who now possessed strength that could be measured in tons, instinctively believed he could not confront him directly. Without a second thought, he surrendered to the overwhelming sense of impending danger surging within him, and, almost in unison with Riley, leaped into the air to evade True's charge. As True barreled forward, unable to halt his momentum and teetering dangerously close to the edge of the railing, both Peter and Riley fired their webs in a desperate attempt to pull him back. Goodness, how heavy. What on earth have you been eating? You're built like a massive elephant. We can't pull you back. It was through this endeavor that Peter was increasingly astonished to discover that even after his transformation into Spider-Man, he still could not match the sheer physical power of the imposing figure before him. In fact, after being aided by their combined efforts, True managed to stabilize himself, averting the threat of plummeting from the skyscraper. Yet, even with his muscles taut, the terrifying strength he unleashed easily shattered the webs binding him. This revelation left Peter, who had initially underestimated his opponent, nearly wide-eyed with disbelief. Is this really the strength one could attribute to an ordinary person? Could it be that this fellow is also a superhuman like myself? In contrast, Riley appeared unfazed by True's display of power. After all, despite his portrayal in the original storyline, where True suffered defeat after defeat against Uncle Dragon once his novice protection period ended, swiftly losing the intimidation befitting a villain, he had ultimately transformed into a comedic figure upon joining the protagonist's ranks. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that True's strength was indeed formidable enough to single-handedly transport vast quantities of neatly stacked gold, even solid gold statues. A cursory calculation would suggest that the weight of that pile of gold reached approximately 30 tons. Meanwhile, the gold statues he transported began at a staggering weight of 100 tons. Of course, this assessment excludes some of the more outlandish feats he accomplished, such as effortlessly shattering solid walls, crushing metal water tanks, wrestling with colossal serpents, or breaking rocks over a meter thick with his bare hands, all while managing to extricate himself from being buried beneath concrete and other miraculous displays. Otherwise, based on those astonishingly exaggerated demonstrations, True's strength level would be at least in the thousands of tons, potentially reaching tens of thousands in extreme situations, making him capable of arm wrestling with the Hulk. His resilience was such that he survived the collapse of the 13th district, emerging with only the slightest dirt on his clothing while preserving his life. In the midst of his growth phase, Peter, whose strength has yet to surpass the 100-ton mark, remains blissfully unaware of the formidable adversary Riley has set before him. This novice foe is far from an ordinary creature. Rather, it is a superhuman, clad in a guise of humanity, capable of defying the very laws of physics. Fortunately, the essence of Jackie Chan adventures lies in celestial battles and magical confrontations, which diminishes the impact of physical attacks. Otherwise, if Troll were placed in a neighboring production, a series where the villains rarely exceed a mere 100 tons, like the Masked Rider series, he would, even if not the final boss, undoubtedly force the protagonist team into a dire predicament, prompting the emergence of their ultimate forms. Indeed, the members of the Black Hand are formidable opponents. You wait. I shall come to your aid. Meanwhile, although the old man has been successfully rescued, witnessing the two strangers entangled in combat with Troll, who is momentarily at a disadvantage, Uncle Long cannot simply abandon them and flee the scene. Just as he approaches to join forces with the masked heroes, he suddenly senses a shift in the atmosphere, becoming dimmer and more foreboding. Instinctively glancing around, he is astonished to discover peculiar silhouettes clad in black ninja attire rising from the shadows, defying all rational understanding. In the blink of an eye, Uncle Long finds himself encircled by a legion of shadowy ninjas, each one charging directly at him, or more precisely, at the shield he wields. Even the worldly wise Uncle Long cannot help but break into a sweat, faced with this sudden onslaught of silent warriors. He momentarily abandons the thought of aiding Riley and his companions. Instead, he secures his shield firmly, ensuring it will not be easily wrested from his grasp, and transforms into Captain New York, employing every ounce of skill to combat the throng of ninjas. Alas, this is not a furniture store. Uncle Long cannot benefit from any advantageous buffs provided by the environment. Fortunately, Riley has not been cruel enough to pit Peter, freshly emerged from his novice phase, against a Hulk-level foe. The initial adversaries prepared for Peter are, in fact, these shadowy ninja soldiers, agile, numerous, capable of ranged and melee attacks, and adept at teamwork. Yet their strength pales in comparison to Peter's. They are, however, undying entities, requiring no restraint on their part. This scenario serves as the perfect training ground for Peter Parker, enabling him to swiftly acclimate to his burgeoning abilities amidst high-stakes combat. Thus, as he gazes upon Trull, who approaches with a menacing red-eyed effect, Riley springs forward, engaging in a one-on-one confrontation with Trull, leveraging his own 100-ton strength. Seizing the moment, he calls out to Peter, who is eager to assist. Spider-Man, over there. Innocent bystanders are in peril. Go lend them a hand. I shall manage things here. By the way, those ninjas are not human. They are immortal magical constructs. So feel free to unleash your full combat prowess. This is unfair. I haven't even had the chance to showcase my true abilities. Wait, Spider-Man? Are you referring to me? Hey, that's pretty cool. That name sounds rather splendid. Ahem, I mean understood. Off I go. Due to the fact that Riley's powers surpassed Peter's even before his mutation, Peter felt no surprise as he witnessed Riley single-handedly standing his ground against a formidable foe that previously required the combined efforts of both to subdue. Instead, he merely smirked, acknowledging Riley's natural inclination to embrace his role. However, upon realizing that the new terminology Riley had used was a heroic moniker specifically crafted for him, the amiable and agreeable Peter felt a surge of ardor. He raised his hands to launch two strands of webbing, anchoring them to the ground on either side, and then, with a brief moment of anticipation, he released his grip on the webbing. His body shot forth like a cannonball, hurtling directly into the midst of the shadowy horde. Prepare yourself to face the amazing Spider-Man. Just in time. Catch this. It was Peter's uncontrollable exclamation that reignited hope within Uncle Ben, who had been struggling under the relentless assault of the shadowy army. When Uncle Ben turned his head at the sound, witnessing Peter carve a path through the throng as if it were a void, he understood that he could no longer protect the shield. Without a moment to ponder, he removed the shield, holding his breath, and, using his right foot as the pivot, he summoned his strength to spin. Just before the shadowy horde could overwhelm him, he hurled the shield toward Peter's position. Chapter 22. Peter, the well-meaning fool, certainly. Uncle Long's predicament did not endure for long. With the order received by the Shadow Brigade to assist True in retrieving the shield, Uncle Long, the moment the shield slipped from his grasp, became an inconsequential figure in their eyes. Thus, despite being mere moments away from completely eliminating Uncle Long and transforming Jackie Chan adventures into the adventures of the Holy Master or the adventures of Terra, the Shadow Brigade inexplicably chose to spare him at this critical juncture. Instead, they executed a well-coordinated leap, using their companions as leverage to accelerate towards the shield. Meanwhile, Uncle Long, who had narrowly escaped, though still bewildered by the relentless fixation of the Black Hand Gang on the seemingly mundane shield, instinctively understood that he could not relinquish it so easily. Without pausing to rise from the ground, he shouted towards Peter, issuing a warning. Be careful. Quickly catch that shield. Fear not. They cannot harm me. In his urgency, Uncle Long was unable to aim precisely, resulting in the shield being tossed at an upward angle, soaring over Peter's head. However, upon hearing Uncle Long's call, Peter swung his arms in an exaggerated motion, executing a series of wild strikes, and, leveraging his superior strength, he forcefully cleared the surrounding Shadow Brigade, showcasing the elegance of his abilities. He then raised his hand, launching webbing just before the leaping members of the Shadow Brigade could reach the shield, accurately ensnaring it and pulling it back into his possession. Behold, this technique I learned from Captain America. Hiya. Splendid. Wait, what did you just say? Captain America? Hiya. Take this, shield throw. No, stop, don't. Regrettably, having only recently joined the fray after receiving a call from Riley, Peter was evidently unaware of the shield's significance. Thus, even as Uncle Long belatedly grasped the gravity of the situation from Peter's remarks, he could only watch in dismay as Peter mimicked Captain America, forcefully hurling the shield away. It subsequently pierced through the bodies of over a dozen ninja soldiers, expending much of its momentum, only to be firmly grasped by one of the ninjas. As Peter gazed on in astonishment, Uncle Long, filled with despair, saw the shield vanish into the shadows. The ninjas, not forgetting to allocate some of their number to unleash a barrage of throwing darts, compelled Riley to evade. Meanwhile, True, consumed by rage and determined to pursue Riley, utilized smoke bombs as cover while swiftly retreating into the shadows. Now you know fear. Truly, the technique of Captain America is formidable, with just one strike. They fled in terror. At this moment, Peter remained blissfully unaware of the good deed he had unwittingly performed. Mistakenly believing that the retreat of the Black Hand Gang was a result of the prowess displayed by himself and Riley. With hands firmly placed on his hips, Peter, brimming with self-satisfaction, began to boast. However, upon noticing Uncle Ben approaching briskly, he instinctively waved his hand and cheerfully greeted him. Fear not, good citizen. The enemy has been vanquished by my hand. No need for excessive gratitude, for I am merely a friendly neighbor to the citizens of New York, a marvelous spider. But before he could finish his sentence, Uncle Ben, already fraught with a day of misfortunes and simmering frustration, found his patience tested by Peter's self-congratulatory tone. With a sudden outburst, he chastised Peter, leaving him momentarily flabbergasted. As if that reprimand was not enough to vent his ire, he turned to the leisurely approaching Riley and complained, "Oh my goodness. Riley, is this the ally you spoke of? He seems even less reliable than little you." Peter interjected. Riley? How did you recognize him? Who is Riley? Good citizen, you seem to be mistaken. Uncle Ben retorted. Mistaken? Do you truly think that donning a peculiar costume would render you unrecognizable? Your physique and voice remain unchanged. In the absence of little, you makes it impossible for me to misidentify you. Peter stammered, well, isn't this a comic book world? One would think that even wearing a mask or merely an eye patch would obscure identity. This is not following the script. Could it be that because Uncle Ben is the protagonist, his intelligence is heightened? Of course, like Peter, Riley was also momentarily stunned when Uncle Ben astutely unveiled his true identity. It was only after Uncle Ben provided a logical explanation for Riley's exposed identity that Riley, internally bemused, resolved to take his battle suit home for urgent optimization to rectify this flaw once this incident concluded. As he removed his headgear, revealing his true visage, he inadvertently confirmed Uncle Ben's suspicions. Then, scratching his head, and under the weight of Peter's pleading glances, he mustered the courage to explain. Well, Uncle Ben, I know you're anxious, but please, let me explain. That shield is not vital. What truly matters is— What do you mean not vital? The shield is, of course, extremely important. It is the very object the mob has been seeking. God knows what their nefarious plans entail. I am beginning to suspect that you and the mob might be in cahoots. Ouch. Dad? Sheriff Blake? What are you? But at that moment, an irate Uncle Ben was in no mood to entertain Riley's explanations. Before Riley could complete his thought, Uncle Ben, with an air of authority, rebuffed him without hesitation. Suddenly, he was caught off guard by the arrival of his father, who, unbeknownst to him, had positioned himself behind Uncle Ben and delivered a sharp reprimand, forcing the words that had been on Riley's lips back down his throat. Oh dear, is it even possible for Dad not to intervene? Remember Jackie Chan. No matter who you may doubt, you must never cast suspicion upon Riley and his companions. However, faced with the pitiful expression of Uncle Long, Father merely rolled his eyes, adopting an air of disdain, and walked past Uncle Long without a glance. Moreover, regarding the previous phone call, did you even hear what Father had to say? The shield is of little consequence. What truly matters are the incantations inscribed upon it. It's hard to believe you are an adult when you are even less astute than Riley. Incantations? What incantations? The very ones etched at the center of the shield. The chicken talisman. After your departure, Father recalled that someone had once informed him that such talismans, adorned with the 12 zodiac symbols, possess extraordinary magical powers. Lost in his musings, Father approached Riley, who appeared inexplicably guilty, and with an air of certainty and confidence, as if all was foreseen. He offered Riley no chance for evasion or protest, articulating each word deliberately. Very well, Riley, in order for my foolish nephew to gain a renewed perspective on this world, it is time for you to demonstrate the power of that chicken talisman. Chapter 23. The enigmatic chicken talisman. What is this chicken talisman? Father, did you not mention it was embedded in the shield? The shield has been taken by the Black Hand Gang. How could the chicken talisman possibly be with me? Trying to maintain a facade in front of Father, who may be aging but is far from blind, I realized he had seen a little rascal sneak into his room and abscond with the shield. Father could hardly believe it. With your understanding of talismans, how could you not have taken any action after possessing the shield for so long? What do you mean by my understanding of talismans? Fine, Father. Stop looking at me like that. I will show you. Faced with Father's sudden inquiry, Riley instinctively shook his head in denial, attempting to cling to the small object in his hand. However, under Father's scolding, which felt as if he had known Riley for ages, and with everyone's gaze fixated upon him, Riley had no choice but to feign retrieving something from behind, transferring the chicken talisman from his system space into his palm for public display. Is this truly a talisman imbued with magic? But I failed to perceive any extraordinary qualities. Uncle Long, perhaps you should lower your head and take a look at yourself? Xiaoyu, what do you mean by that? Oh my goodness. Indeed, the chicken talisman appeared quite unremarkable at first glance, lacking the dazzling allure of the finely crafted shield. Yet, as Uncle Long pondered quietly, he heeded Xiaoyu's prompt to examine himself more closely, only to discover he was inexplicably levitating. He gasped in astonishment, instinctively adopting a swimming posture in an attempt to return to solid ground. Calm down, Uncle Long. What you are experiencing is the power of the chicken talisman, which allows the user to control the movement of objects through sheer will. Fortunately, this peculiar phenomenon lasted merely a few breaths, and with Riley's explanation, Uncle Long gradually descended until he once again stood firmly on the ground. Subsequently, Riley began to levitate himself, simultaneously launching webbing. With the propulsion from the web, he achieved a semblance of free flight, akin to a superhero. Of course, if one maintains a state of levitation while applying forward thrust, one could, with the aid of the chicken talisman, soar through the skies. Such a diminutive talisman possesses such wondrous capabilities. This is simply beyond the realm of science. Oh, Father, why do you keep hitting me? Oh, if I don't strike you, you won't learn your lesson. I've told you this is magic. Do you understand magic? It cannot be explained by so-called science. After Riley demonstrated the abilities of the chicken talisman, Father, frustrated yet determined, raised his hand and gave Uncle Long a light tap on the head. Only after Riley had landed safely did he point to the talisman in Riley's hand. Continuing with a logical assertion, in summary, since there are 12 zodiac signs, there should be 11 other talismans like the one Riley holds, apart from the chicken talisman. Regardless of the intentions harbored by the Black Hand, we must act swiftly to locate the remaining talismans and safeguard them, lest these potent magical artifacts fall into the hands of nefarious individuals. It appears our interests are aligned, old friend. I can leverage the resources of the 13th District to assist you in this quest for the remaining talismans. While all I ask in return is your aid in confronting the Black Hand, capturing them when the opportunity arises. How does that sound? although Sheriff Blake remained skeptical, deeming the notion of magic utterly absurd, believing Riley's recent display may merely be a trick employed by charlatans, lacking any persuasive power. Yet, upon realizing that this could be an opportune moment to enlist Uncle Long in our collective effort against the Black Hand's criminal activities, Sheriff Blake hastily proposed this collaboration. Certainly, once you have recovered the other talismans, you may store them within the 13th district. After all, there is no place more secure and suitable for safeguarding such peculiar and perilous artifacts than the 13th district itself. As he spoke of the district he had meticulously managed for years, a hint of pride and satisfaction inevitably graced Sheriff Blake's expression. "Ah, the safest place, is it not?" "I beg to differ." Regrettably, before Sheriff Blake could revel in his pride for even a few moments, Riley recalled that, in the original narrative, the so-called safest 13th district was, in fact, quite porous. Not to mention the concept of the divine being, Xiaoyu. Even the weakest trio under Valong could come and go as they pleased, undeterred by any barriers. Thus, the thought of requiring security measures akin to those of the neighboring Kingdom of Light to protect these dangerous talismans made Riley shrug, effectively dismantling Sheriff Blake's fantasies. With a swift motion, he concealed the chicken talisman behind him, tucking it away into the system's storage space. It may seem impolite to say, but Sheriff Blake, until you strengthen the defenses of the 13th district to the point where children like Xiaoyu and myself can no longer easily infiltrate, I believe it would be more prudent for me to retain custody of this chicken talisman. Very well, I concede, you have a valid point. This indeed reflects our oversight and negligence. Naturally, had it been Black Lu Dan, he would have undoubtedly attempted to seize the talisman from Riley at this moment. However, the good-natured Sheriff Blake, after a fleeting moment of embarrassment and disappointment, dutifully acknowledged his fault. Then, adhering to the principles of professionalism, he gently inquired of Riley, "How can I possibly entrust such a significant item to a mere child for safekeeping?" The answer is quite straightforward. Firstly, with the intelligence-gathering capabilities of the 13th district. You have surely ascertained my background and know where I reside. Thus, even if I were to harbor ulterior motives, you could easily detain my parents to compel my compliance. Furthermore, I believe that my brother and I possess a certain degree of self-preservation capabilities, ensuring that the talisman remains secure from the grasp of others. Sheriff Blake's approach not only elevated Riley's favorability, but also encouraged him to patiently engage in discourse, gradually alleviating the doubts harbored by Sheriff Blake. Midway through the conversation, Riley decided to unleash a strand of webbing, deftly seizing the pistol along with its holster from the waist of an agent who had accompanied Sheriff Blake. Before anyone could feel a surge of tension, Riley, with a single hand gripping the weapon, effortlessly contorted the metal firearm into a twisted mass, akin to molding a lump of clay. Following this display of sheer strength, which effectively convinced Sheriff Blake, the ever-diligent Riley seized the moment to articulate his true intentions. Ultimately, if possible, I wish to accompany Peter to learn martial arts under Uncle Long's tutelage. With Uncle Long personally overseeing the training, I trust that Sheriff Blake would feel reassured. Chapter 24. Undercurrents indeed, learning authentic Huaxia martial arts from Uncle Long is the ultimate goal of Riley's journey. It is essential to understand that the original intention behind the invention of Huaxia martial arts was not merely to enhance physical fitness, but rather to serve as a true art of lethal combat. Moreover, although Uncle Long is ostensibly an ordinary man devoid of any superpowers, in times of crisis, his latent potential erupts, allowing him to perform astonishing feats that leave even Ras, a student of physics, marveling at Uncle Long's superhuman abilities. In this context, one can only imagine the incredible power that might be unleashed by combining Spider-Man's terrifying strength, measured in tons, and his reflexes sharp enough to evade bullets, with Uncle Long's martial arts techniques. The mere thought of such a formidable synergy sends shivers down Riley's spine. Thus, compared to the versatile spider silk, which can momentarily suspend enemies and provide a semblance of flight, but is rendered somewhat lackluster in its singular application, Uncle Long's mastery of Huaxia martial arts is undoubtedly far more enticing to Riley. Riley has even devised a plan. Should he succeed in becoming Uncle Long's disciple, he would willingly relinquish the chicken talisman to the custody of the 13th district as a fair exchange. Fortunately, despite Peter's impulsive actions that have somewhat tarnished the Parker brothers' reputation in Uncle Long's eyes, the support of their father and Riley's unwavering assistance throughout have demonstrated his good intentions. Coupled with Riley's proactive proposal to verify the talisman's custody, Uncle Long, after careful deliberation, consented with a nod to accept the Parker brothers as his disciples. Furthermore, at Sheriff Blake's invitation, he officially joined the 13th district in an advisory capacity. It is worth noting that because Riley did not personally safeguard the chicken talisman but instead placed it directly into the system's storage space, it can be considered, in a sense, that the talisman has transcended this dimension. Consequently, when True returned to report and realized he had been deceived, He came back with the tracking device bestowed by the Lord, but found himself unable to locate the talisman. This forced him to retreat and continue lurking in the shadows, monitoring Uncle Long's every move, waiting for the opportune moment to seize the talisman's ownership. Thus, after the events of that day, everyone enjoyed a period of leisure and tranquility. However, the Parker brothers' unusual behavior of rushing to their father's antique shop immediately after school raised suspicions in Gwen and Harry, who felt neglected. To maintain the harmony among the four friends and avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, Riley, after conferring with Uncle Long, deemed it inconsequential to have 2 additional children join them. In fact, it would help the newcomer, Xiaoyu, adapt more swiftly to life in New York with the companionship of friends. Consequently, Uncle Long agreed to Riley's request, permitting the Parker brothers to bring Gwen and Harry along to learn martial arts from him. During this period, the Parker brothers not only adeptly addressed the thefts they witnessed on the streets, but also, due to Riley's inadvertent connection to the New York Police Department's communication system, facilitated by his enhanced intellect, were able to receive real-time alerts about criminal activities throughout the city. Thus, whenever a heinous crime occurred, Peter and Riley would don their battle suits, transforming into the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, joining forces to combat evil. Occasionally, they would even take on the role of firefighters, utilizing the fire-resistant capabilities of their suits to bravely enter burning buildings and rescue those trapped within. Gradually, the reputation of Spider-Man spread across New York City, as more and more citizens became aware of these 2 elusive vigilantes striving to thwart crime to the best of their abilities. At a time when the Avengers had yet to assemble and S-H-I-E-L-D remained shrouded in secrecy. Even the term superhero existed solely within the pages of comic books. The Parker brothers, as the dual Spider-Men, swiftly became a sensational topic of conversation in New York City. Revered and idolized by the younger generation, the crime rate in the city notably declined by several percentage points, thanks in no small part to the brothers' active involvement. However, as their fame began to rise, a faction of the populace harbored a more skeptical view of this suddenly prominent figure. One such critic was the iconic J. Jonah Jameson, whose wife had fallen victim to a masked assailant. Despite overwhelming evidence indicating Spider-Man's benevolence, Jameson, disregarding the counsel of his associates, chose to publicly denounce Spider-Man as a menace and offered a substantial reward for any photographs of the web-slinger. Meanwhile, Norman Osborn, who was secretly orchestrating the super soldier program to carve out his own niche in the military and political arena, became infatuated with the powers exhibited by Spider-Man. He believed that Spider-Man epitomized all his fantasies of a super soldier, even surpassing the capabilities of the official super soldier, Captain America. This fixation, rooted in Osborn's self-serving nature, led him to set his sights on the elusive Spider-Man, intent on hunting him down at the opportune moment to harvest genetic samples for the creation of superpowered clones that would be utterly loyal to him, thereby assembling an unstoppable army of super soldiers. Conversely, Kingpin, the notorious overlord of the underground crime syndicate, harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Spider-Man due to his own business setbacks, going so far as to issue a lucrative bounty for the web-slinger's head. Even George Stacy, Gwen's father, perceived Spider-Man's actions as a form of vigilante justice and a challenge to the authority of the New York Police Department, finding him utterly distasteful. He instructed his officers to apprehend Spider-Man, determined that he would not be allowed to roam free any longer, to prevent adverse influences on the values of adolescents, which could incite them to imitate and create unnecessary troubles. Various perspectives must be considered. Spider-Man's extraordinary abilities, coupled with the seamless collaboration of his partner, exhibit a level of synergy that grows increasingly adept with each encounter. Even when one party occasionally reveals a flaw, they swiftly navigate perilous situations with the support of the other, evoking trepidation among opposing forces and deterring them from provoking Spider-Man. Consequently, the Parker brothers, blissfully unaware of these developments, continue to uphold their daily routines, relishing a fulfilling and harmonious atmosphere. On one particular day, Riley, having acclimated to the current rhythm of life, regarded the incessant broadcast of anti-Spider-Man rhetoric on the advertisement screen as mere background music. While cheerfully humming a tune, he stopped by a newsstand to purchase the day's newspaper, eager to discover how the cantankerous yet principled J. Jonah Jameson would praise himself today. To his surprise, the headline was no longer about Peter's leisure time endeavor to assist May and Ben by photographing Spider-Man for the Daily Bugle, but rather an aerial view of a factory engulfed in flames, with a colossal silhouette faintly discernible amidst the inferno. As Riley raised an eyebrow, a flicker of suspicion ignited within him. He continued to read the headline, which boldly proclaimed, "General Roosevelt's capture operation fails. The Hulk has once again vanished. A beverage factory in Brazil suffers significant losses. Who will be held accountable?" Chapter 25. Riley. How much trouble could Peter stir up in just a few days? Certainly, it was not merely the news of the Hulk that dominated the headlines. A brief flip of the newspaper revealed another sensational story on the second page. The world's richest man, renowned playboy of New York City, and current chairman and CEO of Stark Industries, Tony Stark, was reported missing in Afghanistan yesterday. The evidence left at the scene suggested an assault by terrorists, yet Tony Stark's body had not been located. Relevant personnel are currently conducting further investigations, and readers are encouraged to await subsequent reports from our journalist. After reading the announcement word for word, Riley, who had initially been in high spirits, suddenly wore a complex and peculiar expression. The emergence of the Hulk and Tony's disappearance. It seemed that the recent tranquil days were about to come to an abrupt end. After all, if Riley recalled correctly, not only did Tony successfully escape and officially become Iron Man, but his first battle also took place in New York City. During this time, Dr. Banner, who viewed the Hulk as a condition to be eradicated, would inevitably seek assistance from Mr. Blue, ultimately finding himself in New York City. Furthermore, during the Avengers Assembly, they faced an alien invasion crisis, with the main battleground appearing to be New York City. Upon reflection, New York City truly deserves its reputation as the prototype for Gotham City, being fraught with calamities. Xiaoyu's call. Hello, what's up, Xiaoyu? Just as Riley was immersed in his thoughts, contemplating whether he should persuade his parents to move to District 13 in anticipation of the impending crisis, his phone suddenly vibrated and rang. After glancing at the caller ID and pressing the call button, Xiaoyu, in a conspiratorial tone and lowering her voice, said, Hey, Riley. Listen to me. Uncle Long has discovered the location of a new charm, but he won't take me with him. So, I've decided to hide in the lower deck of the plane that Sheriff Blake arranged for him and follow secretly. Do you want to come along? Huh? Are you serious? Once the plane takes off, aren't you afraid of freezing to death down there? Haha, I'm a T-girl. Of course, I've prepared heating tools. We'll manage to hold out until we reach our destination. Besides, didn't you say that the Black Hand is also interested in collecting charms? They surely seized this opportunity to target Uncle Long. We need to help him. While her reasoning held merit, Riley was acutely aware of the numerous troubles brewing lately. And as a minor, he was unable to purchase a plane ticket for international travel, initially prioritizing his family's safety and uncertain about when these crises might erupt. Riley intended to decline Xiaoyu's proposal. After all, even without his involvement, Uncle Long and the others could gather all 12 charms on their own. The fervor exhibited during the chicken talisman ritual stemmed not only from Riley's desire to forge a closer connection with his idol, Uncle Long, but also from his aspiration to seize the opportunity to find a martial arts master for himself and Peter. This pursuit was intended to streamline their future journey as heroes, minimizing unnecessary detours along the way. If the 13th District can cover my return airfare, I shall accompany you, he declared. That is certainly not a problem. Let us not forget, I am still a child, and I am confident that Uncle Long will not abandon us. Ah, you still recognize your youth, do you? Yet the endeavors you are about to undertake hardly reflect the capabilities of someone your age. Mutual recognition, great hero. Enough banter, please send me your location, and I shall make my way to you. Yay. However, before Riley could finish his sentence, an unexpected screen popped up before him, interrupting his flow of words. New task, acquire the Ox Talisman. Reward, 5,000 points. In response to this sudden windfall of points, Riley, who had previously worn a serious expression, fell silent for less than a second before swiftly transforming his demeanor into one of exuberant delight, exclaiming, You truly have an eye for talent. When he spoke again, his attitude had undergone a complete reversal. After a brief exchange and receiving the location information sent by Xiaoyu, Riley couldn't help but wonder why the previous chicken talisman had only awarded him 500 points, while the current Ox Talisman promised a tenfold reward of 5,000 points. However, with Xiaoyu's urging, and knowing that the flight providing them a ride was about to depart, he hurriedly sought a secluded corner to don his battle attire. He retrieved the chicken talisman from the system's storage space and merged it with his nanotech suit. Simultaneously, he activated the communication system to inform Peter of his whereabouts, requesting him to relay the message to Aunt May and Uncle Ben to spare his parents unnecessary worry. Following Xiaoyu's coordinates, he swung through the air using his webbing in conjunction with the chicken talisman, achieving a makeshift flight towards the 13th District's landing pad. After all, Riley still remembered the general plot surrounding the Ox Talisman. Furthermore, after several encounters in real combat, Peter had shed his inexperienced demeanor and gradually became capable of handling challenges independently. Thus, Riley mused that his temporary absence from New York, without Peter under his watchful eye, should not lead to any significant troubles. Wait, you're going abroad with Uncle Long and the others? Very well, I understand. I will inform Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Please take care of yourself and have a safe journey. As Riley contemplated this, far away at Oscorp, Peter, who had recently been interning alongside Gwen due to Dr. Connor's recommendation, concluded a brief conversation with Riley before hanging up. Apologies for my tardiness. I hope I did not keep you waiting too long. Not at all, Peter. The decay rate algorithm you provided has been immensely beneficial to me, leading to a new breakthrough in my long-stagnant research. As a token of my gratitude, I wish for you to personally unlock this door to an entirely new realm, so we may share in this glory together. You flatter me, Dr. Connors. This is merely a discovery I stumbled upon while working in my basement, rather, while conducting research, unearthing it among my father's belongings. Thus, this credit truly belongs to my father. Haha, I do appreciate your humble demeanor. It remarkably mirrors that of your father. Now, my dear child, press that button and commence the experiment. Certainly, Doctor. Clad in a pristine lab coat, Peter, exuding a semblance of a scientist, entered Dr. Connor's laboratory. He waved in greeting as he made his way back to his workstation. After exchanging pleasantries and engaging in some lighthearted banter, Peter pressed the large red button before him. A mechanized arm equipped with a syringe began to approach the cage, where a terrified little white mouse scurried anxiously. Ultimately, amidst the mouse's piercing cries, the optimally enhanced lizard serum, derived from the decay rate algorithm, was gradually injected into the experimental subject's body. Chapter 26. The Bull Warriors of Mexico. Having witnessed the green serum from the syringe entirely infused into the little white mouse, the gathered crowd had exhausted every conceivable optimization effort, leaving them to gaze intently at the mouse, praying it would not succumb like its unfortunate brethren. Fortunately, the collaborative research endeavor between Richard Parker and Dr. Connors had stagnated over the years due to the absence of a crucial element, the decay rate algorithm unique to Richard Parker. Thus, by a twist of fate, Peter inadvertently delivered this long-dormant formula to Dr. Connors, rectifying the gaps in their research findings. The resulting lizard serum exhibited remarkable stability. Not only were the vital signs of the subject steady, but the severed forelimb began to regenerate at a visibly rapid pace. This entire process transpired in a mere 4 to 5 minutes, as the previously disabled mouse, now sporting a newly grown limb, energetically scampered about its enclosure. This development allowed the group to exhale collectively in relief. In a surge of exuberance, Peter instinctively reached out and embraced the unsuspecting Gwen, celebrating this monumental moment with unrestrained joy. However, as soon as Peter realized the implications of his actions, his face flushed crimson, and he instinctively sought to release her, fearing Gwen's displeasure. Yet, after waiting so long for this lumbering oaf to take the initiative, Gwen would not grant Peter the opportunity to withdraw. With her earlobes tinged with pink, she bravely wrapped her arms around Peter's waist and leaned in closer, pressing against his chest. Though words were left unspoken, this nearly implicit gesture elicited a euphoric grin from Peter, who, despite his previous insecurities, found himself momentarily paralyzed with joy. Ignoring the curious gazes of those around them, he lifted Gwen entirely off the ground and twirled her around amidst her delighted exclamations. It was this unexpected surprise that allowed Peter to finally break through the barrier of his hesitations, his attention entirely focused on Gwen. Unbeknownst to him, however, Dr. Connors, who had also witnessed the experiment's success, was deeply engaged in silent contemplation, gripping the empty sleeve of his right arm with his left hand, his intense gaze fixed on the mouse. As Peter reveled in his triumph, drawing the attention of the others, Dr. Connors resolved to take action. He swiftly approached the apparatus, pocketing another vial of lizard serum that was meant for submission to Oscorp, which had been prepared as a sample. Meanwhile, time continued to elapse rapidly as the scene shifted back to Riley. With a keen understanding of the script, it has already become evident who had removed the cow talisman from the ruins in advance. This revelation prompted Riley, accompanied by Xiaoyu, to assist Uncle Long in overcoming the persistent threats posed by the Black Hand gang, leading to a swift retreat without any inclination to linger. After Uncle Long deployed his iconic skill, playfully remarking, "I'll borrow this for now. I promise to return it," he utilized the gliding system of his combat suit to withdraw from the fray, disappearing into the horizon. As the sun gradually descended, the trio arrived at a quaint Mexican town near the ruins. "Ah, what a beautiful lady. Greetings, I am Paco. It is a pleasure to meet you." In Jackie Chan Adventures, the character is named Paco, not Parker, hence the name adjustment for clarity. While Uncle Long reminded Riley to keep an eye on Xiaoyu and ventured alone into a local shop to gather information and supplies, a small boy, previously lost in the crowd, approached Xiaoyu with an eager glint in his eyes, as if he had spotted his prey. "Wait, are you trying to ask me out?" The boy's overly familiar demeanor and somewhat greasy tone immediately put the mature Xiaoyu off. Without a second thought, she retreated behind Riley, grasping his shirt and frowning in response. "I'm sorry, but I already have someone." "Oh no, please do not worry. I have no intention of stealing anyone's affection, and that is not what I meant." Upon noticing Xiaoyu's defensive reaction, Paco was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized he had perhaps been a bit too forward. He stepped back to maintain a respectful distance while offering a poster to Riley. Actually, I am recruiting new spectators for the wrestling match featuring the Cow Warrior tonight. Allow me to introduce him. The Cow Warrior is the strongest wrestler in Mexico, possessing immense strength and an unbeatable record. Trust me, anyone who witnesses one of his matches in person will become an ardent admirer. Wrestling? Oh, please. Everyone knows that wrestling is merely a performance, scripted and prearranged. It is often said that a woman's thoughts are the most difficult to decipher, and Xiaoyu was no exception. Initially, she had been concerned that the unfamiliar Paco might harbor ulterior motives. However, seeing him retreat as if she were an eyesore only served to offend her further, igniting her indignation. Thus, when Riley took the poster with a contemplative glance, Xiaoyu sprang forward, snatching it from his hands and thrusting it back into Paco's grasp with irritation. As for your claim of immeasurable strength, that is pure nonsense. Do you see the person beside me? He is the mightiest warrior in the world. Him? Ah, impossible. He looks hardly older than I am. How could he possibly rival the Cow Warrior? Perhaps. Impossible. Perhaps. Impossible. Perhaps. Well, in light of your unwavering determination, I must admit you have piqued my interest, dear lady. It is universally acknowledged that children are often fiercely competitive. Amidst the childish tumult, where none are willing to concede, Paco, who initially approached the situation with a mere sense of curiosity, found himself increasingly eager to witness the presence of Riley and Xiaoyu in tonight's match. He then leaned slightly to the side, gesturing toward a nearby small building, and provocatively addressed Xiaoyu. If you are so resolute in your belief, then it is only fitting that the two of them settle their differences in the arena. The registration period for challengers has yet to conclude. Should you make your way there now, you will have the opportunity to demonstrate, through sheer skill, who among us is truly in the right. Chapter 27. Challenge of the Bull Warrior. As Paco's words fell, he strode forward with the confidence of a victorious general, granting little no opportunity for refusal. Boldly merging into the bustling crowd. Once Paco's figure vanished completely from her sight, the once fierce Yu instantly crumbled. With a stiff demeanor, she slowly turned her head toward Riley, who had remained silent throughout, now smiling contentedly at her. Feeling a wave of guilt, she shrank back slightly, her voice trembling with uncertainty. Though it may be rather presumptuous, Riley, you will participate in the competition, 1TU. Hey, kids, did I just hear something about a competition? Did I miss out on something entertaining? Haha, just kidding. Look, this is a local specialty from Mexico. Effective in preventing heat stroke. I even bought one for each of you. Just as Riley was about to respond, Uncle Long, donning a large sombrero, ambled into view. Swaying with each step, with a playful spirit, he feigned a stern expression to humorously intimidate Yu, despite the fact that even she, having only been absent for a brief moment, should not have caused any trouble. As Uncle Long produced two smaller straw hats and placed them atop Riley and Yu's heads, he awaited compliments with a proud grin. However, he soon realized that following his jovial remark, the usually loquacious Yu had fallen into an eerie silence. A sense of foreboding washed over him, and his smile began to wane as he asked uncertainly, you haven't caused any trouble, have you? Of course not. Uncle Long Yu not only avoided trouble, but also discovered the whereabouts of the talisman. Really? Where? It is at the wrestling arena where the match will take place tonight. The bull talisman is embedded in the mask of one of the contestants, codenamed Bull Warrior. Bull Warrior. Indeed, there is a bull among the 12 zodiac signs. You have been a tremendous help. Truly, you are my niece. I shall go gather more information right away. Wait here for me. No problem, Uncle Long. I will keep a close eye on Yu. However, just as Yu instinctively closed her eyes, bracing herself for Uncle Long's impending reprimand, the previously silent Riley stepped forward, capturing Uncle Long's attention. Without a hint of embarrassment, he concocted a half-truth, half-fabrication. Once Uncle Long, overjoyed, rushed off to investigate the lead provided by Riley, the latter crossed his arms and glanced at the astonished Yu, teasingly remarking, "Hey, wake up, Yu. Are you in shock? Have you finally realized how incredibly handsome I am? Oh, spare me. Why did you have to lie? When Uncle Long finds out, you'll be in trouble alongside me." At this moment, under Riley's teasing remarks, Xiaoyu finally regained her senses, her neck flushing with embarrassment. However, the thought of Uncle Long discovering her deception quickly made her shudder involuntarily. She seized Riley's hand, eager to escape the town before Uncle Long returned. Well, since the words had already slipped out, we might as well run before Uncle Long comes back. After all, I am your date for tonight, right? Moreover, why should we flee? I haven't lied. Did you not notice that the poster indeed featured the bull talisman? What partner? You know perfectly well that I am. Wait, is that true? I didn't pay close attention before. I have no reason to lie about such matters. Just a moment ago, a reckless girl issued a duel invitation on my behalf. I have no habit of retreating without a fight, so I must accept the challenge. Hooray, I knew you would come through, Riley. Don't hold back. Give that bull warrior a good thrashing. Show that little brat who the real strong man is. I will do my best, but first, we need to shake off that tail trailing behind us. Seeing Xiaoyu, usually fearless, now resembling a startled rabbit, Riley could hardly suppress a chuckle. As Xiaoyu heard Riley's explanation, her mood shifted from gloomy to bright in an instant. Without a second thought, she leaped into Riley's embrace and planted a big kiss on his cheek. Meanwhile, after securely holding Xiaoyu, Riley pretended to be annoyed by her saliva on his face, attempting to wipe it on her collar while whispering something suggestive in her ear. He quickly devised a route based on Xiaoyu's earlier conversation with Paco. As she surveyed the layout of the town, just as Riley stepped into the bustling marketplace, the Black Hand Gang, which had been tracking them, followed closely behind. Unfortunately for them, having been noticed by Riley, their seemingly flawless pursuit was destined for failure. In a mere moment, Riley took advantage of a brief visual blind spot, utilizing a wall jump reminiscent of a character from a game to swiftly carry Xiaoyu to the top of a building. Thus, they easily left the Black Hand Gang behind at the crowded marketplace, ensuring that even if they decided to abandon the search for Riley and Xiaoyu, they would struggle to escape the throngs of people. Ultimately, just before the registration point closed, they filled out the necessary forms in time, becoming one of the many contenders for the challenge against the Bull Warrior. Oh, the Bull Warrior will never remove his mask. I bet he is fully aware of the powers bestowed by the Bull Talisman, which is why he refuses to take it off. Of course. While Riley and Xiaoyu were busy registering for the challenge against the Bull Warrior, infiltrating the backstage of the wrestling arena under the guise of a room service attendant, Uncle Long endeavored to procure the Bull Warrior's mask, only to be met with a merciless refusal. Disheartened, he retraced his steps. However, in an effort to present a dependable facade before the children, Uncle Long, upon estimating that he had returned to the vicinity of Riley and Xiaoyu, feigned composure and summoned a semblance of cheer, offering a warm greeting. Hey, I'm back. I hope I haven't kept you waiting too long. On my way back, I spotted a shop selling warm Mexican corn tortillas, and the crowd seemed quite substantial. It must be delicious. Would you like to try some? Wait, Riley? Xiaoyu? Yet, as he spoke, his gaze fell upon the empty steps, devoid of any trace of Riley and Xiaoyu. Uncle Long's smile abruptly froze upon his face. Then, cradling his head in despair, he could not help but lament to the heavens. Oh, please. Why does it always turn out this way? Chapter 28. True translation. What a surprise. Fortunately, Uncle Long's lament did not endure for long. After Riley completed the registration form, he placed a call to Uncle Long to inform him of the new meeting point. When the three reconvened, Uncle Long displayed an odd expression, caught between words, in response to Riley's audacious plan. Ultimately, given Riley's status as a minor, Uncle Long was quite opposed to his participation in such a perilous activity as wrestling. However, considering Riley's frequent battles against nefarious villains as Spider-Man, it was clear that he could not be assessed by the same standards as his peers. Furthermore, aside from competing, the three outsiders had no better means to approach the Bull Warrior, who possessed the mystical Bull Talisman, in order to ascertain the authenticity of the charm. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, Uncle Long reluctantly acquiesced to Riley's plan, repeatedly urging him to exercise caution. It is worth noting that, at this moment, the extent of the Bull Talisman's abilities remained unclear. Uncle Long's warning to be careful was intended to ensure Riley did not inadvertently harm the Bull Warrior. Having reached a consensus, the trio first sought out a restaurant to indulge in a sumptuous local feast. Subsequently, Riley randomly selected a mask from those distributed at the arena, donning it as he entered the backstage of the wrestling arena as a competitor. Meanwhile, Uncle Long accompanied Xiaoyu, purchasing tickets to enter as spectators. Upon encountering Paco once again, a confident Xiaoyu boasted to him that Riley had indeed entered the competition and would surely overpower the Bull Warrior. Led by the equally indignant Paco, they made their way to the vicinity of the ring, securing prime seats for an optimal viewing experience. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, all attention was focused on the Bull Warrior. Not long after the three had finished their meal and departed the restaurant, True, accompanied by members of the Black Hand Gang, entered with a sullen expression. Clearly, after a strenuous day of searching the market without any sign of Riley and Xiaoyu, their spirits were quite low. Hence, True decided to try his luck at the restaurant, hoping to find that Riley and the others might be dining there, while also seeking a morsel to satiate his grumbling stomach. Regrettably, the entrance, designed for ordinary individuals, was evidently insufficient to accommodate True's robust frame. In the past, he might have chosen to wait patiently for his underlings to procure food and bring it to him. However, having toiled throughout the day and in a particularly foul mood, True simply wished to find a place to sit and rest. Thus, upon gazing at the entrance that clearly did not match his size, a surge of inexplicable anger welled within him. Ignoring the protests of his subordinates, he confronted the door directly. It was not until True attempted various techniques, sidestepping, squatting, and bending, that he found himself unable to enter, ultimately becoming stuck at the threshold, caught in a predicament of indecision. True could distinctly perceive that, Whether within the confines of the restaurant or on the bustling streets, the myriad gazes of passers-by directed towards him were steadily increasing. Some, unable to contain their impatience, had already succumbed to hearty laughter. This provoked an immediate surge of fury within True, propelling his anger to its zenith. In a fit of rage, he disregarded any potential commotion that might arouse the vigilance of Riley and others. His sole intention was to demonstrate his superiority over the confounded doorway, unleashing his formidable strength in an explosive manner. In the blink of an eye, both the door and wall had been utterly dismantled. In the next moment, having utterly ravaged the doorframe in his grasp, True sauntered through the newly created passageway into the restaurant. As he surveyed his surroundings, he confirmed that those who had previously dared to mock him were now rendered mute, not daring to exhale. Only then did his wrath subside somewhat, and he nodded in satisfaction. However, for the foremost enforcer of the mafia, such a display of power merely constituted a trivial interest. Determined to instill a lasting lesson in all present, to delineate who was worthy of provocation and who was not, and to salvage his own reputation before his subordinates, thereby preventing any rebellious elements from undermining his standing in Valeness' eyes, True pressed on. Even as the restaurant owner, sensing the ominous atmosphere, trembled and emerged from the kitchen to plead for leniency, True, after a cursory glance around, approached a stranger seated in the far corner with the intent to exemplify a warning. The man was a pitiful sight, grimy and unkempt. His presence was utterly repulsive. "Scram, and make way for me," True declared, as the man, startled by True's approach, raised his head to reveal a disheveled visage filled with confusion. True merely lifted a hand and sent the man's table flying. The bowl of steaming stew, which had just been placed before him, spun through the air before landing squarely atop the man's head. Clearly, True regarded this disheveled figure as insignificant, presuming he bore no substantial background. Even if he were bullied, he could only endure in silence, making him an ideal target to establish True's dominance. Yet unbeknownst to True, he had inadvertently kicked a metal plate forged from vibranium. For as the stew was splashed upon the man's head, the seemingly dazed patron, who had not raised a fuss, felt the watch on his left wrist begin to tick with increasing urgency. When he finally lifted his gaze to meet True's, his eyes, which had begun to reflect a burgeoning anger, rapidly transformed into a striking emerald hue. Even his frail, malnourished frame, which appeared as though it could be toppled by the slightest breeze, began to swell dramatically under True's watchful eye. In the blink of an eye, the figure appeared transformed, towering over True by a head. Just moments ago, the seemingly feeble beggar underwent a genetic metamorphosis before his very eyes, evolving into a formidable green creature, muscles rippling and exuding an aura of sheer strength. The stark contrast in this bewildering spectacle rendered True speechless. His expression shifted from astonishment to confusion. Ultimately, he was confronted by the monstrous figure's gaping maw, unleashing a deafening roar, accompanied by a colossal fist, imbued with wrath, barreling toward his face. Overwhelmed by regret, True felt the adrenaline coursing through him, causing the world around him to slow to a crawl. He silently vowed never to judge others by their appearance again, nor to engage in such foolish antics. As memories of his life flashed uncontrollably through his mind, True's face fell in an expression of resigned acceptance, inwardly lamenting his misfortune. Alas, this encounter would surely leave him bruised and battered. He hoped that upon returning, his employer would cover his medical expenses. Chapter 29. To conquer magic with magic. At the moment when Trull, in a fit of anger, found himself entangled in an enormous predicament, on the other side, Riley, having signed up for the arena challenge, stepped onto the center stage amidst the cheers of the audience. It is worth noting that, as a newcomer, one would typically require to navigate through numerous elimination rounds to earn the sole opportunity to challenge a formidable opponent like the Bull Warrior. However, ever since the Bull Warrior emerged, effortlessly defeating any adversary that crossed his path, his fame has soared. Paradoxically, the number of wrestlers willing to face him has dwindled significantly. After all, no one desires to engage in a contest that is destined for defeat, merely to serve as a stepping stone for the Bull Warrior and become a source of ridicule and amusement for the spectators. Consequently, even after accepting the exorbitant appearance fee presented by the arena's organizer and agreeing to step into the ring, as the match time approached, the contenders remained hesitant, reluctant to take the lead. In this back and forth, Riley remarkably secured the privilege of being the first to compete, solitary in the spotlight while the gaze of pity from fellow challengers bore down upon him. In stark contrast to Riley's solitary ascent, the Bull Warrior, a champion of consecutive victories, entered the arena enveloped in grandeur. Cloaked in an enigmatic mantle that concealed his physique, he exuded an aura of strength and mystery. Accompanying him were several alluringly clad women, exuding sensuality, who paved the way before him. Even during the introduction of the competitors, the bias was unmistakable. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Wrestling Championship. In tonight's exhilarating showdown, our contestants will engage in a fair and just contest for supremacy. First, on my left, we have the new challenger, the human spider. What in the world? Human spider? I distinctly noted spider in on the form. Host, you. And on my right, we have the undefeated champion since his debut, the unparalleled, immensely powerful, and nationally celebrated Mexican wrestling icon, the Bull Warrior. Is this exaggerated introduction for real? Are you sure you Haven T accepted a bribe from the Bull Warrior? The bias is glaringly obvious. Tonight's victors shall indulge in fine wine and bask in glory, while the vanquished will unveil their masks and lose everything. Never mind. This host must be hard of hearing, as Riley could not contain his sarcastic remarks and realized the host remained unrepentant. The fervent audience began to chant the Bull Warrior's name. Witnessing this from the sidelines, Xiaoyu felt a surge of indignation. Swiftly maneuvering to the side of the stage, she shouted encouragingly at Riley, "Go, Riley. Teach that Bull Warrior a lesson. Show them what true strength really is." Ding. It was at that very moment, with the ringing of the bell, that the match commenced without any further verbal notice. Accompanied by the ever-prepared Bull Warrior, there was no hint of restraint. With arms wide open, he charged at Riley like an enraged bull. Of course, had Riley wished to evade, it would have been impossible for the Bull Warrior to make contact. Yet, driven by a desire to unmask the Bull Warrior and a keen interest in the extent to which the Bull Charm could amplify a user's strength, Riley did not shy away. Instead, he mirrored the Bull Warrior's stance, arms outstretched, leaning back slightly to utilize the rebound force of the spring rope. In an instant, the two figures collided. As their hands grasped one another, the muscular definition of both was strikingly evident. Thus, devoid of any flamboyant techniques, the two engaged in a pure, primal contest of strength, showcasing the beauty of their respective power stats, with terrifying might surging from both, before a victor could be determined. The arena beneath them began to crack under the immense pressure. Numerous fissures appeared in the very center where they stood, clearly on the brink of collapse. "Kid, you're quite impressive, but unfortunately, the Bull Warrior is invincible." Regrettably, even with Riley unleashing his 100-ton strength to the fullest, he could not shake the magical augmentation bestowed upon the Bull Warrior. Upon noticing the arena's distress, the Bull Warrior, surprised by Riley's formidable power and unable to resist the urge to test him further, reined in his playful intentions. With a deliberate and cold shout, he both cautioned and acknowledged Riley. Then, accompanied by an unusual glow emanating from the Bull Charm embedded in his mask, the Bull Warrior's strength surged exponentially. Effortlessly, he subdued the fully powered Riley, lifting him as if he were a mere puppet and swiftly throwing him outside the arena. Clearly, the Bull Warrior, having developed an appreciation for Riley, aimed to secure victory by pushing him out of bounds for 20 seconds while minimizing harm. Just as Dad said, magic must be used to conquer magic. However, what the Bull Warrior could never have anticipated was that Riley, who should have been unable to find leverage in midair after being thrown, remarkably halted his descent just before touching the ground. To the astonishment of all, he soared upwards, hovering above the arena like a divine being, gazing down at the bewildered Bull Warrior. Since he relied on the Bull Charm to achieve victory, using the power of the Chicken Charm should not be considered cheating, right? As he spoke, Riley descended gracefully onto the arena, casually raising his hand, causing the Bull Warrior's body to float uncontrollably and swiftly approach him. Just as Riley reached out to remove the Bull Talisman from the Warrior's mask, a sudden and intense warning signal surged through his spider sense. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a massive shadow crashed through the wall, hurtling towards them. By the trajectory of its flight, it fortuitously aimed directly at the Bull Warrior and Riley on the stage. Reluctantly, Riley was compelled to abandon his intention to retrieve the Bull Talisman. Instead, he diverted a portion of his mental energy to exert control over the Chicken Talisman he had retrieved from the system's storage space, gripping it firmly in his other hand to mitigate the impact of the unexpected onslaught. Once Riley extended his hands and securely caught the colossal object, placing it on the stage, he raised an eyebrow in astonishment and called out the name of the newcomer. "Is that true? Your entrance was rather extravagant. Wouldn't you agree?" Chapter 30. The Unstoppable Invincible Hulk. Be careful, monster. Run. At this moment, True suddenly appeared before Riley, looking utterly disheveled, with bruises marring his face, presenting a particularly pitiful sight. His swollen eyes, resembling dumplings, severely impaired his vision, causing the delirious True to mistakenly identify the indistinct figure before him as one of his underlings from the Black Hand Gang. Thus, mustering his last ounce of strength, he issued a fragmented warning to his supposed ally. However, on the brink of collapse, True slumped over and lost consciousness entirely. TSK, this True is rather pathetic. Unable to contend with the local Mexicans, he resorts to vague threats about monsters. Yet, faced with this abrupt warning, Riley, who fancied himself familiar with the general plot of Jackie Chan adventures, remained unfazed. After all, the strongest force in the town at present was the Bull Warrior, endowed with a Bull Talisman. If even the Bull Warrior could not withstand Riley, who wielded a chicken talisman. How formidable could this so-called monster truly be? Wait. Hold on. Just as Riley entertained these thoughts, he was taken aback to discover that his spider sense was not only unrelenting but intensifying with each passing moment. Without the luxury of contemplation, his body instinctively reacted, trusting in his spider sense. He harnessed the power of the chicken talisman to pull back the bull warrior, True, and the bewildered host, retreating in unison. As he passed by the onlooking Xiaoyu, Riley extended his hand, effortlessly lifting her off the ground as if she were a mere chick, and tossed her onto his shoulder. Roar! Just as Riley completed this maneuver and had yet to retreat a considerable distance, an enormous silhouette, accompanied by a furious roar, crashed through the wall, landing heavily on the arena. The sheer force of the impact caused the already cracked stage, weakened from Riley's tussle with the bull warrior, to shatter completely, sending dust billowing into the air. As the commotion subsided, the audience, shaken and disoriented by the force of the landing, collectively gasped upon realizing the scene before them. For where the arena once stood, there now lay a deep pit, and at the center of this pit stood a muscular green giant, glaring fiercely as he scanned the surroundings, seemingly in search of something. After a thorough sweep of the area, his gaze locked onto the unconscious True, who was being carried away by Riley. The green giant then bent his legs, gathering his strength, and unleashed an incredible leap from the depths of the pit. Hulk. Smash. In an instant, the green figure not only caught up to the retreating Riley but also raised his formidable iron fist high, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld him. With the assistance of inertia propelled by acceleration, he aimed at the unconscious True and struck down with tremendous force. Goodness. The Hulk? Surviving being pursued by such a creature. True. You must be using some sort of cheat code. It was only at this moment, as Riley's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, that the realization dawned upon him. He finally understood why, in the original narrative, True could plummet from the rooftop and still manage to stumble over to his father for help, yet now found himself in such a dire predicament. It turns out his adversary was none other than the green giant. With this thought, it was unjust to label True as weak. Instead, Riley began to question whether True was indeed a pure-blood human. Naturally, despite his musings, he couldn't fathom why the Hulk, last reported in Brazil, had appeared in this quaint town in Mexico. How had True, who was tasked with locating the talisman, entangled himself with this formidable giant? However, considering the forthcoming plot, where True would ultimately redeem himself and become a powerful ally to Uncle Long and the others, Riley could not simply stand by and watch as the Hulk obliterated True's head. Bull warrior, help me manage this behemoth. Uncle Long, take little you and run. I will confront this fiend. In his desperation, Riley hurriedly instructed, releasing the telekinetic grip on both the bull warrior and True, and with a swift motion, hurled little you in the direction of Uncle Long. He sought to relieve himself of all burdens and concerns, striving to maintain his optimal state to attempt to restrain the Hulk's movements. Initially, with the magical power of the chicken talisman and the Hulk's position in midair, he successfully suppressed the Hulk's actions, binding him firmly in the air, much like he had with the bull warrior before. Yet, as the Hulk watched True distance himself further, an overwhelming rage surged forth, amplifying his strength once more. Fueled by this fury, not only did the Hulk break free from the chicken talisman's restraints when Riley, sensing a moment of success, momentarily relaxed his focus, but with his enormous hands, he forcefully clapped them together. In an instant, a terrifying shockwave surged towards Riley. It effortlessly sent him hurtling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, his body uncontrollably flying away. The very arena itself, under the onslaught of this mighty clap, was reduced to disarray as if it were mere straw, shattered in an instant. Had the audience, upon recognizing the Hulk's presence, not made the wise decision to flee rather than stay and spectate, they would have escaped unscathed. Had they not, this single furious strike, indiscriminately targeting all living beings in sight, would have claimed countless lives. The sole consolation was that, despite his rage, the Hulk still remembered who his target was. Thus, after dispatching Riley, the nuisance, and breaking free from the chicken talisman's constraints, the Hulk began to plummet rapidly to the ground, only to land with earth-shaking steps, roaring once more as he charged towards True. Enough. At that moment, though the situation remained unclear, the bull warrior, having deemed the Hulk his foremost adversary since the instant he demolished the wrestling arena, boldly stepped forward to stand before True. In the next heartbeat, as the light from the bull talisman on his mask radiated brilliantly, the bull warrior, feeling an inexhaustible surge of power, assumed a wrestling stance, vowing to show the Hulk a thing or two. Do you know who I am? I am the invincible bull warrior. Yet, in the fleeting moment of collision with the Hulk, he could only manage to hold his ground for 3 seconds, his fierce retort left unspoken. Faced with the incessant interference from bothersome individuals, the Hulk's fury escalated further, and like a clawed puppet, he seized the bull warrior by the head. With a casual toss, The bull warrior, amidst terrified cries, was hurled away like a cannonball. Chapter 31. Uncle Long is truly a superhero. Indeed, it appears rather implausible that the formidable bull warrior, endowed with the bull talisman, would so easily succumb to the Hulk. However, the efficacy of talismans often varies greatly among individuals. For instance, in the Mask arc, Sheriff Blake's benevolent use of the bull talisman could only contend with mere ninja minions. In stark contrast, Xiaoyu, empowered by the bull talisman's might, could effortlessly rend the earth asunder. Even the yak, also possessing the strength of the bull talisman, was potent enough to uproot a mountain. This disparity illustrates that while the bull talisman is indeed powerful, the variance between its potential upper and lower limits is strikingly vast. In this context, it is commendable that the bull warrior could momentarily hold his ground against the Hulk, harnessing the talisman's strength. Nonetheless, with both Riley and the bull warrior having withdrawn from the fray, no one remained to thwart the Hulk's advance. Even Uncle Long. Having assessed the chasm between himself and Riley, the bull warrior realized that despite his desire to intervene, it was prudent to retreat from the looming threat. After all, setting aside the question of his own combat abilities, it was evident that the hulking green creature seemed intent on targeting the members of the Black Hand Gang. Logically and emotionally, Uncle Long surmised that it was unwise to risk his life for a criminal, especially amidst such uncertainty. All right, Xiaoyu, this place is far too perilous. We must hasten our departure. Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu. Just as Uncle Long was contemplating a strategic retreat to regroup with the flung Riley and discuss their next steps, he abruptly noticed that the previously nearby Xiaoyu had vanished without a trace once more. Scanning the surroundings, he discovered Xiaoyu stealthily approaching the Hulk from behind, clutching a jagged stone aloft, clearly preparing to strike. With his heart racing in panic, Uncle Long could only exclaim in desperation, hoping Xiaoyu would reconsider her reckless provocation and abandon her foolish intentions. Amidst the chaotic environment, he displayed remarkable agility, rushing towards her. Oh heavens! What are you doing? Stop immediately! Unbeknownst to him, the Hulk, a figure of immense terror, had left Riley's fate uncertain, while the tear-streaked Xiaoyu, fueled by determination, hurled the stone with all her might at the Hulk's head. Upon contact, the stone merely bounced harmlessly to the ground. Though such an attack was akin to a mere tickle for the Hulk, the enraged behemoth slowly turned, casting a cold glance in Xiaoyu's direction. With an intellect akin to that of a child, the Hulk instinctively reached for a boulder larger than Xiaoyu herself, and, without hesitation, flung it towards her. It was you who first struck me with a stone, so it seems only fair that I retaliate in kind. Oh no. Xiaoyu, quickly lower your head. Fortunately, just as Xiaoyu was on the brink of peril, Uncle Long, witnessing his niece in distress, unleashed his latent potential to the utmost. With astonishing swiftness, he reached Xiaoyu's side, swiftly grasping her and tucking her under his arm, all the while exclaiming his misfortune. His feet, however, showed no signs of faltering, moving with such rapidity that it appeared as though he were leaving afterimages, narrowly evading the colossal boulder before it could crash down. Even when Hulk, slightly taken aback and momentarily distracted by Uncle Long, began to pursue with heavy strides, Uncle Long assessed the situation and realized that he could not outrun Hulk for long. In a remarkable display, he executed a sharp turn, sending the cumbersome Hulk barreling into the ruins of the arena. Then, as Hulk rose and roared once more, Uncle Long, seemingly in a desperate flight, suddenly pivoted while cradling Xiaoyu, and with a graceful slide, slipped beneath Hulk's legs, once more transforming peril into opportunity. As Hulk closed in again, amidst the chaos and debris, Uncle Long found himself devoid of any objects to hinder Hulk's advance. In a decisive move, he flung Xiaoyu to safety, urging her to distance herself, while he, a mere mortal, demonstrated extraordinary reflexes, deftly evading several of Hulk's attacks. Despite Hulk's formidable strength, he found himself standing in disbelief, staring at his own hands, engulfed in self-doubt after failing to land a single blow on Uncle Long. No, is this correct? My friend, are you serious? I can't even touch you, and you're not even pretending. Is it a 100 evasion skill? Unbeknownst to Hulk, his luck today, in a certain sense, was remarkably unfortunate. He first encountered Troll, a tank with maximum strength and health, who, despite enduring numerous punches from Hulk, was merely knocked unconscious without any real threat to his life. After defeating Troll, he faced Uncle Long, who, despite often encountering misfortune, possessed extraordinary capabilities and could hold his own against even the most formidable opponents. This allowed Uncle Long to perpetually evade Hulk's attacks, leaving Hulk with nothing but frustration as he could only glare at Uncle Long, utterly helpless. Occasionally, seizing the right moment, Uncle Long would leap 3 or 4 meters high, executing his signature flying kick, which, bolstered by righteous energy, sent Hulk staggering backward with each powerful strike. Although due to an inherent lack of strength, Uncle Long's attacks, even with the enhancement of righteous energy, succeeded in repelling the Hulk, but still failed to inflict any substantial damage. However, In the absence of knowledge about Uncle Long's true capabilities, the mere act of repelling the Hulk was sufficient to leave the Hulk, who had never encountered a worthy opponent since the dawn of his self-awareness, utterly bewildered. Chapter 32. Subduing the Hulk after enduring countless battles. The Hulk, despite possessing a childlike intellect, has learned to harness his formidable strength to confront various adversaries. Opponents like Uncle Long, who exhibit agility but lack brute force and resilience, are, for the Hulk, the easiest to vanquish. After all, the Hulk can afford to make innumerable errors, while his foes can falter only once. Thus, as Uncle Long completed his somersault and his feet just touched the ground, with no time to execute further maneuvers, the Hulk merely lifted one foot and stamped down, triggering a minor earthquake that sent Uncle Long soaring into the air. Seizing the moment, he effortlessly grasped Uncle Long in his palm. Hey, that's cheating. All right, you win this round. Ouch, could you be a bit gentler? I feel like my bones are about to shatter. Naturally, such behavior resembled the Hulk throwing a tantrum, opting to turn the tables and launch a direct assault on his opponent, which inevitably drew Uncle Long's frustrated retorts. However, the Hulk's relentless application of terrifying force soon caused Uncle Long's bones to creak and groan, prompting him to grimace in pain and emit a series of distressed cries. Put me down. In that critical moment, a massive figure suddenly charged from behind the Hulk. This powerful strike was akin to a fully loaded truck hurtling at high speed, catching the Hulk completely off guard and knocking him to the ground. In the process, Uncle Long, who had been firmly gripped in the Hulk's hand, instinctively released his hold as the Hulk attempted to brace himself, allowing Uncle Long to escape swiftly to the safety behind the colossal newcomer. Oh, thanks, Riley. That was so timely. Wait, you're not Riley, you're that. True from the Black Hand Gang? Once Uncle Long had moved about to alleviate his pain and confirmed that he could still function, he raised his head to express his gratitude to the one who had just rescued him. However, upon recognizing the figure, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he gasped in astonishment. I awakened that giant, and in light of our shared enemy, he has agreed to temporarily join forces with us. Consider it a repayment for our assistance in diverting the monster's attention while he was incapacitated, thereby saving his life. As Uncle Long pondered this revelation, a voice emerged from behind him. The next moment, Xiao Yu approached, excitedly holding a bucket that still bore a few droplets of water. Eager to witness the titanic clash between the two behemoths, an extraordinary spectacle seldom seen in their daily lives. With a more formidable foe now present, the protagonist and the antagonist set aside their grievances to unite against a common enemy. Oh my, this was just like a scene pulled straight from a comic book. Instead of standing there exchanging banter, why not lend a hand? I can barely hold on. Ugh. Regrettably, True S' strength ultimately paled in comparison to the Hulk's rage-fueled might. Not to mention the earlier solitary struggle that had already drained most of Troll S' stamina. Before Troll could finish his words, he was ambushed. Now, Hulk, who was firmly pinning Troll to the ground, let out a furious roar, his size visibly swelling as he extended a hand and seized Troll by the head. With a powerful jerk, the exhausted Troll was effortlessly dislodged from Hulk's back. As Hulk rose, baring his teeth and lifting Troll before his eyes, the waves of oppressive heat assaulted Troll's face, leaving him squinting and swallowing nervously as he humbly pleaded. Oh, I wonder if it's too late for my apology? Hulk's rage at this moment was clearly not something that could be soothed by mere words from Troll. Realizing that the source of his irritation was the very target that had incited his wrath, Hulk roared with fury and swung his arm, sending Troll's massive form whirling through the air before crashing down towards the ground. However, just as Troll tightly shut his eyes, convinced that death was imminent, he was surprised to find that the anticipated pain did not arrive. Curiously reopening his eyes, he discovered that his face was barely 3 centimeters from the ground, suspended in an awkward upside-down position, halting the force of the descent. Could it be that Hulk, at the critical moment, deemed it unwise to take a life? Certainly not. The truth was that hovering above Hulk's head was a figure clad in a black suit, Spider-Man, who had been propelled away by Hulk's fierce gust moments earlier. It was Riley, who now sported a suit enhanced with both the chicken and bull talismans. Evidently, the bull talisman embedded in the mask of the bull warrior, who had been knocked unconscious, was borrowed by Riley at just the right moment. Thanks to the bull talisman's power amplification, Riley was able to enhance the telekinetic control of the chicken talisman, allowing him to counter Hulk's terrifying strength at the crucial juncture and save Troll's life. All right, big guy, this farce must come to an end. With the empowerment of the 2 talismans, Riley sensed that he could indeed break Hulk's neck before his strength could be further augmented. Yet, there were 2 considerations. First, Riley could not ascertain whether Hulk, with his remarkably resilient life force, could be truly slain by such an act. Second, as a traveler, coupled with the newspaper he had purchased prior to this journey in Mexico, he realized that Banner's continuous evasion was not out of fear of military pursuit. but rather a desire to avoid causing harm to innocent people due to Hulk's uncontrollable power. Even enduring a meager and solitary existence in a black factory was a trade he willingly accepted. This indicated that Bruce Banner in this universe was also a tragic figure, stirring Riley's heart with empathy. Thus, in an effort to restrain the Hulk's actions and compel him to release True, Riley, wielding the power of the chicken talisman, summoned the Hulk before him. Amidst the Hulk's furious glare, which seemed capable of devouring Riley whole, he approached the creature's ear and whispered deliberately, "You surely would not wish for the commotion you create to attract the relentless pursuit of the military. Nor would you desire to bear the stain of blood on your hands, rendering you unable to face your beloved Betty, would you, Mr. Bruce Banner?" As Riley had surmised, following such a tumultuous episode, the persona of Bruce Banner within the Hulk began to awaken, striving to reclaim dominion over their shared body. Upon hearing Riley's words, the vision of Betty Ross, the object of his longing, instinctively surfaced in the Hulk's mind, causing his massive form to tremble noticeably. Gradually, clarity returned to his gaze, and his body began to shrink at a perceptible rate, akin to a deflating balloon. Ultimately, he was left clutching his tattered trousers to conceal his modesty, reverting back to the disheveled beggar whom True had first encountered in the diner. Chapter 33. Hulk, speak for me, speak for me. I have unleashed that monster again, haven't I? After fully regaining his sanity, Banner instinctively surveyed his surroundings as Riley intentionally relaxed his mental control. Faced with the desolate ruins and the palpable fear and unease emanating from Uncle Long and others below, even with a momentary lapse in memory, Banner could surmise what had transpired. Guilt washed over his face as he turned his gaze toward Riley, sincerely continuing, "I apologize for everything I just did. Indeed, a creature that knows only destruction should not exist in this world. If possible, I wish you would take this opportunity to end my life." A monster? No. Quite the opposite. I do not consider Hulk to be a monster at all. He is merely a child, newly born, curious yet bewildered by this world, lacking proper guidance, and unable to discern right from wrong. Observing the self-reproach and frustration etched on Banner's face, Riley realized he had not misjudged Hulk's character in this universe. His furrowed brow relaxed, and he not only guided Banner's body down gently to the ground, but also waved to Uncle Long and the others, signaling that the crisis had been averted. With a smile, he regarded Banner and expressed his thoughts. After all, if Hulk were truly a creature that knew only destruction, the rivers of Brazil would have run red long ago, wouldn't they? A child unable to distinguish right from wrong. What a novel notion. Ever since that fateful experiment granted him Hulk's power, it was the first time Banner had heard someone liken the beastly Hulk to an innocent, helpless child. Ironically, the skills he had honed over years of evading detection allowed him to sense that this individual was not merely offering empty words of comfort. Rather, they genuinely accepted Hulk's existence. Even after Hulk had engaged in a fierce confrontation with this person, Banner could still detect no trace of disdain or rejection in Riley's words. What he sensed was merely an understanding of both him and Hulk, accompanied by heartfelt counsel. This profound recognition made Banner, who desperately sought the acceptance of others, shudder with emotion. It was as if a person long ensconced in darkness had finally glimpsed a glimmer of light. His eyes moistened as he stared blankly at Riley. Yet, it was precisely this realization that intensified Banner's desire to end Hulk's life, lest he harm good-hearted individuals like Riley. But you see, Hulk is incredibly dangerous. Each time he appears, he only brings trouble and disaster to others. So, therefore, you should embrace the responsibility of being a guardian, guiding Hulk with care. Strive for reconciliation with him, rather than treating him as a monster and rejecting him outright. In response to Banner's hesitance and apprehension, Riley stepped forward, unreservedly grasping Banner's hands. Gently tapping the back of his hand, he continued to soothe Banner's emotions while softening his tone, speaking in a tender voice. "Dr. Banner, please calm your mind and reflect carefully. The emergence of the Hulk is not merely an accident for you. Does he not also find himself devoid of choices? After all, it is not by his own volition that he has arrived in this world, which is rife with hostility and adversaries, is it? Please do not hastily refute me. If I am not mistaken, the Hulk's presence, while it may have caused you considerable trouble, has also saved you numerous times in moments of crisis. Furthermore, upon closer examination, it appears that the Hulk has never actively harmed anyone, but rather has only engaged in defensive reactions, has he not? In this context, you, as one entity, should be aligned on the same side. The closest of friends who can truly understand each other's feelings. Why then, must you, swayed by public opinion, reject the Hulk so vehemently, treating him as a malady that must be eradicated, just like those ignorant outsiders? As a traveler of time, Riley was aware that Banner and the Hulk would eventually reach a reconciliation, albeit after enduring considerable suffering and setbacks. This was an unfair fate for both Bruce Banner and the Hulk. Therefore, while the Hulk in this universe had yet to provoke any cataclysmic events that would incite widespread hatred, Riley, believing that the situation had not yet spiraled beyond redemption, sought to alter Banner's perception of the Hulk. At the very least, he wished to help both entities tread a less convoluted path towards reconciliation. Fortunately, in the years of hiding, Banner's mind had undergone a transformation. He not only learned to control his emotions but also relinquished the pride that came with his status as a physicist. Thus, even though he could discern Riley's youthful tone, suggesting he was still a child, Banner did not dismiss Riley's words as the naive musings of youth. Instead, he began to take them seriously, reflecting on the Hulk's behavioral patterns as Riley had suggested. Upon setting aside the biases and misunderstandings shaped by societal perspectives, he found that the Hulk's motivations closely aligned with Riley's description. Beneath the seemingly invincible exterior lay a being terrified of an unfamiliar world, deprived of parental protection, compelled to masquerade as a fierce entity in a desperate attempt at self-preservation. Even during the encounter in Brazil, when his consciousness began to fade and control was seized by the Hulk, Banner could faintly recall the Hulk warning the military personnel to keep their distance rather than retaliating directly. This realization transformed Banner's initial expression of deep-seated animosity towards the Hulk into something more peculiar and nuanced. After a brief silence, Banner could distinctly feel his heart racing. Yet, there was none of the previous trepidation and disquiet that accompanied the imminent emergence of the Hulk. Even when he roughly gauged his condition and confirmed that his pulse rate had surpassed the alert threshold, it was only for a fleeting moment that Banner's hands took on the visage of the Hulk, before reverting to their normal state. This appearance mirrored the Hulk residing within Banner's body, who, upon finally encountering someone capable of understanding him, resembled a drowning man grasping at a lifeline. Fearful that Banner might continue to misconstrue him, thus extending a gesture of goodwill, it was precisely due to the Hulk's proactive response that Banner could not help but raise a hand to his forehead, erupting into a cacophony of laughter that was more pitiable than weeping. Ha ha ha, so this is how it is, so this is how it is. How absurd. After enduring in silence for so many years, it turns out not a single child could see through it all. What, in the end, have I truly accomplished? Chapter 34. Truel to speak candidly, upon witnessing Banner's hands once again turning green, Riley felt a twinge of apprehension. However, recalling the talismans of the chicken and the bull that he held, he reassured himself that even if the Hulk re-emerged, he possessed the strength to confront him. Thus, Riley chose to place his faith in both Hulk and Banner, just as he had voiced moments prior. It was only when he saw Banner's hands return to normal that Riley truly exhaled, silently grateful that his gamble had paid off. Tentatively, he reached out and placed a hand on Banner's shoulder, his tone buoyant as he continued. There is no need for self-reproach, Dr. Banner. There is an ancient saying in Huaxia, the one immersed in the situation is often blind, while the observer sees clearly. Moreover, it is never too late to mend the pin after the sheep are lost. Power itself knows no moral bounds. You still have ample time to gradually understand the Hulk and to guide him towards what is right. When the Hulk can wield his strength on the righteous path, I believe those who once feared and resisted him will eventually alter their perceptions due to his deeds. Thank you for your understanding, child. Your words have indeed been a tremendous help to me. After the Hulk's proactive response, the greatest knot in my heart has been completely untied. A smile began to blossom more frequently on Banner's face. Unable to contain himself, he embraced Riley warmly. In that moment, never had Banner felt so at peace as he did now. With his hands on his hips, he sincerely reflected. I was initially considering returning to New York to seek Mr. Blue's assistance, but it seems that is no longer necessary. I will retreat into anonymity and find a place to conceal myself until the Hulk is prepared to officially announce his presence to the world. As a side note, under normal circumstances, traveling from Brazil to New York would not require passing through Mexico. Yet, due to his unique circumstances and the military's pursuit, it was clear that Banner could not take conventional means to fly directly to New York. Thus, he deliberately chose the longer route through Mexico. In retrospect, Banner felt somewhat fortunate that his identity had been exposed in Brazil. Had it not been for that, he would not have been compelled to abandon the relatively stable life he had begun to establish and flee to Mexico. He certainly would not have encountered Riley, nor reached a preliminary resolution with the Hulk, who had troubled him for years, thanks to Riley's guidance. Such serendipitous encounters made Banner reflect deeply. Fate, indeed, is ineffably wondrous. Mr. Blue, are you referring to the one who has been providing assistance to you online and requesting regular blood samples? Ah, yes. Speaking of which, I've been meaning to ask, you seem to know quite a bit about me, even being aware of Mr. Blue's existence. Could it be that you are Mr. Blue? Ahem, not quite. You might say I possess a unique source of intelligence. By the way, Dr. Banner, just call me Banner, child. You have done me such a great favor, there is no need to be so formal. Additionally, may I know your name? Certainly, Banner. Allow me to elaborate on my introduction. My name is Riley Parker. You may simply call me Riley. Of course, when in the presence of outsiders. Adorned in this battle attire, you may refer to me as Spider-Man. After a brief exchange, it became evident that our rapport had deepened. Complying with Banner's request, we shared our identities, dispensing with any cumbersome formalities. As I momentarily reflected on my past life memories, particularly the general impression of the film The Incredible Hulk, I continued my discourse with Banner. In summary, regarding the gentleman you previously mentioned, Mr. Blue, I personally advise that you journey to New York and seek a meeting with him to personally dispose of all the blood samples you sent his way. After all, while Hulk harbors no ill intentions, if Mr. Blue or others were to utilize these blood samples to acquire powers akin to Hulk's, it remains uncertain whether they could maintain the decorum of a law-abiding citizen. Upon my concluding remarks, although Banner instinctively wished to defend Mr. Blue, he soon realized that his understanding of Mr. Blue was solely through the veil of the internet, having never engaged with him directly. Over the years, the blood samples sent to Mr. Blue had evidently surpassed the requirements for research. Prior to my encounter, Mr. Blue was the only individual willing to assist Banner, which led him to comply with Mr. Blue's directives out of necessity. Now, having established that Hulk's existence to him is less a threat or affliction and more akin to a comrade sharing one body, Banner ought to reconsider Mr. Blue's intentions over these years. You make a valid point, yet I find myself in a state of being hunted. Traveling to New York seems unfeasible. As this thought crossed his mind, Banner felt a surge of distrust towards Mr. Blue, who possessed a substantial number of blood samples. However, considering his current predicament of being pursued by the military, he found himself at a loss, his demeanor awkward as he scratched his head and spoke hesitantly. If that is your concern, I happen to possess certain connections that could resolve this issue. It was fortunate that my initiation of this topic signaled my preparedness with a corresponding solution. Observing Banner's willingness to address the potential risks he had caused, I waved my hand towards a group in the distance, calling out, "Uncle Long, Xiaoyu, and True, it's all clear now. Come over. Hey, why are you summoning me, kid? Don't think that just because I assisted Jackie earlier, we are allies now. I will reclaim the talisman from you eventually." At my call, not only did Uncle Long and Xiaoyu respond, but even True, who had believed himself to be extricated from the situation, couldn't he help but display a look of confusion, pondering the true nature of my intentions. However, it became apparent that subduing that green monster was beyond what the current Riley could handle alone. Despite his immense reluctance, True found himself obediently following Uncle Long and Xiaoyu, approaching Riley's side. Yes, I am well aware of this. As a criminal gang wanted by District 13, you undoubtedly cannot travel by commercial flights, but must instead utilize your private jet to arrive from New York, correct? Regarding True's blusterous yet cowardly demeanor, Riley was certain that True would eventually become one of his own, and thus did not take his bravado to heart. With a casual wave of his hand, he gently nudged Banner forward, presenting him to True, and continued speaking to himself. Therefore, could you do us a favor and give Banner a ride when you return to New York? Chapter 35 The True Treasure. Upon hearing Riley's proposal, True's initial reaction was that this insufferable brat must be out of his mind. Setting aside the fact that their differing positions should render them adversaries, making cooperation virtually impossible, the idea of boarding a plane back to New York with someone who could transform into a green monster at any moment was utterly preposterous. Was it Riley who had lost his senses, or had True sustained some brain injury during that recent encounter with the green behemoth, leading to auditory hallucinations? Was this even a reasonable suggestion? Even if he were to acquiesce, what if, at 10,000 feet in the air, this individual suddenly morphed back into the Hulk and dismantled the aircraft? Would they even survive such an ordeal? All right, True, I understand your concerns. Therefore, I will accompany you on the flight back and ensure that, should Banner unexpectedly transform into the Hulk, I can soothe his tempestuous emotions, preventing any catastrophic disassembly of the plane. However, before True could utter a refusal, Riley, as if possessing the gift of mind reading, effortlessly discerned True's thoughts. He preemptively interjected with a tone that, while seemingly benevolent, carried an irresistible undercurrent of threat. Of course, do not be too hasty in your rejection. Setting aside the fact that this predicament is likely of your own making, you ought to be grateful we saved your life. Surely, you would not want your mother, who takes pride in you, to discover that your true occupation involves serving as a henchman for Valen, engaging in unsavory and illicit activities, would you? What? How could you possibly know? Who are you? It was evident that Riley, well versed in the narrative, possessed an unparalleled advantage in intelligence. With just a few words, he could deftly exploit True's vulnerabilities. Consequently, True, who had never witnessed Riley unmask himself and remained oblivious to the true identity of the Black Spider-Man, began to feel a palpable apprehension towards the enigmatic figure before him. In his instinctive exclamation, True couldn't help but question whether this masked individual, concealing his appearance behind elaborate attire, might be an elite agent dispatched by the 13th District. Embedded within the Black Hand, poised to eradicate them all. Amidst his growing anxiety and disarray of thoughts, True failed to realize that, in the earlier pursuit of Xiaoyu, the boy who had been alone with her was still unaccounted for. The identity of the armored figure before him was nearly impossible to discern. Just an ordinary passing Spider-Man. Remember that. Observing True's expression, Riley recognized that he had gained an unequivocal advantage both mentally and physically. In further stimulating True's nerves with his words, Riley did not hesitate to invoke the power of the chicken talisman, levitating True off the ground to demonstrate that he was not soliciting his opinion, but merely informing him of the situation. Now, before I change my mind and decide to send you to District 13 for tea, Mr. True, are you interested in accepting my proposal? In this situation, despite Mr. True's profound reluctance and an overwhelming desire to tear apart the masked figure before him, he could only acquiesce to Riley's suggestion. Of course, before departing, considering that the Bull Warrior, despite his treacherous actions against his comrades in subsequent events, possessed a fundamentally good nature and undeniable skill, having been re-energized by Paco's encouragement, Riley could not simply abandon the unconscious Bull Warrior. Instead, he chose to awaken him, ensuring his well-being, and candidly disclosed the existence of the 12 charms. He warned the Bull Warrior that possessing such a charm would inevitably attract the malevolent demon known as the Saint Lord, bringing misfortune to those around him. Then, presenting the Bull charm before him, he allowed the Bull Warrior to make his own choice. Faced with a charm that could imbue him with strength, granting him unrivaled prowess in the ring and the promise of glory and wealth, it would be disingenuous for the Bull Warrior to claim he did not desire it. However, the Bull Warrior was acutely aware that if not for the intervention of True and Hulk during the competition, his brute strength alone would have led to his defeat at the hands of Riley, who also possessed a charm. In the face of Hulk's formidable might, the Bull Warrior experienced firsthand what true power entailed, shattering his previously absurd belief that possessing the Bull charm would render him invincible. Even the Bull Warrior, with a flicker of conscience, recognized that utilizing the Bull charm in competitions was inherently an unfair advantage, especially when confronted with Paco, whose pure love for wrestling reminded the Bull Warrior of his own youthful beginnings, filled with passion yet frequently defeated. He felt a profound inner turmoil. Thus, after a moment of silence, the Bull Warrior ultimately relinquished his fixation and gently returned the Bull charm to Riley, suppressing his reluctance as he entrusted the charm to him. However, little did the Bull Warrior know that this had all been anticipated by Riley, with the calculation that the Bull Warrior would make the right choice. Riley had deliberately enlisted Xiaoyu's help to ensure that Paco was hidden in a corner, listening intently to their exchange. It is often said that peaks generate false supporters while dusk reveals true believers. Therefore, when Riley signaled for Xiaoyu to bring Paco out from the shadows, the Bull Warrior, feeling guilt-ridden for what he believed to be a deception against Paco, was unprepared for their encounter. The Bull Warrior, who believed he had recognized his mistakes and could resist the allure of the Bull charm, still deemed himself worthy of the title hero in Paco's eyes. Consequently, he hurriedly embraced the Bull Warrior, just as before, eagerly requesting to learn wrestling techniques from him. The pair of eyes sparkled with genuine admiration, devoid of any semblance of deceit, effortlessly alleviating the embarrassment that plagued the Bull Warrior. This sincere gaze melted away the cold facade he had maintained for self-protection, allowing him to confront his true self once more. Encouraged by Riley's subtle nod, an unspoken gesture of support, the Bull Warrior, shedding the burdens of idolization, bent down for the first time to embrace Paco, who had unconditionally trusted and supported him from the very beginning. From that moment on, this remarkable friendship, transcending age, acquired something far more precious than any magical talisman. After exchanging contact information to ensure they could reach out to one another in case of any unforeseen circumstances, Riley and Banner joined True and the others aboard the Black Hand Gang's private plane, embarking on their journey back to New York. Chapter 36. The dark thoughts of the contemporary Jiasu. After a prolonged journey through the skies, Riley finally concluded his sojourn in Mexico, accompanied by the unexpectedly befriended Banner. As they set foot once more on that land which prides itself on democracy and freedom, naturally, due to the fact that he was being pursued by the authorities of District 13, the Mafia could not afford to land openly at a civilian airport, which resulted in Riley and Banner finding themselves in the outskirts. The distance to New York City was still considerable. To avoid cornering True too severely and preventing him from becoming truly desperate, thereby binding himself irrevocably to the Mafia, Riley fulfilled his promise and, upon disembarking the plane, parted ways with the Mafia members, ensuring their paths did not cross further. At first glance, it appeared that from this moment forward, Riley and Banner would have to rely on their trusty bus Line 11, making their slow journey from the outskirts into the city. However, Riley had already made arrangements. After the Mafia members departed, he leisurely dialed a phone number. After a brief wait, Uncle Long and Xiaoyu, who had arrived in New York on a regular flight ahead of them, appeared alongside Sheriff Blake, driving that iconic black van. They took Riley and Banner on board and smoothly navigated towards the city. Riley, may I inquire if your sole intention was to escort Mr. Banner into New York without attracting military attention? Why not simply seek my assistance? Was it necessary to risk traveling on the Mafia's aircraft? Isn't that somewhat redundant? During this exchange, although everyone believed that Riley had his reasons for such actions, they could not quell their curiosity and confusion once the Mafia members had departed. After exchanging glances, the straightforward Sheriff Blake took the initiative to pose his question to Riley. The answer was simple. It was a calculated deception. In light of Sheriff Blake's faith in his judgment, which restrained his agents from arresting True and his associates while they were vulnerable, Riley was more than willing to elaborate on his plans in gratitude for this invaluable trust. After a moment of contemplation, Riley, still in the private confines of this secluded environment, disengaged from his constantly maintained armored state, which was beginning to show signs of energy depletion. He then explained his strategy in as clear and comprehensible a manner as possible to these well-meaning individuals, who, collectively, did not possess the cunning of a child like Xiaoyu. Consider this. When Varong discovers that True's excursion to Mexico not only failed to yield any talismans but also involved a collusion with Uncle Long against their enemies. Even bringing me along, what will his reaction be? I see. He will blame True for his incompetence and give him a stern reprimand. Correct, but not entirely. Sheriff Blake, if you were to view this from Varong's perspective, imagine yourself as the leader of a criminal organization. How would you feel upon discovering that your most trusted enforcer was engaged in a close alliance with your sworn enemy? Even on the journey back, I spent a considerable amount of time with one of the adversaries. Even if True fervently attempts to explain that he is compelled by circumstances and harbors no thoughts of betrayal, would you still dare to employ him as before to ensure the smoothness of your future endeavors? Thus, my choice to hitch a ride with the Black Hand was not solely to avoid causing trouble for the 13th District, but also to plant a seed of doubt in Valen's mind. Although in the short term, Valen will still choose to trust True, even if Sheriff Blake and the others, unable to suppress their impulses, had previously captured True and his companions in the 13th District, Valen would go to any lengths to rescue them. However, should True consistently fail in the quest for the talisman, Valen, accumulating disappointment, might begin to suspect that True had long since betrayed us, becoming an undercover agent we embedded within the Black Hand to thwart him at every turn. Consequently, Valen would not only distance himself from True, but also, to prevent any potential aggression from True, would support the rise of new confidants to counterbalance him, gradually usurping True's position within the organization. Once True becomes disheartened, feeling that his loyalty has been misplaced and his fidelity begins to waver, we can then extend an olive branch to him. By appealing to his emotions and reasoning, we could effortlessly recruit a formidable talent like True to our side. Through this series of maneuvers, we would not need to lift a finger, merely awaiting True's defection. By that time, True might even sincerely thank us, believing that only we comprehend his struggles. Initially, Riley merely wished to share his thoughts with everyone. However, as his explanation progressed, he inexplicably felt as though he were possessed by a renowned strategist of yore, bursting with confidence and unable to stop. With his eloquent discourse, he laid out the plans concerning True, who should have been in a life and death struggle with the 13th District, and even the hidden schemes of Valen and the Holy Lord. With clarity, after completing his initial exposition, he placed his hands on his hips, gleefully chuckling at his own masterpiece. Wait, why aren't you all laughing? Is there a flaw in my plan? Yet, when Riley regained his composure, he found that the passengers in the carriage not only refrained from sharing in the laughter over the imminent defection of such a capable general from the Black Hand, but they also fell into a collective silence, gazing at him with an exceedingly peculiar and complex expression. Especially Banner, who had once trusted Riley, could not help but begin to doubt whether he, like True, had been calculated against by Riley from the outset, an inexplicable chill creeping up his spine. He silently shrank back towards the corner of the carriage, discreetly maintaining his distance from Riley. This left Riley feeling inexplicably awkward, fearing that the hastily devised plan contained a significant flaw he had failed to detect in time. With a furrowed brow, I hastily murmured to myself, mentally sifting through the intricacies of this plan and assessing its feasibility. It shouldn't be. Even if Valen is steadfast in his unwavering trust and reliance on True, I have essentially secured a complimentary return flight. There is no loss to be endured, no detriment at all. Furthermore, I have discreetly installed a tracker on True. Once he returns to Valen, the location of the Black Hand stronghold will be ascertained. At worst, I could disseminate false information regarding the talisman, luring away a significant portion of their manpower and subsequently obliterate the Black Hand's lair in one fell swoop. That would indeed be a form of gain. If all else fails, I recall that the 13th District possesses heavy artillery. Under the guise of conducting a civil defense drill, we could evacuate the surrounding residents in advance. Then, with firepower unleashed, we could obliterate the foe, ensuring that while the master remains sealed and merely a statue, both he and the Black Hand stronghold are expunged from this world entirely. However, this plan is fraught with uncertainty. What if the tracker is discovered and leads to a false address? Even if the address is genuine, I recall that the master, despite being sealed, can summon the Shadow Legion. What if, before we can strike the master, the Shadow Legion absconds with his statue, thwarting our chance to eliminate him in one decisive blow? Finding him again would prove exceedingly difficult. Yes, indeed. With this in mind, until I possess absolute certainty, it is prudent to retain the Black Hand as bait to stabilize the Master's mindset. Yet, there remains a sliver of operational latitude, if only I could. It was precisely upon hearing Riley's incessant murmurs that the already astounded Sheriff Black, his jaw nearly dislocated, felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. He then gingerly lifted his hand to reposition his jaw, which had slipped askew. Swallowing hard as he cautiously extended his other hand to pat Riley's shoulder as gently as possible. Meeting Riley's bewildered gaze, Sheriff Black, with a complex expression, articulated the unspoken thoughts of everyone present. Riley. Huh. What is it, Sheriff Black? I've only just realized that you are one of us. This is truly wonderful. Promise me, if you ever find yourself in trouble, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I will certainly help you. Please. Do not allow a moment of impulsiveness to lead you astray. Huh? Why do you say that? Wait, Uncle Long, Xiaoyu. Why are you nodding in agreement? Even Banner. Chapter 37. With great power comes great responsibility. Prior to this conversation, everyone, including Uncle Long, was eager to persuade Riley to formally join the quest for the talismans, rather than merely intervening midway, as he did during the recent trip to Mexico at the behest of Xiaoyu. However, upon discovering that the seemingly earnest and straightforward Riley harbored a frighteningly cunning side reminiscent of a modern-day Jiasu, their collective sentiments swiftly shifted. They unanimously concluded that it would be far better for Riley to remain in New York, ensuring he would not be led astray by any reckless individuals who might endanger his family. Sheriff Blake, having just returned Riley home, promptly took measures to purchase several houses near Riley's residence. His intention was to station elite agents disguised as Riley's new neighbors, who would maintain a 24-hour vigil to safeguard May and Ben. Furthermore, before parting ways with Riley, Uncle Long earnestly advised him that, in comparison to external power, the strength of one's inner self was paramount. Even Banner graciously declined Riley's invitation to stay at his home, opting instead to accompany Sheriff Blake back to District 13 under the pretext of ensuring everyone's peace of mind. Clearly, they all harbored concerns that should Riley succumb to darkness, he would become an adversary too formidable to confront directly. There was even the unsettling possibility that they might find themselves betrayed by Riley, only to express gratitude while helping him count his ill-gotten gains. Of course, with his keen senses and the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, Riley could easily discern their apprehensions. Oh dear, what do they think of me? A mere candidate for the role of the villain? This absurdity brought a mix of amusement and exasperation to Riley, especially as he noticed their anxious expressions, which rendered them impervious to his reassurances. Thus, he resigned himself to a shrug, temporarily abandoning his intentions to clarify matters, and instead stepped into his home, beaming with the souvenirs he had collected from Mexico. Dad, Mom, Peter, I'm back. Look at all the wonderful things I've brought for you. Meanwhile, in another realm, in Dr. Connor's office at Oscorp, Norman Osborn, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, was intently examining a beautifully adorned metal cage. Within this cage resided a small white mouse that, with Peter's assistance, had recently been injected with a new version of the lizard serum, resulting in the restoration of its severed limbs. Its vital signs were stable, aligning perfectly with the anticipated outcomes. It had successfully regenerated its lost limbs in a remarkably short time. I must concede, Dr. Connors, you have indeed surprised me, Norman remarked, after scrutinizing the mouse and reviewing the footage of the experiment, confirming the mouse's compatibility with the lizard serum rather than merely selecting a similarly sized, intact mouse to deceive himself. Yet, before Dr. Connors could relish the relief of Norman's approval, Norman, with an air of inevitability, pressed further. So, when do you plan to commence human trials? In 10 minutes? Or perhaps half an hour? What? Human trials? Oh no, Mr. Osborn. Today's itinerary does not include that segment. Norman's abrupt change of topic left Connors momentarily stunned. Locking eyes with Norman, he discerned no trace of jest in the latter's gaze. Thus, Dr. Connors waved his hand and hastily responded, in fact, even the small white mouse you see now has only just received the serum injection. It remains uncertain whether this foreign gene will inflict any irreversible harm on its body. Therefore, we require additional time for careful observation, and then indeed, setting aside personal moral considerations, the proposal presented by Dr. Connors adheres to the fundamental protocols that the vast majority of scientists strictly follow, rendering it beyond reproach. However, Standing before Dr. Connors was none other than Norman Osborn, a quintessential capitalist. For capitalists, concerns of risk and cost often pale in comparison to the potential profits they might reap. I believe there is a misunderstanding, Dr. Connors. I am not inquiring whether you can accomplish this. Rather, I wish to know when you will be prepared with the necessary serum dosage for human trials. Without allowing Dr. Connors to finish, Norman's smile quickly vanished. His cold, piercing gaze radiated the essence of authority. With a mere light pat on Dr. Connors' shoulder, the esteemed scientist found himself seated on pins and needles, silenced by the unspoken threat, afraid to utter even a single word further. Moreover, how much time do you require? A year? 10 years? Or perhaps 20? Frankly speaking, Dr. Connors, I have grown weary of such antiquated excuses. You must understand that my patience is finite. I have neither the inclination nor the need to indulge in your games of make-believe. Therefore, I shall ask you once more, how long must we wait before commencing human trials? A month? No. What I mean is, if it's merely the creation of the serum, a single day would suffice. Under the oppressive weight of Norman's imminent threat, Dr. Connors realized that failing to provide a satisfactory response would lead to a dismal fate of being discarded once he had served his purpose. Thus, after a brief clash between the pangs of conscience and the harshness of reality, Dr. Connors instinctively glanced at the wedding ring adorning his left hand, the image of his wife and child's smile surfacing in his mind. Even as he internally resisted Norman Osborn's proposal, fully aware it was a grievous mistake, he ultimately succumbed to the relentless grip of reality. For the sake of his family's sustenance, he bowed his head before a cold-hearted capitalist like Norman Osborn, forsaking his noble identity as a scientist. Yet, even with the serum in hand, where could we possibly find volunteers willing to participate in human trials? You need not worry, Connors. Three-legged toads are indeed rare, but those who are crippled and missing limbs are plentiful in this world. However, Norman appears utterly unconcerned by Connors' apprehensions and swiftly offers a solution that sends shivers down the spine of Dr. Connors. For instance, those battle-scarred veterans. If informed that by receiving a serum injection they could regenerate lost limbs and no longer endure the scorn and discrimination of others, would surely form an eager queue, vying to become these noble volunteers. Even if we were to inform them that the serum injections require them to pay out of their own pockets to secure testing slots, they would unhesitatingly part with their funds to support our endeavors in developing a greater variety of serums. In this way, we acquire a new source of funding. While they gain restored health, a mutually beneficial arrangement, each party fulfilling its own needs. This is the essence of our undertaking, dear Dr. Connors. Thus, my old friend, let morality and conscience be damned. Embrace the reality. In this world, the greater the ability, the mightier the power. Chapter 38, The Choice of Dr. Connors. With greater power comes greater responsibility. It must be said, as one of the quintessential villains of the Marvel Universe, Norman Osborn embodies the essence of a duplicitous hypocrite, a heartless beast. Yet, it is undeniable that Norman Osborn, much like the impassioned orator in a tavern, possesses an extraordinary talent for linguistic manipulation, adeptly instilling his ideologies and will into others. Through this insidious method, he systematically transforms his chosen prey into mere instruments of his design. Consequently, Dr. Connors, in his whispered musings, finds his moral compass increasingly wavering. It is worth noting that the ever-honest Dr. Connors, who not only holds himself to strict standards, but also instills in his children the value of maintaining peace in times of trouble. Essentially, the wisdom of taking a step back to see the broader horizon, and that enduring hardship can be a blessing, has sought to embrace the world's injustices with a kind heart. Yet, what has the world reciprocated for Dr. Connors' selflessness? Only a torrent of malevolence. Not only has Dr. Connors himself suffered, but he has also endured the loss of his critical decay rate formula following the departure of his partner, Richard Parker, leaving his research stagnant prior to Peter's emergence, and subjecting him to scorn within his company. Even Dr. Connors' child, adhering to his father's teachings, has chosen to endure rather than confront conflict, becoming an easy target for ridicule among peers due to the knowledge of his father's disability. This has resulted in a near-daily spectacle of American-style bullying, which has rendered the child's psyche introverted and self-deprecating, causing Dr. Connors immense pain and guilt. It is precisely for this reason that Dr. Connors deliberately retained a sample of the lizard serum during his experiments, intending to verify its safety for his own immediate injection. His aspiration was to regenerate his lost limb, to return to a complete state, a man who could stand tall and protect his son with unwavering devotion. Thus, when Dr. Connors learned of Norman's willingness to leverage his connections to persuade disabled soldiers to undertake the risks of human trials, the very day Dr. Connors coveted to stabilize the effects of the lizard serum stirred a longing within him that he could not dismiss. However, Mr. Osborn's decision to conduct human trials without fully confirming the serum's efficacy posed a grave danger. What if it resulted in severe adverse reactions leading to the loss of life among the volunteers? How could we explain such a tragedy to their families? Would the military simply stand by as soldiers, once valiant defenders of the nation, perished in this manner? Contemplating these weighty implications, Dr. Connors fell into a brief silence before voicing his queries to Norman, unaware that his hand had instinctively reached into the pocket of his lab coat, gently caressing the precious vial of lizard serum. Even the reflection in the mirror, once embodying a gentle and clear gaze, has gradually transformed into a wild and sinister stare. You need not worry about this, my old friend. Be assured that those in the military have long harbored disdain for that group of inept individuals. Naturally, the astute Norman, with his keen insight into human nature, immediately discerned the shift in Dr. Connor's expression. Internally delighted, he began to scheme how, in the event of a significant incident, he could shift the blame onto Dr. Connors, the unsuspecting scapegoat, thereby absolving Oscorp of any suspicion. Yet, on the surface, he maintained a facade of righteous indignation, skillfully continuing to manipulate Dr. Connors. Consider this, my dear friend. A soldier who has lost limbs and can no longer return to the battlefield is, in essence, failing in his duty. Furthermore, the military must regularly allocate substantial funds to support their personal lives. Just think of how many supplies and munitions that would deprive the frontline warriors of. In a situation where every shot could determine the course of battle, these worthless parasites are, in effect, endangering the lives of the brave soldiers at the front. Thus, I am quite certain that, should a problem arise, the military personnel would merely offer verbal reprimands, putting on a show. In reality, upon learning of the reduction in parasites, their spirits would likely soar higher than anyone else's. As for the families of the volunteers, I shall include a clause in the agreement absolving us of any responsibility for life and death. A mere signature would signify that these parasites, understanding the risks, willingly chose to sacrifice themselves, expending their final energies for the cause. Consequently, even if there were a commotion at the company, or if it reached the courts, we would be in the right. After all, we did not coerce them into participating in the serum injection experiment. They clamored to join in, even paying for the privilege. We merely fulfilled their desires. How could we be blamed for that? Wouldn't you agree? You are indeed correct, Mr. Osborne. I have been overly anxious. In the cadence of his eloquent and powerful discourse, the loquacious Norman Osborne exuded a unique charm that could beguile the heart. Despite having spent most of his life immersed in the laboratory, oblivious to the treachery of human nature, Dr. Connors, though sensing something amiss deep within, was compelled by his ambition and desire for a new life unencumbered by physical limitations. The deepest-seated aspirations within him were thoroughly awakened by Norman Osborne, dispelling Dr. Connor's final reservations. Resolute, he reached into his pocket and retrieved the vial of lizard serum he always carried, promising Norman Osborne, "Rest assured, I preserved a sample during the last experiment. If we use it as a prototype for mass replication, we will have sufficient dosage for human trials by tomorrow morning." "Excellent, my old friend. I knew you would not disappoint me. I shall not intrude upon your work any longer. We shall meet tomorrow morning." Upon witnessing Dr. Connors extract the serum from his pocket, Norman Osborne's gaze subtly transformed, becoming tinged with a frigid disdain. However, he swiftly regained his composure, adopting the demeanor of an elegant and affable gentleman. With a smile, he gently patted Dr. Connors on the shoulder as a gesture of encouragement and praise before leisurely departing the laboratory. Yet, once Norman Osborne returned to his office and securely locked the door, a profound contempt and loathing emerged upon his face. Settling into his executive chair, he adeptly retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a number. "Yes, it is I. I will arrange for you to assist Connors under the guise of an aide shortly. Your task is to devise a means to obtain the complete serum formula and discreetly keep an eye on that old fool. I cannot allow that peculiar serum to be pilfered by him or for him to intentionally obscure critical components, resulting in no one but him being capable of producing this serum. Do not even think of arguing. If you wish to secure investment from Oscorp and continue your research, you will comply with my directives. Shall I remind you? Not only is that old man's serum at stake, but also the research you are currently undertaking. From the moment you signed the contract and joined Oscorp, all your accomplishments are the property of Oscorp and ultimately belong to me. Do you understand, Dr. Otto Gunther Octavius?" Chapter 39. Riley. "Oh, how our dear boy has grown. Humph, these useless fools dare to act arrogantly before me, truly believing themselves to be genius scientists." After hanging up the phone and making the necessary arrangements to prevent Dr. Connors from backing out midway through his work, Norman Osborne muttered to himself in frustration, tugging at his tie with an agitated motion. After a brief silence, Norman Osborne, having regained his composure, picked up his phone once more to dial another number. However, unlike the earlier haughty demeanor, this time Norman spoke with an air of utmost flattery and deference. "Hello, General Ross. Yes, indeed, it's me. I hope I'm not interrupting at this hour. Good to hear. The reason I'm calling is that I recently saw in the news about your operation in Brazil to capture the Hulk. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not calling to mock you. Even with 1,000 lifetimes, I wouldn't dare. What I mean to say is, you must have many injured soldiers under your command, some even left with disabilities, correct? One of our employees at Osborne Industries has recently developed a serum that claims to enhance the body's self-healing capabilities, potentially allowing for the regrowth of limbs. I wonder if you might be interested. Meanwhile, on the other end, Gwen is inviting us over for dinner tomorrow. Upon returning home and enjoying a relaxing hot shower, Riley had changed into soft pajamas, preparing for a restful sleep to adjust from the jet lag of his international travels. However, at that moment, Peter entered the room, nervously delivering news that instantly extinguished Riley's drowsiness. With a sudden leap, Riley sat up in bed, wearing a quintessentially amused expression, and teasingly remarked, "Oh dear, it's quite a momentous occasion. Our dear Parker has finally grown up and knows how to flirt. Come on. Peter, confess, who kissed whom first?" I think it was me who kissed first. No, wait. What are you talking about, kissing? Initially flustered by the stirrings of newfound affection, Peter, trying to maintain his composure, instinctively responded to Riley's inquiry without fully processing his words. It wasn't until halfway through his reply that he realized the awkwardness of his statement, abruptly stopping mid-sentence, his face flushing crimson as he flailed his hands in a desperate attempt to justify himself. Gwen merely invited the two of us to dinner at her home. And besides, we've been there before. Why does it sound different when you say it? Yet, in the past, whenever Gwen invited us over, she would first notify her father, followed by Sheriff George calling me, wouldn't she? The sudden change in communication suggests that there is something you two are concealing from me. For instance, a foolish lad finally confronts his true feelings, mustering the courage to confess his affections to our school's belle. Alas, even if we disregard the earlier part of his blundering, bombastic declaration, it is too late to retract such a self-sabotaging revelation. For Peter's steadfast companion, the defense he offers instead resembles a clumsy attempt to conceal a glaring truth, only serving to solidify Riley's suspicions. Thus, witnessing this awkward couple finally shatter the barrier between them and genuinely unite, Riley, who has long anticipated this day, cannot help but radiate an increasingly vibrant smile. He reaches out, playfully slapping Peter on the shoulder, gesturing for him to sit at the edge of the bed, and unabashedly revealing his enthusiasm for gossip. His eyes sparkling as he interrogates Peter. In other words, Gwen wishes to introduce you to her parents but fears rejection from her father. So she enlists me as an unwitting third wheel to serve as your shield. Well, I would accompany you both to meet Sheriff George, but first, you must enlighten me on how you two managed to get together during my absence. Fine. I knew I couldn't keep this from you. Stop pulling my leg. I said it was all right. This tale begins when you called me just before you left that day. Meanwhile, observing Riley's evident joy upon learning of his relationship with Gwen, which seems to surpass even Peter's own happiness, fills Peter's heart with warmth. After all, there exists a secret that Peter would never confess to Riley in his lifetime. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father. Throughout the years of mutual companionship and growth, despite the slight age difference, Riley's occasional displays of maturity have often led Peter, who grew up lacking parental presence, to envision Riley as a paternal figure. This is why Peter, well aware that revealing this news would instantly lead Riley to uncover the hidden secret, still chooses to follow Riley into the room upon his return, eager to share this delightful tidbit. The reason is simple. Peter genuinely yearns for Riley's blessing and recognition of this budding romance. Therefore, upon seeing Riley, as he anticipated, effortlessly unveil the truth without a hint of mockery or disparagement, neither implying that Peter is unworthy of Gwen nor that Gwen, as an ordinary girl, is unworthy of Peter, who has acquired extraordinary abilities. Riley's demeanor expresses unwavering support for their relationship. Only then does Peter release a silent sigh of relief, feigning resignation as he raises both hands in surrender and candidly recounts the events of that day. However, due to the confidentiality agreement signed with Oscorp during his internship, coupled with Peter's desire to simply share the joy of winning the heart of his beloved with Riley, he opts to keep certain details to himself. Thus, during Peter's narration, he deliberately omitted the fact that he had entrusted the decay rate algorithm to Dr. Connors and assisted him in creating a new version of the lizard serum, which not only ensured the survival of the laboratory mice but also accomplished the remarkable feat of limb regeneration. Consequently, one party assumed that their brief absence would not provoke significant trouble, while the other prepared to unveil their involvement in the serum's release as a delightful revelation, all the while shrouded in intentional secrecy. Unbeknownst to the Parker brothers, a crisis was quietly brewing, poised to engulf the entirety of New York City. Chapter 40. Accompanying Peter to meet the parents, time swiftly slips away, and in the blink of an eye, the evening of the following day has arrived. However, Unlike the portrayal of Spider-Man in the Garfield version, Peter, a frequent guest at the Stacy household, is not compelled to utilize his Spider-Man abilities to scale Gwen's walls and enter her room through the window. Instead, he can enter through the front door as a guest, with complete transparency. Yet, this very transparency brings forth a new dilemma. The significance of this visit is markedly different from any previous ones. Even though Gwen assures him that she will not reveal the altered nature of their friendship to her father until the appropriate moment, the thought of having stolen away the apple of her father's eye, and now having to sit down for dinner face-to-face with his future father-in-law, sends Peter into a state of anxiety. Merely imagining that scenario makes him break into a cold sweat. Peter paces back and forth in front of the Stacy home for what seems like an eternity, struggling to muster the courage to ring the doorbell. In a moment of desperation, he casts a pleading glance at Riley. "Riley, are you certain my attire is suitable for today? Shouldn't I return to change into formal wear? At the very least, I ought to bring a gift, perhaps a bouquet of roses, or something similar." "Relax, relax," Riley reassures him. "I am quite certain that what you are wearing fits you perfectly, and there is no issue. Besides, are you not too intending to keep your romance under wraps for the time being? If you were to show up in a suit with roses in hand, unless you plan to propose to Aunt Helen or if Uncle George has prematurely developed dementia, anyone can see through the facade of your relationship with Gwen." Meanwhile, in stark contrast to Peter's restless demeanor, Riley, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, remains composed and unfazed. His feigned solemnity only serves to exacerbate Peter's distress. As he steps forward and gently nudges Peter with his shoulder, signaling that the protagonist of the evening should take the initiative to ring the doorbell. "So just relax, Peter. Simply ring the bell as you usually would and inform the homeowners of our arrival. Go on now." All right, you make a valid point. Perhaps it is indeed a tad too early for formal attire." Under Riley's comforting words, Peter reluctantly abandons the notion of dressing formally for the occasion, along with the wild ideas of impressing his future father-in-law. Nevertheless, Peter remains hesitant, grappling with how to confront Sheriff George, who has always treated him kindly and harbors high hopes for him. After taking that momentous step beyond mere friendship with Gwen, he continues to resist Riley's encouragement, unwilling to approach the doorbell. "Hey, don't push me, Riley. I can walk over myself. I just need a moment." Is that Peter and Riley? Why aren't you coming in? Were you two here specifically to welcome me after work? Unfortunately, fate is not on Peter's side, and what he fears most comes to pass. Before Peter had the chance to mentally prepare himself, George Stacy, dressed casually after a long day of work, emerged from the elevator. As he squinted slightly to discern the two familiar figures lingering at his doorstep, a warm smile of a caring elder graced his face as he lowered his hand from the holstered firearm at his waist and greeted Peter and Riley. Uncle George? You're back so soon today?" Despite being blissfully unaware of his daughter's romantic involvement, George maintained his customary demeanor towards the Parker brothers, unaltered by the circumstances. However, Peter, engulfed in guilt from his clandestine activities, dreaded the encounter with Sheriff George. Thus, he was taken aback when he realized his future father-in-law was not only present but approaching him directly. Peter's mind blanked, rendering him stammering in his speech. "Yes, Uncle George. I thought your workday would soon conclude around this time. You must be quite exhausted after such a long day," he continued. "So, Peter suggested we wait here for a bit. Although we may not be of much help, at least we could assist you with your coat or something." Fortunately, Riley, who had accompanied Peter, proved to be a trustworthy ally. Before Peter's guilty conscience could betray him and attract George's keen attention, Riley deftly stepped in. He subtly pressed his foot onto Peter's, signaling him to remain silent, and smoothly took over the conversation, confirming George's suspicions with unwavered composure. "Thank you both. You know, if only my sons, Simon and Howard, could show even half of your consideration." Despite Peter's hesitations, George, ever the professional, sensed an underlying discord but was momentarily distracted by Riley's well-crafted image of the ideal child. Consequently, while praising Riley, George handed over his coat to Peter, who stepped forward at Riley's gentle nudge. He then retrieved his keys, opened the door, and ushered the Parker brothers inside. "I'm home," the voice echoed, heralding a warm return. "Dad, did you bring us something delicious?" Upon hearing the commotion at the door, the two boys, who had been engrossed in their PS5 game, dropped their controllers and raced towards the entrance. "Whoa, slow down. Be careful not to trip." Concurrently, the stern Sheriff George, who had recently expressed his frustrations about his son's lack of understanding, felt his hardened demeanor soften at the sound of their enthusiastic calls. In a delightful departure from his previously aloof and stern demeanor, George now wore a broad smile, embodying the image of a doting father. He bent down in anticipation, ready to embrace the two little rockets that were his sons. With one arm around each child, he cradled them securely and bestowed gentle kisses upon their cheeks. Only then did George release his hold and rise, continuing with a cheerful demeanor. though I haven't brought any treats for you today. Look who I brought home to play with you. Well, it's Big Brother Peter and Big Brother Riley. Hooray. At this moment, George's two little boys finally noticed the Parker brothers waiting outside the door. With joyful shouts, they swiftly divided their attention, each racing towards one of the brothers. Howard, the elder of the two, influenced by his sister Gwen, had gradually begun to develop an interest in science, and he made a beeline for Peter. He led Peter toward the sofa, eager to rekindle their previous conversation about fascinating scientific tales. Meanwhile, the youngest, Simon, clutched Riley's hand with excitement, pulling him toward the gaming console. Big Brother Riley, come quickly. My Gookie has been practicing a new combo, and this time I'm sure I can beat you. Oh, is that so? It seems our little Simon is eager to experience the thrill of the Siberian Express again, Riley teased. No, I forgot to mention. You can't use Sanguilef. That's just too overpowered. I'd lose all my health in a few moves. Ha ha ha, then I'll play as Jamie instead. Jamie is great. He is so weak. I'm definitely going to win. Be careful not to boast too much, or you might find yourself on the receiving end of a delightful defeat. What is that? Never mind, as long as it's not Sanguilef. My Gookie is unbeatable. Ha ha ha, that's the spirit. I shall gladly accept your challenge. Chapter 41. With a brother, forgetting the father. The ungrateful Simon. As the Stacy couple busily prepared dinner in the kitchen, the living room echoed with the intense sounds of video games. There sat Riley, cross-legged on the carpet, tightly gripping the game controller, his brow dramatically furrowed. Beside him, the 10-year-old Simon Stacy bounced with excitement, his fingers flying across the buttons. With each command they input, Jamie and Akuma on the television engaged in a relentless back-and-forth battle. Upon closer observation, it could be deemed that Riley held the upper hand in this skirmish. Riley's character, Jamie, had consumed 4 drinks, successfully unlocking his disheveled full-power mode. In terms of health, Jamie clearly had an advantage over Simon's Akuma, whose low health had turned the health bar yellow, occasionally tapping out light punches in place. Consequently, after retreating to sip another drink and slightly replenishing his energy, Riley maneuvered Jamie to charge forward, intent on exchanging blows to claim victory over Simon's Akuma. Aha! You've fallen for my trap. Taste this move. Instant hell murder. At that moment, as Jamie closed the distance, Simon, far from panicking, exuberantly shouted out the follow-up commands for his special move. In an instant, Simon's Akuma surged forward, enveloped in a thick, dark aura, successfully turning the tide of battle. Ha! Yes, I've won again. It's now 2-0. Witnessing Jamie's health bar deplete and the screen display K.O., Simon, who had been tense with anticipation, sprang to his feet, laughing triumphantly. With hands on his hips and eyes sparkling, he looked at Riley and continued with a beaming smile. Now you see how powerful my Akuma is, don't you, Brother Riley? I told you I would win this time. Unbeknownst to Simon, however, was the fact that Riley, as Spider-Man, could, even without exerting his full strength, press buttons at a speed exceeding that of modern gaming techniques, achieving an astonishing rate of input. Coupled with Spider-Man's extraordinary reflexes, Riley could effortlessly dodge bullets. How could he possibly be deceived by Simon's overt intentions? With a couple of quick light punches and holding 3 energy resources, predicting what the yellow health Akuma might attempt was indeed a daunting task. Nonetheless, using Spider-Man's abilities in a game bordered on the edge of unfair advantage. Additionally, Riley was keen to foster a rapport with Simon, hoping that when Peter formally proposed to Gwen, this future brother-in-law would be inclined to speak kindly of him. Thus, Riley made a concerted effort to restrain himself from indulging in the temptations of gaming prowess, deliberately allowing Simon opportunities for triumph. This led to a delightful performance, culminating in Simon's hearty laughter, and to further enhance the credibility of this spectacle in Simon's eyes. In the face of Simon's triumphant demeanor, Riley, feigning heartache, elongated his tone and exclaimed loudly, "Oh no, it was so close. I never anticipated that in just a few days, Simon, you have become this formidable. It appears I can no longer afford to underestimate you. Come, let us engage in another round. Bring it on. Prepare yourself, Brother Riley. Soon." The two figures, one large and one small, grasped their controllers with solemn expressions, immersing themselves in a new battle. Occasionally, the two lively characters would shout in surprise, infusing the otherwise serious and oppressive atmosphere of their home with a touch of exuberance and cheer. Meanwhile, Peter, who had just finished narrating a scientific tale to Howard and crafted a simple toy from available materials for Howard to explore at his leisure, appeared significantly more relaxed compared to Riley. Consequently, Peter leaned slightly to one side, resting his face on his hand against the armrest of the sofa. He observed Riley's extravagant display of effort against a naturally talented opponent, almost unable to suppress a laugh. Having also possessed Spider-Man's superpowers and frequently sparring with his brother, Peter, who had once been defeated repeatedly by Riley to the point of questioning his existence, was well aware of the exaggerated leniency Riley was showing. He understood that Riley's extensive efforts to amuse Simon stemmed not only from their childhood companionship, but also from a desire for his relationship with Gwen to be more readily accepted by Sheriff George. Thus, when Riley glanced back and discovered Peter watching him with a sly wink, his eyes filled with a playful expression that seemed to say, "See, my acting is impressive, isn't it? The Oscars owe me a gold statue." Peter couldn't help but smile in silent agreement, providing Riley with the emotional affirmation he sought. This encouraged Riley to turn back, fully energized, and dive into the challenging new round against Simon. "Snacks are here. Before we dine, let us have a little something to tide us over." As these two spirited individuals fervently competed, Sheriff George, having been banished from the kitchen by his wife due to his clumsiness, emerged with a tray of neatly arranged snacks and soda. He set the tray on the table, inviting Peter and the others to partake, while simultaneously turning to gaze at his youngest son, who was wearing a beaming smile. Clearly having forgotten his father in the presence of his brother. Unable to resist, George crossed his arms and teased, "Hey, look who has been neglected. I recall someone was pestering Dad to play games just last week. Wait, Dad, I need to secure a 3-game winning streak against Brother Riley first. Hold on, I was just talking to Dad. Brother Riley, you can't." Yet, in the midst of his father's plaintive remarks, Simon, absorbed in the excitement, paid little heed. In a moment of exuberance, it seemed that uttering even a single additional word would be a luxury, without a backward glance. The focus returned to the battle at hand. Yet, Riley, with a penchant for mischief, entertained the notion that a swift defeat might arouse Simon's suspicions. Seizing the opportunity when Simon was momentarily distracted, he executed a dazzling display of intricate maneuvers. In mere seconds, Jamie, having ensnared the neck of the formidable Akuma, spun gracefully, culminating in a dramatic finale that decimated Simon's health bar, showcasing an exhilarating comeback from the brink of defeat. As victory loomed tantalizingly close, Simon's complexion visibly flushed with anger. Unable to contain himself, he turned to Sheriff George, exclaiming in frustration, "Oh, it's all your fault, Dad. Please don't interrupt us until we've settled this." "Oh my, Simon, your words are utterly ruthless. They nearly shatter a father's heart. This sting surpasses even the most devastating finishing moves in the game. With a brother like that, one forgets their father. It is simply too much." No sooner had Simon spoken than Sheriff George recoiled as if struck by a bullet, dramatically clutching his chest and staggering backward before plopping down onto the sofa, fortuitously landing beside Peter. Chapter 42. The little cotton jacket with elbows outward. Although Sheriff George's actions were unintentional, merely a coincidence, they inadvertently startled the already anxious Peter. He feared that Riley might inadvertently offend George, prompting him to hastily extend a hand to assist Officer George, flustered as he defended, "Oh, are you all right, Uncle George? I apologize, but I assure you, Riley did not mean to." "Relax, kid. I certainly know that. I was merely jesting. Seeing Simon so joyful brings me immense happiness. How could I possibly blame Riley?" Before Peter could finish his sentence, Sheriff George chuckled and gently patted the back of Peter's hand, interrupting his words to signal that he was fine. His gaze then shifted to Simon, brimming with the exuberance typical of children his age, and then turned slightly to observe Howard, who was engrossed in the realm of science, fervently tinkering with the little gadget Peter had created. As Sheriff George continued to speak at a leisurely pace, his expression softened, taking on the demeanor of an ordinary father. "You see, due to work commitments, there are times when I cannot return home for several days. Over the years, these two rascals have come to view me not just as their father, but as a stranger who has intruded upon their lives. That realization truly broke my heart. However, ever since you and Riley began visiting our home frequently, playing with these two little scamps, their personalities have noticeably brightened. They now muster the courage to approach me and engage in conversation. Thus, I have longed to express my gratitude to you both, sincerely and earnestly," he stated, each word measured. The typically stern and impartial Officer George, unexpectedly, conveyed his appreciation to the younger Parker brothers. This sincere acknowledgement caused the already apprehensive Peter to break into a sweat, unable to meet his father's gaze. How could he possibly tell Sheriff George that there was no need for thanks, as his daughter had already become a reward for him by being with him? I never imagined our esteemed sheriff would utter such sentimental words. I can't help but feel a twinge of envy towards Simon and the others. Had I met Peter and Riley sooner, I would have understood the struggles of fatherhood much earlier. Fortunately, Gwen had been quietly observing Peter's every move. Noticing his discomfort, which could easily arouse her father's suspicion, she quickly made her way to sit beside her father, linking her arm through his. In an effort to divert Sheriff George's attention, she feigned playfulness and began to probe her father's thoughts. "Speaking of which, Dad, what do you think would happen if Peter and Riley truly became a part of our family? For instance, as our brothers?" As Gwen's words echoed in the air, Peter, in an attempt to mask his embarrassment, nearly spewed the cola he had just sipped. His heart raced uncontrollably, and he felt so tense that he dared not even breathe. Struggling to maintain a facade of calm while deliberately avoiding glancing at the father-daughter duo to prevent any telltale signs of his anxiety. With a heart full of trepidation, he awaited Sheriff George's response. Even Riley, who had been playfully engaging with Simon, found himself slowing his offensive rhythm, feigning seriousness in the game, while surreptitiously eavesdropping like a spectator eager for gossip, letting them become part of our family. I would laugh in my dreams, Peter thought. Honestly, you two, Peter and Riley, are far more akin to family than my hypocritical relatives who seek only to extract benefits from me and fawn over me. Fortunately, oblivious to the deeper meaning behind his daughter's words, Sheriff George remained unaware. Reflecting on how the Parker brothers acted like model children, his satisfaction grew immensely. Without a second thought, he readily acquiesced. However, as the conversation paused momentarily, and George noticed the excitement and satisfaction in Gwen's gaze, he began to sense something amiss. He affectionately ruffled her hair, inquiring with curiosity, "But why are you suddenly asking this? Do you want me to adopt the Parker brothers? That would be impossible. If I were to do that, I suspect your uncle would come storming through the door to confront me, huh?" Fortunately, Gwen, well acquainted with her father's character, quickly adjusted her demeanor. Feigning nonchalance, she playfully stuck out her tongue and responded earnestly, "I was just asking. Since you constantly say my two brothers are so sensible and should be taken as role models for good study habits." At the same time, although Peter understood that Sheriff George's words did not signify approval of the relationship between the two, his mind was a blank slate, and he felt a rush of heat flooding his face. He hastily lowered his gaze to the magazine in hand, pretending to be engrossed in its contents before George turned to look at him. Yet, he failed to notice that the magazine he had clumsily grabbed was upside down, completely reversed. A mere glance would reveal that Peter's actions were a desperate attempt to conceal his embarrassment. To have Riley and Peter as our family? Then Riley could play games with me every day. That would be wonderful. Hey, Dad, let's ask Uncle Ben to let Riley live with us, shall we? Fortunately, at this critical moment, Simon, having just concluded a match and narrowly losing under Riley's skillful manipulation, became particularly animated upon hearing the conversation between his sister and father. He abruptly dropped the controller and hurried over to Sheriff George, energetically shaking him and successfully diverting the sheriff's attention. Hey, what is that supposed to mean? Upon witnessing this scene, Gwen, who had been racking her brain to find a way to mediate for Peter, suddenly exhaled in relief. She then extended her hand, feigning irritation as she playfully poked her brother's forehead, jesting in all seriousness. "What about me? Am I not a good sister to you in our daily lives?" "Of course. You're great," replied Riley. "So now that Brother Riley and the others have moved in, you can sit beside us as a referee." However, such a question was evidently no match for our astute and clever little Simon. Almost instantaneously, as soon as Gwen finished speaking, Simon placed his hands on his hips and confidently retorted, provoking a chorus of laughter from everyone. For a moment, Gwen found herself in a state of bewildered amusement. After exchanging a knowing glance with their father, she recognized the shared understanding in his eyes. Sigh, these two little rascals are too much. With a brother around, they've forgotten all about their sister and father. Chapter 43. The surprisingly open-minded father. Fortunately, the attention of a child is easily diverted. Upon Riley's call, Simon, recalling that he had an unfinished game, abandoned Officer George and hurried back to Riley's side. With the score tied at 2-2, Riley purposefully furrowed his brow, adopting a demeanor of utmost seriousness. His exceptional reflexes allowed him to accurately anticipate Simon's every move. He skillfully manipulated his character to create the illusion of a fiercely contested battle, intentionally allowing for a few blunders at opportune moments. As the countdown approached the final 20 seconds, Riley feigned a gentle push of the joystick, pretending his character was about to leap into the fray, only to falter due to a misjudgment, ultimately succumbing to Simon's devastating punch, resulting in a narrow defeat. Thus, he lost to Simon by the slimmest of margins, elevating Simon's emotional high to its peak. "Hooray, 3-2. I won. Riley, you almost made a comeback. But it turns out my character is the strongest. Oh dear. It was so close. Your progress is astonishing. I truly did not see that coming. Perhaps in time, even with my best character, I may not stand a chance against you. Of course. Look, Dad, I am quite formidable now. Even Riley is no match for me." As the match concluded, the screen displayed the victory animation for Simon's character. Initially in disbelief, he rubbed his eyes to confirm he was not mistaken. Then he tossed aside the controller. His cheeks flushed with excitement, and rushed into Officer George's embrace to share his joy. "Ha ha ha. Indeed, our Simon is the greatest." However, Officer George, instinctively catching Simon, responded somewhat perfunctorily, adopting a contemplative expression as he scrutinized Peter and Gwen nearby. As an adult, he could hardly believe that Riley could lose to his son, who, aside from a few specific moves, merely pressed buttons randomly on the controller. Yet, what troubled him more was Peter's conspicuous nervousness when Gwen had posed her earlier question, along with the frequent exchanged glances between the two. Viewed from a friend's perspective, their interaction was clearly excessive. All right, since the game has concluded, let's wash our hands and prepare for dinner. Peter, come with me and help carry a few plates, shall we? With this thought, an ominous premonition weighing heavily on his heart, George suddenly stood up. Seemingly friendly in his inquiry, he offered Gwen no chance for reprieve. Grabbing Peter's hand and leading him into the kitchen, they stood in the corner, evading his daughter's anxious gaze. Increasingly convinced of his suspicions, George found himself at a loss regarding how to confront these two children. After a brief silence, Sheriff George, ultimately leaning toward his daughter, leaned against the wall with one hand and addressed Peter with a tone reminiscent of an interrogation. All right, Peter, I find myself rather curious. How have you and Gwen been getting along lately? Very well. Gwen is wonderful. Ah, of course, I mean, as a friend. Gwen is an incredible friend to me. Moreover, we have been making excellent progress in Dr. Connor's lab, so I suppose things are going quite smoothly? Faced with the serious demeanor of his future father-in-law, Peter felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, his words tumbling out in a hurried rush. Fortunately, Sheriff George, a man seasoned in reading people, could discern that this young man harbored genuine feelings for Gwen, rather than merely lusting after her beauty like some unrefined ruffians seeking momentary thrills. Thus, after Peter finished speaking, Sheriff George merely responded with a thoughtful hum, choosing not to press further nor offer any overt judgment on Peter's words. Following a moment of silence, Sheriff George, having managed to collect his complex emotions, patted Peter on the shoulder. Although his expression was still somewhat awkward, he continued earnestly, You know, Peter, what I just said was sincere. I truly consider you a part of this family. If you're ready, this home is always open to you. Thank you, Uncle George. I don't know how to respond, but I assure you, your words mean a great deal to me. At this moment, Peter, not a fool by any means, could clearly see that his feelings were not lost on his future father-in-law. Yet, precisely because of this, he felt a sense of relief. It seemed that George did not oppose him taking a step beyond friendship with Gwen, allowing Peter's anxious heart to settle. Nervously rubbing his hands together, Peter's throat tightened, and in his nervousness, he stumbled over his words. Eventually, as the two returned to the living room holding plates brimming with food, they found Gwen entangled with Simon, who had begun a new round of games. Upon noticing Peter's return, Gwen, equally anxious and restless, immediately turned to him, silently inquiring about the state of their interactions during their brief separation. When Peter subtly nodded, reassuring her not to worry, they both seemed to relax somewhat, no longer exhibiting the awkwardness that had characterized their earlier exchanges. With a shared understanding, Gwen, sensing that all was well, smiled and redirected her attention to the screen, determined to celebrate their overcoming of a significant challenge. With a dazzling series of moves, she decisively eliminated Simon, who, having just defeated Riley, was reveling in his perceived invincibility. Ah, sister, your character is utterly unfair. Peter, you arrived just in time. Switch with me, please, and help me give my sister a proper lesson. Hey, it was agreed that the two of us would play together, yet you have sought external assistance. Who, between us, is truly being mischievous? Regardless, it does not matter. Brother Peter, come quickly and lend me your aid. Hey, you rascal. As Gwen and Peter set aside their worries and exchanged knowing glances, enveloped in laughter and the warmth of the moment, Sheriff George retook his seat on the sofa. He cast a weary glance at Riley, who sat on the same couch, fully aware of the situation, yet feigning ignorance. The sheriff's gaze shifted back and forth between Gwen and Peter, two young individuals he had come to admire more with each passing day. Although, in theory, they were still quite young and their immature emotions could lead to heartbreak. The seemingly stern Sheriff George had no intention of meddling excessively in Gwen's choices like many other parents. After all, such a vibrant and reciprocated romance, in his view, was an invaluable part of the journey of growth, regardless of its eventual outcome. Moreover, considering the performance of the Park brothers, while Peter's demeanor may not be as exuberant as Riley's, making the latter appear more likable, Peter had already demonstrated his immense potential as a top student, consistently achieving the highest scores in his class. If Peter were to ultimately become Gwen's partner, would that not equate to a 2-for-1 deal? For instance, with the closeness that would develop between the Stacy and Parker families due to their children's marriage, Sheriff George could rightfully consider Riley, this exemplary child from another family, as his own to care for. In light of this, it is clear that Sheriff George would indeed find himself waking from dreams with a smile, having taken a leap of faith, evidently leaning towards nurturing bonds with those outside his immediate family, in exchange for two considerate and affectionate young adults. This transaction, it seems, would be quite advantageous. Chapter 44, Is Spider-Man a Menace? In the vibrant and fast-paced city of New York, The descent of night always brings with it a hurried tenderness. Gathered around the table with family, sharing delectable dishes while recounting the day's amusing occurrences. This may very well be the most anticipated moment for those who have toiled tirelessly throughout the day. And now, as the final course is laid upon the table, Sheriff George's family feast unfolds within the spacious dining room of the Stacy residence. The long table is adorned with a floral tablecloth, a cherished heirloom from Gwen's grandmother, and a centerpiece of fresh daisies. Gwen sits alongside her two younger brothers, diligently assisting the little gluttons by cutting their food into manageable bites with forks and knives. Meanwhile, Peter sits upright and composed beside the relaxed Riley. Opposite the Parker brothers, Sheriff George, having discerned the secret of the young couple, playfully regards Peter with a knowing glint in his eye, silently teasing him for amusement. So, Peter, have you and Gwen discovered anything new during your internship at Oscorp? Fortunately, the awkward atmosphere does not linger for long. Mrs. Helen Stacy, perceptive as ever, breaks the slightly too quiet tension with her voice. Hee. Although we signed a non-disclosure agreement and cannot divulge specific progress, I must tell you, Parker's performance is nothing short of exemplary. He hardly resembles an intern, but rather appears as an experienced scientist. With his assistance, at this pace, it won't be long before Oscorp's new product is officially unveiled. Of course, having sensed the unspoken understanding between father and daughter, Peter instinctively opens his mouth to respond, but Gwen, eager to bolster her man's reputation in front of her father, interjects with enthusiasm, animatedly praising Peter. I admit, Peter has a bit of cleverness. But your words make it seem as though the other scientists at Oscorp are entirely inept, which is rather an exaggeration, don't you think? Despite having accepted the reality of his daughter's affection for Peter, George cannot help but feel a twinge of jealousy at Gwen's fervent compliments. In his irritation, he grips the metallic knife a bit too forcefully while cutting into the meatballs, producing a jarring sound as it meets the porcelain plate. Speaking of which, Oscorp is not as formidable as you might imagine. Recently, Harry Osborne approached us to report a burglary, claiming that the company had been robbed of numerous confidential materials, including those pertaining to nanotechnology, as well as a substantial sum of cash. However, we have yet to find any evidence of outsiders entering Oscorp during that time frame. Moreover, those materials are far too conspicuous to be easily sold on the market. Logically, they should not have been a primary target for theft. Thus, I suspect that the so-called burglary may very well be an inside job, with individuals within the company pilfering the assets for their own gain. However, fearing the repercussions from the Osborne company, which might lead to their dismissal, they deceitfully claimed that it was an outsider who had stolen it. During your internship at Osborne, if you find some spare time, I would appreciate your vigilance in observing any suspicious individuals. This would aid me in apprehending the true culprits behind the scenes, thereby alleviating the disturbances caused by the young master of the Osborne family, who frequently comes to trouble me. Unbeknownst to the speaker, whose words were uttered carelessly, George, with his full attention fixated on Gwen and Peter, was oblivious to the subtle shift in Riley's demeanor. The initially jovial Riley suddenly stiffened for a fleeting moment, instinctively raising his hand to touch the spider emblem pressed against his chest, hidden beneath his clothing. No wonder Harry had once reassured Riley that he could use the materials without worry, claiming he had a way to explain to his father. So that was the method. Furthermore, Riley distinctly recalled that he had merely appropriated a small amount of nanomaterials, crafting 3 sets of nanotechnology suits in total, including Harry's set. When had he taken a substantial amount of cash? It seemed they were using Riley as a scapegoat. Such poor judgment in friendships. It was slander. He was slandering me. Ah, by the way, Dad, you previously mentioned that you would eventually capture Spider-Man. Have you found him yet? Fortunately, while Riley, drenched in sweat, sat under the watchful eye of the police chief at the New York City Police Department, feeling as if he could excavate a 3-bedroom apartment with his discomfort, Simon, the little angel, suddenly lifted his head and excitedly shouted at Officer George, I am eagerly awaiting the moment you catch Spider-Man, so I can have him sign my clothes and flaunt it at school. As Simon's words echoed through the room, the atmosphere in the restaurant became instantly charged. Caught off guard by this unexpected topic, Peter involuntarily jolted, causing the meatball he was about to eat to roll back onto his plate. Even the usually composed Riley felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, gazing at Simon with an expression of profound complexity. As the saying goes, one fan can overshadow 10 skeptics. Clearly, Simon, still youthful and already among the ranks of fervent Spider-Man enthusiasts, had no inkling that his idol sat right before him. He was also unaware of the dire consequences that would befall Riley and Peter if they were caught by their own fathers. Not yet, for the one in the red attire was evidently a novice. Reckless and clumsy, he left behind numerous traces. Yet the one in black was a seasoned criminal. Perhaps someone with prior experience in the police system, well acquainted with our investigative procedures. Moreover, he possessed a strong counter-surveillance awareness, always assisting the one in red in tidying up the mess left behind. Thus, Tracking them down proved to be a more intricate endeavor, requiring additional time. Meanwhile, upon hearing his son's inquiry, Sheriff George paused his meal. After neatly placing his knife and fork on the plate and reflecting for a moment, he proceeded to explain to Simon, "Rest assured, my son, your father will eventually apprehend both of them. As the chief of police in New York City, I cannot allow such perilous individuals to roam freely, wreaking havoc upon others." Perilous individuals? That seems a bit excessive. As George gently elucidated his views on Spider-Man to Simon, Peter, one of the parties involved, felt his heart racing, losing all appetite for the sumptuous meal before him. Attempting to feign interest in cutting his meatball, he perked up his ears, silently absorbing George's perspective on Spider-Man. It was only when the chief of police labeled the noble crusader as a dangerous individual that Peter could no longer suppress his impulse. Without waiting for his mind to catch up, he retorted, Uncle George, I don't mean to contradict you intentionally, but I've seen videos online. For instance, just a few days ago, he captured a gang robbing an armored truck. He even apprehended them while they attempted to flee, thus preventing a potential car accident. Therefore, most people believe Spider-Man serves the public, acting as a vigilante against crime, much like the superheroes in comic books. This indicated that the majority's perspective remained superficial and profoundly misguided. Witnessing his future son-in-law hold a diametrically opposed view on the matter of Spider-Man, George furrowed his brow. Yet, considering Peter's youth and inexperience with the harsh realities of society, he initially intended to merely soothe Simon's concerns. George continued the discussion, earnestly explaining, "Thus far, everything he has done seems to prevent crime, which certainly appeals to you young folks. But you must understand, it's not merely about capturing wrongdoers and delivering them to the police. That's not the end of the matter." Why is that? Unfortunately, as one of Spider-Man's principal figures, Peter was clearly reluctant to concede on this topic. Even after instinctively posing a question, he felt a pang of regret beneath George's increasingly stern and disapproving gaze, which bore the weight of disappointment. Nevertheless, he swallowed hard, blinked, and locked eyes with George, with neither willing to back down. Chapter 45. Confused Peter. Father. It is now dinner time, and you have returned from work. Rather than discussing matters pertaining to your job, shall we first partake in our meal? If it gets cold, it will surely lose its appeal, and we would be wasting the considerable effort and love that Mother has poured into preparing it. Seeing the delicate balance between her two beloved men begin to falter once more, Gwen felt an overwhelming sense of concern. She couldn't help but wonder where Peter, typically so honest and reserved, especially in George's presence, had found this sudden surge of stubbornness. As she attempted to interject and diffuse the tension, hoping to redirect the conversation, George, the sheriff, raised his hand to interrupt their discourse. His tone shifted to one of gravity as he continued with deliberate clarity. "Let me put it this way. Peter, if we truly wished to apprehend those individuals, we would have acted long ago. The reason we have allowed them to remain free is that among them is an undercover agent we dispatched." "An undercover agent?" Peter echoed, bewildered. "Indeed. Last year, a significant drug trafficking operation emerged in New York City, incessantly flooding it with narcotics. To dismantle this criminal organization, we gathered intelligence and decided to deploy our most elite officers to infiltrate their ranks, posing as criminals. When the time is right, they will signal us to eradicate this syndicate. We have invested considerable resources in this endeavor, ensuring our agent established a foothold within the organization and garnered the trust of its higher-ups. The robbery incident was staged at our agent's behest to mislead the criminal group. By making notable contributions, he could leverage his standing to ascend within their ranks, ultimately securing vital intelligence that would guarantee the success of our operation. This is a strategic maneuver. As the saying goes in the mysterious East, patience in small matters is essential for grand schemes. Yet now, thanks to those two fools who call themselves Spider-Man, our months of effort have been rendered futile." As he spoke, the sheriff's frustration mounted, his carefully orchestrated plan for apprehension slipping away due to the antics of two masked buffoons who fancied themselves as champions of justice. Even George, typically stoic, could not restrain his clenched fists, his expression betraying a deep-seated loathing. In that moment, Peter, who had initially been defiant, felt a wave of guilt wash over him. If my memory serves me right, Riley did indeed advise me against acting impulsively before I decided to intervene. Regrettably, at that time, I had only recently embraced my role as a superhero, immersed in the exhilaration of combating crime. I scarcely paid heed to Riley's words before I dashed out. Reflecting on it now, it is no wonder that Sheriff George believed the Spider-Man clad in black to be more astute than his red-garbed counterpart. It appears that Riley had already discerned the underlying truths. However, Father, they cannot be entirely blamed. After all, they were unaware of your far-reaching plans, which could be considered a misunderstanding born from a lack of information. As Peter, lost in thought, began to question the righteousness of all his previous actions, Howard, like many young individuals, cautiously ventured to counter his father's perspective, harboring a romanticized view of superheroes. Yet, this does not grant him the authority to determine who is virtuous or malevolent based solely on personal moral beliefs, nor to enact vigilante justice. Frankly speaking, who bestowed upon him such power? This is nothing short of a provocation against the New York City Police Department. Unfortunately, Howard's defense of Spider-Man only served to escalate Sheriff George's ire. In response, George's gaze swept across the dining table, ultimately resting upon Peter's countenance. After taking a deep breath to compose himself, George seemed to address Howard's query, but in truth, he wished to prevent the son-in-law he had just acknowledged from being misled by the peculiarities of Spider-Man's worldview, continuing to elaborate. I am not so obstinate as to deny that the individual you refer to as Spider-Man is attempting to perform good deeds. Indeed, he has not committed any heinous acts, strictly speaking. Yet herein lies the crux of the matter. We cannot condone or overlook unlawful behavior simply because the intentions are noble. The law exists to uphold order. If everyone were to believe that as long as their motivations were rooted in a desire to do good, they could disregard legal constraints and act at will, would society not descend into chaos? However, Uncle George, aside from the misunderstanding you mentioned, Spider-Man has indeed effectively thwarted numerous criminal incidents, has he not? After hearing Sheriff George's words, Peter realized that the life of a superhero is far more complex than he had imagined. Nevertheless, Peter did not concur with George's assessment that his actions constituted a severe transgression of the law. Thus, taking a deep breath, he endeavored to ensure that his voice conveyed merely youthful curiosity and confusion, rather than blind favoritism or a deliberate contradiction to Sheriff George's stance. With his lips pressed tightly together, Peter spoke again, addressing Sheriff George. Moreover, there is inevitably a delay before officers can arrive on the scene. When ordinary individuals face immediate danger, having Spider-Man present could make all the difference. Do you truly believe that this so-called Spider-Man can flout the law at will? Before Peter could finish his thought, Sheriff George shook his head in disappointment, interrupting Peter once more. His tone grew more emphatic as he articulated each word with precision, posing a rhetorical question. If tomorrow someone believes they understand better than us, the police, how to maintain order, donning an eccentric costume and parading through the streets as a self-proclaimed vigilante, should we encourage such behavior? Dad, Peter didn't say that. He merely pointed out that reality can be quite complex. All right, let us not dwell on this any longer. Why don't we focus on our meal? Observing Peter rendered speechless and even feeling, deep down, swayed by her father's perspective, Gwen hesitated to witness the two continue their tense exchange. The truth remains that no one, regardless of their noble intentions, can rise above the law. Spider-Man's selfless acts of vanquishing evil and championing good are indeed commendable from a personal standpoint. However, from a broader perspective, this is precisely what we must guard against. We cannot allow Spider-Man to become an exception in our society. Regardless, Sheriff George tapped the table, delivering his final summation. This left Peter's mind in a state of utter blankness, his lips parting and closing without uttering a word for what felt like an eternity. He recalled Uncle Ben's oft-repeated adage, with great power comes great responsibility. Yet, it now appeared that Sheriff George had a valid point. This dilemma plunged Peter into a vortex of conflicting confusion, unsure of whom to trust. After a prolonged silence, he endeavored to articulate his thoughts cautiously, murmuring, Uncle George, I understand your position. However, since Spider-Man's emergence, the crime rate in New York has indeed decreased, according to statistics from the Daily Bugle. Surely, that cannot be erroneous. That is but a short-term effect, my boy. We cannot focus solely on the present. Witnessing Peter's capitulation, Sheriff George nodded slightly, exhaling a sigh of relief. He felt fortunate to have redirected Peter back to the right path before he strayed too far. Rising from his seat, he approached Peter, gently patting his shoulder and speaking in a soothing tone. In the long run, such vigilante actions will undermine public trust in the law enforcement system. For instance, if citizens believe they can rely on a stroke of luck to be saved by Spider-Man, will they still opt for formal procedures like calling the police for assistance? Most critically, should a conflict arise between Spider-Man and our police force, will the public place their faith in Spider-Man's personal judgment or in the laws and regulations that we diligently uphold? Chapter 46, Riley's Counterattack, A Fatal Strike. Goodness, gentlemen, must we truly neglect our delectable dinner merely to engage in a heated debate? Helen Stacy, exasperated, interjected at a moment when the conversation between Sheriff George and Peter seemed to be drawing to a close. To prevent either from uttering something inappropriate that might reignite the flames of contention, she seized the opportunity to voice her frustration. However, once the discourse commenced, determining its cessation proved far from a simple matter. Young Simon, eyes glimmering with excitement, flitted his gaze between the two, much like a spectator at an exhilarating tennis match, nearly raising a cheerleading baton in encouragement. Even the more reserved Howard could not suppress his curiosity. raising his hand as if he were a student eager to pose a question in class. "Dad, don't you think that in certain extreme circumstances, one must break from convention, like during wartime with extraordinary measures?" "Uh-huh, what was it that Mom just said?" "Howard, never mind, Helen. It's a good thing the children are curious about these matters." At this point, Sheriff George, having gained the upper hand in the debate, softened his tone while remaining resolute. He gestured for Helen to refrain from reprimanding the children's inquisitiveness and affectionately ruffled Howard's hair, imparting wisdom. "Listen to me, child. Your father has served as a police officer for 25 years, encountering countless individuals who sought to excuse themselves under the guise of exceptional circumstances. The law is sacred and inviolable precisely because it must not yield to special situations or personal emotions when rendering judgments." While his assertion was indeed valid, Peter interjected, "But Uncle George, as far as I know, among the numerous legal statutes, there exists one that permits citizens to exercise the right of arrest in emergencies. If I recall correctly, it is termed the Citizens Arrest Law. In that light, isn't Spider-Man's conduct justifiable?" Just as Peter felt despondent and uncertain about how to counter Sheriff George's perspective and whether he should continue to embody Spider-Man, Riley, who had remained silent and allowed Peter to express himself freely, placed a hand on Peter's shoulder. He then blinked and imitated the gesture of raising his hand to pose a question to Sheriff George. "Additionally, regarding the drug trafficking gang you mentioned, I just checked online, and it appears that this afternoon, the Spider-Man clad in black has completely dismantled them. The entire criminal organization, numbering in the hundreds, has been ensnared in webs, awaiting police retrieval. Look, the footage of the police operation has already been uploaded to YouTube." Clearly, drawing from his past experiences as a narcotics officer, Riley discerned the hidden truth behind the events, and, fueled by a deep-seated aversion to drugs ingrained within his heritage, chose not to remain indifferent to the situation. After Peter found himself in trouble, he quietly ventured to District 13 in search of Sheriff Blake's assistance. Ultimately, leveraging the pervasive underground intelligence network that permeates every corner of New York City, he effortlessly located the lair of the criminal gang and single-handedly stormed in, once again tidying up the mess Peter had created. This wretched platform should indeed be banned. It allows any video to be uploaded without scrutiny. Ahem. What I mean to say is, of course, I am aware of that. However, it is essential to promptly hand over such matters to law enforcement. And one must also undergo scrutiny. Yet Spider-Man did not do so. He bound the criminals and, after notifying the police, vanished without a trace, evading legal consequences. As the chief of the New York City Police Department, Sheriff George could hardly be oblivious to this situation. Thus, after Riley spoke, Peter's expression transformed from grim to sunny, gazing at Riley with admiration. In contrast, Sheriff George's lips twitched slightly, his demeanor becoming somewhat unnatural in response. Perhaps he feared that undergoing police investigation would expose his true identity, resulting in his loved ones facing retaliation from criminals. Nevertheless, undeterred, Riley, resolute in his intention to support Peter, continued unabated. With a composed demeanor, as if it were entirely unrelated to him, he candidly articulated the rationale behind Spider-Man's existence. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to wrap himself so thoroughly that one could not discern his gender, would there? Following Riley's statement, a brief silence enveloped the restaurant. The astute Gwen displayed a contemplative expression, glancing back and forth between Peter and Riley. In retrospect, on the day she felt unwell, it seemed they were both present. Moreover, the Spider-Man in the video always operated in tandem, and the darker figure exhibited a style of action that was evidently more mature and composed, resembling the dynamic between Riley and Peter. Could it be that the two of them, like herself, were? If that were the case, they were undoubtedly far more resilient than she was. Perhaps she should take a leaf out of their book. It was time for a change. A phone call at this moment. My apologies, I must take this. Fortunately, the awkward atmosphere did not linger for long. As the ringtone echoed from his pocket, Sheriff George pulled out his phone, and, upon glancing at the caller ID, his expression immediately shifted to one of seriousness and gravity. Without further ado, he disregarded the need to persuade the two boys before him, who clearly had their own opinions and caused him considerable concern, and promptly stood up, striding toward the balcony. Once Sheriff George exited the restaurant, Mrs. Helen could not help but shake her head, exasperatedly remarking to the Parker brothers, "You two. I really wonder what has gotten into you today. I truly wish you could discuss lighter topics at the dinner table, such as whether today's meal is too salty or too bland, and if it suits your tastes. I apologize, Aunt Helen. It was I who led the conversation astray." At this juncture, Peter belatedly realized that due to the abrupt onset of the debate, the once steaming dishes had gradually cooled, losing much of their flavor. This revelation caused Peter to display an expression of embarrassment as he raised his hand to scratch his head, sincerely apologizing to Mrs. Helen. "No, it was my brother who instigated this," he continued. That little rascal always has a penchant for uttering inappropriate remarks at the dining table. As soon as Peter finished speaking, Gwen discreetly extended her hand from beneath the table, placing it gently in Peter's palm, silently offering comfort to the guilt-ridden young man. She then cast a pointed glare at Simon, who had instigated this commotion and now sat at a safe distance, seemingly unconcerned. Meanwhile, Simon, with an expression of innocence, raised his fork, delivering a meatball to his mouth while diligently licking the sauce from his fingers, appearing utterly absorbed in his meal, entirely oblivious to the earlier happenings. Chapter 47. The Rampage of the Lizard Men. Before long, Sheriff George returned to the dining establishment after concluding a phone call. Yet, rather than resuming his meal, he donned his coat from the nearby rack, his expression grave as he addressed the gathered crowd. I apologize, but I must take my leave. An urgent situation has arisen. A green monstrosity is rampaging through the streets, and I must head to the scene immediately. As he spoke, Sheriff George bowed his head and swiftly pressed a kiss to Helen's cheek, ruffled Simon and Howard's hair affectionately. However, just as he reached the door, ready to depart, he seemed to remember something and turned back to Peter and Riley. Parker, Riley, our discussion regarding Spider-Man's actions, whether they are right or wrong, is far from over. We shall continue upon my return. With that, Sheriff George closed the door behind him, hurrying away. Despite his exit, the atmosphere in the restaurant remained frozen, as if someone had pressed the pause button, enveloped in an inexplicable awkwardness. Clearly, following the earlier debate, everyone, save for the naive Simon, was left disheartened, with little appetite. Among them, Riley's demeanor was notably more complex, as he fixated on the sheriff's mention of the green monster. After all, Riley had just brought Banner back to New York City. Even with Riley's encouragement, helping Banner to set aside his prejudices and reach a tentative reconciliation with the Hulk. The possibility remained that external stimuli could provoke Banner's emotions once more, leading to a resurgence of the Hulk's indiscriminate rampage. Consequently, Riley found himself pondering how to excuse himself in order to follow Sheriff George and investigate the situation firsthand. Hey, look at George. Why must he bring up such heavy topics during dinner? He thought. I'll turn on the television to see if there is something entertaining. However, before Riley could voice his thoughts, Mrs. Helen abruptly stood up to alleviate the tension, her chair scraping loudly against the floor. In the next moment, she hurriedly dashed towards the remote control in the living room, as if believing that the mere act of turning on the television could dispel the seriousness brought upon by her earnest husband. Yet, to her astonishment, as the television screen flickered to life, a cacophony of sounds erupted from the speakers. The aerial footage displayed a towering, green humanoid creature, over 2 meters tall, wreaking havoc amidst the congested traffic below. A closer inspection revealed scales glistening under the lights, coated in a peculiar sheen, reminiscent of a recently birthed reptilian monstrosity. Despite its seemingly nascent form, its razor-sharp claws could effortlessly rend metal asunder. With a powerful, robust tail, it could effortlessly sweep aside obstacles, toppling vehicles as if they were mere toys. This sight left Mrs. Helen, who had merely intended to lighten the atmosphere, covering her mouth in shock, her complexion turning pale as she gasped, "Oh my God, is George about to confront such a terrifying creature?" Simultaneously, Peter instinctively stood up, yearning to escape the scene and don his Spider-Man persona to rush to the emergency. However, he soon felt Gwen's gaze upon him, the commotion he had caused shifting the focus from the television broadcast back to himself. Striving to maintain an appearance of calm, he exaggeratedly widened his eyes and slightly parted his lips, resembling an ordinary high school student who was utterly terrified, rather than the Spider-Man who was rapidly calculating the optimal route of attack and assessing the threat level in his mind. "Don't worry, Mom. We still have Spider-Man." At that moment, Simon, witnessing the chaos caused by the lizard on screen, exhibited no signs of fear. Instead, he enthusiastically clanged his knife and fork against his plate, exclaiming with excitement, "With Spider-Man around, Dad will surely be safe. Right, Peter, brother?" "Ah, yes, that's true." The clinking of the fork against the porcelain plate startled Peter. Faced with Simon's innocent expression, Peter's emotions were a tumultuous mix, and he could only stammer a vague response. After all, even though Riley had acted to rectify the chaos he had caused for the New York City Police Department, it led Peter, after a heated argument with George, to doubt for the first time, does New York City truly need the vigilante Spider-Man? Without a moment's hesitation, Peter's gaze sharpened with clarity as he resolved that he could not allow the misunderstanding of others to hinder his response to the imminent crisis. Even if his intervention might spark new controversies or exacerbate the situation, it would still be preferable to standing idly by and leaving behind an irreparable regret. "My apologies. And Helen, I just remembered that I need to help Dad and the others with some shopping, so we must take our leave now." "What? Leaving already?" "Indeed. The shop is about to close, and Dad just texted to hurry us along." "I see. Then please be careful on your way. And remember to keep your distance from that creature. Of course, we'll be cautious. Until next time, Aunt Helen." As Peter's close friend, Riley could sense the determination in Peter's subtle shift in demeanor. With a mix of relief and satisfaction in his eyes, Riley stood up, casually fabricating an excuse while grasping Peter's hand, leading him toward the door. Once they exited and reached a blind spot of the building's surveillance, the two brothers silently activated their nanosuits. As they moved forward, weaving through strands of spider silk, they headed resolutely towards the location of the monster. With a singular focus on arriving swiftly to vanquish the creature before the situation escalated further, the brothers remained oblivious to their surroundings. Just as they departed, Gwen's figure emerged, pursuing them to this very corner. After surveying the area and confirming that the Parker brothers were no longer in sight, her expression shifted to one of intricate complexity. After a brief silence, she began to murmur softly to the vacant corridor, "You must return safely." Chapter 48, 2 chapters combined. A new crisis emerges. The cacophony of sirens, explosions, and anguished cries shattered the tranquility of New York City's night. At this moment, Officer George, having taken the initiative, was fully armed and accompanied by a large contingent of officers, racing towards the scene of the incident. However, due to the congestion of vehicles, the police cars were utterly incapable of reaching the site. Moreover, if they were to abandon their vehicles and proceed on foot, let alone the cumbersome equipment they would have to forsake, that creature was evidently not a fool, perpetually on the move. Relying solely on their legs to pursue, it would render any hope of capturing it futile. This predicament placed the police, led by Sheriff George, in a most awkward and challenging position. Suddenly, a peculiar faint sound echoed above George's head, prompting his innate curiosity to glance upward. He caught sight of two indistinct figures, one black and one red, swiftly weaving between the towering edifices. Judging by their trajectory, it was clear that Spider-Man had also learned of the creature's emergence and, disregarding his own safety, was resolutely heading towards the scene to confront the enigmatic monster head-on. This revelation further complicated George's expression. After all, as he had previously debated with Peter, George perceived Spider-Man's actions as a flagrant disregard for the law. Thus, upon spotting the figure of Spider-Man, he felt compelled to apprehend him immediately. Yet, at this critical juncture, the beleaguered George found himself relying on these elusive figures, who were, paradoxically, the very criminals he sought to capture. "Sir, should we open fire and bring them down?" One of George's trusted partners inquired quietly, sensing George's hesitation. "No, let them pass," George replied, a mix of resignation and reluctance evident in his voice. After a brief moment of contemplation, he meticulously examined his firearm before stepping out of the vehicle. Grasping the walkie-talkie suspended from his chest, he decisively issued orders. "All units, lighten your load and advance on foot with me. Even if it means exhausting ourselves, we must reach the scene and ensure that creature does not wreak further havoc." "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, on another front, despite the unexpected nature of the incident preventing Riley from tracking the lizard's whereabouts in real time, his extensive connections allowed him to swiftly contact Sheriff Blake. Through the efficient operations of the 13th District, they quickly pinpointed the lizard's location. Utilizing the advantage of swinging through the air, the Parker brothers soon spotted the lizard rampaging near the entrance of the Williamsburg Bridge. "Apologies, my friend, but the show of reptiles hasn't begun yet. We must return you to your cage." Of course, in previous encounters, their adversaries had always been mere ordinary individuals. If merely observing on television was manageable, the reality of confronting this colossal beast, seemingly formidable and immensely powerful, proved to be quite different. As Peter attempted to assure himself that he was not anxious, a statement he knew to be patently false, he launched several web shots in an effort to slow the reptilian adversary and gauge its capabilities. To alleviate the tension and unease brewing within, Peter instinctively resorted to jest. It was this very quip that alerted the unsuspecting lizard creature to the presence of the two Spider-Men, causing it to adopt a defensive posture. With its limbs splayed out, it narrowly evaded Peter's webbing. In the next instant, the creature propelled itself into the air with an agility that belied its size, launching a fierce assault toward Peter. Unfortunately for the lizard, just as it sought to close the distance, Riley, having discerned Peter's style through their previous collaborations, executed a well-timed ambush from the side. With a powerful kick, he sent the lizard sprawling, tumbling several times across the ground. Yet even this display of force did not seem to inflict any visible harm upon the creature. Almost as soon as its rolling momentum ceased, the lizard swiftly regained its footing, supported by its tail. With a furious roar, it bared its formidable jaws and charged at the Parker brothers. Alas, it appeared that such an onslaught was insufficient to satisfy our new acquaintance. Realizing that conventional tactics were ineffective against the lizard, Peter pondered the necessary intensity of his next move while vaulting into the air, deliberately closing the distance between them, and landing deftly upon the creature's back. Crouching low, he leveraged his Spider-Man abilities to remain steadfast despite the lizard's frantic writhing. Rubbing his palms together, Peter activated the rarely utilized electric shock feature of his suit. In a dazzling display of arcs, he became a veritable avatar of lightning, striking the lizard on its shoulder. "Hey, buddy, follow my lead. I say shock, you say roar. Shock. Roar." This penetrating attack, capable of reaching the innards, evidently took its toll on the lizard, whose toughness faltered under the onslaught. Amidst its anguished cries, the lizard, having endured several high-voltage shocks, radiated heat, and an inexplicable aroma of cooked flesh, ultimately succumbing to its knees, rendered incapable of further combat. "Well, I thought this would be a formidable opponent, but it seems rather manageable. Wait, that scent, it's reminiscent of charred meat. I haven't overdone it and killed it, have I?" The lizard's unexpected fall left Peter with a sense of inflated confidence. As he murmured to himself, he slowly inclined his head, intent on closely inspecting the creature before him. At that moment, the spider sense began to alert Peter with frenzied urgency, compelling him to abandon the lizard man, who was merely a breath away, and leap back rapidly to Riley's side. Simultaneously, as Peter launched himself into the air, a manhole cover hurtled past the spot he had just occupied with astonishing speed. Turning to follow the trajectory of the cover, both Peter and Riley could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, for emerging from the sewer were new lizard men, one after another, crawling out in droves. Within mere seconds, they had surrounded Riley and Peter in a dense throng of 2 or 3 dozen lizard men. This overwhelming display left Peter, typically fond of jesting, unable to contain a twitch of his lips as he instinctively remarked, "Though I understand that reptiles can lay numerous eggs, my friend, your family's numbers seem rather excessive." Yet, while his quip lingered in the air, it was evident that these lizard men would not show mercy in response to Peter's astonishment. Particularly after witnessing one of their kind incapacitated and emitting a charred aroma, the lizard men, seemingly incensed, roared and charged toward Peter and Riley without hesitation. This compelled both Peter and Riley to muster every ounce of focus. They simultaneously shot webs to ascend into the air, landing atop a nearby bridge pillar, narrowly evading the collective assault of the lizard men. Riley then extended his hand towards Peter. In an instant, Peter comprehended Riley's intent and grasped his hand. With a surge of strength, akin to throwing a shot put, he propelled Riley towards the lizard men, who were clustered together, preparing to unleash a surprise attack. As Riley rocketed forward, enveloped in arcs of yellow electricity, he aimed to capitalize on the lizard men's congregation and deliver a collective shock. However, to Riley's astonishment, just as victory seemed within reach, a resounding roar erupted from among the lizard men. Following this call, the previously chaotic mass of lizard men scattered as if struck by sudden clarity. In the brief window of confusion, Riley managed to strike a few of the lizard men that were too slow to escape, but these did not fall easily like the first. Instead, while they writhed in pain, they unhesitatingly ensnared Riley with their tails, wrapping him in a binding embrace. Even those lizard men that had previously fled now split into 2 factions. One group pursued Peter to thwart any attempt to rescue Riley, while the other, fangs bared and claws raised, charged at Riley. Clearly, those lizard men struck by Riley were not merely unfortunate victims caught unawares. Rather, they had intentionally acted as bait, luring Riley into their trap. In order to restrain Riley's agile movements at the cost of a hard-hitting attack, an opportunity for a decisive strike was created for his companions. The sudden increase in the number of lizard men, originally one in the source material, felt amiss to Riley. Now, facing the remarkable coordination displayed by the lizard men, his eyes widened in disbelief. "No way, my friends. Is this even right? Is this still the Marvel Universe? When did the lizard men become this formidable? Have they mastered tactics? Surely, they cannot possess such intelligence." Fortunately, at this critical juncture, a green figure leaped from the hole where the lizard men had previously appeared. Accompanied by a familiar shout from Riley, it swung a massive iron fist the size of a sandbag, crashing down onto the ground. Hulk smash. In that instant, a tremor akin to a minor earthquake shook the surroundings, sending the lizard men attacking Riley soaring into the air, only to crash down heavily onto the ground. Even those lizard men who had split off to attack Peter were caught in the aftermath, losing their balance and tumbling in disarray. Clearly, while Riley was calling Sheriff Blake for assistance in tracking the lizard men, Banner, residing in District 13 and eager for a chance to vindicate Hulk, upon hearing this news, volunteered to aid Riley and Peter. By sheer coincidence, he arrived just in time to rescue Riley from a perilous situation. "Hulk, haha, my good brother, you came at the perfect moment. Oh, calm down, we mustn't go too far." Seeing Hulk's appearance, Riley, who had been tightly bound and regretting not having embedded the talisman directly into his suit to aid in his escape, joyfully shouted. However, as he noticed Hulk lift his foot to stomp down on a lizard man's head, Riley quickly shot out webbing to pull Hulk's foot aside, preventing the lizard man's head from turning into a paste. With a look of confusion from Hulk, Riley soared forward and landed beside him, gently explaining, "Listen to me, Hulk. These beings, much like you once were, are likely innocent victims temporarily driven mad by external forces. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, I hope you can show restraint and spare their lives, alright? Hey, what a lively scene. Is today the family reunion of your Green Monster clan? However, before Hulk could respond, Riley, preoccupied with the unfolding drama, had yet to share the details of his Mexican adventure with Peter. Moreover, the media's persistent misrepresentation had led Peter to perceive the suddenly appearing Hulk as a new threat to the safety of New York City. Additionally, the subtle visual misalignment made Peter mistakenly believe that Hulk was about to harm Riley, interpreting the situation as Hulk having seized him. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Peter remotely launched 2 strands of webbing, skillfully ensnaring Hulk's eyes. He then tugged at the webbing, propelling his body forward with remarkable agility. In a flying kickstance, he unleashed a powerful strike that sent the unsuspecting Hulk crashing to the ground. Following this, he executed a backflip, landing gracefully in true Spider-Man fashion. With a hint of pride, Peter turned to Riley and called out, "Fear not, my brother. I shall look after you. Wait. Why do you gaze upon me in such a manner? Peter, I must impart both good news and bad news to you. Thanks to the convenience of nanotechnology, the mask's visor could reflect a myriad of expressions based on the subtle movements of facial muscles. When Peter turned around, he was met with Riley, who, with a hand to his forehead, bore an expression of despair, as if on the verge of tears. As the ground beneath them trembled violently and a series of furious roars echoed in their ears, Riley, knowing that Peter acted with good intentions yet had once again managed to make matters worse, lamented in a tone of resignation, "I'm exhausted. Let it all be destroyed. The good news is that the hulking figure you just encountered is known as Hulk, with whom I had a brief encounter in Mexico. He has come specifically to assist us, standing alongside us as an ally. The bad news is that this fragile alliance was shattered the moment you delivered that kick. Furthermore, as far as I know, he detests being referred to as a monster." Chapter 49. The battle with Hulk. Indeed, as Riley had sarcastically remarked, Hulk's recent appearance was to assist Riley and his companions, and his temper had noticeably mellowed after reconciling with Banner. However, when Riley inadvertently showcased a modern-day Jia Su to Banner, the fragile trust between the two men became exceedingly precarious. To make matters worse, despite Hulk's benevolent intentions, Peter repaid his kindness with a forceful kick, igniting Hulk's fury and sending his anger soaring. The fragile vessel of friendship was abruptly capsized. Consequently, after listening to Riley's explanation and observing the menacing glare from Hulk's vibrant green eyes, Peter felt a wave of despair wash over him. With a pitiful expression, he lamented, "Hey, buddy, is it too late for me to apologize?" Unfortunately, Hulk, consumed by rage and transformed into a ferocious beast, could hardly entertain Peter's pleas. With a thunderous pounding of his chest, he raised his fists high, preparing to smash down onto the ground. This familiar scene, even without the warning of spider sense, was predictable to Riley. The ground had recently endured Hulk's might, compounded by the large hole created by the lizard. Should Hulk strike again, the earth beneath could surely cave in, jeopardizing the stability of the Williamsburg Bridge. And if that bridge were to collapse, the loss of property would pale in comparison to the lives of those trapped on it, who would be left without hope of escape. "Ah, you truly have a knack for surprising me. I must have owed you something in a past life." With this thought, Riley, initially hesitant to reveal his trump cards in the public eye, furrowed his brow and opened the storage space of his system. He retrieved the chicken and ox talismans, merging them with his nanotech suit. With a hasty shout, he launched his webbing, accurately striking Hulk's hands just before they could crash to the ground. Harnessing the ox talisman's immense strength and the chicken talisman's subtle control, Riley created an exquisite display of raw power, lifting Hulk entirely off the ground and forcefully dragging him closer. With a swift adjustment of his stance, Riley executed a flying kick, a technique he had learned from Uncle Long, sending Hulk tumbling into the river. "I will find a way to restore Hulk's sanity. In the meantime, you hold off those lizard men." Without waiting for Peter's agreement, Riley leaped into the water, his tone serious and devoid of humor. Utilizing the river's cover, he activated the diving system of his suit and began to search for Hulk's whereabouts. Soon, before his eyes could catch sight of Hulk, a powerful warning from his spider sense compelled Riley to kick his legs, propelling him deeper into the depths. Neither biased nor partial, the Hulk launched a surprise assault, deftly avoiding Riley's blind spot. Seizing the opportunity, Riley executed a swift maneuver in the water, grasping the Hulk's ankle and leveraging his strength to draw closer. Crouching upon the Hulk's back, with a sudden extension of his legs, he propelled the Hulk into the depths of the river. Clearly, Riley aimed to utilize the water's resistance to limit the Hulk's formidable strength, thereby allowing his own agility and quick reflexes to shine in a constrained environment. However, Riley, who had recently enjoyed a streak of good fortune, underestimated this absolute powerhouse, a veritable ceiling of combat prowess among the original Avengers. After being hurled away by Riley, the Hulk did not struggle. Instead, he relaxed his body, permitting himself to plummet towards the riverbed, stirring up copious amounts of silt that concealed his form entirely. The Hulk chose not to retaliate, as evidenced by the occasional surging bubbles and the increasingly murky water, confirming his presence in the vicinity. This left Riley perplexed. Uncertain of the Hulk's intentions, yet wary of his immense strength, he dared not approach too closely. Maintaining a cautious distance, he kept his gaze fixed, ever ready to meet the Hulk's impending wrath. In this state of anxious anticipation, as the stirred silt gradually settled and visibility returned, Riley was astonished to discover that where the Hulk had once been, a massive pit now lay. Even his recently subdued spider sense reacted violently, as if intent on tearing Riley's mind apart. Unfortunately, despite his forewarning of danger, it was too late for him to evade. For in the brief moment that Riley hesitated, the Hulk had excavated a temporary tunnel in the riverbed, maneuvering to Riley's rear. With a powerful sprint up the inclined passage, the Hulk erupted from the riverbed like a rocket, propelled by a thunderous wave of energy, compensating for his clumsiness with sheer brute force. He afforded Riley no opportunity to react. In the blink of an eye, he was at Riley's side. A heavy fist swung, striking Riley squarely in the face. Had it not been for the water's drag, combined with Riley's timely invocation of the bull charm to amplify the chicken charm's telekinetic control, much of the Hulk's tremendous force would have been unmitigated. This single blow could have shattered Riley's skull like a fragile watermelon. Yet even so, the impact left Riley seeing stars, his head spinning. He instinctively assumed a defensive posture, delivering a swift kick to the Hulk's chest, propelling himself backward to re-establish distance between them. Moreover, it is indeed dire that the armor was never conceived with the prospect of a direct confrontation with the Hulk, resulting in the oxygen supply system succumbing to damage from his formidable strike. Consequently, continuing the battle underwater has now rendered the Hulk with an unequivocal advantage. After all, setting aside the Hulk's inherent resilience, his remarkably low demand for oxygen enables him to sustain prolonged activity even in a vacuum. Even if a lack of oxygen inflicts some degree of harm to his physique, the Hulk can effortlessly disregard such injuries, thanks to his extraordinary regenerative abilities, enabling him to persist in an almost perpetual motion. In stark contrast, Riley, having lost the oxygen supply system, can only rely on the scant remaining breath of air, estimating that he might endure for no more than 20 minutes, and that is while remaining stationary. Any further exertion would undoubtedly accelerate the depletion of his precious oxygen supply. Chapter 50. The conscience system. What exacerbated the situation was the assault on his head, which inevitably caused Riley's mental state to deteriorate. The intensity of the chicken talisman's telekinetic control was intrinsically linked to the user's mental strength, exhibiting a concurrent rise or decline. Thus, even after a brief respite, Riley realized that any hesitation stemming from his inner concerns would undoubtedly lead to his demise, prompting him to decisively relinquish any reservations. He aspired to replicate the strategy he employed in Mexico, using the bull talisman in conjunction with the chicken talisman to exert telekinetic control over the Hulk. He intended to transport him to a secluded area, away from the crowd and surveillance, such as a dimly lit sewer, to attempt communication and gradually calm the Hulk down. To his astonishment, he discovered that this tactic had significantly diminished in effectiveness when applied to the Hulk. After barely achieving control for less than 10 seconds, he was forcibly freed by the Hulk's brute strength. Throughout this ordeal, Riley had to maintain heightened concentration of his mental energy to enhance the effectiveness of his telekinetic control, leaving no room for any other actions. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons, he understood clearly that unless he could steel himself to act decisively, using the chicken talisman's telekinesis to snap the Hulk's neck, there was no possibility of calming the Hulk within the mere minutes available. Riley opted to ascend towards the surface, intending to catch his breath before formulating further plans. However, just as he turned, the Hulk, who had maintained a certain distance, suddenly swung his massive hands down in the water, generating a powerful splash that propelled him directly beside Riley. In the next moment, as the Hulk reached out with his robust hand to seize Riley's calf, Riley's instinctive sense of impending danger was confirmed by the Hulk's fierce grip. With a crushing squeeze, the Hulk effortlessly twisted Riley's leg into a grotesque shape. The bones within shattered into countless fragments, and the excruciating pain compelled Riley to instinctively open his mouth to cry out in agony, only to have a deluge of river water flood in, robbing him of the last remnants of oxygen. It was at this moment that Riley, who had always maintained a superior attitude as a traveler, believing he had everything under control, finally grasped the reality that despite having transformed into Spider-Man and acquiring the powers of 2 talismans, any hint of complacency would lead him to meet a fatal end in this chaotic Marvel universe filled with monstrous entities. The only silver lining was that after gaining Spider-Man's super abilities, the minimal attribute enhancements had failed to yield a significant change in Riley's strength. Coupled with the updates in the system mall, which included several seemingly useful items, he had retained the substantial points accumulated from the first 2 missions for unforeseen circumstances. Therefore, as the Hulk, seemingly intent on vengeance, gathered strength to hurl Riley towards the riverbed, he realized that if he perished here, Peter would undoubtedly suffer as well. With the last vestige of his willpower, Riley summoned the system's mall interface. After a swift double-click, 2 vials of elixirs appeared in the storage space, which, under Riley's mental command, rapidly disintegrated into pure energy, merging seamlessly into his being. It seems I want TB needed for the time being. Meanwhile, within a concealed structure in New York, a certain bald man, already adorned with a suspended ring and beginning to move in circles, expressed his confusion aloud, revealing a look of perplexity. He then gazed through the window towards the Williamsburg Bridge, murmuring thoughtfully. Although he was unaware of the means employed, the overwhelming and seemingly boundless wave of psychic energy, if it were not for the fact that the soul governing that body belonged to an outsider, one not of this universe, perhaps this child is more suited to inherit my mantle than strange, destined to become the next supreme sorcerer? As the enigmatic bald figure contemplated this and firmly dismissed any thoughts of interference, Riley, who had previously appeared half dead, suddenly transformed after absorbing the 2 vials. Akin to a scion experiencing a power surge, his entire demeanor revitalized. Not only did he halt his backward momentum mere centimeters from the riverbed, but he also raised his hand to grasp the air, unleashing a formidable telekinetic force that forcibly drew the distant Hulk closer, firmly seizing him by the neck. Thus, holding Hulk with one hand, Riley moved swiftly through the water like Superman. It was long before the once triumphant Hulk, who had been boasting of victory, found his body slipping out of control once more. No matter how he struggled, he could not resist. Finally, recalling fond memories of Mexico, Hulk's gaze became significantly clearer. Hey, buddy, I was just playing around. No need to take it seriously. If you had mentioned you possessed such abilities earlier, I wouldn't have dared to bare my teeth at you. Now that you're losing, you're quick to concede? How come I never noticed before that you were such a coward, Hulk? Thankfully, although Riley could not deny his desire to exact vengeance upon Hulk due to the previous unpleasant experience, he was reminded that the conflict had stemmed from his own brother's ill-fated strike against their allies. Furthermore, Hulk's strength would be an indispensable component in confronting a certain purple entity likely to visit Earth years hence. Thus, Riley merely rolled his eyes behind his mask, inwardly grumbling through clenched teeth, yet refrained from delivering a lethal blow to Hulk. Hulk's rampage had cost him 360 points, nearly the equivalent of a year's worth of attendance rewards. That detestable Peter, it was your kick that caused this, yet I bear the brunt. Once this ordeal concludes, I shall ensure you assist me with writing an entire semester. No, 2 semesters worth of assignments. Of course, complaints aside, Riley could not help but acknowledge that the seemingly unscrupulous system shop indeed offered products of considerable value. Not merely a bottle of intermediate life potion, but it could rejuvenate Riley as if he had consumed a magical bean, allowing him to fully revive on the spot. The intermediate stamina potion, during the 3 minutes of its infinite stamina buff, manifested an extraordinary power akin to that of a divine being. It not only made Riley faintly feel as though he were an ultimate organism, capable of maintaining normal bodily functions without the need for breath or sustenance, but it also allowed his mental strength to exert its utmost capacity to wield the power of 2 talismans without the fear of losing consciousness midway. This enabled Riley to precariously turn the tide of battle, once again overpowering the Hulk. Having tasted the sweetness of victory, he began to realize that the items sold in the marketplace were indeed a reflection of their worth, with a peculiar expression gradually forming on his face. As a wave of heat flushed through him, Riley inevitably cast his gaze upon the watch and phone he had once regarded with disdain. Even such items, which could be considered a second life, required only a meager amount of points for acquisition. What then could these 2 seemingly worthless items, deemed worthy of selling for exorbitant sums in the millions by the system, truly be? Chapter 51. The Supreme Mage. Ancient One. Certainly, curiosity is a natural inclination. Yet Riley remains acutely aware that powerful items often come with substantial risks. Once the duration of the infinite stamina buff expires, Riley would immediately succumb to a state of unconsciousness. Moreover, the system seems to have anticipated this eventuality, as if foreseeing that Riley might exploit a glitch. While Riley pondered this, he purchased a basic stamina potion, tentatively opting to use it, hoping to see if it could stack and prolong the buff's effects. Suddenly, a red notification appeared before him, indicating that each user could only consume 1 potion of the same type within a 24-hour period. Forcing the consumption of another would yield no benefits, merely resulting in waste, and the system kindly inquired if Riley wished to proceed. At this point, Riley resigned himself to the loss of 10 precious points, casting the potion into his storage space. Once he confirmed that Hulk had settled down, he relinquished his control over him. Together, they soared from beneath the water's surface, returning to the location where they had previously battled the lizardmen. Fortunately, Peter was the authentic Spider-Man, rather than a mere hindrance to Riley's endeavors. During the time Riley was occupied with Hulk, had Peter chosen to confront the lizardmen head-on, he would have faced a devastating defeat against their overwhelming numbers. Yet, beyond his identity as Spider-Man, Peter possessed the mind of a quick-witted scientific genius. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that these green-scaled creatures bore a striking resemblance to lizards. In his evasive maneuvers, Peter skillfully led the lizardmen toward a recently overturned vehicle that had been declared a total loss. Employing Spider-Man's brute strength, he forcibly detached the car's fuel tank and punched a hole in it, all while continuing to evade the lizardmen's assault. He poured gasoline onto the ground until it formed a coherent circle. Once the trap was set, Peter seized the moment and shot a web infused with high-voltage electricity, igniting the gasoline on the ground. Utilizing the lizardmen's inherent fear of heat and flames, he compelled the once reckless creatures to emit anguished cries as they writhed in the engulfing fire. Of course, this also owed much to Peter's intrinsic goodness, as he was reluctant to commit acts of slaughter. After all, had he doused the gasoline directly upon the lizardmen, the scene that would greet Riley and Hulk upon their return would not be of creatures desperately writhing in the flames, paralyzed by instinctual fear, waiting helplessly for the fire to subside. Instead, they might have found the tantalizing aroma of roasted lizardmen wafting through the air. Bravo, splendidly executed. Yet, we must retreat. Thanks to Peter's remarkable ingenuity, Riley, who had prepared for the worst, could finally breathe a sigh of relief and genuinely commend his brother's resourcefulness in the heat of the moment. In a moment of heightened tension, Riley unleashed a series of silken threads under the empowering influence of the cow talisman, further constraining the movements of the lizardmen. As the duration of his stamina potion dwindled dangerously low, he faintly discerned the approaching sound of numerous footsteps around the nearby corner. Urgently, he seized the moment, tossing the two talismans wrapped in his battle suit back into the system's storage space, while beckoning Peter and Hulk to draw near. He fervently cautioned them, "Hulk, this is my brother. He attacked you earlier due to a misunderstanding, mistaking you for one of those grotesque green creatures intent on harming me. He is not your enemy. Peter, I have overexerted myself during the fight with Hulk and will soon lapse into a 24-hour coma. Once Hulk appears, military pursuit is certain. Therefore, I must rely on you to escort both me and Hulk back to Sector 13 before the situation escalates." However, before Riley could complete his sentence, his consciousness abruptly faded as the stamina potion's effect concluded, akin to a forced shutdown, plunging him into utter darkness. When Riley gradually regained awareness and struggled to open his eyes, he found himself clad in a patient gown, lying on a hospital bed. Though everything before him appeared foreign, he considered himself fortunate to be whole and alive. Even the cool, tingling sensation on the back of his left hand was due to a needle connected to and for, delivering life-sustaining glucose. Only then did he exhale in relief, reassured that Peter and Hulk had likely returned to Sector 13, as he had instructed them. Sector 13. Ah, you mean that large underground facility? Unfortunately, you are not there now. Yet, as these thoughts crossed Riley's mind, the ceiling above him seemed to collapse suddenly, rushing toward him. But in the next instant, just as it appeared poised to crush him, the ceiling returned to normal. Amidst this strange juxtaposition, Riley noticed an unfamiliar tall figure, shrouded in a cloak, had silently appeared beside his hospital bed. This enigmatic presence, seemingly possessing the ability to read minds, coldly addressed Riley, posing rhetorical questions and delivering scathing remarks. As an outsider, you have failed to maintain a low profile, frequently altering the established fates of this world and disturbing the sacred timeline. You do not truly believe no one can hold you accountable, do you? Wait, why are you not reacting at all, child? Was my entrance not sufficiently terrifying? It shouldn't be, considering how horror films are trending nowadays. Could it be that, aside from prolonged unconsciousness, this inexplicable surge of power also comes with the side effect of muteness? Regrettably, amidst the pretense of grandiloquent discourse, it became apparent that Riley's emotional fluctuations were far more composed and steady than those of the one before her. This sudden emergence of a figure, instead of maintaining their poise, found themselves unable to contain their unease. In the midst of self-doubt whispered under their breath, the lofty facade crumbled within a heartbeat. Unable to resist, they reached out, gently brushing their fingers against Riley's forehead, seemingly in an attempt to ascertain whether her mind had faltered. Lacking the most fundamental human emotion of fear, there was no further need for trial. Humanity's fear emanates from insufficient power and an inherent dread of the unknown. Yet, as you rightly stated, I do not belong to this realm and am acutely aware that you would eventually seek out this anomaly known as me. Though I did not anticipate it would occur so swiftly. Fortunately, Once the probing actions of the other party confirmed her suspicions, Riley, who had merely been feigning composure, was able to exhale deeply in relief. Fearing that the other might misconstrue her demeanor as one of utter resignation, she, motivated by a sense of survival, deliberately feigned disdain. It was then that Riley gently shook her head, propping herself up from the sickbed and respectfully responding to the individual before her. Thus, in light of your apparent reluctance to take my life at this moment, I find myself less inclined to fear and more grateful to you for your willingness to transcend your principles and extend a helping hand, aiding this outsider in escaping peril. Therefore, esteemed Supreme Mage, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your life-saving grace. May the light of the Mountain Emperor guide you. Chapter 52. Riley, have I become the harbinger of the world's destruction? It appears that you are not only more astute than I had anticipated, but you also possess profound insights into the trajectory and secrets of this world. However, it is precisely this knowledge that renders you a significant threat, even surpassing that of the Titan known as Thanos. Upon having his identity exposed, the Ancient One momentarily paused, then, with a hint of intrigue in his whispered tones, removed his cloak, revealing his iconic bald head. He reclined into an ethereal chair that had materialized, leisurely crossing his legs while fixating his gaze upon Riley's eyes, articulating each word with deliberate clarity. You must understand why I have taken notice of you. Up to this point, you have altered at least 5 pivotal junctures, such as facilitating an early reconciliation between Banner and Hulk, thus averting the death of Ben Parker. Oh, let me venture a guess. You surely believe you have done remarkably well, do you not? Although fully aware that even deploying all his trump cards would not make him a match for this reclusive powerhouse, Riley resolved to remain silent in the face of the Ancient One's inquiry, adopting a demeanor of humility and receptiveness. Yet, deep within, he steadfastly believed that he had consistently made the right choices, successfully preventing more than one tragedy from unfolding. His status as an outsider, however, had drawn the ire of the Ancient One, leaving him with a sense of unjust grievance. Oh, you people of Huaxia often proclaim that seeing is believing while hearing is deceiving. Let us then observe the ultimate outcomes of your so-called benevolent acts. Although Riley fancied that he had perfectly concealed his emotions to the Supreme Sorcerer, the pretense was as transparent as water, undeniably juvenile. However, the Ancient One, with a subtle smile, refrained from outright rebuke. Instead, he waved his left hand, causing the surrounding environment to bleed and swirl like spilled watercolors. Before long, a series of interconnected streams of luminous light appeared before Riley, resembling a film reel. As the images within the light expanded, the Ancient One's voice resonated once more in Riley's ears. Behold, these are the outcomes wrought by your self-proclaimed correct choices. Due to Ben Parker's survival, Peter Parker has failed to grasp the true essence of with great power comes great responsibility. His reckless and impulsive actions ultimately lead to his being pursued by enemies on his way home, resulting in the tragic demise of Ben and May Parker. This experience transforms him, as he adopts the persona of the Punisher, basing his judgments on a personal moral compass, relentlessly hunting those he deems targets until he incites public outrage and meets his end at the hands of both villains and heroes. Moreover, Dr. Banner, having reconciled with Hulk prematurely, lacks the stability and composure that suffering should have instilled in him. This will inevitably lead to Hulk spiraling out of control, evolving into a terrifying demon capable of annihilating the world. The world was compelled to unite various forces to completely eliminate him, resulting in a profound and painful cost. Consequently, the severe decline in overall combat power rendered it impossible to thwart Thanos when he descended upon Earth, leading the planet towards its inevitable demise. Moreover, this presents a rather novel timeline that I have never encountered before. Due to your machinations, the leader of the criminal organization known as Valen ruthlessly eliminated True, preventing him from joining the Dragon Team, led by Jackie Chan. Subsequently, when a girl named Chung Xiaoyu adorned herself with a demonic tattoo, she failed to extricate herself from the demon's influence in time, ultimately succumbing to become the queen of the Shadow Legion, declaring war on the world and personally slaying her beloved father and Uncle Long. How about this? Do you require me to continue enumerating the more tragic futures forged under the influence of your so-called benevolence? Though Master Gu Yi's tone remained unchanged, the vivid images of despair flickered before Riley, who, initially resistant, became as if struck by lightning, his gaze frozen in a daze. Nevertheless, Master Gu Yi had no intention of sparing the principal architect of this chaos. With a gaze devoid of joy or sorrow, she regarded Riley with indifference, each word striking his anxious heart like a heavy hammer. Without experiencing storms, how could one behold the rainbow? Each elevation of the soul, each growth, demands a corresponding sacrifice. Yet, your self-proclaimed benevolence, your efforts to alleviate their suffering, have, in reality, stripped them of the possibility of becoming true heroes, propelling them into a far more terrifying abyss. And do you know what is most ironic? You believe you are altering these tragic fates, protecting those around you. Yet, even in 2 lifetimes, you have never confided your secrets to those you care for. You have never inquired whether they would accept such changes, unilaterally making decisions on their behalf. You have never considered that even true deities, after countless contemplations, inevitably make a mistake or two. How can you dare to assure that the unfolding of future events will perfectly align with your meticulously crafted plans? No, this is impossible. As Gu Yi's words fell, Riley, who had remained silent and resolutely clung to his convictions, ultimately witnessed in the future she unveiled, Peter cradling Ben and May, lifeless in a pool of blood, crying out to the heavens in despair and helplessness. In that moment, his resolve shattered completely. Clutching his chest in shared agony, he experienced a profound and excruciating pain, his eyes turning crimson as tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. He longed to leap into that scene and exact the most brutal vengeance upon those wretches who dared to slay his parents, tormenting them to a point where they would wish for death, yet find no escape, to assuage the hatred burning within his heart. As I previously mentioned, Mr. Riley, suffering serves both as a torment and a catalyst for personal growth. Consider strange, had someone intervened to prevent that fateful accident, preserving his hands. Would he have relinquished his pride, forsaking a lifetime of medical knowledge to start anew as the most devoted apprentice, gradually evolving into the Sorcerer Supreme, the savior of the world? Observing Riley's transformation, once composed yet now seemingly on the verge of shattering, his silent, anguished cries echo the depths of his sorrow. In light of this, Master Gu Yi's words took on a gentler tone, akin to a nurturing voice guiding a wayward child still capable of redemption. Moreover, amid the countless souls lost to time, the chance for a second life is indeed a rare gift. Having endured immense suffering in a past existence, why not extend a measure of compassion towards oneself, embracing the simplicity of being an ordinary person and living out the remainder of one's days in peace? While speaking, Master Gu Yi gestured once more, shifting the scene. This time, however, the manifestation was not one of a despairing, dark future, but rather the irrevocable past belonging to Riley, or more accurately, the soul of the traveler residing within him. Chapter 53. The past life of the mischievous Riley. As previously mentioned, Riley was once an active narcotics officer at the forefront of the battle against drugs before his transcendence. However, what Riley had never disclosed was that, prior to his crossing over, he enjoyed a childhood as warm and nurturing as that of Riley Parker in this universe. Although, from the moment he could remember, Riley had never truly met his father, his mother was always by his side. Riley's mother was an extraordinary woman who dedicated herself to raising him with all her might. To ensure that Riley would not suffer from a lack of paternal affection, she poured double the effort and love into his upbringing. It can be said that Riley's childhood was the most precious and beautiful memory of his past life. All of this continued until that fateful incident. As was customary, upon returning home from school, Riley donned a paper crown, eagerly waiting to extinguish the candles on the cake his mother would bring to celebrate his birthday. Just then, the tightly shut door unexpectedly echoed with a sound. Initially, Riley assumed it was a friend of his mother's come to join in the birthday celebrations and paid no mind. However, when his mother rose to peek through the peephole, she quickly returned to Riley's side, taking his hand with a smile. She proposed a game of hide-and-seek before blowing out the candles, asking Riley to count to 1,000 before he could begin searching for her. After uttering this, his mother knocked on the wall, revealing a small hidden door in what appeared to be a seamless barrier. This thrilled the young Riley, who believed it to be a secret hideout prepared by his mother for his birthday. Without waiting for her to finish, he excitedly slipped inside, unaware of the look of reluctance and guilt that filled his mother's eyes as she watched his retreating figure. Afterward, due to his tender age, counting to 1,000 proved to be a laborious task for Riley, consuming an extensive amount of time. There were numerous instances when the darkness and confinement of the small space, combined with the absence of sound, instilled a sense of fear and boredom in him, prompting him to contemplate abandoning the count and simply seeking his mother. Nevertheless, instilled with the values of integrity and perseverance by his mother, Riley resolved to persist. Upon reaching 372, he vaguely sensed the scent of diesel that wafted from the chainsaw used by Uncle Lee next door when he ventured into the woods. By 509, it felt as though he had been there long enough to develop a psychological illusion, as the space seemed to grow increasingly stifling, causing beads of sweat to trickle down his brow despite his simple attire of a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. As he continued counting, the monotony of the numbers lulled him into a deep slumber before he could even reach 1,000. In his dreams, he saw his mother smiling and waving at him. Beside her mother, there was an unfamiliar man who, despite leaving no clear impression, seemed undeniably significant, instantly captivating Riley. Yet, as Riley endeavored to approach them, She realized that no matter how fast she ran, the distance only widened rather than diminished. Even her mother, who had always showered her with affection, appeared transformed. After a brief wave signaling Riley to turn back, she took the stranger's hand and walked away, leaving Riley in a state of shock. When Riley's eyes opened, she was no longer in the dim, cramped space she had been in before, but rather in a bright, spacious hospital room, filled with the peculiar scent of strange potions that instinctively repulsed her. Confused, she could not fathom how she had transitioned from a game of hide-and-seek at home with her mother to this unfamiliar environment. Wrapped tightly like a mummy, she felt a profound ache throughout her body. The last memory she retained was of an unfamiliar uncle, bursting into the room with childlike excitement, calling for others with great urgency. From that moment, the game of hide-and-seek with her mother came to an abrupt end. Riley, adept at games, easily located her mother. However, she found her mother had become inexplicably stingy, hiding in a small, heavy, and unattractive box. No matter how Riley pouted or cried, her mother refused to emerge and meet her gaze. At that moment, Riley felt a strange perplexity. How could her tall, formidable mother possibly be concealed within such a minuscule box? Yet, recalling that her mother was a superhero capable of anything, it seemed that hiding in this box might not pose a challenge for her. Perhaps, Riley mused, her mother was upset because she had fallen asleep without counting to 1,000 during their game, prompting her to retreat and refuse to see her. This realization filled Riley with guilt for not honoring their agreement. Subsequently, she transformed from an oblivious child into a self-reliant young adult. Even though her mother continued to hide, refusing to meet her, Riley learned to eat well and grow independently. Moreover, she found herself accompanied by several stern yet unfamiliar uncles she had encountered that fateful day in the hospital. They replaced her reticent mother, offering steadfast companionship and nurturing her as she grew. Riley always believed these gentlemen to be gentle souls, never prone to anger, until one day, after transferring schools, she returned home with muddy shoes and a dejected demeanor. The uncles, who had always been kind in her presence, suddenly morphed into furious beasts when they discovered a wet, dead mouse in her backpack and revealed the bruises on her body. Their faces darkened ominously. With fierce, predatory glares, they fixated on Riley, their expressions strikingly menacing. From that day forth, the unsightly shoe prints and stains of filthy water that marred Riley's presence ceased to exist. The once mocking children, who derided Riley, claiming that his mother had abandoned him due to his disobedience and unattractiveness, suddenly transferred from the school one by one. Teachers, who had deliberately isolated Riley in a corner near the trash bin, believing that his scars would frighten other students, seemed to vanish as well. Thus, time flowed steadily onward. In the blink of an eye, the once diminutive child had shed his scars and blossomed into a tall, strapping young man. Naturally, it is quite normal for a growing boy to enter a rebellious phase, is it not? Hence, Riley clandestinely altered his application to the police academy, a school once attended by his uncles, without their knowledge. On the day of the graduation rehearsal, he deviated from the designated practice area and secretly infiltrated the back mountains, hiding for an entire day and night along a seldom trodden animal path. When his formidable uncles arrived in a furious search, Riley, covered in crimson stains, still failed to locate the small prop placed by the examiners to signify successful assessment. Instead, he gathered a collection of adorable stuffed bear toys, albeit marred by dark stains, and discovered packets of white powder hidden within the cotton stuffing of the bears after brutally dissecting them. Moreover, the rightful owner of the toys lay nearby, grotesquely mutilated and emitting agonizing cries like a slaughtered pig, several unfamiliar men in such a state. It turned out that Riley was not the obedient child everyone believed him to be. He had never revealed to anyone that the compartment his mother had once urged him to enter contained a minuscule gap, allowing him to witness firsthand how his omnipotent superhero mother, with the assistance of the strange uncles who had come to their home to help dismantle the crumbling door, performed her uncanny feats, fragmenting herself into numerous pieces. Thus, even before he had counted to 1,000, he understood why his mother would retreat into that tiny box. This was a form of cheating. It was for this reason that his mother had refused to see him for so many years, unwilling to embrace him once more or to hear him express just how much he missed her every single day and night. This was all Riley's fault. Consequently, he had harbored this secret for years, striving to be the model child in the eyes of others. But now, with wings gradually hardening, having committed such a grave error, the true nature of Riley as a bad boy had been exposed, compelling him to inherit the number of a scoundrel who abandons his wife and children, destined to be exiled to the fringes, enduring the torment of daily mosquito bites. Until that fateful day arrived when Riley, feeling increasingly weighed down and disconnected from his limbs, was roughly stuffed into a black plastic bag, discarded like unwanted trash into the depths of a swamp in the forest. See, it is said that bad children will face retribution, to deceive friends with lies, to betray their feelings, to shatter their trust. And to reveal their whereabouts ultimately leads to dire consequences. When the duped friends discover the treachery, they resort to the most vicious means of torment. Riley, with a shattered throat incapable of uttering a sound, becomes a twisted figure, ultimately discarded and buried, serving as fertilizer for the land. In a state of confusion, Riley meets his fate, akin to the previous one who bore his number, yet he remains an indistinct memory, much like a scoundrel whose appearance eludes his recollection. It seems that after years of wandering, the Riley who inherited this number has transformed from the obedient child he once was into a deceitful rogue, replete with lies. However, there is one distinction that sets Riley apart from his predecessor. No one regards this foul-mouthed miscreant, devoid of stable employment, who stirs trouble wherever he goes. Even in dreams, his thoughts are consumed with schemes to betray his friends. Aside from the apprehension that the uncles who once cared for him would discover that he cannot return home for the new year, Riley lives unencumbered, a solitary figure without ties. This signifies that the number, passed from one cad to another, will be eternally sealed with Riley's slumber. This time, the grown-up Riley diligently counts to 1,000. Thus, upon fulfilling this long-overdue promise, Riley sinks into a deep sleep, feeling an immense weight lifted, finally able to rest. Shortly thereafter, several armored vehicles roar past the marsh where Riley sleeps. Soon, the sound of gunfire reverberates through the air. Because of Riley's betrayal, his friends, caught unawares, are ensnared without escape. From this day forth, there shall be no second Riley to tread the path of this wayward child. So, good night, Riley. May you reunite with those you miss in your dreams. May you awaken to a wholly different life. Chapter 54. Riley, but I refuse. The world is just. With every gain, there is a loss. After enduring so much suffering, it offers you a chance to start anew. Upon witnessing Riley's past experiences, even the ethereal Ancient One found her gaze softening as she regarded him. Until now, she was the sole being in this universe aware of the immense pain and torment that Riley Parker had endured to attain his mature and reliable demeanor. Thus, upon learning that Riley, devoid of extraordinary powers, had felt the world's palpable malice yet steadfastly clung to his principles, making the right choices, the Ancient One, who had recognized Riley as a unique presence, could only hold profound respect for his noble spirit and tacitly accepted his existence. Regrettably, as Riley acquired the powers of Spider-Man and began to meddle in the fates of others, even the Ancient One, who understood his choices and recognized that Riley could not bear to witness the demise of those around him, found herself compelled to intervene. For the sake of maintaining the world's stability and peace, she, like the future Doctor Strange, an unwavering rationalist, believed that in dire circumstances, sacrificing a small portion for the greater good was acceptable. This conviction hardened her heart as she continued to persuade Riley. When Riley bowed his head in silence, seemingly reluctant to surrender, she presented him with an offer she believed he could not possibly refuse. If you fear that by doing nothing, you will perish when the Titan arrives on Earth to collect the Infinity Stones and snap his fingers, I can help you return home. Back to the world you once knew. As the Ancient One's words lingered in the air, Riley's body visibly trembled. Home, back to the world I once knew. Those words were undeniably enticing to Riley. Even after spending years in the Marvel Universe, he often found himself alone in bed at night, longing for the unfeasible reunion with those dear uncles. Through their daily interactions in his past life, those uncles had become his most cherished family. He could easily envision the profound guilt and anguish he would feel upon learning of their sacrifices, realizing that not only had he failed to save his comrades, but years later, he would helplessly witness the demise of their orphans, culminating in a tragic legacy of loyalty. Now, the opportunity presented by the Ancient One was enough for Riley to rectify this regret. To claim he was not moved would be a blatant falsehood. Truly, the Supreme Sorcerer possessed the power to facilitate even such matters. Thus, after a prolonged silence, when Riley finally lifted his head, traces of tears lingering on his cheeks, his gaze became clear and resolute as he made his decision. But I refuse. Indeed, that was Riley's choice. Even the formidable Ancient One, faced with the temptation of returning home, could not sway Riley from his decision to remain within the Marvel Universe. Riley held steadfast in his belief that, irrespective of his return, the uncles who had diligently nurtured him into a hero would, after a brief period of anguish and remorse, surely find the strength to rise again. Conversely, should he choose to go back, the disappearance of Riley Parker would inflict tremendous suffering upon the Parker family and his closest friends, just as it would the uncles. Moreover, although the Ancient One revealed various despairing futures to Riley, he astutely discerned a common thread among them, the absence of his presence. Had he remained, akin to the incident that provoked the Hulk's wrath, even if Peter might occasionally falter due to inexperience, with Riley's companionship and support, such mistakes could be swiftly rectified. preventing a descent into a hopeless demise. Clearly, the true catalyst for these dark futures lay not in the act of ceasing to alter the fates of others, but in Riley's decision to abandon his path halfway and become a self-serving deserter, despite having already initiated change. You are indeed clever and resilient. But is this truly the right path? Is it fair to you? Upon hearing Riley rebuff his proposal, the Ancient One displayed no hint of anger. Rather, his eyes sparkled with approval of Riley's choice. As Riley had surmised, the Ancient One had deliberately concealed the significance of Riley's existence from Peter and the others. Should Riley succumb to the psychological strain and return to his original world, the Ancient One would wield the power of the Time Stone to reset the entire universe to a state prior to Riley Parker's existence, effectively erasing all traces of his influence. In contrast, by seeing through the Ancient One's trap and choosing to remain in this world, Riley could leverage his outsider status as a variable to balance the moral fluctuations of this universe. Yet, even so, mindful of Riley's past experiences, the Ancient One felt a twinge of compassion and cautioned him further. If this continues, the weight of responsibility upon your shoulders will only grow heavier, and your status as an outlier will be fully exposed, drawing the world's attention. In turn, to eliminate your existence and maintain the equilibrium of fate, greater suffering shall befall you, leading you down the path of self-sacrifice. Ha ha ha, and so what? Having faced death once, every additional moment I live is a precious gain. Regrettably, after the Ancient One revealed the experiences of Riley's previous life, the memories of his years within the Marvel Universe, which had gradually faded, were rekindled, restoring his original essence and fortifying his resolve. Thus, under the intricate gaze of the Ancient One, Riley boldly emitted a hearty laugh. His laughter was imbued with a sense of comfort, satisfaction, and pride, yet devoid of any fear of death. If my sacrifice can enable Peter and the others to embrace a more splendid life, then I shall stand at the pinnacle of love, joyfully mocking the impotence of death. Indeed, this is the essence of Riley. Had Riley chosen to evade or submit to adversity and hardship, opting for a more effortless path, then, after enduring countless trials and tribulations and paying an unimaginable price, he would not have secured the trust of a notorious drug lord and firmly established himself as the second in command within the drug trafficking syndicate. To that remote nation, Riley was akin to a local emperor, able to acquire whatever he desired. He had long anticipated that should he take such a step, he would not only forfeit all that he possessed but also, due to the exposure of his identity, invite perilous consequences upon himself. How could he have acted without the slightest hesitation, resolutely signaling to his uncles to close the net, with a smile upon his face, as he calmly approached death? Chapter 55. The Most Wanted Spider-Man. Riley's words awakened a profound realization within Master Gu Yi. Despite having spent years in this realm, the indomitable spirit of the Chinese people had never been dulled. It merely lay dormant, concealed beneath the surface. In Master Gu Yi's memory, the inhabitants of the ancient Eastern Empire, who prided themselves on their peaceful disposition and agrarian lifestyle, were adept at strategic calculations. Yet, what was truly fearsome was their unwavering resolve when provoked. Should their family be harmed or their homeland invaded, even when faced with seemingly insurmountable odds, they would rally with cries of kill one to break even, kill two to profit, charging forth without a thought of retreat. This exemplified the mindset of the Chinese and represented a unique form of romanticism inherent to their culture. However, this very trait posed a potential danger in Riley. The battle genes etched into his soul, coupled with his unique past experiences, led Master Gu Yi to believe that, despite Riley's outwardly cheerful demeanor, he harbored an inclination towards self-destruction. Thus, upon waving his hand and reverting the surroundings back to the original infirmary, Master Gu Yi, seeking answers, smiled genuinely at Riley and offered heartfelt advice. I am delighted by your willingness to make such a choice, yet I hope you can learn to trust those around you, rather than bear the burden alone and prepare for the worst, much like that individual from Stark Industries. You are aware, are you not, that such an approach will inevitably lead to well-intentioned missteps? Thank you. I will remember that, Riley replied, gradually regaining his composure. Realizing that Master Gu Yi bore him no ill will, the events that had transpired were merely a form of testing. After all, with Master Gu Yi's formidable abilities, if he truly wished to oppose Riley, he could have easily done so within the span of a mere 3 breaths, let alone during the 24 hours of Riley's unconsciousness, where countless opportunities for action existed. Thus, after Master Gu Yi finished speaking, Riley respectfully acknowledged him while discreetly removing the 4. He then stepped down from the bed, a hint of guilt evident as he touched his nose, inquiring of Master Gu Yi. However, I am more curious about the extent of the trouble I have caused. If your intention was merely to meet me up close, you need not have taken such measures, correct? An astute child, I trust you have braced yourself for what lies ahead, So follow me, Master Gui replied, discerning that Riley had likely not fully absorbed his earlier admonitions. Yet, this was within Master Gui's expectations. If the words of an outsider could easily sway Riley's convictions, it would indeed be surprising. Therefore, he believed that Riley would ultimately make the right choices, and that those around him would gradually influence his thoughts through their interactions, leading Master Gui to refrain from further persuasion. Nodding in tacit agreement, he turned and strolled leisurely towards the exit. As Riley followed Master Gui into another room not far from the hospital ward, he unexpectedly encountered the figures of Peter and Banner, along with Xiaoyu. Do not look at me in such a manner. She was not on my guest invitation list. This girl possesses a certain uniqueness. The flowing currents of righteousness in this world are particularly fond of her. They aided her in evading the barriers I had set, allowing her to silently infiltrate the sanctum of New York. When I discovered her presence, she even claimed to have entered via the stairs. Yet, I had never installed any stairs in that location. I must admit, it is the first time I have encountered such a situation since becoming the Sorcerer Supreme. Moreover, she is acquainted with all of you and has some connection to my old friend, the Grand Sorcerer, which is why I permitted her to remain as a guest. Glancing at the trio gathered around the television, fervently engaged in a racing game, Riley couldn't help but wear a peculiar expression, instinctively looking towards Master Gui. The latter, for the first time, displayed a hint of embarrassment and helplessness, raising a hand to her forehead while explaining to Riley, if it were not for my decision to have Strange inherit my mantle and the competition with the late Grand Sorcerer over his apprentice, it would be somewhat unreasonable. I would have wanted this child to learn magic from me. Oh, wait. I have always found it strange. It seems my father had known me long before. Claiming that someone had revealed the secrets of the spells to him. Could it be that you were secretly assisting him? Observing Master Gui's awkward demeanor, Riley couldn't help but smirk slightly, once again marveling at Xiaoyu's stair-climbing skills, which even the master could not guard against. A truly extraordinary ability. However, from Master Gui's words, Riley discerned that she and his father's master, the enigmatic Grand Sorcerer, appeared to be old acquaintances. This inevitably reminded Riley of the peculiar behaviors his father exhibited after initially repelling the likes of Trull, prompting his curiosity. What do you think? Yet, in response to Riley's inquiry, Master Gui remained enigmatic, refraining from giving a direct answer. Moreover, she did not grant Riley the opportunity for further questioning. With a gentle wave of her hand, she transformed the television screen from the exhilarating racing game to a live broadcast of a press conference. Before the makeshift podium set up in front of the police station, a multitude of reporters clamored to pose their questions to Sheriff George. Amidst the cacophony of inquiries, Sheriff George maintained a stoic silence, seemingly deliberating over something. However, soon after, having made his decision, Sheriff George raised his hand to signal for quiet among the reporters. Then, utilizing the microphone, he addressed the public with a serious and cold tone, articulating each word with precision. We are all aware that a serious incident occurred last night near the Williamsburg Bridge. Although the damage to the electrical system was severe, preventing the surveillance cameras from capturing the full sequence of events, based on the testimonies of several eyewitnesses present at the scene, as well as our police's preliminary investigation, it has been confirmed that 2 suspicious individuals were present at that location. Using gasoline to douse and ignite, a method of extreme malevolence, has assailed numerous innocent victims. Thus, I hereby declare that henceforth, the New York City Police Department shall solicit clues from the public in the formal pursuit of the 2 masked criminals who proclaim themselves as Spider-Man. Rest assured, New York will never be a lawless realm. We shall spare no effort in apprehending these 2 offenders and providing the citizens with a satisfactory resolution. Amidst a fervent and impassioned address, the journalists present were stirred with emotion, eagerly bombarding Sheriff George with inquiries. Meanwhile, Riley, seated before the television, found her mind momentarily incapacitated, overwhelmed with a flurry of questions. Wait, what is happening? I awaken to find that Peter and I have become fugitives? Chapter 56, Sheriff George's Dilemma and Decision. Hey, even if you are the police chief, one must speak with integrity and rely on evidence, right? Don't think that just because you make baseless accusations, I won't dare to sue you for defamation. Defamation? He is slandering me. When did Peter and I ever attack the innocent? Wait, the innocent victim burned by gasoline. Damn. Those lizard people couldn't have conveniently transformed back just before Uncle George and the others arrived at the scene, could they? Is it as coincidental as you think? Observing Riley's various expressions upon realizing he had become a wanted man, even the aloof Dr. Strange couldn't help but lift the corners of his mouth slightly. With an air of playful seriousness, he proceeded to explain to Riley, having easily discerned his thoughts. Consider this. On one side, we have a poor, tattered citizen ensnared by flames, and on the other, a masked figure colluding with a green monster. If it were you, which side would you choose to believe represents justice? Additionally, a friendly reminder, the military has also arrived, aside from the police. As soon as Strange finished speaking, Riley fell into an immediate silence. Although Strange's words seemed casual, hinting at no substantial issue. Riley's understanding of the Marvel Universe told him that there was only one military unit capable of arriving at such a critical moment. That was the Special Operations Team led by General Ross, specifically tasked with capturing the Hulk. To confront a foe of Hulk's caliber, they typically arrived armed with heavy weaponry. Under General Ross's stubborn leadership, reconciliation with the Hulk was utterly impossible. Their approach would likely involve launching artillery shells to extend their warmest greetings to him. Thus, even if Sheriff George, driven by personal bias, acknowledged Spider-Man's inherent goodness and suspected something was amiss, with the military now engaged, could he merely stand by? Was there any choice left? Moreover, when enemies meet, animosity is bound to ignite. As Hulk recognized General Ross's presence and, as always, indiscriminately attacked, he would undoubtedly be thoroughly enraged. With Riley unconscious and no one left to restrain the Hulk, the situation could only escalate. Given this premise, the ensuing chaos between both parties would wreak havoc upon New York City. Merely imagining the catastrophic scenes in his mind made Riley feel overwhelmed, and he could hardly bear to envision the devastation. In that instant, he comprehended why Doctor Strange, who had always observed from the shadows and rarely intervened, would suddenly step in to assist them, teleporting Riley and his companions directly to the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York. If the situation continued to spiral irreversibly out of control, by the time Riley awoke, he would likely find himself not merely a wanted criminal, but an outright global enemy. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that the seasoned and discerning Sheriff George, in the face of such an urgent situation, chose to publicly issue a wanted notice under considerable duress from General Ross. Nevertheless, even amidst this pressure, he merely proclaimed his intent to apprehend Spider-Man rather than to eliminate him on the spot. This suggests that despite his fervent declarations at the dinner table, emphasizing Spider-Man's criminality, Sheriff George, upon discovering that Spider-Man had indeed encountered peril, would not hesitate to suspect that there were deeper, more intricate machinations at play. Moreover, Riley, having once donned the badge himself, comprehended the immense pressure involved in engaging in such verbal gymnastics from George's perspective. This understanding shifted Riley's expression from a frown to a smile, as he couldn't help but internally jest at the charming hypocrisy of this lovable uncle. How absurd. This foolish uncle, what nonsense is he spouting? Has he truly conducted a thorough investigation? The urge to confront him was palpable, as Riley's thoughts raced. Rapidly grasping Sheriff George's plight and gradually coming to terms with his decision, Xiaoyu, equally incensed by the news of Spider-Man's being pursued, could no longer contain herself. She stormed forward, venting her frustrations as she turned off the television. Subsequently, she returned to sit cross-legged on the floor, enveloped in a prolonged silence, and reached out to comfort the visibly dejected Peter by patting his shoulder. Do not worry, Peter. The entire District 13, including myself, believes in your and Riley's innocence. Riley, you are finally awake. Regrettably, Xiaoyu's well-intentioned gesture lasted scarcely 3 seconds before her attention was diverted by the sight of Riley standing at the room's entrance. Like a swift transformation in a Sichuan opera, her previous frustration dissipated, and with eyes alight, she abandoned Peter to rush toward Riley. As Riley instinctively bent down to embrace Xiaoyu, she playfully pinched his cheek to affirm his existence, ensuring he was not merely an illusion conjured by the Ancient One. While teasing him with a grin, after sleeping for so long, I thought you were destined to become the sleeping beauty of a fairy tale. If you had slumbered any longer, the world would have changed. Ouch, careful, I'm still recovering. Drawing from his past experiences and his bond with Peter, Riley exhibited exceptional tolerance and affection towards children. Thus, faced with Xiaoyu's impish antics, he remained unperturbed, responding with earnestness while playfully indulging her antics by feigning distress. In stark contrast to Xiaoyu's affectionate demeanor, Peter and Banner remained rooted in place. To them, it seemed that had Peter exercised a modicum of composure, refraining from that impulsive kick, or had Banner, eager to establish his worth, taken a moment to greet Riley before deciding to join the fray, the situation might not have devolved into such chaos. Thus, in a moment of shared apprehension, the two individuals, their faces betraying guilt and unease, naturally refrained from advancing. They feared that, at such a critical juncture, their actions might exacerbate the situation and cause Riley to faint once more. Hey, why are you both standing there in silence? Do you truly wish for me to remain in slumber indefinitely, never to awaken? The timid demeanor of the duo elicited both amusement and exasperation from Riley. Resolutely cradling little Jade in one arm, he approached the two, whose eyes darted away and heads hung low, as if they wished to vanish into the ground. Adopting a tone of nonchalance, he spoke without concern. Isn't it merely a misunderstanding? What is the big deal? If we uncover the true culprit behind this, we can clear our names, can't we? Or is this minor setback too much for you to bear, prompting thoughts of abandoning your efforts? Chapter 57. Peter, when in doubt, consult Riley. Certainly not. Under Riley's provocation, Banner might have managed to maintain his composure, but Peter, without a moment's hesitation, countered with a defiant gaze. To his surprise, he found that even after awakening as New York City's most celebrated star, Riley bore no semblance of reproach. His countenance still adorned with a warm smile directed at Peter. A tumult of emotions swelled within Peter, prompting him to gradually ease his tension. After a brief silence, he succinctly conveyed to Riley the findings of his independent investigation during his unconsciousness. In truth, during your slumber, I sought out Dr. Connors, a specialist in biological research, who surely could glean some clues from the samples left by the lizard. However, inexplicably, the moment I broached the subject of the lizard, his expression darkened markedly. Not only did he redirect the conversation, but he also granted me an extended leave, stating that I need not report to the lab for the foreseeable future. Moreover, Sheriff Blake has also been assisting us in probing into the information regarding those victims. It turns out they are not ordinary citizens, but rather veterans, injured and retired from the battlefields of the Middle East. Strangely, when we attempted to reach out to these veterans in the 13th District to uncover what they had endured to become such as they are, we discovered that not only were these veterans missing, but so too were their closest family members. Frankly, I initially feared that Uncle George would implicate us in this matter, accusing us of kidnapping them in an attempt to silence them. Alas, now all leads have run dry, and Spider-Man is a wanted man. Riley, what shall we do? As Riley regained consciousness, Peter, who had felt adrift during this time, appeared to find a sense of grounding, his body and mind visibly relaxing. Once he finished speaking, he surrendered to inaction, gazing expectantly at Riley, awaiting the next directive. This demeanor momentarily evoked in Riley a memory of the dynamic between Superman and Batman in the adjacent DC universe. Superman, with my superintelligence, what should I do? Superintelligence, listen to Batman. Superman, but Batman is not here. Superintelligence, then you should utilize your super strength. Logically, Peter's intellect far surpasses that of Riley's. Yet, it is often Riley who takes the reins of decision-making, while Peter has grown accustomed to relinquishing thought, merely waiting for Riley to outline a definitive objective before he rushes in to take action. This transformation convinced Riley that if he were to abandon Peter now, neglecting his development, the dark future previously foretold by the Ancient One would indeed materialize. With an amused yet exasperated heart, he resolved to seek opportunities to cultivate Peter's independence in the future. However, for the moment, Riley was more concerned with the significant information embedded within Peter's words. As a native of the Marvel Universe, Peter might still be oblivious to the true nature of the events unfolding behind the scenes. As a time traveler, Riley, endowed with a godlike perspective due to his advantage in intelligence, swiftly realized that General Ross, following his unsuccessful attempt to capture the Hulk in Brazil, had chosen to ally with Oscorp in a bid to enhance the combat capabilities of his forces. He aimed to create a regiment of obedient lizard men to confront the Hulk directly. This elucidated the overwhelming number of lizard men encountered previously, whose coordinated actions were clearly not mere accidents. Given Riley's understanding of General Ross, it was evident that he would stop at nothing to successfully apprehend the Hulk. Thus, adopting Ross's perspective and reflecting briefly, Riley deduced that Ross, having witnessed the might of the lizard men firsthand, was likely clandestinely collaborating with Oscorp to mass-produce lizard serum, preparing to significantly expand the lizard men's ranks. Moreover, if Ross were aware of Mr. Blue's existence, he might combine Hulk's blood samples with the lizard serum and inject them into Emil Blonsky, who, like Ross, was obsessed with defeating the Hulk and had already acquired super soldier capabilities. This amalgamation of the Hulk, lizard men, and super soldier serum would undoubtedly yield a monstrous entity of terrifying power, a thought that sent shivers down Riley's spine. Therefore, it was imperative to ascertain Mr. Blue's situation and Oscorp's intentions before matters escalated further. With this in mind, Riley instinctively reached for his phone, intending to call Harry to inquire about the progress of the lizard serum research. However, after entering a single digit, he hesitated, pausing his actions. Although he felt confident in his conjecture, he recognized that, from an outsider's viewpoint, it remained a theory lacking evidence. How could he convey this to Harry? Should he bluntly inform him that his father was conducting a perilous biochemical experiment that could potentially obliterate all of New York, thereby requiring him to betray his own kin? Setting aside whether Harry would even believe such an absurd claim. Even if Harry did, would Norman Osborn, given his character, divulge such critical operations to his son, who was notoriously indiscreet? The answer was undoubtedly no. Deep down, Norman might genuinely care for his son, but as a quintessential capitalist, he was primarily driven by the pursuit of profit and an obsession with control. Consequently, Riley feared that seeking Harry's assistance would only embroil him further in danger. It was likely, if not certain, that the obsessively controlling Norman would assign personnel to monitor Harry's every move to prevent this socially prominent son from inadvertently attracting trouble. In this context, should Riley decide to call Harry, he would merely expose his intentions, provoking Norman's alertness and suspicion. Instead, it may be more prudent to seek information through alternative means. After all, it is Spider-Man who is being pursued, and what concern is that to the Parker brothers? Parker, if I recall correctly, you mentioned that you are already an intern at Oscorp, is that not so? With this in mind, I have conceived a bold idea. As thoughts swirled in his mind, an audacious plan gradually took shape within Riley's imagination. After mentally rehearsing it a few times and confirming that, despite inherent risks, it remains the most optimal choice at present, Riley gestured for Banner to draw closer. Thus, they formed a circle, methodically elucidating his plan to the group. Listen to me. He began. Next, I intend to. Chapter 58. Norman's Folly. As Riley discerned that General Ross and Norman Osborn were the masterminds behind the recent incident, he engaged in urgent discussions to prevent further escalation. Meanwhile, in Osborn's clandestine laboratory, the typically haughty Norman Osborn clutched his phone, wearing a forced smile as he spoke submissively to General Ross on the other end. Indeed, General, we are working tirelessly to enhance the serum's efficacy. If you could grant us just a little more time, you will assuredly have a flawless army of super soldiers. Rest assured, Osborn Enterprises will prove to be your most impeccable partner. You shall not be misled. One might ponder why Norman, with his proud disposition, would exhibit such humility, enduring General Ross's condescension. The answer is straightforward. Dignity resides only at the edge of a blade. Regardless of the vastness of Norman Osborn's wealth, he remains merely a businessman. In contrast, General Ross wields both military and political power, capable of mobilizing troops and overseeing the S.H.I.E.L.D. with aspirations of ascending to the presidency. To Ross, Osborn's treasured assets are but a readily accessible purse. Thus, collaborating with General Ross is both a rare opportunity and a perilous gambit, particularly after the initial serum experiment failed, inadvertently birthing the monstrous lizard men who subsequently fled the laboratory. Norman Osborn's hopes plummeted. Initially, he envisioned leveraging the serum's regenerative properties to secure investment from Ross and foster a closer relationship, hoping to integrate into the military's revived super soldier program and augment Osborn Enterprises' influence. However, when those volunteers, under Ross's scrutiny, grotesquely transformed into thick-skinned green monstrosities, everything changed. This outcome far exceeded Norman Osborn's expectations and shattered his meticulously crafted plans. Had it not been for General Ross's timely intervention, threatening Sheriff George at a press conference to shift the blame onto the so-called Spider-Man and divert public attention from Osborn Enterprises, Norman Osborn would likely find himself donning prison garb in a courtroom, facing judgment. Consequently, Norman Osborn found himself firmly ensnared by General Ross. Faced with a series of unrealistic demands from Ross, he could only swallow his indignation and respond with feigned cordiality. Once the call concluded, a pallor of frustration crossed Norman Osborn's face as he briskly entered the laboratory. As Dr. Connors heard the footsteps, he turned to speak, only to be abruptly seized by the collar and forcefully slammed against the wall. Did you do this on purpose? Why didn't you inform me of such severe side effects from the outset? Do you realize that due to your negligence, we nearly faced utter ruin? But Mr. Osborn, I clearly. Confronted by Norman Osborn, whose eyes blazed like a furious beast, Dr. Connors instinctively recoiled, his expression a mixture of exasperation and disbelief. Do you even hear yourself? I had already emphasized the necessity for further observation before proceeding with human trials. It was you, Mr. Osborn, who, in your haste to recoup costs, insisted that we disregard all consequences and immediately mass-produce the lizard serum for human experimentation. And now that a crisis has arisen, all blame is thrust upon me. Feeling trapped in a predicament of his own making, Dr. Connors felt a swirl of indignation and regret, unable to suppress a murmur of complaint to Norman Osborn. Don't use your incompetence as an excuse. You should be grateful that General Ross is interested in those creatures, believing we still hold some value. Otherwise, prepare to bid farewell to your family. Regrettably, while Norman Osborn could temporarily bow to authority for profit, he would never concede his faults before anyone he deemed inferior. Thus, before Dr. Connors could finish his defense, Norman Osborn interrupted him with an angry retort. Considering that Dr. Connors was the key to resolving their predicament, Osborn restrained his fury, releasing Connors and coldly demanding, "It has been quite some time. Have you devised a solution? Can you stabilize this transformation process and ensure that the user's intelligence remains at a level where they can comprehend human speech?" It was difficult to say. Previously, significant progress had been made due to years of research culminating in the acquisition of the missing critical data, propelling the serum's development to its current stage. However, Further advancement would require extensive time for optimization. Unless, fortunately, although Dr. Connors was infuriated, he understood that no amount of regret could alter the fact that the moment the lizard man escaped the laboratory, he and Norman Osborn were irrevocably entwined in this perilous venture. Thus, when faced with Osborn's relentless inquiries, Dr. Connors paused briefly to gather his thoughts before providing his response. Yet, just as he began to articulate his thoughts, he fell silent. What Dr. Connors wished to convey was that since Peter had claimed the decay rate algorithm was derived from the legacy left by his father, Richard Parker. With Richard Parker's prodigious intellect, it is conceivable that he had foreseen this flaw and had meticulously devised a corresponding solution. He may have bequeathed this invaluable treasure to his sole progeny. In such a scenario, if one were to locate Peter and have him retrieve all of his father's belongings, decoding the secrets within might just offer a glimmer of hope for the beleaguered Osborn Corporation. However, considering Peter's unwavering respect for his mentor, who never cast a sideways glance at him despite his disability, and being the last remaining link to his dearly departed friend, the morally conscious Dr. Connors could not bear the thought of thrusting Peter into this abyss, thus jeopardizing the promising future that lay before him. The mere sight of Peter, out of curiosity, inquiring whether the lizard truly existed would prompt Dr. Connors to sternly admonish him, urging him to dismiss such thoughts and to return home to seek refuge from the storm. Chapter 59. The Hunter Becomes the Prey? What are you hesitating for? You must ponder this carefully, my old friend. If I cannot weather this storm, you shall not fare any better. Regrettably, the initial half of Dr. Connor's subconscious utterance was sufficient to make Norman Osborn realize that, despite the seemingly desolate present, there still existed a glimmer of opportunity for resurgence. Thus, Norman merely shifted his gaze and laid a hand on Dr. Connor's shoulder, feigning a benevolent reminder, and continued in a gentle tone. Consider your wife and child, Connors. Surely, you would not wish for them to live in destitution after losing you, their pillar of support? Oh, but I must correct myself. Once this incident comes to light, as the family of the serum's developer, they will undoubtedly face scorn, vitriol, and vengeance. Do you believe this is fair to them? Therefore, I trust that you will make the right choice, my old friend. After a brief moment, despite Dr. Connor's steadfast clinging to his last vestige of conscience, he remained unwilling to involve Peter in an effort to rectify his transgressions, regardless of Norman's threats and temptations. However, Norman's adept management of the company was a testament to his intelligence, proving he was far from a fool easily deceived. Consequently, seeing no useful information forthcoming from Dr. Connors, Norman grew weary of wasting time on him. He promptly utilized his authority to retrieve the footage from the day the mouse experiment was deemed successful. Comparing it with previous experimental recordings, Norman swiftly identified two individuals who might catalyze a breakthrough in Dr. Connors' research, one being Gwen Stacy and the other, Peter Parker. Building upon this foundation, further investigation into their files revealed that Peter had been granted an extended leave on the day the lizard made its appearance, a measure originally intended to safeguard him. Yet now, through Norman's eyes, this action appeared to be an inadvertent confession. The sole dilemma lay in the fact that Peter Parker was Norman's cherished son, one of the few friends who treated him sincerely, without ulterior motives. If Peter were to become embroiled in this affair, Harry would undoubtedly become incensed upon discovering the truth. Thus, Norman hesitated. A second later, he dialed his trusted subordinate, instructing them to keep Harry confined at home during this precarious time, to prevent him from causing a scene in the name of friendship. Simultaneously, he retrieved his phone, quickly scrolled through his contacts, and called Peter. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the sanctum in New York. Having finalized their plan of action, Riley and the others, who should have already departed, found themselves standing beside Peter. After exchanging glances, they simultaneously displayed peculiar expressions as they looked at the phone Peter held in his hand. On the screen, the caller ID boldly displayed the name Norman Osborn. This revelation left Riley utterly perplexed. Could it be that Norman had discovered the incident involving the misappropriation of nanomaterials? Had he come to the realization that Riley was Spider-Man and was now threatening him? Yet, that seemed implausible. If that were the case, he would surely confront Riley directly rather than call him. As he pondered the possibilities, Riley found himself at a loss, unable to fathom Norman's intentions, and thus resolved to proceed cautiously. He exchanged a subtle nod with Peter, who was equally bewildered, and after taking several deep breaths to steady his emotions, Peter pressed the answer button. Hello, Mr. Osborn. Good evening, Peter. I apologize for calling you at such a late hour. Norman Osborn's voice, adept at disguise, shifted from his usual aloof demeanor to one resembling that of a troubled elder. He continued, slightly embarrassed, I understand that Dr. Connors has been considerate of your efforts and has just arranged a brief respite for you. However, you know how Dr. Connors is. He takes pride in his work and is reluctant to admit that, without your assistance, or more accurately, your father's, the research would progress at a painfully slow pace. At this moment, We are facing a rather complicated issue, one that relates to the assistance you provided to Dr. Connors a few days ago. Therefore, I would like to know if you have the time to visit Oscorp. Of course, I will speak to Ben and May on your behalf and offer a generous compensation. I assure you that your trip will not be in vain. If you are willing, please provide me with an address, and I will arrange for a car to pick you up immediately, if that suits you. After his words hung in the air, Norman fell silent, seemingly allowing Peter the space to make his decision. In reality, however, he was employing every means at his disposal, via the computer before him, to trace Peter's signal and ascertain his precise location. Thus, even if Peter chose to decline, Norman could dispatch his subordinates to employ less than gentle methods to bring Peter to the secret laboratory. All right, no problem, Mr. Osborn. I am more than willing to assist. However, I am currently out with Riley, so you probably won't find me at home. How about I head to Times Square shortly and wait for your people to pick me up? Would that be acceptable? Upon hearing Norman's response, the tense Riley was relieved to confirm that their identities remained undisclosed and quietly exhaled. He then nodded at Peter, took the phone from him, and initiated the activation of his suit. Utilizing the voice modulation feature, which had been enhanced to address the vulnerability of his identity being revealed due to unchanged vocal patterns, he naturally mimicked Peter's voice and responded accordingly. Ultimately, Riley's original notion was to have Peter, under the guise of an intern, attempt to approach Dr. Connors in hopes of uncovering the secrets of the clandestine laboratory producing lizard men. In the present day, Norman Osborn, who fancied himself in complete control, extended an invitation to Peter that could very well lead to his own downfall. Faced with the uncertainty of this plan, which could easily arouse Dr. Connors' suspicions, Riley found it impossible to decline. Thus, when these two cunning individuals, one large and one small, both perceived the other as hopelessly foolish and eagerly grasped the opportunity presented to them, each harboring their own ulterior motives and fearing a change of heart from the other, they exchanged insincere pleasantries before cheerfully ending the call. This scenario was a resounding victory for both sides. Chapter 60, An Unexpected Reunion. After hanging up the phone, Riley's gaze towards Peter transformed into a perplexing and peculiar expression. For Riley, despite all his calculations, he could never have anticipated that the adversary would so willingly present an opportunity to infiltrate their ranks. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the current, uncertain lizard crisis was orchestrated by none other than his dear brother during Riley's absence in Mexico. Upon grasping the intricacies of the situation, Riley observed Peter, who had retreated behind Little U and Banner after listening to Norman Osborn's words. His heart was a tumultuous blend of emotions, leaving him at a loss for how to address Peter's predicament. One might argue that Peter is the source of trouble, yet it was precisely the astute Norman Osborn who recognized Peter's talent and extended an olive branch, committing a grave miscalculation in the process. Conversely, one could commend Peter for his intelligence. However, had there been prior consultation, and had he not so readily divulged the decay rate algorithm formula concealed at the cost of Richard Parker's life, the lizard would never have had the chance to come into existence. After a brief silence, recognizing the urgency of the situation, Riley, suppressing his instinctive urge to critique, wore a solemn expression and gestured for everyone to prepare to act according to plan. Among them, Peter, who had been specifically invited by Norman Osborn, set off alone to the secret laboratory of Oscorp, striving to uncover the concealed truths behind the operation. Simultaneously, as this marked Peter's first solo mission since becoming Spider-Man, and given the perilous nature of infiltrating the enemy's stronghold, Riley felt compelled to repeatedly caution Peter. Yet, under the pressing circumstances, he struggled to resist the impulse to accompany Peter. Subsequently, he sought the aid of Master Gu-E, who employed a simple illusion to temporarily alter Banner's appearance. Riley then entrusted Gu-E with the care of Little U, while he and Banner sought to eliminate the blood samples that had been sent to Mr. Blue during Banner's years of concealment in Brazil. Thus, united by a common objective, the three individuals embarked on their respective quests, while Master Gu-E remained in the hall of the Sanctum in New York, silently watching as they departed through the soul exit. As she performed the incantation to re-envelop the Sanctum in secrecy, ensuring that the mundane world could not disrupt its tranquility, she turned to Little U, intrigued by the girl's remarkable talent, and gently inquired, "Well, dear child, your father was once my dear friend and the disciple of the Sorcerer Supreme. I am curious to know, what are your thoughts on magic? Dear child, dear child?" However, when Gu-E turned back, she found that Little U, who should have been standing beside her, arms crossed in indignation over Riley's patronizing treatment, had vanished without a trace. Strangely enough, as the Sorcerer Supreme, Gu-E had sensed no presence beyond Riley and the others within the confines of her established barrier. Thus, I am reminded of the moment when Xiao Yu first entered the sanctuary of New York, boldly mentioning the phrase "taking the stairs." Even the formidable Supreme Sorcerer could not help but furrow his brow, lost in existential musings. Once again, it is taking the stairs? What manner of sorcery is this, that even I cannot guard against? Could it be a secret technique devised by the Grand Mage? Yet, I distinctly recall that during his lifetime, the Grand Mage did not possess such an ability. It seems I must venture to the library to seek confirmation. After a brief interval, Riley received both good news and bad news. The good news was that, just as Riley had surmised, their ongoing operations had successfully maintained their identity's concealment. Especially with Uncle Long's guidance, even their voices were altered, rendering it inconceivable to anyone that the agile Spider-Man, flitting between buildings, was merely two high school students. Having learned to minimize his presence while evading capture, Banner, now augmented by the cloak of levitation from Ancient One, appeared no different from an ordinary passerby. Thus, under the cover of night, Riley and Banner, emboldened by their circumstances, opted to take the crowded subway to arrive at the apartment building where Mr. Blue resided. The bad news was, as Riley and Banner ascended the stairs from the subway station, just as they were preparing to meet Mr. Blue, Banner suddenly seized Riley's hand as if jolted by electricity. Under Riley's puzzled gaze, he anxiously retreated into a nearby alley. In response to Riley's silent inquiry, Banner helplessly pointed, prompting a moment of realization to wash over Riley's face. For there, beneath the building, Banner spotted the figure that had haunted his dreams throughout 5 years of hiding, Betty Ross. The beloved daughter of General Ross. She was the very girlfriend with whom Banner had been deeply entwined, contemplating marriage before his transformation into the Hulk. Evidently, the news of the Hulk's presence in New York City had not only drawn the attention of General Ross and his military forces but had also reignited the flickering hope within Betty, who had long awaited Banner's return. Thus, upon receiving an anonymous message from a well-meaning stranger, suggesting that Banner was likely to be in the vicinity, Betty had secretly traveled to New York under the cover of night, keeping her father in the dark. Consequently, prior to Riley and Banner's arrival, Betty had been anxiously waiting outside Mr. Blue's building, casting furtive glances around, having endured a day of anticipation, yearning for the moment she could reunite with her beloved. She was even prepared to forsake everything and elope with Banner, living incognito for the rest of her days. However, this very determination led Banner, who understood Betty's character well and could see through her intentions, to hesitate and withdraw from making an approach. He was acutely aware that even with his visage transformed through the aid of the Ancient One, Betty, with her intimate knowledge of him, would undoubtedly recognize him if they were to be in close proximity. However, Banner harbored no desire to reunite with Betty, at least not under such circumstances. He could not bear the thought of a virtuous girl like Betty enduring the anxiety and hardship of living in constant fear and hiding. Had it not been for this, she would not have embarked on her solitary journey of escape 5 years ago, when she had desperately pleaded with Banner to take her along. Now, after 5 long years, he found it poignant that his former lover still held him in her thoughts, anxiously awaiting his return. To claim he was unmoved by this would be a blatant falsehood. Thus, at this moment, peering cautiously from his concealed corner, Banner silently vowed to Betty in his heart, once he could gradually master the power of the Hulk, and cleanse himself of the unjust burdens he bore, transforming from a despised monster into a revered hero, he would undoubtedly appear before the girl he cherished, fulfilling the long-overdue proposal that should have taken place 5 years ago. Chapter 61. A broken mirror reunited observing Banner, who clearly longed for Betty yet hesitated to acknowledge her. Riley, having once brushed past his uncles during his undercover days only to remain strangers, could fully empathize with Banner's predicament. Therefore, extending a comforting hand, he, alongside Xiaoyu, gently patted Banner's shoulder and back. After offering solace, Riley turned to survey the apartment before him, endeavoring to uncover a clandestine route that would allow him to scale the wall and enter through the window without alerting anyone else. But wait, with whom had he just patted Banner? Xiaoyu, how could you? At that instant, as Riley's focus had been entirely consumed by thoughts of meeting Mr. Lawn, he suddenly became aware of a familiar gaze directed towards him, realizing something was amiss. The next moment, Riley spun around, eyes wide in disbelief, staring at Xiaoyu, who stood innocently with her hands clasped behind her back, blinking innocently at him. No way is this real? Even the Supreme Mage couldn't keep an eye on Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu, you must be joking? Or are you simply not even pretending to act? Reflecting on this, it became evident why Valen, the only one who managed to keep an eye on Xiaoyu, was indeed the principal antagonist in the early stages. There was no exaggeration there. Is it so strange? You treated me like a child and refused to take me along, so I had no choice but to use the stairs. Seeing the typically composed Riley startled by her antics, Xiaoyu, who had initially been somewhat miffed, now wore a satisfied grin, reveling in her successful prank. With her hands on her hips, she defiantly responded while casting a curious glance towards the beautiful older sister not far away. By the way, do you know that lovely older sister over there? I think you should lower your voice because... Do not presume anything, Xiaoyu. This is genuinely perilous, and you must not involve yourself. Yet before Xiaoyu could finish her thought, Riley, fully grasping Uncle Long's struggles and hardships, adopted an unexpectedly firm demeanor. While sternly elucidating why he could not bring Xiaoyu along, he seized her collar and lifted her to prevent her from vanishing again. With his free hand, he pulled out his phone, searching for Uncle Long's number. I will call Uncle Long right now and have him come to fetch you back to 1300 No. However, Riley's expression of dissatisfaction abruptly faded as his face fell. From his perspective, Banner, who had initially been cowering, suddenly resembled a mouse spotting a cat, neglecting his dignity as he curled up and attempted to hide behind a wall-mounted trash can. In that moment, Riley, under Xiaoyu's teasing gaze that seemed to say, I warned you, but you wouldn't let me finish, heard a soft, unfamiliar female voice, laced with anticipation, surprise, and an array of complex emotions, yet still as gentle as water. Banner? Is that you, Banner? Evidently, it was Riley's instinctive exclamation that captured Betty's attention. Thus, by a stroke of fate, this pair of star-crossed lovers, who had been separated for 5 long years, finally found themselves reunited. Although it seemed as if they were seeking affirmation from one another. Before the emotionally conflicted Banner could formulate a response, his keen intuition led him to recognize the transformed stranger before him as the very person he had longed for. Without a moment's hesitation, Betty hastily bypassed Riley and leaped into Banner's embrace. You have finally returned, Banner. You can't imagine how long I've waited for this day. Promise me, do not leave me alone again, will you? Despite his reluctance to acknowledge Betty at that moment, Banner instinctively contemplated pushing her away, attempting to feign a state of shock to make her believe she had mistaken him for someone else. Yet, just as he raised his hand, the fragile resolve he had mustered was utterly shattered by the quivering tone in Betty's voice. When Banner regained his senses, instead of pushing her away, his hands had seamlessly transitioned into an embrace, tenderly caressing her hair in a silent attempt to soothe her emotions. In this familiar gesture, he was reassured that he had indeed not mistaken her identity. Overcome with emotion, Betty, fearing Banner might suddenly retreat once more, clung to him like a koala, her entire being suspended upon him. With a gaze filled with helplessness yet affection, Banner, amidst the turmoil of his heart, could only adjust his stance to secure the beloved in his arms, greedily savoring the warmth and softness he had so dearly missed. While he turned his head slightly, avoiding Betty's penetrating gaze, he cast a pleading look towards Riley, who stood a short distance away. Little did Banner know, while Riley had the means to tackle various troubles, matters of the heart posed a significant challenge for him, a youth who had remained single across 2 lifetimes. Who would have thought that the leader of Mid-City High, despite receiving numerous love letters and effortlessly handling flirtations from bold young women, had never experienced the sweetness of a kiss, remaining as pure as a blank canvas? In fact, during his previous life as an undercover agent, he had been mistakenly thought to possess unusual inclinations, leading to those involved in the drug trade to prefer using knives against him rather than anything else. As night fell, they would cover their own vulnerabilities, instinctively distancing themselves from Riley. Of course, when the day arrived that Riley truly smiled while decisively betraying them, they would still be unwilling to accept it. Ahem. Oh dear, I suddenly recall that I have yet to eat anything since waking up. Come, Xiaoyu. You must be hungry as well. Let me take you to get something to eat. Huh, right now? But I don't feel hungry, and I wish to look around a bit more. No, you do not wish to, and indeed you are quite famished. Thus, following a brief lapse in mental clarity and adhering to the adage that a fair official finds it hard to adjudicate familial matters, Riley, with a resigned shrug, chose to harden his heart, adopting an expression of helplessness and self-preservation as he declined Banner's plea for assistance. Without granting Banner an opportunity to protest, he decisively altered his stance, cradling the small jade figurine in one arm while covering its mouth with the other. Consequently, amidst the muffled complaints of the discontented jade, the duo of contrasting sizes discreetly departed under the guise of a fabricated excuse, thereby granting the young couple, who had endured the pangs of separation, the solitude they so desired. Upon Riley and the jade's return, their bellies full and faces glistening, they gradually regained composure and recognized the extent of their previous indiscretion in front of the 2 children. Betty, now flushed with embarrassment, obediently dismounted from Banner's lap. Nevertheless, she remained entwined with Banner's fingers, unwilling to relinquish their connection. Faced with Riley's scrutinizing gaze, which bore a hint of playful mockery, Banner felt an inexplicable wave of guilt wash over him. His cheeks tinged with a similar hue, his lips suspiciously swollen, he resorted to a series of discreet coughs, feigning calmness as he attempted to redirect the conversation. Ahem, you have returned. I trust you have dined well. Chapter 62. Waiting by the tree for a rabbit indeed. After indulging in some hamburgers and fries, we also engaged in a bit of post-meal exercise. However, it appears we have a fortunate individual among us who seems to have dined even more lavishly. Observing Banner's transformation from his previous state of despondency to a radiant visage, Leighton could not help but smile knowingly, playfully teasing the two of them. Before the blush could fully reach Banner's cheeks, he waved his hand dismissively and began heading toward Mr. Blue's apartment. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. I just took a stroll around the vicinity and discovered at least 7 points from which peculiar individuals were watching this street. This suggests that, although it is unclear how you, Miss Betty, knew we would come here searching, it is highly likely that this is a trap designed to lure us out by using you as bait. The adversary is well aware that, under the guise Banner has adopted, only you, as his beloved, can accurately discern his presence amidst the crowd. A trap? Oh, does that mean I have put you all in danger? Upon hearing this, Betty, who had been resting her head on Banner's shoulder, suddenly abandoned her shyness. With a worried expression, she raised her head and proposed to the group, "How about we leave this place while my father has yet to bring the army?" Despite the youthfulness of the boy before her, who appeared younger than both herself and Banner, Betty instinctively turned to Riley for guidance, much like Banner. Drawn by Riley's mature and composed demeanor. As a side note, Betty's current delicate and endearing demeanor is a limited edition, only emerging upon their reunion. Once she regains her composure, the daughter of a general, raised under her father's influence to be both fierce and capable, would invariably remind Banner, even without transforming, who truly holds authority in their little group. Thus, Banner refrained from arguing, partly out of concern for Betty, and partly because he genuinely felt apprehensive. Not to worry. Since I have detected these hidden sentinels, I employed a few subtle tactics to ensure they enjoy a slumber reminiscent of infants. Simultaneously, as Betty finished speaking, Riley calmly reached into his pocket. He retrieved the walkie-talkie, which he had acquired using Spider-Man's abilities to stealthily incapacitate the undercover soldiers watching them, subtly showcasing his keen awareness of counter-surveillance. Unhesitatingly, he continued forward, leading the group toward the apartment, directly to Mr. Blue's floor. However, I cannot ascertain whether these are all the Sentinels. Given that they have not responded to periodic communications, they are likely to grow suspicious and realize that something is amiss. Yet, we do not have the luxury of time. We must destroy the blood sample you sent to Mr. Blue before they uncover any discrepancies. We absolutely cannot allow these blood samples to fall into military hands. Upon hearing Riley's words, the gravity of the situation dawned on the crowd. They were momentarily awestruck, wondering how a mere youth could exhibit the poise of a seasoned agent. Each individual suppressed their playful thoughts and hurriedly followed the reassuring figure of Riley, ascending the path with urgency. Before long, under Banner's guidance, they arrived at Mr. Blue's doorstep, having recalled the address mentioned in their previous email exchanges. "Hey, if memory serves me right, this should be the place," one remarked, though it suddenly struck them that they hadn't had the chance to notify him of their arrival. What if he wants tea home? Oh well, let us disregard that thought. It was only then that Banner belatedly realized that, in their haste to leave the sanctum in New York, they had managed to contact Mr. Blue to ensure he was waiting at home. Naturally, there was concern about the possibility of finding an empty house, rendering all their efforts futile. However, their apprehensions were swiftly dispelled as they witnessed Riley effortlessly dismantling the imposing iron gate, as if it were mere childish play. After gingerly setting it aside, he even took a moment to step aside with a gentlemanly demeanor, as if to prioritize others. It struck Banner that this seemingly harmless young man was, in fact, a true powerhouse capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Hulk, prompting him to retract his earlier thoughts. Baffled and somewhat taken aback, Betty exchanged an awkward glance with Riley before obediently following him into Mr. Blue's residence. As for whether this constituted a break-in or a legal infraction, well, one was a Spider-Man sought by the police, and the other was the Hulk, pursued by the military. Given the circumstances, rather than wallowing in despair in New York City, they were diligently working to clean up the mess at hand. General Ross should be thanking his stars for that. At worst, once this incident concluded, Riley could emulate Uncle Ben and send the bill for the gate repairs to Sheriff Blake, asking the 13th District for assistance in covering the expenses. Following this, the group burst into Mr. Blue's home, swiftly splitting up to search for clues. They soon encountered both good and bad news. The good news was that the room where Mr. Blue kept his blood samples was not particularly concealed. After methodically opening door after door, they quickly located it. The bad news, however, was that the moment the door swung open, Riley's spider sense erupted without warning. Without hesitation, he seized Banner, who was about to step into the room, and forcefully pushed him to the ground. The next instant, the deafening crack of gunfire echoed, accompanied by the whistling sound of a bullet that narrowly grazed Banner's scalp. When the shaken Banner finally looked up in the direction from which the attack had come, he was met with a startling sight. As the lights in the room illuminated, it became evident that Bronski, who had once foolishly dared to challenge the Hulk on a night frequented by lizard men, was now standing there, surprisingly intact, wielding a heat-emitting rifle. His expression reflected a hint of astonishment as he cast a glance at the quick-reacting Riley. At his feet lay an unfamiliar man, tightly bound and gagged with a rag. clearly indicating that Mr. Blue was not merely absent from home. Rather, he had been subdued by Bronsky, who had intruded ahead of time. The message sent to Betty was also the handiwork of Bronsky, operating under the cloak of anonymity. After all, General Ross, despite his obsession with capturing the Hulk, could never stoop to the depths of endangering his own daughter, a monstrous act of allowing her to be ensnared in peril. Yet, Bronsky was indifferent to such moral quandaries. He eagerly awaited the arrival of his prey, intent on capturing him personally and redeeming his disgrace in this third bout of combat. As for the lives of others, they were of no consequence to him. Thus, after attempting to establish contact and discovering that all his squad members had gone silent, Bronsky, wearing a deranged expression, gripped his sidearm tightly, aiming it resolutely at the room's sole entrance, poised to greet Banner with a hail of bullets. A sinister tribute to the fond memories left by Banner on the Williamsburg Bridge. Chapter 63, The Uppercut. It was precisely due to Blonsky's pathological obsession with proving himself as the strongest soldier, surpassing even Captain America, that he found himself astonished when his seemingly infallible strike completely missed its mark. However, with a singular focus on defeating the Hulk, Blonsky dismissed this as mere luck, a triviality unworthy of consideration. Licking his lips, he shifted his ferocious gaze towards Banner, addressing him as if they were the closest of friends. Hey, were it not for the assistance from S.H.I.E.L.D., I would never have imagined that a beast like you, only capable of destruction, could even have friends. But thanks to you, you shall witness firsthand how I achieve my ultimate evolution and utterly crush you. As he spoke, Blonsky's body began to contort and swell in an uncanny manner. His skin transformed at a remarkable pace, adopting a hue akin to the Hulk's green, with menacing spikes protruding from his form. Within mere breaths, the once disciplined soldier had shed his tattered garments, fully metamorphosing into a colossal, fearsome creature complete with razor-sharp teeth, reptilian scales, and a robust tail. Clearly, Riley's greatest fears had materialized. In the midst of losing contact with his subordinates and realizing Banner's arrival, Blonsky, fully aware of the serum's dangers, nevertheless compelled Mr. Blue to assist him. Without hesitation, he injected himself with the lizard blood serum he had pilfered from Oscorp, along with the Hulk blood synthesized by Mr. Blue. As the two terrifying serums battled within Blonsky's body, the effects of the two super soldier serums he had previously injected began to stabilize, leading to a delicate chemical reaction. Thus, a creature even more terrifying than the original was born, the Super Abomination. With the formidable healing abilities of the lizard, heightened reflexes, and the near-Hulk physiology granted by the Abomination, Blonsky overcame the inherent weaknesses of reptilian creatures, such as their fears of fire and cold. Most importantly, in a testament to his formidable willpower, Blonsky did not, like Banner, manifest a second personality akin to the Hulk, vying for control over his body. The persona dominating this new form remained entirely that of Blonsky. What a captivating visage. I feel invincible now. Yes, indeed, I am the god of this world. Even after undergoing this transformation, despite the mirror revealing his grotesque appearance, Blonsky felt neither panic nor unease. Instead, he gazed at himself with an obsessive admiration, entranced by the surge of power coursing through him, perceiving himself as the epitome of a perfected evolution. As he engaged in a rough exercise, familiarizing himself with his new physique, he could not help but sneer at Banner, mockingly taunting him in a low, disdainful tone. Look at you, Banner, cowering before the divine gift of transformation, treating it as a monstrosity. What a waste. If I were in your position, I would enlist in the military, willingly sacrificing myself to aid humanity in achieving a monumental evolutionary leap. Instead, you cower in hiding like a coward, earning nothing but contempt. Calm down, Blonsky. You have just injected the serum. The mutation process is not yet stable. We still have a chance to help you revert to your original form. If you accept my assistance, I assure you. Despite Blonsky's scornful taunts, the amiable Banner was reluctant to become adversarial. Realizing that Blonsky's singular focus was on him, Banner stepped forward, shielding Riley's figure behind him. Help? Haha. Quite the contrary. I feel absolutely magnificent. Never have I experienced such splendor. Hurry, bring forth that beast. I can hardly wait to commence the third round of battle. But Blonsky, I truly. Of course, if you coward, are unable to muster the resolve, I would be more than willing to assist you. However, the utterly deranged Blonsky paid no heed to Banner's goodwill. He abruptly interrupted Banner, then turned and seized a canister of Hulk's blood from the shattered glass cabinet, toppled by his physical transformation. With a mischievous smile, he glanced past Banner, setting his sights on Betty and the young girl, who were approaching, drawn by the commotion. In the blink of an eye, fueled by terrifying strength, Blonsky hurled the canister at the two with supersonic speed. Clearly, for the unsuspecting Betty, Whether struck down on the spot or, like Banner and the others, transformed into a green monstrosity by the Hulk's blood, such an event would undoubtedly provoke Banner's wrath, compelling him to transform into the Hulk and fulfill his desire for a decisive confrontation. As for the unfamiliar girl, if she perished, so be it. She was merely a child. How significant could her absence be? Even if her loved ones sought retribution, it would not be difficult to find an opportunity to silence them forever. Blonsky had no regard for legalities. However, he possessed ample means to deal with those who posed a threat. Just as Blonsky, in his self-righteous thoughts, shifted his gaze back to the terrified Banner, exhilaration coursing through him at the prospect of witnessing his nemesis being thoroughly defeated in beastly form, a series of faint sounds emerged. Before Betty and the young girl, a formidable barrier of tightly woven, resilient webs materialized, forming a protective shield. In a swift and forceful response to the impending collision with the blood-filled container, a few delicate threads snapped, yet the vessel containing the perilous liquid was deftly secured. Hey, my friend, this isn't your home. We must uphold civility and discourage indiscriminate behavior, understand? Not only that, but while Bronowski stood there, utterly bewildered and oblivious to the unfolding events, a voice emerged from before him, seemingly playful yet tinged with veiled ire. As Bronowski lowered his gaze, he caught sight of a stranger, entirely clad in a form-fitting black suit, speaking rapidly with a quip while ensnaring his right hand with webs. Then, with a powerful strike, the figure's fist loomed larger in Bronowski's vision until it landed squarely on his chin, delivering a spectacular uppercut. How shameful it is for a soldier like you to strike at defenseless women and children. You are even less than a beast. I suspect there may be a hidden lineage of island blood coursing through your veins in any case. Brace yourself for my uppercut. This timely assailant was none other than Riley, who, under Banner's cover, had stealthily donned his battle suit, ensuring he could act without hesitation. But the onslaught did not end there. After delivering a full-force blow that lifted Bronowski's massive frame off the ground, Riley unleashed a web with his left hand, expertly striking Bronowski's head and forcibly reeling him closer. As he prepared to bend his right arm back for another strike, he instinctively roared and, with an iron fist imbued with terrifying might, struck Bronowski's head, visibly indenting it. Caught unawares by this devastating combination of attacks, Bronowski was sent hurtling backward, losing control of his form. Ultimately, after crashing through several solid brick walls, the once invincible Bronowski, with a face full of disbelief, was propelled out of the house and fell heavily onto the street below. Chapter 64. The True Power of Spider-Man. Wow, this is certainly overwhelming. Is this the power of the Bull Talisman? Truly remarkable. Despite having learned of Riley's strength during their previous encounters, which bore no relation to his physique, witnessing a creature as monstrous as the Hulk being effortlessly sent flying by Riley was astonishing. Banner couldn't help but express his amazement, feeling fortunate that Riley was a hero devoted to goodness, unlike Blonsky, who had lost his way and turned into a mad villain. The Bull Talisman? Ah, yes, indeed. The Bull Talisman, haha. Upon hearing Banner's words, Riley was momentarily taken aback. With a somewhat unnatural expression, he glanced at the system panel, which had surged from a mere 100 tons of strength to an astounding 1,500 tons, only to swiftly retreat back to just over 100 tons. No wonder the Ancient One had cautioned Riley before embarking on their mission, claiming that while the talisman's magic was formidable, reliance on external forces would only hinder the development of one's innate abilities. It seems the Ancient One was indeed correct. It appears that the strength of Spider-Man is far from being as simple as what is displayed on the system panel. It too is subject to emotional fluctuations, an entity that bursts forth irrationally. Yet, this makes sense. Logically, the mutation process after being bitten by a spider should stabilize by the next morning. Though the values may grow with age, the initial surge would not be as dramatic. However, if his normal state had not substantially restricted the output of his strength for self-preservation, with an output exceeding 1,000 tons, even with Riley's utmost caution, most objects he touched would be shattered like mere bubbles, let alone maintaining a normal life. After acquiring the talisman's power, Riley, who had grown accustomed to resolving conflicts with the talisman, belatedly realized, if it weren't for the Ancient One's reminder, he might not have discovered just how formidable he truly was. It seems that tranquility is not easily attained. I shall go destroy the blood samples. In the meantime, enjoy some time with your old friend, Banner. However, as he listened to the furious roars emanating from outside, Riley recognized that this was not the moment for reflection and quickly steeled his resolve. In contrast to Blonsky, whose mutation was irreversible, Riley found himself more concerned about Mr. Blue's condition. Thus, he implored Banner to transform into the Hulk and confront the threat while he swiftly maneuvered to Mr. Blue's side. After a thorough examination, he confirmed that Mr. Blue had yet to come into contact with Hulk's blood, thus avoiding the transformation into the classic villain with a pointed head. Only then did Riley breathe a sigh of relief. After all, The abomination was merely a brutish figure. With sufficient power, he could be subdued. Yet, the true challenge lay in the fact that the other gamma-mutated creature had not undergone any change in strength. Instead, with the expansion of his brain, he had gained boundless intellect, always scheming trouble, the real formidable adversary. Now, upon confirming that Mr. Lawn remains an ordinary man, Riley, who had initially harbored the worst intentions and was prepared to take drastic measures against Mr. Lawn before the situation deteriorated, found himself tempering his murderous intent. Instead, after hoisting the unconscious Mr. Lawn, who was entirely unaware that he had narrowly escaped death, onto his shoulders, he turned and began to search the laboratory briefly. He collected those containers that had miraculously survived the destruction wrought by Bronsky, which held the Hulk's blood, and stored them in the system's storage space for future processing. Ultimately, to prevent the Hulk's blood from falling into military hands and leading to the mass production of terrifying creatures akin to the abomination, Riley did not forget to set the laboratory ablaze before departing, incinerating everything within until nothing remained. Just before Riley and his companions confronted Bronsky, who had been waiting for them, Banner and Betty shared a moment of reunion and warmth. Meanwhile, after being blindfolded upon entering a special vehicle, Peter arrived at Osborn's secret laboratory after a bumpy ride. Although he removed the blindfold at the prompting of those around him and instinctively glanced around, he found the place, though somewhat rudimentary and resembling a natural cave, filled with an array of high-tech instruments that assured him he had indeed arrived at the core area of secret research related to the lizard. However, to avoid the folly of acting hastily and alerting any potential threats, Peter suppressed his inner excitement. After spotting Dr. Connors among the bustling crowd, he feigned ignorance and cheerfully jogged over to greet him. "Hey, Dr. Connors, I'm here. Mr. Norman mentioned you could use some extra hands. Is there anything I can assist with?" "Peter, what are you?" Dr. Connors, who was dizzy from the continuous work, initially thought he was hallucinating upon catching a glimpse of Peter and dismissed it. It was only when he heard Peter's enthusiastic call that he jolted and turned to face Peter, who, in his plans, should have been resting at home. Realizing how unscrupulous his employer could be for profit, Dr. Connors regretted ever being swayed by Norman's deceptive words. He swiftly grabbed Peter's shoulder, urging him to leave this treacherous place before Norman arrived. "Listen, Peter, you shouldn't be here. You have no idea what Norman is now." "Hey, gentlemen, I believe I heard someone mention my name." But before Dr. Connors could finish, Norman Osborn emerged from the shadows, abruptly interrupting him. Approaching the two, he appeared cordial, yet his narrowed eyes cast a threatening glance at Dr. Connors. "I trust one have not interrupted your conversation, have I, Dr. Connors?" Confronted by the assertive and unapologetic Norman Osborn, Dr. Connors hesitated, ultimately choosing to lower his head and remain silent. This pleased Norman Osborn immensely, who then directed all his attention towards Peter. However, he failed to notice that the seemingly submissive Dr. Connors had quietly clenched his fists. As his gaze shifted, it appeared he had reached a momentous decision. Chapter 65. Dr. Otto, do not be anxious, Peter. You are about to engage in a significant research endeavor that could potentially transform the world. Given the gravity of this study, it is imperative that we maintain strict confidentiality to prevent any malicious interference. Hence, I had to instruct my associates to blindfold you during your arrival. Although Norman Osborn was eager for Peter to commence work immediately, he stifled his inner turmoil and impatience, adopting a demeanor of a benevolent elder, gently guiding Peter with soothing words. "Of course, you are quite familiar with this research. It pertains to the biological serum development project led by Dr. Connors. Following your last success, we conducted prolonged observations on the fortunate little mouse that survived. We discovered that while it had regenerated its damaged forelimbs, genetic mutations had rendered it increasingly ferocious, and even its appearance had altered. On one occasion, it nearly escaped by biting through its cage while we were momentarily distracted." As he spoke, Norman snapped his fingers, signaling a slightly portly man nearby. One of the mechanical appendages attached to the device at his waist extended forth, revealing the mouse that had been confined in its cage since the last serum experiment. This half-truth served to further secure Peter's trust. Thus, to stabilize the serum's effects swiftly and bring it to market for the benefit of all who require it, particularly the disabled, I have assembled a team of exceptional scientists for this clandestine research. By the way, I have yet to introduce you to Dr. Otto Gunther Octavius. Oh my, I never expected to encounter you here. Before Norman could finish his sentence, Peter dashed past him, hastily approaching the man. Faced with the man's slightly puzzled gaze, Peter, now in full fan mode, exuberantly praised his intellect in a somewhat incoherent but heartfelt manner. "I read in a magazine about your design for the inexhaustible energy system. It is simply astounding. Prior to this, no one had conceived of harnessing harmonic atomic energy frequencies to produce an exponentially growing energy output. thus creating limitless energy. It's akin to a perpetual motion machine. Moreover, the environmental pollution risks it poses are significantly lower than those associated with current nuclear power. Should you succeed, you will ignite an energy revolution across the globe. To clarify, it is a compatible frequency, and scientifically speaking, perpetual motion machines do not exist. However, if the experiment succeeds, my invention will provide a continuous supply of renewable resources akin to the sun. Initially, Dr. Otto merely regarded Peter as a nuisance, uninterested in his fervent chatter. However, as Peter articulated the intricacies of the research to which Otto had devoted much of his life, he began to raise an eyebrow, turning to regard Peter with increased interest. In the face of Peter's unadulterated admiration, devoid of any artifice, even the proud Dr. Otto could not help but be favorably impressed. His tone softened as he addressed Peter. "You must be Peter Parker, right? Dr. Connors has spoken highly of you, mentioning your intelligence and passion for science, albeit with a tendency toward a certain laxity and a habit of tardiness." Cough, I apologize for that. Dr. Connors is not wrong, but I am striving to improve and do better. Upon hearing Dr. Connors' assessment, a hint of embarrassment washed over Peter's face, prompting him to scratch his head and offer a feeble defense. However, Peter's chronic lateness was not merely a reflection of the common procrastination that afflicts many young people today. Rather, it stemmed from the unpredictable crises that required Spider-Man's intervention during his journey from Midtown High to the laboratory to safeguard his secret identity. Peter could not divulge these circumstances to Dr. Connors, leaving the impression of sincere remorse paired with an unyielding habit of tardiness. "Nevertheless, my boy, I can see your profound interest in science. So, forgive my unsolicited advice, but I must emphasize that in the pursuit of scientific exploration, mere cleverness is insufficient. Diligence and hard work are paramount." Regrettably, Peter's defense came across to the oblivious Dr. Otto as an expression of arrogance, a waste of his considerable intellect. Recognizing Peter's potential, Dr. Otto placed a hand on his shoulder and, in a fatherly tone, imparted wisdom. "Our intellect is not a privilege, but rather a divine gift, meant to benefit humanity and enhance the quality of life. This is the very essence of science. Thank you for your guidance. I will keep it in mind, Dr. Otto Gunther Octavius. Just call me Otto, my boy." Throughout the exchange, Peter maintained a demeanor of humble receptiveness, endearing himself further to Dr. Otto. As Otto's smile grew more radiant, he turned to Dr. Connors upon sensing his approach, playfully remarking, "Hey, Connors, I quite like this lad. Would you be willing to part with such a delightful student?" "Haha, I've already told you, Peter is a charming young man. I'm afraid I cannot part with him for anyone, not even you, my old friend." "Oh, how cruel. You have shattered my heart, Connors. How about this? You can have him on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, while I take him on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and let him rest at home on weekends." "That simply will not do. Peter has already chosen me as his mentor, so you might as well abandon all hope." In a spirited exchange, two ordinarily aloof and proud genius scientists found themselves bickering like children, all for the sake of Peter. Yet it was precisely this dialogue that caused Dr. Connors to regard Peter with an increasingly resolute gaze. "Indeed, Peter is my student, and it is his trust in me as a teacher that has led him to become entangled in this chaotic situation. Therefore, rest assured, dear child, your mentor will safeguard you, no matter the cost." Chapter 66, Connors. No one shall harm my student, not even myself. As Peter engaged in lively conversation with Dr. Connors and Dr. Otto, Norman Osborn, feeling neglected, observed Peter's demeanor and actions. He became convinced that Peter, much like how Harry had previously described him, was merely a science-obsessed nerd, posing no threat whatsoever. Thus, with his concerns eased, Norman stepped forward, placing the blood he had extracted from the volunteers into his special container on the table closest to the trio. With a faint smile, he pointedly reminded Otto and Connors, "Gentlemen, it's delightful to see you getting along. However, I must remind you that it is quite late. If we wish to prevent Peter from spending the night outside, causing his family undue worry, we must expedite our work." Otto replied, "Very well, Mr. Osborn, we shall commence immediately." Connors then said, "Peter, come with me. I need your assistance with some data calculations." Under the shadow of Norman Osborn's threat, and due to financial constraints, Dr. Otto, who had unwittingly allied himself with Norman, found himself in a precarious situation, while Connors, despite his irritation at Norman's domineering attitude, succumbed to the pressure. After a brief silence, they returned to their respective tasks. As Dr. Connors had initially surmised, Peter, a genius in his own right, had thoroughly absorbed his father's notes during the days spent developing the web shooter. With Otto and Connor's assistance, he swiftly completed the preliminary optimization and improvement based on the lizard blood sample provided by Norman Osborn. It was evident to Peter that the blood supplied was not that of a mere laboratory mouse, but rather human blood from someone who had already been injected with serum. Confirming that Norman Osborn was indeed the architect behind the creation of the lizard, Peter deliberately delayed the progress of serum enhancement, while appearing to work diligently. He utilized the available blood samples and cutting-edge technology to quietly pursue the development of a cure. Haha, you are indeed the son of Richard Parker. It seems you have perfectly inherited your father's brilliant intellect, Peter. Despite this, with Peter's inclusion, the research progressed rapidly enough to satisfy General Ross, allowing for a request for additional development time, much to Norman's delight. In this buoyant mood, Norman genuinely praised Peter's intelligence while reaching out to retrieve the modified serum for application on the volunteers, aiming to gather invaluable data for human experimentation to expedite the research further. Yet, in that very instant, Dr. Connors, who had remained silent until now, seized the moment. Taking advantage of Norman Osborn's unguarded state, he forcefully pushed him to the ground. When Norman Osborn lifted his head, filled with rage and astonishment, Dr. Connors had already anticipated his reaction. He seized the modified serum and, utilizing the injection device attached to the container, unhesitatingly administered it to himself. Connors, you fool. Do you even comprehend the magnitude of your actions? Of course, I do. There is no turning back for me now. But I absolutely cannot allow you to drag Peter into this abyss of your ambition. Following the enhancements, the lizard serum had eliminated most of its harmful components and significantly reduced the time required for it to take effect. Almost immediately after injecting the lizard serum, Dr. Connors' body began to visibly expand and transform. With a gaze filled with murderous intent, he shot a fierce glare at Norman Osborn, only to then shift to a countenance of deep guilt and remorse as he turned to Peter, who stood frozen in shock. Do not worry, Peter. As your mentor, I will ensure your safety. So, keep your eyes on me. Witness the horrifying monstrosity that emerges when my lifelong research, intended for the betterment of humanity, is misappropriated. As his transformation progressed significantly, Dr. Connors, now endowed with remarkable strength, commenced a rampage, demolishing everything within the laboratory to thwart Norman Osborn's ambitions and prevent the catastrophe from spiraling further out of control. In a matter of breaths, the lab lay in ruins. And realizing that further research was futile, Dr. Connors leapt to Peter's side. Without hesitation, he scooped up the terrified Peter and began to charge through the oncoming security personnel, who were swiftly converging upon the laboratory, striving to break free into the outside world. At that moment, Dr. Connors, intent solely on rescuing the defenseless Peter and preserving the child's bright future, remained oblivious to the despair and helplessness that flickered in Peter's eyes after witnessing the destruction of the research equipment. It was only then that Peter truly comprehended the emotional turmoil he had caused Riley through his impulsive actions. No, Doctor, if you must transform, then do so. But why destroy the equipment? We were so close, only a step away. I could have developed the antidote. Could you not be patient and grant me a little more time? Dr. Connors. Fortunately, despite his grievances, Peter recognized that the situation was irrevocable. Dr. Connors, clearly intent on saving himself, was willing to risk becoming a monster to forcibly escape from the clandestine laboratory with him. Thus, Peter refrained from approaching Dr. Connors further, and, when Dr. Connors reached a fork in the path, uncertain of which way to proceed, Peter promptly offered his guidance. If you wish to leave this place, I believe we should take the left path. Though my eyes were covered upon arrival, I still vividly recall the twists and turns taken along the way. A clever child. After Peter's words, Dr. Connors fell into a brief silence. Even though he had risked everything in a desperate attempt to atone for his past misdeeds before his life reached its end, he found himself touched by Peter's unwavering respect and affection, devoid of any disgust or fear, even as he witnessed his transformation into a grotesque monster. A wave of bittersweet emotions surged within Dr. Connors, who felt reassured that he had not misjudged Peter, grateful that he had welcomed Peter as his student before Dr. Otto could. Then, in a voice that had grown increasingly hoarse and subdued, Dr. Connors praised Peter before shifting his palm to hand over the rifle he had seized from the military escort assigned to Norman Osborn by General Ross during their escape. Peter, although it seems that after your refinement of the serum, I can retain my consciousness and avoid becoming a mindless beast, I still fear that this state may be only temporary. Therefore, if I begin to exhibit any signs of losing control, you must take this and aim it directly at my head. What? But, Dr. Connors. There is no but, Peter. For your own safety, you must kill the monster I am destined to become before I lose my sanity and commit further sins. Do not hesitate. With that, Dr. Connors began to adjust his posture, loosening his hold on Peter and signaling him to take the rifle and lie across his back. This way, he could free his hands to run on all fours, increasing their speed to escape danger swiftly. It was also a precautionary measure, ensuring that if he, like the previous volunteers, lost control of his body and instinctively sought to harm Peter, Peter would be able to retaliate immediately and end his life, thus avoiding a tragic demise at his own hands. Chapter 67. The shocked Dr. Connors, resolute in his demeanor, spoke words that revealed his readiness to face death. It was at that moment that Peter comprehended the extraordinary courage displayed by Dr. Connors when he voluntarily injected himself with the lizard serum. Overwhelmed with emotion, Peter felt tears welling in his eyes as he bent down and embraced Dr. Connors' neck. His gaze, however, transformed into one of determination. Silently vowing to concoct an antidote before Dr. Connors' condition deteriorated further, restoring him to his human form. Alas, just as one crisis seemed to resolve, another emerged. Though endowed with enhanced attributes from his transformation into a lizard man, Dr. Connors navigated through the soldier's defenses with the grace of a warrior. Yet, as he and Peter successfully escaped the secret laboratory, they were met with an alarming sight not far from the exit. A burly figure, leading a throng of ninjas clad in black attire, had effectively sealed off their escape route. It was true, recently returned from a beating at the hands of Hulk, accompanied by the shadowy troops assigned by the Master. Finally found you. Attack. Prioritize the capture of that green monster and retrieve the item. True commanded. His voice resolute. Despite the trauma of his encounter with Hulk in Mexico, the sight of Dr. Connors, now transformed and equally green, caused True to instinctively recoil, haunted by memories of his narrow escape from death. However, unwilling to admit his fear, he gestured for the ninjas to stand by, who then surged forward with menacing red eyes towards Dr. Connors and Peter. In an instant, the swift shadow troops encircled Dr. Connors and Peter, brandishing an array of cold weapons. Cursed be this plan orchestrated by Norman. Could it be that he anticipated my actions? Dr. Connors' heart sank at this realization. Yet, hope lingered just within reach. Despite his aversion to violent conflict as a scientist, he stood firm, brandishing his sharp claws to protect his student, all the while urging Peter behind him. Peter, hold on tight. Do not let go. It was in this brief moment of distraction that the shadow troops, adhering strictly to their orders, launched their assault on Dr. Connors and Peter. At the forefront, the ninjas brandished their signature katanas, swinging them menacingly towards the pair, forcing Dr. Connors to evade their attacks in a desperate bid for survival. At this moment, under Tulu's command, the other ninja warriors responsible for remote support replaced their usual shurikens with rope darts. Anticipating Dr. Connors' movements, they hurled their weapons with the intent of ensnaring him with their numerical advantage, thereby rendering him immobile. Within mere moments, Dr. Connors, now trapped in a dire predicament, fully revealed his shortcomings as a scientist, lacking the combat experience necessary to respond to unforeseen circumstances. Yet, in this critical juncture, bang, 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 a series of gunshots erupted from behind Connors. Each bullet that left the chamber struck a rope dart with precision, compelling it to alter its trajectory. It was Peter, crouched on Connors' back, utilizing the rifle Connors had recently handed him, aiding in averting this crisis. Consequently, when Dr. Connors realized that the seemingly frail and helpless student he had envisioned was, in fact, displaying greater composure and steadiness in the face of danger. Due to his position on Connors' back, as Connors was forced to evade the pursuing ninja warriors, Peter found himself in a constant state of jostling, left and right. Logically, maintaining his balance should have been a formidable challenge. Not to mention, shooting while in motion undoubtedly increased the difficulty manifold. Nevertheless, even under such conditions, Peter maintained a remarkable accuracy in his continuous firing, as if he had unlocked a hidden potential, his hands unwavering. The recoil seemed a mere myth to him, entirely non-existent. This transformation sparked a complex and nuanced expression in Dr. Connors' eyes. After swiftly retreating once more, swinging his powerful tail to incapacitate the obstructing ninja warriors and momentarily clearing a safe area, he could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired of Peter, impressive marksmanship. But when did you learn to shoot? Probably around middle school, Peter replied, recalling how Riley had insisted, chanting Freedom America, shoot every day, claiming that America was perilous. He dragged me along to learn marksmanship, asserting it was vital for self-defense in critical moments. Of course, during our practice, we used water guns. This is my first time shooting a real gun. It feels far more exhilarating than the water gun. In response to Dr. Connors' inquiry, Peter, acknowledging the life-risking favor Connors had extended to rescue him, candidly shared the origins of his shooting skills. During this exchange, he remembered Riley had informed him that ninja warriors were magical creations, not human, and possessed an immortal nature. As an experienced narcotics officer, Riley, possessing remarkable marksmanship, imparted his knowledge to Peter without the slightest hint of reservation. Consequently, after fending off the onslaught of shurikens, Peter swiftly redirected his firearm, gradually comprehending why Riley often professed that firearms embody a unique romanticism exclusive to men. With an exhilarating rush surging within him, Peter instinctively recognized that this weapon far surpassed mere spider silk in utility, gradually revealing a brazen smile indicative of a grown man. Indeed, times have changed. Utilizing the remaining bullets in the magazine, he commenced a precise elimination of the swarming ninjas, akin to the grim precision of a reaper. Were an unsuspecting time traveler to witness this, they might mistakenly believe they had stumbled into a timeline where the Punisher had taken on the mantle of Spider-Man. Alas, despite being a standard military rifle, even with the enhanced magazine capacity, specifically equipped for a potential confrontation with the Lizard, the sheer number of ninjas proved overwhelming. Relying solely on the ammunition within a single magazine was evidently insufficient to carve a path to safety. Thus, when Peter once again pulled the trigger, only to be met with the disheartening sound of a dry click, he realized that his bullets had been entirely expended. Not yet satiated, Peter leaned in eagerly towards Dr. Connors, his expression brimming with excitement as he inquired, "Ah, they ran out so quickly. How disappointing. Do you have any spare bullets, Dr. Connors?" Chapter 68, Peter's Magnificent Display. "It's over, for I never anticipated that the bullets could be expended in such a manner." In response to Peter's inquiry, Dr. Connors instinctively replied, his tone tinged with a hint of bewilderment. Clearly, Peter's astonishing display of skill had left Dr. Connors questioning his very existence. Initially, Dr. Connors had merely intended to grab a random firearm to ensure that, even if Peter failed to shoot, he could press the barrel against Dr. Connors' temple and swiftly end his life, thus securing his own safety. Little did he expect that not a single bullet from an entire magazine found its mark on Dr. Connors. Moreover, the usually docile student, upon obtaining the gun, exhibited such ferocity that it utterly astonished Dr. Connors for an entire year, were it not for Dr. Connors' grotesque form, a testament to his recent injection of lizard serum. He might have doubted who among them had truly transformed into a monstrous being. Indeed, had he not been leading Peter in their escape, but rather circling within the laboratory while allowing Peter to unleash his potential. Would Peter, armed with the gun, have been capable of single-handedly neutralizing all the guards in the secret laboratory? Alas, in the midst of an unresolved crisis, with the situation only momentarily delayed, there was scant time for Dr. Connors, whose worldview had been profoundly shaken, to gather his thoughts. Impressive, yet insufficient. After observing for a moment, he realized that the transformed Dr. Connors was far less terrifying than the Hulk. In fact, his combat prowess was inferior to that of the gun-wielding Peter. Hidden behind the shadowy ranks, True, who had allowed the ninja soldiers to deplete Peter's ammunition, suddenly felt invigorated. Clutching a magical tracker adorned with 4 lifelike dragon heads, he strode boldly toward the duo. As one of the dragon heads glimmered with crimson light, it pointed directly at the 2 men. Convinced he had not misidentified his targets, True coldly threatened them, regardless of who wields the talisman. "You 2 had better hand it over at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." No sooner had he uttered these words than True, capitalizing on his imposing stature, exuded an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Even the ninja soldiers, who had previously been scattered by precise shots, returned to the fray, reintegrated into the shadows after a brief respite. At this moment, not only Peter but even Dr. Connors lamented that he should have seized more firearms for Peter during their breakout. With sufficient firepower, the duo could have formed a mobile stronghold, forcefully creating an escape route before the peculiar creatures could regroup. However, now it is evident that he is outnumbered and does not comprehend the meaning of the talisman mentioned by True. He mistakenly assumes that True has mistaken Dr. Connors for someone else. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolves to confess that the so-called talisman is indeed upon him, hoping to seize the opportunity to launch Peter high into the air, thereby breaking free from the encirclement. Although this may result in some discomfort upon landing, the dense thicket would provide a cushion, allowing Peter at least a chance of survival. Knowing that I possess the talisman and still daring to seek trouble. My friend, at times, I truly cannot discern whether to label you as brave or foolish. Yet, as Dr. Connors awaited the opportune moment, preparing to shield Peter with his hand, he felt a sudden jolt from his back. He then witnessed the awkwardly athletic Peter perform a graceful somersault before landing lightly and steadily. Seizing the shuriken thrown by the ninja, he effortlessly crumpled it in his grasp and, with a mere twist of his waist, propelled the other end of the shuriken, causing the ninjas to collide with one another in increasing numbers. Only when they crashed into the humanoid tank, True, did these recently revived ninjas dissolve into a cloud of black mist, merging once more into the shadows below. What a stroke of misfortune. Peter, you. Nevertheless, the formidable strength exhibited by Peter was sufficient to astonish Dr. Connors once again. This is truly the Peter Parker he knows, and not a figment of auditory or visual hallucinations induced by the lizard serum. Fear not, Dr. Connors, I remain the student you are familiar with. When Mr. Osborn called to cancel the vacation you arranged for me, my brother entrusted me with this talisman, endowed with extraordinary powers that significantly enhance one's strength, to ensure I could protect myself in emergencies such as this. Fortunately, from the moment he decided to assist Dr. Connors. Peter had already crafted a suitable explanation for his remarkable displays of power. Thus, as he stepped back to Dr. Connors' side, he did not forget to reach into his garment and retrieve the talisman, which had been concealed beneath his clothing, strung on a necklace around his neck. Indeed, at the moment when the Sanctum in New York resolved to split into teams, Riley still harbored concerns about Peter venturing alone into enemy territory. Therefore, to ensure that Peter could face a horde of lizardmen with composure while concealing his Spider-Man identity, Riley specifically entrusted the talisman to him, allowing Peter to utilize his Spider-Man powers without revealing his past. Ultimately, for Norman Osborn, who is obsessed with biological research, intangible and scientifically unfounded magical artifacts pale in comparison to the attention garnered by a living, breathing Spider-Man, do they not? It is precisely because the cow talisman has long remained in the realm of reality, unable to track its whereabouts, that the Holy Lord nearly harbored doubts about whether this object was merely an antiquated magical tracker. It was only when it finally displayed some fortitude that it accurately pinpointed Peter's location. This led to the unexpected appearance of True, who confronted the two in this very moment. Thus, one could say that the cow talisman was temporarily lent to Peter, revealing both advantages and disadvantages. That insufferable voice. "Oh, I remember you, young rascal. You were the little brat who thwarted my plans on the rooftop," just as Peter wore an expression of innocence, attempting to soothe Dr. Connors. He had not considered that the existence of magic might be far more difficult for a man who had devoted most of his life to science to accept than the prospect of transforming into a lizard. Peter's habitual quips, however, only served to intensify the danger in True's gaze after he had effortlessly withstood the assault of the ninja soldier. Despite the passage of many days, True's memory of that exceedingly irritating demeanor remained vivid, as he aligned Peter's figure with the mockery from the past, thwarted only by the ninja's interference from delivering a proper thrashing to the red and blue Spider-Man. It became clear to True why the cow talisman was in Peter's possession. A sinister grin spread across his face as he continued to speak, each word articulated with deliberate menace. "Now, I have changed my mind. I not only want the cow talisman, but I intend to claim you as well." Chapter 69, Unexpected Reinforcements. Even if you have recognized me, what of it? With the bull talisman in my possession, what can you possibly do to me? At the moment True recognized his identity, Peter's previously cheerful demeanor was abruptly replaced by a sensation akin to cardiac arrest. In a bid to prevent True from inadvertently revealing his other identity in a moment of candor, Peter instinctively sought to divert the conversation. Without a moment's hesitation, he uttered a timeless classic, ahead of Thor from this realm, "Bring on the Brazilian girls." Well, you had better watch closely. Observing Peter's ostentatious bravado, True could not help but feel a mixture of anger and amusement. Subsequently, True plunged his hands into the earth beneath him as effortlessly as one might slice through tofu. With an explosive surge of extraordinary strength, he transformed into a human excavator, forcibly uprooting a massive clod of earth measuring 5 meters in diameter and 1 meter in depth. "Peter, at times, I believe it would be prudent for you to refrain from speaking so much." Witnessing such a staggering spectacle, even Dr. Connors, who had endured repeated emotional shocks and considered himself emotionally numb, could not suppress the twitch at the corners of his mouth. He then turned his gaze, which mirrored Peter's own sense of unease, and could not help but remark, "I apologize, Dr. Connors. I shall strive to be more cautious next time." Upon hearing Dr. Connors' words and witnessing the inhuman strength displayed by True, Peter felt a pang of guilt for having inadvertently stirred such trouble with a mere phrase and instinctively shrank his neck. As he watched True exert himself once more, hurling the colossal clod of earth in his direction, Peter, unwilling to place his mentor in jeopardy, could only pray that the bull talisman Riley had given him was indeed as miraculous as claimed. Gathering his resolve, he leaped forward, discarding all restraint and unleashing a powerful blow with his favored right fist. The good news was that, under the enhancement of the bull talisman, Peter discovered that the massive clod of earth shattered as effortlessly as if it were made of foam. The bad news, however, was that as the debris scattered, clearing his line of sight, Peter's heightened spider sense alerted him to the imminent danger below. True, with arms outstretched and a cruel grin, awaited Peter's descent into his embrace. The ninja soldiers, akin to vultures circling their prey, unleashed a flurry of shurikens towards Peter, who found himself suspended in midair with no means of support. A dilemma now loomed before him. He could either unmask himself entirely, immediately utilizing his web shooters to alter his trajectory and escape the impending peril, or, to safeguard his true identity, he could risk being impaled by shurikens in a desperate attempt to vanquish True with the bull talisman's power, thereby seizing a slim chance at survival. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Peter was weighing the merits of each option, furrowing his brow in contemplation and preparing to adopt the more conservative first strategy, the revelation of his Spider-Man identity loomed ever closer. As the night descended, Accompanied by a series of abrupt sonic booms, several spherical objects hurtled towards Peter at an alarming speed. Upon nearing their target, these orbs detonated without warning. However, their purpose was not to inflict harm upon Peter. Rather, after reaching their designated positions, they unleashed a chain reaction that propelled the shurikens, which were meant for Peter. Far away. Hey, Peter, care for a lift? In the next moment, a mysterious figure clad in black combat attire, complemented by windproof goggles and a mask, glided towards him on a levitating hoverboard, emerging from the flames of the explosion. Just as Peter was about to descend further into the range of True's attack, the figure swiftly wrapped an arm around Peter's waist and ascended, lifting him entirely out of the perilous situation. That voice. Harry, how did you? Despite the figure's careful concealment, the bond of brotherhood forged through time allowed Peter to discern his identity from the teasing words, which bore no intent of disguise. Overwhelmed with surprise and joy, Peter, with Harry's assistance, stood firmly on the hoverboard's rear. He embraced Harry's waist to maintain his balance against the rushing winds. And amidst rapid flight, he mumbled his complaints. This place is far too dangerous. Harry, you should. Indeed, in this critical moment, it was Harry, who was supposed to be confined at home by Norman Osborn, that had come to Peter's rescue. Although Harry had not yet injected the serum to gain formidable strength, he relied on the protective gear developed by Riley, coupled with his unwavering discipline and the hoverboard he had inadvertently acquired during a theft report. Subtly, Harry had begun to embody the nascent form of the second Green Goblin, effortlessly evading the watchful eyes of the bodyguards. As for how Harry ended up here, it was not due to any prescient insight about Peter's plight, but rather pure coincidence. Ultimately, as the successor meticulously groomed by Norman Osborn with the finest educational resources, Harry, despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, was far from being a mere frivolous spendthrift. On the contrary, Harry possessed exceptional talent. He merely existed in the shadow of his father's legacy, which led others to compare him unfavorably with Norman Osborn. This constant juxtaposition diminished Harry's enthusiasm, giving rise to the image of a wealthy scion who seemed to contribute nothing beyond being born into affluence. Yet, even so, just as Peter, influenced by Riley, aspired to one day champion the cause of the oppressed, Harry too harbored aspirations beyond the gilded facade of his existence. After being rescued by Riley, Harry, during his interactions with Riley, came to realize, with Riley's reminders and comfort, that he is ultimately the unique Harry Osborn, not a mere substitute for Norman Osborn. Even if he cannot surpass the achievements of his forebears, what of it? As long as he pours his heart and soul into his endeavors and can act with a clear conscience, that is sufficient. It is precisely for this reason that Harry's long-dormant spirit has been reignited. Upon learning of Spider-Man's heroic deeds, he, like the majority of young people, came to regard the two vigilantes of New York as his idols. This revelation led Harry to abandon the numbing pursuit of wealth, a monotonous existence that had long since lost its appeal. Instead, motivated initially by mere curiosity, he began to quietly gather equipment and, during the evenings, took to the skies above New York City, engaging in acts of kindness within his capabilities. However, in order to prevent his activities from being exposed and attracting his father's scrutiny, Harry made every effort to utilize drones and similar devices to remotely incapacitate criminals, rarely revealing himself before victims. The notoriety of Spider-Man, exacerbated by J. Jonah Jameson's negative propaganda, spread rapidly throughout New York City, becoming overwhelmingly prominent. Coupled with his father Norman Osborn's stringent control, Harry found himself with little time to don the mantle of a superhero. Therefore, until now, very few have noticed that, in addition to the two Spider-Men, there exists a young vigilante with an even more elusive presence. Chapter 70 Harry, I am in a predicament. By day, he continued to uphold the persona of Harry Osborn, ensuring that his father harbored no suspicions. By night, he seized every opportunity to immerse himself in practical training, becoming increasingly familiar with the advanced technological equipment at his disposal. Thus, Harry embarked on a fulfilling yet thrilling new chapter in his life. He believed that in the near future, his newfound existence would remain free from unforeseen complications. Until that fateful day, Harry witnessed a breaking news report on television about a rampaging lizard man wreaking havoc on the streets. Without a moment's hesitation, he donned the nanosuit crafted by Riley, hopped on his hoverboard, and sped towards the scene. As he hovered above, utilizing the goggles produced by the nanosuit with their built-in night vision, Harry became one of the few who truly grasped the events of that night. So, when he saw his heroic idol, Spider-Man, suddenly declared a fugitive by the police, Harry leaped from the sofa in fury, abandoning his usual gentlemanly demeanor, and, through the television screen, vehemently directed his ire at Sheriff George. Once his emotions began to settle, Harry, recalling his occasional encounters with Sheriff George during their group outings, as well as a brief interaction when he had reported a theft at his company, began to understand that the sudden issuance of a warrant must have deeper implications. He then remembered his dear friend Peter, who, after receiving an invitation from Dr. Connors to join the research team, had witnessed remarkable advancements in a project that had languished for years. The first subjects selected for genetic research were, of course, the lizard. In that moment, a bold hypothesis emerged in Harry's mind, one he dreaded to confront, yet it aligned chillingly with the current possibilities. The multitude of lizard men he had seen that night had originated from his very own Osborn company. Furthermore, based on his understanding of Dr. Connors, it was highly likely that he had been coerced into collaborating with the military, betraying his original intentions under his father's pressure and temptation. This revelation illuminated the absurdity of the situation. Spider-Man, who was striving to thwart the lizard's destructive actions and safeguard the citizens, had been transformed into a fugitive, while the lizard was cast as the victim. It was evident that an individual wielding considerable power, capable of manipulating the narrative, was attempting to obscure the lizard's crimes. Yet, this left Harry in a profound moral quandary. Even if he discerned the hidden truth, what could he possibly do? After all, this was his father, the one who had raised him, the source of all he possessed. Would he betray him and publicly clarify that Spider-Man had no involvement? That everything stemmed from the actions of Osborn Industries? Taking a step back, even if Harry were to prioritize the greater good and choose to stand against his father before he commits an even graver sin, how many would be willing to believe his words without any tangible evidence? After much contemplation, Harry ultimately could not withstand the pangs of his conscience. Utilizing his acquired knowledge, he discreetly accessed his father's account permissions to pinpoint the location of the clandestine laboratory. Subsequently, he extinguished the lights, feigned sleep to mislead the guard outside, donned his battle suit, and glided towards the secret laboratory on his hoverboard, intent on confronting his father and clarifying their situation. However, before the emotionally conflicted Harry could devise a strategy for discussing the matter with his father, or consider how to respond should his father readily admit to the truth, he inadvertently stumbled upon the scene of Peter displaying remarkable prowess while simultaneously ensnared in peril. This left Harry with no time for hesitation. He promptly activated the mechanisms of his hoverboard, launching a barrage of pumpkin bombs to thwart the attack of the shuriken. Relying on the fire-resistant features of his suit, he broke through the inferno created by the explosions, rescuing Peter just in time. Should I remain at home, oblivious, while losing one of my dearest friends? Absolutely not. At that moment, witnessing his close friend successfully extricate himself from danger with his assistance, Harry, who had been plagued with anxiety and a twitching eyelid, finally exhaled in relief, affirming that his choice had indeed been the right one. To alleviate Peter's concerns, Harry feigned composure and maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor, teasing Peter to shift the conversation. Besides, how long would I have to wait to discover that the weak Parker I remembered had secretly become strong enough to shatter a massive rock with a single punch? Honestly, I thought we were brothers, yet you've concealed so much from me. As they conversed, Harry, concealed by his goggles, cast a glance downward at Dr. Connors, now transformed into a lizard man, and his expression grew subtly complex. If he had not misjudged, Peter seemed to be in the company of this lizard creature. Curiously, this lizard man appeared different from the one he had seen the previous night. Not only did he pose no threat to Peter, but he also exhibited a semblance of humanity, seemingly intent on protecting him. Could it be that he had misunderstood his father's noble intentions? Was the lizard man merely a byproduct of an experimental mishap, rather than something his father had deliberately orchestrated? Had his father been sequestered in the secret laboratory to rectify this error, working tirelessly to concoct an antidote? If that were indeed the case, then all his prior anxieties might have been mere figments of his imagination. This cannot be held against me. I owe my newfound strength to this extraordinary bull talisman. But, Harry, how did you arrive here? Certainly, as Harry stood before the hovering skateboard, his back turned to Peter. The latter remained oblivious to the subtle shifts in Harry's expression. Thus, before Harry could revel in his fleeting joy, Peter, eager to prevent any misunderstanding that might lead to unintended harm to allies, candidly responded, plunging Harry's slightly uplifted spirits back into despair. And regarding that lizard-like creature below, it is no mere monster, it is Dr. Connors. In a bid to rescue me from that clandestine laboratory, he injected himself with the newly formulated serum. Yet he has not succumbed to madness. Harry, could you devise a way to rescue Dr. Connors as well? Chapter 71. Peter has once again found himself in trouble. Dr. Connors, is that so? Although Peter did not fully recount the entire process, the mention of the modified lizard serum, combined with the fact that Dr. Connors personally injected it, transforming himself into this grotesque form in a desperate attempt to escape the clandestine laboratory owned by Oscorp, left little doubt in Harry's mind about the true instigator of this chaos. Faced with the dilemma of choosing between his dear friend and his biological father, Harry felt a twinge of pain at the corner of his mouth, cursing for the first time his own cleverness. It was evident that both Peter and Dr. Connors held significant importance to his father's secret lizard research, leaving Harry with only two paths: either assist Peter and Dr. Connors in their escape, thereby thwarting his father's ambitions, or bind them and return them to his father, aiding him in fulfilling his grand designs. Regardless of the choice made, Harry would have to bear the consequences. Yet, much like his decision to confront his father at the secret laboratory, Harry was still able to discern right from wrong. After a brief moment of silence, he maneuvered his hoverboard into a rapid dive, delivering Peter back to Dr. Connors. Dr. Connors, take care of Peter. I will create an opportunity for your escape. No sooner had he spoken than the hoverboard launched 2 pumpkin bombs, landing accurately in Harry's palms. He then revved the engine to full power, propelling himself towards the direction of True and the ninja soldiers. Clearly, after witnessing the havoc wreaked by the lizard's rampage upon New York City, Harry could not bear to watch his father continue down this misguided path. However, ethically speaking, assisting outsiders in confronting his father felt like a betrayal of his duties as a son. Thus, in the face of this agonizing decision, Harry, whose thoughts were now a jumbled mess, resolved to channel his pent-up frustration against the evident machinations of a third-party gang. As for whether Peter and Dr. Connors could seize the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos, that remained a matter of fate. At the very least, this way, Harry could somewhat comfort himself, believing he was neither aiding nor opposing either side. Just then, 2 strands of webbing suddenly approached from behind, striking Harry's back and forcibly pulling him and the hoverboard back. Before the astonished Harry could utter a sound of surprise, he watched in disbelief as a dark arrow narrowly zipped past him. In the aftermath of the missed attack, the arrowhead collided with an unfortunate ninja soldier, causing it to split and release a net that ensnared the hapless warrior completely. Evidently, without the aid of this silken thread, it would have been Harry, consumed by his emotions and desperate to vent, who would have been captured. However, in comparison to the treachery of a hidden dagger, as Harry, slowly awakening to the reality, stabilized his form on the hovering skateboard, barely half a meter above the ground, the nanomachine-crafted goggles swiftly dissolved, revealing a mixture of surprise and joy in his eyes as he gazed back along the thread connected to his back. Unsurprisingly, he beheld Peter, who, in a moment of urgency, had resorted to using the web shooter to save Harry, thereby exposing his identity as Spider-Man. And what of Dr. Connors beside Peter? One glance at his vacant expression would reveal the profound psychological impact that a series of unexpected events had on this honest and diligent scientist. No wonder Peter, that boy, often arrived late. It turns out he was preoccupied with his Spider-Man persona, rushing to assist innocent citizens in peril. Reflecting on this now, it seems so glaringly obvious. Had I discovered sooner that my student possessed such remarkable abilities in private, what on earth was I thinking with the lizard serum? Alas, I am weary. Let it all be destroyed. Whatever will be, will be. Cough, cough. Don't look at me like that. If I were to claim that this little gadget was crafted by imitating Spider-Man's abilities, you would believe me, wouldn't you? Thus, casting a glance at his utterly shattered teacher and then at Harry, who bore an expression reminiscent of the adoration he exhibited upon first meeting Dr. Connors and Dr. Otto, Peter felt an inexplicable pang of guilt. He instinctively shrank his neck and, in a furtive manner, pulled down his sleeve to obscure the presence of the web shooter before blinking innocently, attempting to justify himself with a voice tinged with naivety. Haha. Yes, I can certainly believe you. Remember to get me a set of that after this incident wraps up. Unfortunately, the emergence of the web shooter rendered all of Peter's justifications painfully inadequate. Alongside this, a sudden epiphany struck Harry as he connected various suspicious details from the past, smiling broadly at the astonishing realization that the public idol was indeed his brother. While reminiscing about Riley's design of the costume and its universal activation method, he reached out and poked Peter's chest through his shirt a few times. Before long, a despondent Peter found himself donning the red and blue Spider-Man suit before everyone. Now I understand why Riley suddenly took an interest in borrowing nanomaterials, requesting enough for 2 complete suits. I had thought he was preparing for a reinforced bulletproof vest for when he became a police officer, not realizing it had already been utilized. How unfair that I, as Riley's top supporter, ended up with a version stripped of its functionality. Once this ordeal concludes, I must insist Riley make adjustments for me. Oh dear Harry, please remain calm. If my brother were to discover this, my identity would be exposed, and he would undoubtedly pursue me relentlessly. I had assured him before our mission that there would be no unforeseen incidents this time. To be honest, the moment my spider sense tingled, detecting Harry's peril, I instinctively revealed my identity before so many people in an effort to save him, and I must admit, I felt a pang of panic. After all, having experienced the chaos caused by Dr. Connors injecting the lizard serum, I could empathize entirely with the turmoil that Riley would feel upon learning of this incident. However, witnessing the cloud of worry that had replaced Harry's usual smile, I couldn't help but feel a surge of relief as a smile crept across my masked face. Clearly, for so many days, concealing my identity from my closest friend had been a profound emotional burden for young Peter. Now, with this unexpected turn of events, I had the opportunity to lay bare my truths before my dear friend. And I was spared the very scenario I dreaded most, Harry feeling deceived and questioning my trustworthiness in a fit of rage. In my eyes, this twist of fate could indeed be seen as a stroke of fortune. Chapter 72, Black-Boiled Egg versus Soft-Boiled Egg. Rest assured, with your brother's protective nature. Knowing you are besieged and bullied by so many, he would only be anxious, not blame you. If we must speak candidly, it is indeed they who should be concerned about whether they might receive Riley's warm hospitality. Fortunately, having gradually regained composure after the initial ecstatic frenzy, Harry understood that this setting was ill-suited for playful banter with his close friends. He nodded towards Peter, exchanging a knowing glance. The nanomachines extended anew, reassembling into a pair of goggles as Harry activated the thermal imaging scan, locking onto the silhouettes of several unwelcome guests lurking in the shadows nearby. His tone turned icy as he brandished the pumpkin bomb, calling out without hesitation. All right, those of you hiding in the dark, have you had your fill of entertainment? I trust one need not explode you out, do I? Feel free to try, child. Should you dare to throw it, Agent Clinton will swiftly obliterate it. In the end, it will be you who suffers. In response to Harry's threat, a lone, bald black-boiled egg, clad in a thick leather coat and with hands casually tucked in his pockets, emerged with a leisurely gait. Fully aware that Harry must have employed some technological means to uncover his hiding spot, he surveyed the surroundings until his gaze settled upon Peter, now adorned in battle attire. With a hand free, the black-boiled egg unceremoniously rubbed his bald head, grumbling in irritation. However, I must admit, I am somewhat surprised. I did not expect the much-discussed vigilante with superpowers in New York City to merely be a child. Damn it, this deviates quite dramatically from the plan. This situation has turned me into the villain. Hey, I say, each of you, is this never-ending? Do you truly consider me invisible? Of course. As bothersome individuals continued to appear one after another, all treating him as though he were heir, True, who was already eager to confront Peter, visibly flushed with anger. He scanned the area, taking in Harry equipped with advanced technology, Dr. Connors transformed into a lizard man, and Peter clad in his combat gear, ready for action. Adhering to the principle of targeting the weakest link, True shifted his focus without hesitation to the black-boiled egg, who appeared the least threatening amidst the ostentation. He lunged forward with a fierce intent. However, before True could even graze the hem of the black-boiled egg's coat, a sharp pain struck the back of his neck. In an instant, a powerful current enveloped True's entire being, overwhelming him. Despite his natural resistance and full health, the lack of magical defenses left him vulnerable. And he fell to the ground, eyes rolling back as he succumbed to a deep, infantile slumber, saliva uncontrollably dripping from the corner of his mouth. Hey, I had clearly warned you all, couldn't you just listen? Meanwhile, the nonchalant black-boiled egg, who had anticipated this scene from the very beginning, only took action upon witnessing True collapse. He rummaged through the inner pocket of his coat to retrieve a pair of specialized handcuffs designed for such robust individuals, ready to further restrain True. However, before Black-Boiled Egg could enact his plan, several ninja warriors leapt into action. Before his very eyes, they enveloped the unconscious True and vanished into the shadows on the ground. Observing their leader's defeat, the remaining ninja warriors lost their fighting spirit and swiftly transformed into moving shadows, retreating from the battlefield. This turn of events left the previously confident Black-Boiled Egg rather disconcerted, as he sensed Peter and his companions casting a bemused glance at him. He felt a wave of humiliation wash over him and could not help but voice his irritation. What the hell? How can such a large living being be hidden in shadows? Is this scientific? Is it reasonable? This is precisely why I detest magic and its ilk. Such things possess no scientific logic whatsoever. They ought not to exist in this world. Fortunately for Black-Boiled Egg, the presence of the Black Hand Gang was evidently less appealing than that of Peter and his companions. As long as he could bring them back, his efforts would not be in vain. Hey, this place is quite lively tonight. Is there a party going on? Although I didn't receive an invitation. I trust you won't mind my attendance, right? Just as Black-Boiled Egg stepped forward, the concealed Hawkeye in the shadows drew his bow to its full moon shape. Aiming at the most significant threat, Peter, the situation escalated silently, teetering on the verge of conflict. Simultaneously, Sheriff Blake, donned in a leather coat, drove an inconspicuous van directly into the midst of both factions. He then opened the door, leading a battalion of armed agents, effectively obstructing Black-Boiled Egg's advance. Although Sheriff Blake had yet to experience the wonders of magic firsthand by transforming himself into a frog through self-taught sorcery, Remaining a staunch materialist who dismissed the existence of magic, he was determined to engage in a moral debate with the apparent leader of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury. He brandished the special law enforcement certificate he had obtained through an expedited approval process since the day he sent Riley home. Because magic is so peculiar, matters concerning the Black Hand Gang fall under my jurisdiction, old friend. Unfortunately, this situation doesn't seem suitable for a leisurely chat. If you don't mind, I must take my agents, known to the outside world as Spider-Man, along with these two, back to District 13. I never expected that the 13 districts would dare to meddle in the affairs of our S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet even so, the ever-dominant Nick Fury would not allow Sheriff Blake to easily take Peter and his companions away. Despite the seemingly overwhelming numbers on the opposing side, Nick Fury remained unflinching, exuding an air of calm indifference as if to convey, "You may be strong, but I remain unperturbed. What if I choose not to grant you this favor?" he declared. No sooner had the words left his lips than a multitude of agents surged forth from the shadows. Among this contingent were Hawkeye and Black Widow, poised at the forefront and destined to join the Avengers, forming the original lineup of heroes. Aware that this operation might necessitate confronting a significant number of lizard men, Nick Fury had even summoned several armored vehicles, clearly apprehensive that General Ross's experiments could unleash a horde of lizard men, resulting in a real-life bioweapon crisis engulfing New York City. Thus, it is no wonder that the formidable head of S.H.I.E.L.D. would personally oversee the perimeter of this clandestine laboratory. You are certainly free to disregard my request, but trust me, old friend, my actions are entirely in your favor. In this instant, the tide of the situation shifted abruptly, placing Sheriff Blake and his associates at a disadvantage once more. Nonetheless, Sheriff Blake displayed no hint of disarray. Instead, he retrieved his phone and, after a brief flurry of activity, presented to Nick Fury a scene from another battlefield where Riley, or rather the Black Spider-Man, was collaborating with the Hulk to mercilessly pummel the super adaptoid. If anything were to happen to that child, you would awaken a terrifying demon that you would never wish to confront. Believe me, you would not want to be on his radar. I assure you. This is all for your benefit. Chapter 73, a stunning display of numerical aesthetics for the Black Spider initially. Nick Fury regarded the video presented by Sheriff Blake with a sense of disdain. However, as time progressed, the furrows on his brow became increasingly pronounced. He stepped forward and seized the phone from Sheriff Blake's hand. On the screen, Fury beheld a black-clad Spider-Man, whose abilities bore a resemblance to the red and blue Spider-Man he had just witnessed, yet whose style was markedly different. As a seasoned agent, Nick Fury discerned that this Spider-Man exhibited a remarkable agility and swiftness. Without the aid of web-slinging, he could complete a 100-meter dash in a mere 1.8 seconds. To put this in perspective, the widely acknowledged epitome of a perfect soldier, Captain America, can only achieve a maximum speed of approximately 22 meters per second after receiving the super soldier serum. In contrast, the Black Spider-Man in the video was estimated to run at least 55 meters per second, 5 times faster than Captain America. Moreover, his ability to execute sudden stops and sharp turns that will indicated that this speed was far from his physical limits. Even more astonishing was the latent power contained within his seemingly ordinary physique, which was sufficient to engage in direct combat with the formidable Abomination. With his superior agility and the advantage of spider sense, he could consistently strike the Abomination while evading any retaliation. This led Riley to mistakenly perceive his abilities as somewhat lacking. In the current timeline, for the vast majority, such capabilities would be terrifyingly powerful, leaving no room for countermeasures. It was akin to Rasul observing Uncle Long sprinting on a falling train, exclaiming that it was nothing short of superhuman. This represented the difference between the casual observer and the discerning expert. Had Riley faced formidable adversaries like Chala, Hulk, or the Bull, all of whom possessed extraordinary abilities beyond the realm of ordinary humans, he would not have harbored such misconceptions. Unbeknownst to Riley, with a consistent speed of 55 meters per second and ample stamina, he could glide effortlessly across the water's surface like a speedster. Theoretically, to overcome water's surface tension, a human would need to reach a speed of at least 30 meters per second. With the enhancements from the system and Spider-Man's abilities, Riley had clearly surpassed this threshold. In simpler terms, apart from lacking the ability to fly, not donning a cape, and not emitting laser beams from his eyes, Riley, equipped with the defensive capabilities of a nanotech suit that mitigated vulnerabilities to bullets and blades, could be likened to a low-tier superhero. This assessment did not even account for the amplification from charms or stamina potions, focusing solely on Riley's inherent attributes. Beyond these observations, what truly left Nick Fury astounded was the sight of the seemingly irrational behemoth known as the Hulk coexisting harmoniously with the black-suited Spider-Man. No, it could hardly be described as mere coexistence. It was evident that the Hulk had been tamed, obediently following the commands of the black-suited Spider-Man with unwavering loyalty. The Hulk's previously brutish demeanor now appeared almost comical, prompting Nick Fury to question whether he was indeed witnessing the fearsome green giant that had once terrorized foes with unrelenting ferocity. The absurdity of this situation plunged Nick Fury into deep contemplation. While the S.H.I.E.L.D. ostensibly held global law enforcement authority, placing it far above the jurisdiction of the 13th District, the prospect of confronting Peter Parker and provoking the Spider-Man into a corner was fraught with peril. Presently, Iron Man had yet to make his debut, Captain America remained frozen in ice, and Thor was merely a figure of legend, untraceable in reality. The Hulk, as evidenced by the current live broadcasts, had already fallen under the sway of the 13th District. In light of these developments, with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most formidable assets reduced to merely Black Widow and Hawkeye, Nick Fury recognized that his agency could not hope to withstand the wrath of this black-suited Spider-Man. Moreover, the Spider-Man had the capacity to command the Hulk to fight on his behalf. The only recourse available to Fury would be to summon Captain Marvel from her interstellar endeavors. However, calling upon the busy hero to handle such a trivial matter would be akin to using a cannon to swat a fly, only serving to highlight Fury's incompetence as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Even if he were to triumph with Captain Marvel's assistance, Fury would hold himself in contempt. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that he had no knowledge of Captain Marvel's whereabouts. Should he choose to escalate the situation, it was likely that S.H.I.E.L.D. would cease to exist before Captain Marvel could return to Earth. This realization left the typically imperious Nick Fury drenched in sweat, suddenly comprehending the truth in Sheriff Blake's words, that it was better to offend S.H.I.E.L.D. than to neglect the need to retrieve Peter and his companions. Moreover, Fury recognized that although Sheriff Blake was known for his good-natured disposition, the 13th District, like S.H.I.E.L.D., operated outside the constraints of conventional law. While the 13th District, being a U.S. entity, could not match the global reach of S.H.I.E.L.D., it was a formidable force within American territory, capable of exerting influence that even S.H.I.E.L.D. would be wise to regard with caution. Even disregarding the presence of this particular Spider-Man, the mere military strength at their disposal would render a direct confrontation between the two factions exceedingly precarious. The most formidable weapon in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s arsenal, the aerial aircraft carrier, remains in the developmental phase to this day, particularly in the absence of Tony Stark and his arc reactor. The energy supply dilemma of the carrier remains unresolved, preventing this colossal war machine from officially embarking on its maiden voyage into combat. Consequently, based on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s current capabilities, it appears that the agency, in this timeline, is clashing with the seemingly disjointed yet equally elite ensemble of the 13 districts, comprised of talent from various fields. The outcome of this confrontation is, at best, uncertain. Thus, Sheriff Blake's intervention to prevent the situation from escalating further, while only bringing a minimal force, is indeed a display of strategic retreat, allowing for some semblance of dignity for the Black Egg. Acknowledging the slim chances of success, Nick Fury, after a brief moment of silence, returned the phone to Sheriff Blake, suppressing his resentment, and gestured for his subordinates to follow him in departure. Clearly, after weighing the pros and cons, Nick Fury ultimately chose to concede, gracefully taking the exit offered by Sheriff Blake. However, this setback served as a stark realization for Nick Fury, even in an era of peace. Tangible power far outweighs the elusive nature of authority in ensuring one's voice is heard. Thus, from that day forward, accelerating the research on the aerial aircraft carrier and assembling a specialized task force capable of deterring superhuman threats became his top priorities. Notably, the latter initiative had actually been conceived long before the design of the aircraft carrier, and upon its successful realization, it would earn a resounding name recognized across the globe: the Avengers. Chapter 74, Sheriff Blake, what are you fools up to? Meanwhile, as he watched the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. depart, Sheriff Blake, who appeared to be quite composed, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Heaven knows how arduous it was for him to leave New York, beseeching favors from every corner, tirelessly working his connections to report back to the higher-ups. After enduring the exasperatingly sluggish bureaucratic processes, he had finally secured this special enforcement authority to ensure that District 13 could provide steadfast protection for Uncle Long and Riley in their forthcoming endeavors. Yet, upon his weary return to District 13, eager to share this splendid news with Uncle Long and the others, he was met with the shocking revelation that Riley and his companions, who had remained in New York City, had been declared fugitives by the city's police after a mere 2 days apart. How utterly devastated, helpless, and despondent must he have felt? Who could possibly comprehend such a calamity? 1 minute, he steps out, and upon his return, the sky has fallen. If Sheriff Blake's memory served him correctly, when Riley had called to seek assistance from District 13 in tracking down the whereabouts of the lizard man, it was quite evidently to reach the scene swiftly and save innocent lives. How could it have morphed into a portrayal of reckless criminals attacking victims in your discourse? What are you fools striving for? Is life too comfortable, prompting you to complicate matters for yourselves? Why must you provoke that contemporary Jiasu? It was bad enough allowing that unscrupulous newspaper proprietor to defame Spider-Man's reputation on the big screen day in and day out. After all, there are still reasonable individuals who would spontaneously advocate for Spider-Man, rendering J. Jonah Jameson's slanderous claims an ironic form of promotion for the hero. Now it has escalated. Instead of merely putting on a show, the authorities themselves have officially branded these 2 children as fugitives. What gives? Are you so fearful of their innate kindness and their righteous deeds that you feel compelled to transform them into supervillains for your amusement? What is your motive? It is precisely this unforeseen and absurd turn of events that jolted Sheriff Blake, a man of amiable disposition who has never sought conflict, into a state of acute awareness. Without a moment's hesitation to rest, he swiftly commanded the intelligence network of District 13 to operate at full capacity, promptly pinpointing Peter's whereabouts. He then rushed to the scene to provide Peter with assistance. As for Riley? What a jest. Does Riley require his concern? If Riley cannot handle the adversary, then surely he possesses his own means to resolve the situation. But what if the opponent is so formidable that even Riley cannot contend with them? Even if the combined strength of all the forces in the 13th District were to be amassed, it would scarcely suffice to fill the gaps in the adversary's defenses. Thus, after much contemplation, it became evident that rather than dispatching personnel to confront Riley and complicate matters further, it would be far more prudent to take an alternative approach. By swiftly deploying agents to the Queen's District to ensure the safety of Riley's family, this strategy emerged as the most favorable option. Consequently, even when Sheriff Blake arrived to assist Peter, he allocated additional agents to prioritize the protection of Ben and May Parker, who remained blissfully unaware of the cataclysmic events involving their children, mistakenly believing that the Parker brothers were merely spending the night at a friend's house. The underlying concern was the dread that upon Riley's return from his world-saving endeavors, he would discover that his home had been inexplicably invaded. This could transform a once reassuring superhero into a harbinger of despair on a global scale. Furthermore, from Nick Fury's shifting demeanor, it was evident that Riley, spurred by Doctor Strange's reminder, had taken a rare moment to display extraordinary capabilities. This realization left Sheriff Blake, drenched in perspiration. With a sense of conviction, he had placed his bet wisely. Previously, he had been preoccupied with worries over Riley's cunning intellect devising insidious plots, neglecting the fact that when pushed to his limits, Riley's retaliatory force was formidable, leaving few unscathed. At that juncture, would Riley still resort to scheming? No. He would undoubtedly resort to direct confrontation, dismantling obstacles with unbridled force. Merely instructing Hulk to charge forth would render him impervious to the majority of modern weaponry. Thus, as Blake observed Riley's transformation into a figure of immense strength, an inkling arose within him, a premonition that if he could secure his allegiance with Riley and intertwine the 13th District with Riley's endeavors, ensuring Riley remained unfazed by the incompetence of others, then the district he had painstakingly nurtured for years would undoubtedly usher in a new era, possibly eclipsing even S.H.I.E.L.D. in stature. With this thought, Sheriff Blake finally released the tension that had been lodged in his throat. However, he was acutely aware that the current crisis was far from resolved. After a brief moment of reflection, he led his agents back to the van. And as they passed by Harry and Peter, he offered a reassuring pat on their shoulders, alluding to their next steps. All right, children, I shall escort this Dr. Connors back to the 13th District for proper hospitality. As for you, should there be further matters you wish to pursue, do so with abandon. I will provide the necessary support. I trust that Riley's team will require your strength. In his heart, Blake recognized that the unfolding events had transcended the realm of what ordinary humanity could manage. Unlike the possessive Sheriff Blake, who exudes a more restrained desire for control, he decisively chooses to unconditionally support the Parker brothers, fully aware of their character. Initially, Harry and Peter, who were somewhat hesitant and concerned that their involvement might hinder Riley's efforts, found their spirits ignited upon hearing Sheriff Blake's encouragement. Under the sheriff's generous guidance, the duo, previously influenced by Riley's fears of insufficient firepower, became undeterred by the prospect of confronting the terrifying beast that awaited them if they chose to engage in battle. In no time, these two individuals transformed into explosive virtuosos, each shouldering a rocket launcher while their waists were adorned with ammunition. They swiftly mounted their hoverboards, eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation, and sped towards the night sky. Thus, devoid of any misunderstandings or bitter rivalries, Harry and Peter embarked on their inaugural collaborative endeavor, grounded in unwavering trust in one another. If only the timeline had not been marred by a series of melodramatic misunderstandings, compounded by their inability to communicate openly despite having the means to do so, leading to a gradual estrangement that culminated in an inevitable clash between Tobey Spider-Man and Garfield Spider-Man. One can only ponder how complex their emotions would be at this moment. Chapter 75. A drop of water in return for a fountain of grace. The narrative bifurcates, and the scene shifts back to Banner and Riley. Amidst Riley's tumultuous emotional upheaval, an unexpected surge of power akin to 1,000 tons erupts from him. The super abomination, suffering a grievous blow to the head that has left it deeply concave, lies motionless on the street, resembling a lifeless corpse. Had it been the original version of the abomination, caught off guard by such a devastating combination of attacks, it might indeed have met its demise on the spot. The outcome could have been even more dismal, with its entire cranium shattering like a watermelon under the force of a single punch, exemplifying the high explosive potential unleashed by Spider-Man's full might. However, during this latest transformation, with the addition of the lizard serum, the super abomination's regenerative abilities have reached an alarmingly formidable level. Even with brain trauma, it merely requires a few fleeting seconds to restore itself to its former state. Yet, that brief interlude is sufficient for Banner to complete his transformation and descend as the Hulk from the heavens. Before the super abomination can rise, Hulk's feet come crashing down upon its back, causing the ground to sink further and emitting a chilling cacophony of shattering bones. But the onslaught does not cease there. Hulk evidently recalls how, in Brazil and under the Williamsburg Bridge, he was relentlessly pursued by this very creature. Moreover, the recent attempt by Blonsky to attack Betty has genuinely incensed Banner. With the weight of old grievances and new animosities converging, Hulk emerges in a state of unparalleled rage. He unleashes a tempest of ferocious punches upon the super abomination's head, each blow reverberating through the earth for hundreds of meters. A testament to Hulk's unwavering resolve to spare no mercy. Nevertheless, as time elapses, the intertwining effects of various serums bestow the super abomination with enhanced physical prowess. Even as Hulk shatters its spine and mercilessly pummels it, Blonsky, transformed into the super abomination, emits no cries of agony. Instead, he appears to revel in Hulk's assault as if receiving a diligent massage, laughter echoing eerily through the streets. Clearly, the prospect of physical pain pales in comparison to the attention drawn by Hulk's presence. For at last, he can commence the long-anticipated third round of combat, aiming to triumph over this beast with his newly acquired strength and redeem the humiliation of his prior defeats. With this fervent desire in mind, Blonsky's psyche spirals into a twisted obsession, continuously fueling this new form with vigor. Thus, even as Hulk bears down upon him, delivering relentless blows, the super abomination, with great effort yet unwavering determination, manages to support itself on all fours, gradually rising from the ground. This compels Hulk to instinctively focus, intensifying his strikes in an attempt to suppress the super abomination's movements once more, taking advantage of Hulk's singular focus on swiftly vanquishing the abomination. The creature unexpectedly extended its tail, ensnaring Hulk's form. Before Hulk could react, it flung him far away. Freed from its constraints, the abomination, showcasing its military trainings, wasted no time. Rising with determination, it seized the nearest vehicle and hurled it towards Hulk with all its might. Following closely, it charged forward, capitalizing on the distraction created by the car to close the distance. In that fleeting moment, it anticipated Hulk's potential responses, ensuring that no matter whether Hulk chose to withstand the vehicle or evade it, the abomination would be prepared with the optimal countermeasure. Meanwhile, Hulk, having just regained his footing after being thrown, instinctively reacted to the oncoming car by intending to rend it asunder with his brute strength. He aimed to use the two halves as colossal brass knuckles against the abomination. However, as he prepared to act, his gaze sharpened. He seemed to perceive something that prompted a decisive alteration in his approach. Instead of merely tearing the car apart, he stretched out his hand and caught the vehicle, retreating several meters as if to gradually dissipate its momentum, akin to a controlled stop. Upon realizing the abomination was advancing, he gently set the car down before roaring and charging at his adversary. The reason for Hulk's change of heart was straightforward. At the critical moment, he noticed a youth inside the vehicle, pressed against the glass, his face etched with despair as he awaited his fate. Clearly, in the chaos of the titanic clash, the boy had been unable to escape and had chosen to hide, hoping the metal shell would provide him with some semblance of safety. Little did he know that his refuge would render him a projectile in the abomination's assault, subjecting him to an unforeseen calamity. In the wake of the overwhelming force that propelled him forward, the boy found himself in a state of panic, his mind racing to compose a farewell letter. Yet, He never anticipated that the Hulk, often viewed with disdain and trepidation, would choose this moment to save him. It is worth noting that the boy should feel fortunate, as Banner, having established a mutual understanding with Hulk, found the two personalities, previously at odds, developing a subtle connection. As a former renowned physicist, Banner recognized that while Hulk could withstand the impact without consequence, the boy within the vehicle would surely meet a tragic end. In a moment of urgency, Banner, who would normally lose control upon transformation, managed to temporarily assert himself within Hulk's persona, motivated solely by the desire to save the boy. Thus unfolded a perilous scene where the Hulk retreated, leaving the young boy with merely superficial injuries, successfully transforming danger into safety, rather than being reduced to a mere instant meal. However, this came at a cost. After Banner had saved the boy, he tacitly relinquished control of his body, allowing the Hulk to re-emerge and take charge of the ensuing battle. The swift transition of consciousness inevitably caused a brief rigidity in the body, leading to the Hulk regaining awareness only to discover that he had missed the prime opportunity to confront the super adaptoid. Indeed, not long after the Hulk had set down the small car, he was abruptly struck by the charging super adaptoid, sent flying by a simple yet powerful blow. The destruction of a solid brick wall along the way left the terrified boy inside the vehicle unable to fathom the painful price the Hulk paid to save him. Fortunately, the super adaptoid's sole focus remained on the Hulk, showing no interest whatsoever in the boy, who was paralyzed with fear, even to the extent of wetting himself. Without wasting a moment, it crouched, gathered its strength, and leapt several meters high, pursuing the direction in which the Hulk had been flung. Only after witnessing the two monstrous figures vanish did the boy begin to emerge from his dazed state, catching a fleeting glimpse of his late grandmother waving kindly from the other side of the flower-laden shore. Gasping for breath, driven by an instinctual will to survive, he disregarded his aching body and forcefully kicked open the twisted car door, tumbling out and fleeing in the opposite direction of the monstrous clash. However, before he could make significant progress, he halted in his tracks upon recalling the moment when the seemingly fearsome Hulk chose to save him instead of crushing him along with the vehicle. After a brief moment of hesitation, the boy, a devoted fan of Spider-Man, felt an inexplicable sense of responsibility. Convinced that his life had been spared by the Hulk, he resolved to reveal the true nature of the Hulk to the world, aiming to clear the military's unjust accusations against him. Thus, despite his trembling legs and the overwhelming sounds of violent collisions in the distance nearly suffocating him, the boy shakily retrieved his phone from his pocket. The screen bore a web-like crack from the earlier impact, yet it remained functional. With trembling hands, he navigated to a live streaming platform, changing the title to Monsters or Heroes. Stop misunderstanding the Hulk. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to calm down and cautiously approach the area where the Hulk and the super adaptoid were engaged in battle, following the evident trail of destruction along the street. At this moment, the young boy remained unaware that his audacious act would ultimately lead the military to attempt to obscure their transgressions and shift the blame onto Hulk, only to be met with the unrelenting truth captured in the video recordings. Even Sheriff Blake, in his efforts to dissuade the nefarious Black Egg, resorted to live footage sourced from the boy's own streaming channel. Thus, one might perceive the youth's actions as reckless and self-destructive. However, it was precisely his gratitude and courageous return to the scene that enabled the long-misunderstood Hulk to finally embark on the path toward heroism. Chapter 76, Surviving Calamity. Is there fortune to follow? As the youth summoned his courage and pulled out his phone, pursuing the direction in which the two colossal beings had departed, his mind was inundated with harrowing visions of the residential area reduced to ruins amidst a fierce clash. He was particularly concerned that Hulk, in his attempt to rescue him, might fall prey to the super abomination's ambush, potentially losing his means of retaliation and facing death at the hands of this formidable foe. However, the youth soon realized that his concerns were somewhat unwarranted. Indeed, at first glance, it appeared that Hulk was being overwhelmed by the super abomination, retreating under relentless assault. Yet, upon closer observation, the youth was pleasantly surprised to note that aside from the initial moment when Hulk, in his eagerness to save the youth, was hurled away by the super abomination and unintentionally demolished numerous buildings, the subsequent destruction he caused was predominantly confined to the pavement. Furthermore, these traces of devastation were mainly the result of Hulk's powerful leaps, leaving behind conspicuous footprints as he advanced rapidly. Evidently, after that initial collision, Hulk, who suffered no significant injuries, had recognized the critical importance of battlefield selection, especially after the near-fatal incident concerning the youth. Thus, in the immediate aftermath of regaining his composure and stability, and following a transformative moment of awareness, Hulk began to exhibit a tendency towards rational thought, decisively making his way towards an open area far from the crowd and buildings. With each leap, he sought suitable locations, expanding his field of vision. Eventually, during what appeared to be a cowardly retreat, he led the relentless super abomination to a nearby construction site, enclosed by a fence and poised for demolition. As the youth ascended the fire escape and reached a rooftop with a clearer view, he witnessed Hulk, after enduring a punch from the super abomination, only taking a step back before raising both hands and delivering a powerful counterattack that sent the super abomination crashing to the ground. The only drawback was the distance. Combined with the shattered streetlights affected by the titanic clash, the youth's attempts to capture the moment on his phone resulted in nothing but dark, indistinct images, rendering the reality of the situation impossible to discern. Were it not for the thunderous sounds of their battle and the chilling roars that echoed even from several streets away, the viewers flocking to the live stream would likely have begun to berate the youth for his apparent deception. Of course, the disparagement mattered little. What truly weighed on the youth was the realization that if he could not capture any pivotal moments, even if Hulk emerged victorious, he would be unable to dispel the myriad misunderstandings and injustices forced upon him by society. Thus, despite the terrifying nature of the ongoing battle, he remained resolute. It seemed that merely drawing near would unleash a shockwave potent enough to rend one asunder. Yet, after ascertaining the battleground, the young lad, relying on his familiarity with the neighborhood, made his way down the stairs, striving to close the distance. Regrettably, it appeared his streak of good fortune had reached its conclusion. Just as he cautiously traversed several streets to the periphery of the factory, a feral roar echoed, followed by the thunderous clash of heavy objects. A section of I-beam, clearly severed, was hurled from the construction site, spinning violently through the air. The trajectory of its flight indicated it was destined to strike the boy squarely on the head. At that moment, consumed by the desire to capture a clear image of the battlefield, he remained oblivious to the critical importance of looking up. When a shadow suddenly loomed above him, his instinctive curiosity compelled him to glance upward, only to find the distance between himself and the I-beam had diminished to mere inches. In an instant, the boy's mind flooded with thoughts of the most despairing demise, and he could not help but shut his eyes tightly, bracing for the inevitable conclusion. Yet, contrary to expectation, he experienced not the anticipated pain. Instead, a powerful force propelled him, akin to a roller coaster ride, as his body soared uncontrollably into the air. When he finally felt himself caught by something soft, the sensation of weightlessness rapidly dissipated. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself ensnared in a vast web woven from white silk. Within this intricate net, several other bewildered individuals, much like himself, were present. Occasionally, dark figures would dart past, dropping one or two more unfortunate souls from above, resembling humanoid spiders lurking in the shadows, hunting innocent passers-by and gathering them as if for sustenance. Wait a moment. Spider? Spider-Man. It was only then, amidst the fog of confusion, that the boy finally grasped the situation. With exhilaration, he raised his phone, leveraging the elevated vantage point to search the surroundings. As anticipated, he zoomed out, locking onto the shadow darting between the buildings, tirelessly searching for civilians, none other than Riley, who had rushed to provide assistance after cleaning up the mess left by Mr. Blue. It was evident that Riley had discerned Hulk's intentions from the signs of battle along the way. Thus, to ensure Hulk could focus on the fight without concern, he was assisting in relocating civilians who had not evacuated the area to this aerial platform. Naturally, to prevent an overwhelming accumulation of individuals that could lead to the web's collapse or tragic falls from height, Riley had meticulously reinforced the web and extended its ends like a bridge between two adjacent buildings of similar height. In order for the survivors to regain their composure, they need only to survey their surroundings, swiftly realizing that they can traverse the webbing to reach the rooftop and subsequently navigate their way out through the building's corridors. In such a scenario, even those who might be hopelessly foolish, incessantly wailing, would instinctively follow the crowd in a bid to escape the battlefield. What was intended merely as a transit station to facilitate the evacuation of citizens inadvertently provided the youth with a significant advantage. With this effortlessly obtained, splendid vantage point for filming, the young individual not only distanced himself from the risks associated with the conflict but also succeeded in transmitting everything occurring on the battlefield clearly to his live streaming audience. The good news is that, as a result, the barrage of comments clamoring to report the notorious Spider-Man, who had appeared on screen, shifted dramatically after witnessing how fervently he endeavored to assist the citizens in distress. They decisively chose to sever ties with their previous indignation towards Spider-Man. The unfortunate news, however, is that this crowd, ever eager for drama, began to redirect their ire towards the New York Police Department, accusing them of ineptitude. They claimed that the police, already ineffective in their duties, were envious of Spider-Man for usurping their roles, exposing their incompetence, and thus, in a fit of shame and anger, issued a warrant for the arrest of this genuine hero. Chapter 77, Bronski, What a Farce. Initially, this was merely a concoction spun by those unwilling to acknowledge their prior misstatements. However, as the battle raged on, the New York police failed to arrive at the scene, and the footage consistently showcased Spider-Man, the fugitive, diligently endeavoring to save the citizens. Consequently, the number of individuals endorsing this perspective grew significantly over time. The discourse even became increasingly abstract, with some asserting that the New York police were squandering taxpayer contributions and ought to resign, leaving the governance of New York City to Spider-Man. This starkly contrasted with the recent sentiments wishing for Spider-Man's swift capture. A few words were sufficient to ignite a one-sided verbal assault rooted in unfounded conspiracy theories. It seemed that, in the eyes of this crowd, the New York police had transformed into heinous villains, while they positioned themselves as the most impartial and selfless arbiters of truth. Yet, this seemingly indignant group was merely cloaking their enjoyment of online vitriol under the guise of justice, venting their frustrations with life. In such circumstances, they were entirely indifferent to whether Spider-Man's actions were indeed just. No one expressed concern for the young individual responsible for filming, oblivious to the dangers he might face. Rather, a significant portion of the audience criticized the youth for not capturing the footage steadily or clearly enough, disregarding his safety. They either encouraged him with their words or tempted him with gifts, incessantly urging him to descend and film up close amidst the fierce battle between Hulk and Abomination. Eager for a visual feast, should the youth heed their words and leave the safety of the aerial platform, risking his life from the ensuing chaos of the combat, they would simply declare it to be the youth's own choice, a consequence of his ignorance and folly, with no connection to themselves. What? You claim we incited him? Beware. I might see you for defamation. I was merely jesting. Who knew he would take it seriously? The ugliness and ignorance of human nature were vividly displayed in the youth's livestream. This further validated Sheriff George's astute judgment during the family gathering. Thus, when the youth, preoccupied with capturing the scene, finally noticed how ludicrously the comments had shifted, he was left utterly astounded. Wait, are you even listening to what you're saying? I merely wanted you to witness firsthand that both Spider-Man and Hulk are misunderstood, wronged heroes. How have you turned them into omnipotent deities capable of instigating a revolution and conquering the entire nation? Have you all overdosed on red bean buns? Of course. Under normal circumstances, the youth's livestream content had evidently breached a sensitive threshold. Therefore, the livestream platform intended to promptly shut down his stream. Unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, the company's server was suddenly breached by hackers, completely losing control. Shortly thereafter, a call was received, claiming to be from the 13th District, requesting temporary access to their servers. After some communication, it was confirmed that the caller was not jesting and indeed possessed official law enforcement authority. Thus, the youth's live broadcast room was preserved. Following this, the agents from the 13th District, taking over the server, acted swiftly to prevent the potentially deified Spider-Man and Hulk from becoming public enemies in another guise. They immediately began their well-defined tasks, streaming, controlling the situation, muting disruptive voices, and even tracking IP addresses. The authorities conducted offline visits to those who were clearly stirring up trouble, cordially inviting them for tea with the 13th District. Under their decisive actions, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room transformed remarkably within a short time, allowing the youth to take a breath of relief and continue capturing the battlefield scenes earnestly. However, during this brief intermission, the situation on the battlefield had shifted dramatically. Even with the addition of the Lizard's serum, which further enhanced physical capabilities, the Hulk of this timeline, influenced by Riley, had not undergone Mr. Blue's treatment, rendering his strength entirely unrestrained. Faced with an opponent fueled by rage, who only grew stronger with each conflict, an insurmountable entity characterized by sheer numbers and mechanics, the Super Abomination's initially confident stance gradually became one of struggle, even as his recovery from injury slowed due to the intense physical exertion. If this trend continued, a one-on-one confrontation could see the Super Abomination being beaten to death by the Hulk, merely a matter of time. Coincidentally, after rescuing individuals, Riley also joined the fray. He displayed no sense of martial ethics, launching each attack with a significant running start to amplify his already terrifying power output, adding a horrifying impact akin to a velocity of 200 kilometers per hour. Thus, in this battle, the seemingly diminutive Riley, who should have been at a disadvantage in strength, became the most formidable force. The visceral impact of his strikes caused even the Hulk to involuntarily click his tongue in astonishment, further cementing his resolve to never provoke this black-webbed figure again. As for the Super Abomination, or Blonsky, as he was, his mental state had truly crumbled. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not fathom why. After injecting himself with 2 doses of Super Soldier Serum, a vial of Hulk's blood, and a dose of Lizard Serum, having fully invested resources to the maximum, he still found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. This was not how the narrative he had envisioned was supposed to unfold. It should have been me, empowered with formidable strength, trampling the Hulk underfoot and wreaking havoc at will. What on earth is this acrobatic spider-headed creature? Why is it even more terrifying than the Hulk? Do not approach me. And while you're at it, why do you keep trying to yank the spikes from my body? Are you in your right mind? Those are my weapons. Mine. After yanking them out, you even had the audacity to stab me with one, sending chills through my very core. What is this? Planning to skewer me for a grand feast, perhaps? Alas, no matter how much the beleaguered Bronsky's mind raged against the injustice of his situation, he could only relinquish all hope of resistance under the weight of this righteous two-on-one assault, curling his body in an effort to mitigate the suffering inflicted upon him. Given the current trajectory, it was merely a matter of time before Bronsky would be beaten back into his human form, expending the last vestiges of strength within him. Yet, just at this critical juncture, the whirring of helicopter blades pierced through the night sky. Looking up, he beheld a swarm of military helicopters filling the airspace. It turned out that after parting ways with Mr. Blue, Betty had, at Riley's prompting, placed a call to her father. Amidst the pain-induced wails as Xiaoyu pinched her thigh, General Ross, a devoted father, was instantly incensed. Through his daughter's intermittent sobs, he learned that Bronsky had dared to deceive him by using Betty as bait to lure Banner out. He even risked transforming Betty into a gamma monster to coerce Banner into becoming the Hulk. The once single-minded General Ross, focused solely on capturing the Hulk, now found himself reconsidering the creature, realizing that perhaps the Hulk was not as monstrous as he had previously imagined. Very well, Bronsky, you crafty wretch, how clever of you. I risked 2 precious vials of super soldier serum to save you, and this is how you repay me. Fueled by a surge of anger and acutely aware of the dire repercussions of military personnel becoming gamma monsters, the irate father promptly assembled his troops to rectify the situation and reclaim his dignity. Thus, upon witnessing the arrival of the military, Riley and the Hulk exchanged a knowing glance and mutually decided to cease their hostilities. After ensnaring the supervenom in webs, they swiftly distanced themselves. It was evident that Riley, in consideration of Banner's situation, chose to placate his future father-in-law by allowing General Ross to handle Bronsky as he saw fit. However, just as Riley believed the matter was drawing to a close, a barrage of rockets, trailing fiery tails, came hurtling toward the battlefield. Yet, this unexpected assault did not target the incapacitated, bruised form of the supervenom. Instead, it was aimed squarely at the Hulk and Riley. Chapter 78. The contemporary Jia Su dismissed your script with derision, deeming it trivial. Fortunately, such a feeble assault posed no threat to Riley and Hulk. Thanks to the precognitive alert of his spider sense, Riley had already dispatched webs and swiftly vacated the blast radius before the rocket struck. Hulk, relying on his resilient physique, effortlessly withstood the force of the rockets. In fact, he mockingly seized one of the projectiles with a single hand, brought it to his lips, and then bit down with ferocity, causing it to explode. Afterwards, he exhaled a thick plume of smoke, squinting contentedly as if a mere craving had been satisfied rather than a rocket detonating in his mouth. I told you, no firing unless I commanded. Observing that both Hulk and Riley remained unscathed, and that they had not succumbed to rage despite the attack, it was clear they were awaiting a reasonable explanation. General Ross, perched in one of the helicopters, finally wiped away the beads of sweat that had formed on his brow and sighed in relief. Then, transforming into a furious lion, he seized the radio and roared at his subordinates. What General Ross could never have anticipated was that, despite his reiterated orders, the helicopter that had previously attacked Riley and Hulk did not relent. Instead, after adjusting its flight stance, it unleashed a torrent of ammunition from its onboard Gatling gun, targeting Hulk and Riley with unyielding ferocity. At this juncture, the increasingly pale-faced General Ross comprehended the grim reality he was being used as a pawn. Someone had deliberately infiltrated his ranks to incite conflict and subsequently shift the blame onto him, thereby reigniting the turmoil between Hulk and Ross, which should have been subsiding. Thus, the immediate priority was to neutralize the rogue helicopter and apprehend its crew to confront them directly and clear his name. However, before General Ross could issue the command, the helicopter, seemingly deranged, charged towards Hulk and Riley while proclaiming that it was time to repay the favor for General Ross. Clearly, the adversary had anticipated Ross's response and, in a reckless act of self-sacrifice, chose to execute a suicide mission, leaving no chance for Ross to capture any survivors. Consequently, faced with a situation devoid of witnesses, even if General Ross were entirely innocent, he would find himself unable to defend his position. Moreover, the relentless assaults would undoubtedly enrage Riley and Hulk, leading them to lose all trust in the military. In a bid for self-preservation, they might resort to violence against the army, further exacerbating a relationship that should have been on the mend. This can only be described as an exceedingly insidious plot. However, the premise lies in whether Riley, acknowledged as a contemporary of Jia Su, would engage in such trivial matters. Riley is acutely aware that even without his intervention, within the original narrative, General Ross, who harbors a deep-seated disdain for the Hulk, is capable of discerning the gravity of the situation. Moreover, upon the emergence of the abomination, He unhesitatingly leads his troops to shield the Hulk and vanquish the abomination. At this juncture, to suggest to Riley that the army, which struggles to contend with even the ordinary abomination while the super abomination is on the verge of defeat, adamantly seeks to wage war against both Riley and the Hulk, is utterly absurd. Is there any misconception here? Is it an earnest display of emotion? What a farce. Are they so unburdened by life that they desire to take shortcuts? Consequently, it is not merely Riley who would be skeptical. Even the Hulk, having dealt with General Ross for many years, casts a derisive glance at the plummeting helicopter, perceiving it as a fool's folly. After all, based on the Hulk's understanding of General Ross, if the intent were truly to engage him in combat, the recent confrontation would not have been limited to just one helicopter. Rather, an entire city block would have succumbed to the cacophony of overwhelming firepower, as this is the most common form of greeting when General Ross attempts to capture the Hulk. Thus, realizing that General Ross alone could not resolve this predicament, both individuals exchanged a knowing look before synchronously leaping toward the descending helicopter. During this interval, as Riley approached within a sufficient distance, he unleashed his webbing, propelling himself into the helicopter's cabin. Utilizing his agile prowess, he bound the crew members who had resigned themselves to their fate and forcibly extracted them. Subsequently, the Hulk, with his formidable strength, seized the helicopter's landing gear midair, altering its trajectory of descent. Ultimately, not only did all crew members survive, but the helicopter itself was manipulated by the Hulk as if it were a mere toy, bouncing back to the ground. Aside from the impact upon landing, compounded by the Hulk's extraordinary grip, which left the fuselage severely twisted, the cockpit's intricate instruments remained relatively intact. This preservation would enable General Ross, upon returning, to scrutinize the black box data and uncover who had betrayed him. It appears I have gravely misjudged the situation. This unexpected turn of events allowed General Ross to relax. Yet his gaze toward the Hulk and Riley became increasingly intricate and peculiar. He then gestured for the helicopter he was aboard to descend swiftly. After years of pursuing the Hulk, General Ross finally stood face to face with the colossal figure he had long deemed a threat in a moment of calm. Following a brief silence, the proud General Ross raised his head, met the Hulk's gaze, and extended his hand towards him. "Come with me, Banner. Betty is waiting for you. And I assure you, I will find the best doctors to cure you of this affliction." Evidently, after the events of this evening, General Ross has come to realize that his repeated failures in the pursuit of the Hulk were not due to the incompetence of his forces or the inadequacy of their equipment. On the contrary, it is the Hulk's restraint that has allowed him and his soldiers to survive thus far. Had it not been for the Hulk's mercy, Ross, in defiance of Betty's warnings, would have met his demise during the initial attempt to capture the Hulk, forever separated from his beloved daughter. Thus, with this newfound understanding, General Ross feels compelled to express his gratitude towards the Hulk, even if such acceptance conflicts with his previous objectives and jeopardizes his standing within the military. Upon witnessing Ross's unprecedented overture, the Hulk was momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning to exchange a glance with Riley. Following Riley's subtle nod, an unspoken encouragement for the Hulk to make his own choice, the Hulk's fearsome visage, previously taut with tension, transformed into a knowing smile. In the next moment, the Hulk extended his hand towards General Ross, not in a gesture of reconciliation, but rather to mischievously tousle the general's white hair into a disheveled mess. Once this childish act of reprisal was complete, the Hulk erupted into hearty laughter. Leaving Ross in a state of bewilderment as he turned back to Riley, his actions speaking volumes. Clearly, in comparison to the chaotic factions within the military, the Hulk found a greater sense of joy and freedom in the company of this enigmatic figure shrouded in a black web. At the very least, he need not fear being abruptly awakened and forcibly subjected to a myriad of illicit experiments. Moreover, it was evident that General Ross's information was woefully outdated. He referred to the Hulk as Banner and proclaimed a desire to cure the afflictions that plagued him. Such statements left the Hulk questioning his own sanity should he choose to accompany Ross. Chapter 79, A Joyous Conclusion? It appears that Hulk has made his choice, General. I express my regret regarding this matter. Should you find yourself missing Hulk in the future, you may schedule an appointment through Sector 13. Even with unwavering confidence in Hulk, Riley could only breathe a sigh of relief upon witnessing Hulk return to his side. He then stepped forward, taking the initiative to communicate with General Ross on behalf of the inarticulate Hulk, while simultaneously raising his hand to launch a web, ensnaring a soldier who had intended to exploit the chaos to draw near the barely conscious abomination, and dragging him over with ease before unceremoniously discarding him onto the ground. Furthermore, until you ascertain who is orchestrating these machinations from the shadows, I believe it prudent to leave not only Hulk, but also Mr. Blonsky under the guardianship of Sector 13. What do you think? You make a valid point. This time we have indeed been negligent. Once we are prepared, I shall formally visit Sector 13 to provide a satisfactory resolution to this matter. Logically speaking, given General Ross's stature, he has always been the one to look down upon others. Never has anyone dared to adopt such an audacious demeanor before him, as if to say, I am not soliciting your opinion. I merely wish to inform you for the sake of your dignity. Yet now, gazing at the battered abomination, and then at the crew members who should have perished in the crash but are now swaddled like dumplings, collectively packaged and lying before him, it is evident that the upper hand lies with the opposing party. Thus, General Ross could only suppress his dissatisfaction, feigning magnanimity as he waved his hand, permitting Hulk to carry away the abomination, following behind Riley as they leisurely stepped into the shadows. The sole consolation was that amidst what seemed to be an utterly humiliating farce, General Ross could sense that Hulk's animosity and resentment towards him had considerably diminished. This prompted him to reflect on whether his relentless obstruction of his daughter's relationship with Banner was indeed justified. Well, let the younger generation enjoy their own fortunes. I am of advanced age and cannot accompany Betty indefinitely. If that young man Banner truly harbors sincere feelings for her, judging by his performance today, it would not be entirely impossible to lower my pride and turn a blind eye, pretending I have seen nothing. Of course, in the midst of this mutual distraction, neither party is aware that, directly above them, shrouded in the vastness of the night, two fully armed youths are silently observing the unfolding scene below while gliding on hoverboards. Clearly, their greed for an excess of weaponry has led to their hoverboards operating beyond capacity, causing their speed to falter and resulting in a missed opportunity for a dramatic entrance. After a prolonged silence, the two youths, initially expecting to partake in some thrilling spectacle, found themselves exchanging glances, each displaying a bewildered expression, as if grappling with a sense of helplessness. By the way, what Harry remains unaware of is that he should indeed feel fortunate for not being entangled in this incident. It is not that his involvement would necessarily provoke any adverse consequences. Rather, it is his long-standing penchant for operating discreetly, devoid of any heroic moniker, that enables the quintessential science enthusiast, Peter, to hitch a ride on Harry's coattails, en route to the battlefield. Unconsciously, he conceives a name he believes to be fitting and resounding for Harry, who is poised to make his grand entrance as a hero. That name is Skateboard Night. As time swiftly passes, the dawn of the following day arrives. With the broadcast of the young boys' live stream and General Ross's concession, Officer George is afforded the opportunity to issue a public statement less than 12 hours after the conclusion of the previous press conference. He announces that the truth of the matter has been uncovered, and Spider-Man is no longer considered a wanted figure, although he cautions the public against blindly emulating his actions. However, this time, it is evident to all that Officer George stands tall, his demeanor exuding the confidence of yesteryear, and he appears rejuvenated. Clearly, under the military's duress, he had been compelled to declare Spider-Man a fugitive, but upon learning the events of the previous night, he has undoubtedly released a pent-up frustration. Following that, the self-proclaimed mysterious organization from the 13th District, which provided the police with a slew of online critics, has significantly alleviated Officer George's burden in managing public opinion. Moreover, there lingers an inexplicable intuition within Officer George, as if in recent days, under the pressure from the military, he had been powerless, yet somehow muddled through a significant life and death trial. This sensation feels remarkably authentic, as though Officer George has truly been reborn from the ashes, embarking on an entirely new existence. So much so that, after the press conference concluded, the typically work-focused Officer George surprisingly granted himself a holiday, deciding to return home to spend quality time with his family. Of course, not everyone views the events of last night with optimism. For instance, our fervent admirer of Spider-Man, J. Jonah Jameson, continues his relentless tirade on the grand screen in Times Square, pointing at the replay of the young boys' live stream while vehemently insisting that this is all a meticulously orchestrated scheme by Spider-Man, necessitating the removal of both Hulk and the supervillain Venom. His rationale is to prevent astute individuals, like himself, who can discern the truth, from uncovering the secrets buried beneath the surface. Unfortunately, as time marches on, J. Jonah Jameson's assertions regarding Spider-Man's supposed malevolence have devolved into a form of indirect propaganda. Consequently, the majority of the populace has dismissed his claims. Even the Park brothers, casually enjoying burgers and coffee while ambulating, glance at J. Jonah Jameson passionately delivering his speech on the screen, not feeling angered, but rather appearing to relish it as if it were an amusing video, sharing a smile before savoring their meal even more. Certainly, in consideration of Harry, Riley, upon returning to District 13, entrusted Sheriff Black to engage in further negotiations with General Ross, ultimately alleviating the crisis faced by Oscorp. Simultaneously, with the collaborative efforts of four brilliant scientists, Peter, Mr. Lawn, Dr. Connors, and Dr. Banner, who possess varying degrees of knowledge in biological research, The antidote for the lizard was successfully developed this morning. Moreover, it was a remarkably refined version that retained the regenerative properties of severed limbs while allowing for a return to human form. This advancement enabled Oscorp to offer a satisfactory compensation to the volunteers involved. Additionally, Harry, who returned the antidote to Oscorp, received the long-coveted approval from his father. Building upon this foundation, a subtle cooperation was established between Oscorp and District 13 regarding the usage rights of this batch of medication. Chapter 80, 2 chapters combined. Riley, Boheo. I am Marla. To summarize, Oscorp will provide funding and technological support for the subsequent actions in District 13. Upon a formal invitation from District 13, Dr. Otto, Dr. Connors, and their affiliated team will be relocated to serve in District 13. In return, Oscorp will only need to provide corresponding profit shares to obtain patent authorization for the stabilized lizard serum, now more appropriately termed a healing serum, thereby venturing into an entirely new market within the medical field. It is imperative to note that in the United States alone, expenditures incurred from various unforeseen circumstances leading to physical disabilities, necessitating the purchase of medical devices such as crutches and wheelchairs, amount to a staggering $60 billion annually. When factoring in the costs associated with amputations and medications during recovery, this figure is bound to rise. Therefore, conservatively estimating, this groundbreaking healing serum, if successfully promoted, would not only serve as a boon for patients worldwide, as Dr. Connors initially hoped, but also represent a substantial and irresistible opportunity for Oscorp. Even a cursory calculation by Norman Osborn would reveal that, in the absence of competing products in the market, once stability is achieved, this new venture could generate a remarkable annual revenue of at least $200 billion for Oscorp. This estimation pertains solely to the U.S. market, not accounting for the global demand. If the serum can be sold worldwide, even at modest profit margins, it would be sufficient for Norman Osborn to count his gains until exhaustion. Concurrently, District 13, while enjoying profit shares, would no longer be burdened by concerns over operational funds, and would proceed with future endeavors unencumbered by excessive reservations and limitations. Of course, realizing this vision comes at a considerable cost. Not only must there be efforts to expand the market and develop more suitable specialty drugs for various user demographics, but extensive funding is also required to pave the way. The promotion of this new drug will inevitably encounter resistance from other industries, resulting in various forms of suppression, slander, and defamation that could confound even a shrewd businessman like Norman Osborn. This is precisely why Riley, fully aware of the astonishing profits this serum could yield upon its release, still advises District 13 to negotiate with Norman Osborn to license the formula to him, allowing him to act as an agent. This is not to suggest that Riley is indifferent to the allure of such substantial profits. It is akin to the narrative tropes found in web literature, where characters are imbued with increasingly formidable abilities. Even if one possesses unparalleled talent, the dangers of drawing too much attention due to early inadequacies can lead to perilous outcomes, resulting in a fate akin to that of an unknown corpse in a forgotten graveyard, given District 13's current capabilities. To cling tightly to this formula in an attempt to monopolize such vast wealth seems a perilous endeavor. In due course, the 13th District will inevitably find itself in a predicament akin to that of Li Yunlong, who, after having enlisted a substantial number of warhorses, received a congratulatory call from the brigade commander, promptly followed by an obligatory directive from superiors. At that juncture, it remains uncertain whether the 13th District will even partake in the spoils of success. It might be wiser to remain in the shadows, crafting an enticing proposal for Norman, compelling him to transform into Norman Pineapple Blizzard Osborn, tackling these intricate challenges on behalf of the 13th District for the prospect of profits exceeding 100. Although this path presents considerable difficulty for Norman Osborn, it offers a tantalizing glimpse of a promising future. Moreover, Sheriff Blake, with his affable demeanor, has never taken an authoritative stance in his dealings with Norman Osborn, especially when compared to his predecessor, General Ross, who relentlessly sought to complicate matters for Osborn's company without yielding any benefits. This stark contrast has led the typically shrewd Norman Osborn to decisively endorse this collaborative venture after a brief discussion, exemplifying the adage that without comparison, there can be no grievance. Of course, aside from the striking differences between the two generations of stakeholders, Norman Osborn's prompt acquiescence stems from a fear that any delay might lead Sheriff Blake to misconstrue his hesitation as a refusal, thereby allowing such a rare opportunity to slip away in favor of competitors like Stark Industries, which, following Tony Stark's disappearance and plummeting stock prices, is urgently seeking new ventures to stabilize its reputation. The mere thought of watching his rivals profit is more distressing to Norman Osborn than any personal loss. Nonetheless, under Riley's advisement, Sheriff Blake has imposed a prerequisite on this collaboration. Osborne's company must not utilize the formula as a foundation for developing other experiments, such as the super soldier serum, should any mutations resembling the lizard emerge, regardless of their origin. The 13th District reserves the right to revoke the usage rights of this formula and demand exorbitant penalties from Osborne's company. This partnership thus represents both an opportunity and a double-edged sword for Osborne's enterprise, compelling the ambitious Norman Osborn to temporarily adopt a more prudent approach in managing his company and ensuring stringent confidentiality regarding this series of products. To some extent, this serves as a preemptive measure against potential infiltration by S.H.I.E.L.D. Regrettably, even Riley cannot guarantee that this mutually beneficial collaboration will endure indefinitely. After all, much like Dr. Connors, whose good intentions ultimately led to his transformation into the lizard, unforeseen consequences may arise. Based on Riley's understanding of Norman Osborn, ambition is an insatiable hunger, ever-growing, and even amidst a seemingly fulfilling life, the potential to transform into the Green Goblin remains. To achieve his aims, it is clear that he will require a more formidable power. Thus, covertly utilizing this formula to develop a new enhancement serum is undoubtedly the most expedient and effective approach. From the very beginning, this formula represented, on one hand, an opportunity bestowed upon Norman Osborn for Harry's sake, and on the other, a cunning trap set by Riley, leveraging Harry as the intermediary. After all, in comparison to the uncertain and ambiguous enhancement agents, this well-understood enhancement route is decidedly more manageable. Therefore, when Riley entrusted the formula to Harry for delivery to Osborn Industries, he intentionally instructed Peter and the others to retain a special antidote formula. This was to ensure that, following the injection of this unique antidote, regardless of the methods Norman employed to augment himself, as long as the core foundation of the enhancement agent contained the serum formula, he could revert to the ordinary Norman Osborn. This was compellingly substantiated by the case of Bronski, who, despite having injected himself with lizard serum, willingly accepted the antidote and consequently lost not only the ability to transform into the supervenomous creature, but also the effects of the super soldier serum, as their properties became intertwined and irreversibly mixed. Thus, when the antidote took effect, it led to a complete reversion to an ordinary human, providing robust evidence of its efficacy. Although subsequent test results indicated that this state, akin to the Hulk receiving treatment from Mr. Blue in The Incredible Hulk, was merely temporary, the duration of its effects, along with the potential for diminishing returns with repeated use, necessitates further observation of Bronski's cellular changes for deeper research. Nevertheless, this stratagem to ensnare Norman is more than sufficient. As for whether such actions are excessive, it must be noted that Riley had repeatedly warned Norman Osborn, through the 3rd District, that this formula was solely for healing and should never be employed in other domains. To preempt any inclination Norman might have to misuse the formula, Riley had deliberately transferred Otto and Connors, the most adept in biological research at Osborn Industries, to the 3rd District in advance. This ensured that even if Norman harbored such intentions, he would be unable to act upon them in the near term. Therefore, Riley believes he has demonstrated ample consideration and respect towards Norman Osborn. Having reached this point, should similar occurrences arise in the future, much like the Green Goblin's brief emergence that was swiftly quelled by an antidote, one could hardly fault Riley for his ruthless disposition. At that juncture, although he may choose to spare Norman out of respect for Harry, the binding contract would undoubtedly compel Norman Osborn to relinquish his position at the helm of the company, transferring leadership to his dear friend Harry without question. In such a scenario, not only would Harry's ascension instill greater confidence in the collaboration with Oscorp, but with a loyal comrade steering the entire corporation, the Parker brothers would receive substantial support and necessary assistance. The resources at Riley's disposal, while perhaps not rivaling Stark Industries, would surely be formidable. Who knows, he might even procure some vibranium to further enhance his armor. Contemplating this, Norman's little schemes suddenly seem rather tolerable, don't they? Therefore, dear Uncle Norman, please heed not the counsel and venture down the wrong path. Lost in such thoughts, a playful smile of anticipation and excitement crept onto Riley's face. Standing beside him, Peter, observing his brother's demeanor, instantly grasped that yet another unsuspecting soul had caught the attention of this modern-day Jiasu. A shiver ran down his spine, and the kind-hearted Peter couldn't help but silently pray for that fortunate individual, wishing fervently that they would not unwittingly stumble into Riley's trap. Speaking of which, Riley, what shall we do next? Gwen mentioned having important matters to attend to, and that it would be inconvenient to meet in the coming days. Harry, having brought back the formula, has gained Norman's favor and is now responsible for liaising with District 13, initiating their collaboration. He is likely swamped with responsibilities and unable to join us for leisure. Why does it suddenly feel as if everyone is preoccupied with serious affairs while we are left with nothing to do, loitering aimlessly in the street? After a moment of silent reflection, Peter swallowed the last bite of his burger, washed down with coffee. Amidst his incessant rambling, he seemed to recall something, and with curiosity, he inquired of Riley. Also, we Haven T returned home for several days. How do you plan to explain this to Uncle Ben and Aunt May? As Peter posed this soul-searching question, Riley, increasingly embodying the essence of a modern-day strategist, was abruptly struck by the realization, leaving him momentarily frozen in place. Upon reflection, since the day he informed his parents that he was dining at Gwen's house, the Parker brothers had indeed not returned for 2 consecutive days and nights. Under normal circumstances, this would not be deemed a significant issue. However, given that Riley had previously slipped away without informing his parents, sneaking off to Mexico, and even upon his return, had attempted to distract them with gifts, he had not escaped the relentless admonishments of Ben and May. Even the formidable Jia Su of contemporary times finds himself submissively yielding to the oppressive weight of familial concern and admonishment, retreating into a shell under the inherent pressure of lineage. It is this silent scrutiny from his parents that compels Riley to earnestly assure Ben and May, reiterating his vow never to encounter a similar predicament again. Yet, within a mere day, he has gone missing once more for 2 whole days. Given his unique past experiences, Riley, who cherishes the presence, nagging, and guidance of his parents, is fearless of the world, yet dreads the thought of his mother and father shedding tears out of worry. During this brief, silent interlude, the very essence of Riley's confidence plummets, his complexion visibly paling at an alarming rate. The mere anticipation of the oppressive atmosphere that awaits him at home causes him to break into a cold sweat. Truth be told, if given a choice, Riley would prefer to engage in a fierce battle with a formidable foe like Hulk for 300 rounds rather than confront that suffocating scenario. Thus, when Peter casually inquires, the already stricken Riley cannot afford to linger over J. Jonah Jameson's latest masterpiece. In a panic, he instinctively seizes Peter's hand, propelling them both into a swift run along the sidewalk. There is no time for leisure. They must return home. If they delay any longer, their parents might just flay the skin off both of them. Wait, are you implying that your leisurely stroll was not a result of careful consideration of what to say, but rather a complete oversight? Of course. Since the moment I awoke from a forced 24-hour slumber, I have been bombarded with the shock of being a boiled egg and scrambling to fix the mess. How could I possibly think of anything else? I am no superhero. You could have reminded me. Can you truly blame me? Who would have anticipated that you would have everything planned except for this detail? Besides, you never consulted me. I do not care. It was you who insisted I accompany you to meet your parents. So if they are upset, I shall place the blame squarely on you. Have you listened to yourself? How can you utter such chilling words with a tongue that should be warmer? I am your only brother. Thus, you should be more respectful and assist me in alleviating this burden. I have faith in your capabilities. Peter, is this truly your interpretation of respect? Is this right? As they bicker back and forth, Peter's attempts to awaken the last vestiges of his brother's conscience ultimately meet with failure, and the two of them disappear into the crowd, still engaged in playful banter. However, a closer inspection reveals that Peter's smile has grown more vibrant. Clearly, when juxtaposed with the cunning and battle-hardened superhero, Peter finds greater joy in the presence of his brother, who, despite his worries over parental reprimands, remains a delightful source of mischief and camaraderie. Chapter 81. The silent affection of parents. After a brief moment, the door cautiously creaked open, allowing Riley and Peter to nudge their heads in one after the other amidst their playful shoving. Their comical demeanor made it hard to fathom that these two boys, who tiptoed home like thieves, were the very same superheroes who had resolved 2 crises in the span of a single evening. It appeared that no one was home, which made sense, given the hour. Surely, their parents had ventured off to work. Holding their breath and observing intently until assured of the stillness within, Riley gradually relaxed his previously tense heart. After exchanging glances with Peter, the two shared a moment of wide-eyed silence. Although Riley had jokingly declared on their way back that he would let his younger brother take the blame, he steeled himself and became the first to cross the threshold into their home. Alas, it seemed that Riley's streak of good fortune had been utterly depleted over the past 2 days, just as he believed that his parents had left for work, and that he had a reprieve from immediate peril, transforming his sentence from execution to a mere delay. He turned the corner and entered the dining room to fetch a drink. To his astonishment, he spotted Ben Parker, clad in thick glasses, seated silently in the chair facing the entrance, one hand clutching his phone. Beside him, May Parker rested her chin on her hand, eyes closed in a moment of respite. Upon hearing the noise at the entrance, both lifted their heads in unison, their gazes locking onto Riley. In that instant, Riley froze, his heart racing and his mind blank, fixated on a singular, panicked thought. Oh, hey, Riley. Why are you just standing there? Ben began, but then halted abruptly, as if realizing he must still be half asleep and that the entrance had been approached incorrectly. Let me take another look. Meanwhile, Peter, hidden behind Riley, was piqued by his brother's strange behavior. Unable to contain his curiosity, he peered out from behind Riley just as the latter had done. Like Riley, he instinctively shielded his eyes with his hands, then slowly retreated, his muscles taut with tension. After a moment of silence, he cautiously emerged once more to survey the scene. Once reassured that May and Ben were indeed seated calmly, Peter, feeling a wave of nervous sweat, swallowed hard and stammered a greeting. Hey, good morning, Uncle Ben, Aunt May. The weather is really nice today, haha. By the way, don't you have work today? Good morning, Peter. It seems there was an explosion in the gas lines on our street last night, causing significant damage to several houses and the roads. Consequently, my old buddy agreed to let me work from home until the repairs are completed. Upon observing Peter's evident unease, his face marked by pronounced dark circles, a clear indication of a sleepless night, May Parker's eyes reflected a blend of compassion and helplessness. Yet, before she could utter a word, Ben Parker raised a hand to gently silence his wife, responding with a warm smile and his usual soothing tone. I was under the impression that you were going to school with Gwen. Didn't she call to say you were staying with her for a couple of days to help care for her two younger brothers? Gwen? Yes. That's right. But I forgot my backpack. So we asked Gwen to kindly inform the teacher that I would be absent today and returned for a moment. Upon hearing Ben's words, Peter was momentarily taken aback, his eyes brimming with tears of gratitude for his girlfriend's cleverness, exclaiming that Gwen was indeed his angel. He quickly followed the fabricated excuse crafted by Gwen, responding earnestly while leading the still-dazed Riley upstairs. By the way, a gas line explosion? That sounds utterly absurd. Would anyone actually believe that? No. Wait. Thankfully that place is far enough from us to pose no threat to you, Riley and I will head up to get the backpack. Thus, feeling immensely relieved by Gwen's timely intervention that allowed him to evade a potential crisis. Neither Peter nor Riley noticed that, after watching the two ascend the stairs, Ben Parker's previously upright posture had subtly started to bend. He then gently patted the hesitant May Parker, silently shook his head, and redirected his gaze back to the screen of his phone. On it played a video recording of the conflict captured during the perilous live stream by a young boy the previous night. In an effort to clear the sullied reputations of Spider-Man and Hulk, such videos had proliferated online under the clandestine operations of the 13th District. Even a simple browser search revealed the replay of that live broadcast at the top of trending topics. It is essential to recognize that Ben Parker, who nurtured a son like Peter Parker, exceptionally gifted and possessing a heart kinder and more resolute than Captain America, could not possibly be an ordinary man. In this world, how could parents fail to recognize their own child? Despite being thoroughly wrapped up and hindered by the speed of movement and dim lighting, the footage, albeit vague aside from that brief moment of confrontation with the military, still bore familiar traits. Ben Parker easily discerned the figure tirelessly navigating the most perilous zones, dedicated to saving lives. Moreover, the sudden influx of unfamiliar faces in the neighborhood, coupled with the overly warm demeanor of the new neighbors, who seemed to treat his family as if they were longtime acquaintances despite it being their first meeting, was enough to subtly awaken Ben Parker's suspicions. The inquiry directed towards Peter moments ago was, in essence, the final test posed by Ben Parker. This is not to imply that Ben Parker deceived Peter. Upon discerning the true identity of Spider-Man, Gwen promptly reached out to Ben Parker, endeavoring to provide cover for the Parker brothers. However, due to her youth and lack of foresight, Gwen evidently overlooked the fact that if the Parker brothers were, as she claimed, safely ensconced in her home without any entanglements, then why would Riley and Peter return home with such trepidation, fearful of their parents' awareness? Moreover, when Ben Parker mentioned the gas line explosion, the inherently kind-hearted Peter's initial reaction was not to express concern over potential casualties, but rather to instinctively deem the assertion utterly absurd. This reaction serves as clear evidence that Peter was already privy to this information, and it is highly probable that he was present at the scene. Thus, he could confidently assert that no one was harmed in the event that transpired the previous night, rendering further inquiry unnecessary. Consequently, amidst a whirlwind of complex emotions, Ben Parker ultimately acknowledged that the two Spider-Men, whose reputations had surged in New York City, were indeed his beloved children, whom he cherished with utmost care. In such circumstances, is it not certain that Ben Parker felt a swell of pride for his children? Witnessing them embody the adage that with great power comes great responsibility. Striving to assist others to the best of their abilities, how could a father not feel a sense of fulfillment? Yet, as a guardian, the selfish aspect of human nature rendered Ben Parker, despite his fears, deeply remorseful for having frequently uttered this phrase. He yearned for his children to relinquish the heavy burden of Spider-Man's responsibilities and lead carefree, ordinary lives. Thus, upon the brothers' return, Ben Parker initially intended to feign anger, confining them to the house to prevent them from engaging in such perilous endeavors unbeknownst to him. However, after observing Spider-Man's actions repeatedly and watching the heartfelt videos of gratitude from the families of survivors, Ben Parker came to a profound realization regarding the significance of Spider-Man. He understood that some tasks must inevitably be undertaken by someone. Therefore, he ultimately chose to respect the brothers' wishes and silently support them. Intentionally collaborating with his wife to feign ignorance, he sought to alleviate their concerns. Naturally, given Ben Parker's understanding of his children's personalities, he believed that when the time was ripe, they would voluntarily disclose the truth, even without any deliberate probing. Thus, from Ben Parker's perspective, he and his wife merely needed to serve as a warm haven for their children, safeguarding their cozy home. This way, whenever the children returned, they could receive a heartfelt embrace, offering solace to their weary souls, ensuring that within the confines of their home, they would no longer be the all-powerful superheroes. Rather, it is about a common child who can set aside all concerns and indulge in affectionate antics within the embrace of their parents. Nothing more than that. Chapter 82. Peter, bro, you truly are my dear brother. From the moment Riley stepped onto the school grounds, he was enveloped in a surreal haze, grappling with a profound sense of unreality. Could it be that he had been overthinking things? Perhaps, to his parents, a couple of days without returning home wasn't as catastrophic as he had imagined. Yet, that reasoning felt fundamentally flawed. After all, upon returning from his previous trip to Mexico, he had endured relentless admonitions, so why was there an eerie silence this time? Something was amiss. There was an unmistakable sense of disquietude. Suddenly, a boisterous cheer erupted, sending a jolt through Riley. Instinctively, he feared that his identity had been revealed, and his mind raced to devise a strategy. It was only when he noticed other students bypassing him, congregating towards a particular direction, that he exchanged a perplexed glance with Peter, who was equally bewildered. Driven by a natural curiosity, they both moved closer to the commotion. With Riley's status as the school's prominent figure, he effortlessly maneuvered to the front, where, amidst layers of onlookers, he spotted an unexpectedly familiar face. Wait, was that Flasher Thompson? When did this kid become such a sensation in school? Observing Flasher's smug demeanor and the crowd's apparent admiration, Riley was instantly bombarded with questions. Peter, who was known for his straightforwardness, widened his eyes in astonishment before promptly tapping a nearby male classmate on the shoulder, inquiring with genuine curiosity, "Excuse me, may I ask what have I missed?" "Oh, it's you guys. You might not be aware, but Flasher did something monumental last night." Fortunately, those drawn to the spectacle possessed a fervent appetite for gossip. Not to mention, the Parker brothers were well regarded at Midtown High, which allowed the classmate to casually place a hand on Peter's shoulder and, with a tone of envy, elaborate to the bewildered siblings, "Look, he not only captured everything that transpired last night, rendering the police unable to tarnish Spider-Man's reputation, but he was also saved by Spider-Man himself and even had a close encounter with him. Oh my God, this kid is incredibly lucky. I wish I had been there. I could have done even better." It turned out that the boy who had been fortuitously rescued by the Hulk and had bravely returned to the battlefield was none other than Flasher Thompson. Thus, after a night of fervent discussions, Flasher inadvertently became an overnight sensation, drawing widespread attention at school due to his act of gratitude. Moreover, several keen-eyed media outlets, renowned football teams, and even university admissions offices had dispatched representatives that very morning to engage with Flasher Thompson, eager to sign contracts with him. In order to seize the overwhelming wave of traffic and share in its bounty, one can only envy the fortunate fellow who was saved by Spider-Man. Just imagine the exhilaration of having your hand placed on Spider-Man's shoulder, a moment that would surely drive anyone to the brink of madness with joy. "Ah, pardon me. It's rather noisy here. Did you say something a moment ago?" "Oh, nothing of consequence. I merely remarked on how incredibly lucky that guy, Flasher, truly is." "You're absolutely right, my friend. He might have exhausted his luck winning the lottery on this very occasion." "Huh, perhaps so." Observing Flasher Thompson basking in the adoration of the crowd, as if he had single-handedly saved the world, Peter couldn't help but twitch his lips in a grimace, instinctively feeling the urge to voice his discontent. After offering a perfunctory response to a fellow student, he pulled Riley away from the throngs of admirers. Clearly, as a youth still in his teenage years, Peter felt a twinge of injustice. It was he and his brother who had busied themselves resolving most of the troubles. Yet it was Flasher Thompson who emerged as the celebrated MVP. To add insult to injury, even in light of his typically poor academic performance, Flasher was now being courted by prestigious universities. Well, while it might merely be an opportunity extended to Flasher Thompson, Peter's initial intention in choosing to become Spider-Man was never to seek fame or fortune. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. "Ha, Peter, you truly ought to look in the mirror. You have no idea how amusing your expression of envy towards Flasher Thompson is." At that moment, Noticing the peculiar expression that Peter unconsciously wore, Riley's own questions and concerns about his parents' strange behavior were cast aside, swept away into the ether. Unable to contain his laughter, he elicited a disgruntled eye roll from Peter before draping an arm around Peter's shoulders and leaning in to whisper conspiratorially, "By the way, Peter, do you realize how much dividend you can expect this month following your involvement in the development of the healing serum and your collaboration with Oscorp?" "Huh, dividends? I believe Dr. Connors mentioned something about that. How much can I expect? $500? Well, that is close. But you'll need to add a 10,000 after that 500. 5 million. Initially, the mere mention of dividends piqued Peter's interest. However, reflecting on the fact that the substantial achievements of this research were chiefly due to Dr. Connors' years of foundational work, Peter merely contemplated the 5 fingers Riley held up and provided a response he deemed a high return. It wasn't until Riley casually revealed the actual figure of Peter's share that Peter's mind momentarily short-circuited, disbelief spilling forth in exclamation. Thankfully, the crowd's attention was wholly captivated by Flasher Thompson, thus sparing them from noticing the unusual exchange taking place nearby. However, even so, once Peter regained his composure, he found himself gazing into Riley's slyly amused eyes, disregarding his own embarrassment as he hastily pulled Riley into a secluded corner away from prying eyes. Trembling, he reached out to pinch his own cheeks repeatedly, attempting to ascertain whether he was ensnared in a dream, while stammering to Riley for confirmation once more. "Is this really true? Riley, you can't possibly be jesting with me, can you?" "Of course it is true. As far as I know, Uncle Richard, your father, was once a collaborator with Dr. Connors and made significant contributions to this research. It can be said that without the decay rate algorithm he devised, this serum would not exist, and perhaps even Spider-Man himself may never have come into being. Given this premise, as your father's legitimate heir, receiving such dividends is quite a natural occurrence, wouldn't you agree?" "Ah, of course, this is merely the initial dividend. As the market expands in the future, your share will undoubtedly increase." Observing Peter's incredulous expression, Riley became increasingly convinced that it was essential to provide Peter with rewards as positive reinforcement to sustain his enthusiasm for being a superhero. At the very least, under Riley's intervention, he would never stand idly by and watch his beloved younger brother, who tirelessly saves others, lead a life of utter poverty and despair. While this undoubtedly marked a significant alteration in Spider-Man's trajectory, the notion of possessing the ability and opportunity, yet failing to effect change, seemed nothing short of self-inflicted misery. With a casual yet profound impact, Riley once again left Peter in astonishment. Only then did Riley's lips curve upward, as he engaged in rapid mental calculations to assess potential crises and corresponding solutions, half-jokingly yet earnestly inquiring of Peter, "So, do you still envy Flasher Thompson's overnight rise to fame? My young millionaire, dear Mr. Peter Parker, by the way, after suddenly acquiring such a fortune, what is the first thing you wish to do?" Chapter 83. Riley, oh dear, it's all about the oh dear, Peter exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. "What need is there for inquiry? Naturally, we shall procure a grand villa for Uncle Ben and Aunt May, allowing them to relish their retirement in advance." "Ha ha, Riley, I truly adore you. Were it not for your presence, I could never have amassed such wealth. Come, let us return immediately and share this splendid news with Uncle Ben and Aunt May." In response to Riley's inquiry, Peter's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he replied without a moment's hesitation. He was so exhilarated that he yanked Riley along, disregarding school entirely, simply eager to rush home and share this delightful tidings with May and Ben. However, they would soon face skepticism from the two, who might suspect them of having robbed a bank and plead with them to confess. Seeing that Peter's first impulse was not to indulge in luxurious possessions or to style himself with a slicked-back hairdo and a flashy suit for a night out, but rather to prioritize his family's well-being, Riley's smile widened even further. Yet, considering the implications of their subsequent actions, he deemed it unwise to divulge the truth to his elders just yet. Thus, he firmly planted his feet, resisting Peter's tugging while gently tapping Peter on the head with his other hand. "Calm down, Peter. If you intend to explain the origins of this money to them in full detail, you would essentially be revealing that we are concealing from them our engagement in perilous activities. How do you plan to justify that?" That does make sense. What should we do then?" "Quite simple. If you trust me, lend me the money temporarily." Of course, that is no problem. But what do you intend to do with it?" Gradually regaining his composure under Riley's guidance, Peter then recognized that as a student without a source of income, it would indeed be challenging to clarify the sudden influx of wealth to May and Ben while maintaining his anonymity. Despite understanding that Riley had undoubtedly prepared a corresponding solution, Peter's curiosity got the better of him, prompting him to inquire further. "Of course, I intend to invest in stocks, performing the magic of making money generate more money. Fortunately, This avenue of profit could only be reliably navigated by Riley, who, as a time traveler, possessed foresight into future events. Thus, when Peter posed his question, Riley did not hold back. With a flourish, he retrieved his phone, skillfully opened the stock market app, and pointed to Stark Industries, whose shares had plummeted since Tony Stark's disappearance. I have a reliable source of information. When Stark Industries' stock price hits the floor, purchasing shares will undoubtedly yield profit. If executed properly, you might even become one of the shareholders of Stark Industries. Wait, why do you look at me with such a strange gaze? Nothing. I was merely pondering why, despite our brotherhood, your mind is always brimming with such extraordinary ideas. Despite being unaware of the future trajectory, Peter, much like the majority, harbored a sense of pessimism regarding the loss of Tony Stark and Stark Industries. However, after listening to Riley's assertions, Peter, who unconditionally trusted Riley, not only refrained from questioning Riley's choices, but also grew increasingly convinced of his impending rise in value. All the while unable to suppress his curiosity about the myriad of peculiar intel Riley seemed to possess. The answer was quite simple. Because I am your brother. What sort of response is that? That is what one might call a standard answer. Now, class is about to start. Let us hasten inside. Unfortunately, even though Riley was wholeheartedly devoted to his family, he dared not reveal to Peter the secret of being a time traveler. Belief was one thing, but Riley was far more concerned that Peter and the others, upon discovering the truth, would perceive him as an interloper, an outsider usurping Riley Parker's life. Even though Riley understood that, given the Parker family's nature, the likelihood of such a scenario was less than 1 in 10 million. He was still unwilling to take that gamble as long as there was even the slightest possibility. Thus, when Peter casually posed a question, Riley's heart skipped a beat. And he deftly sidestepped the topic with a response that was clearly evasive, pulling Peter along towards the classroom to avoid further inquiry. Upon entering the classroom, having recently established their relationship, the love-struck Peter, merely exchanging a glance with Gwen, promptly abandoned his brotherly duties, eagerly taking a seat beside her. After being in a flurry of activity since awakening from his coma, Riley finally found a moment of tranquility to begin organizing his current gains. For instance, during the operation, there had been constant updates from the system page that he hadn't had time to scrutinize. The good news was that after last night's mission, during which he subdued the supervillain and resolved the Lizard Man crisis, Riley earned 8,000 and 5,000 points respectively from these unexpected tasks. Adding the remaining points from before, Riley now had a total of 17,670 points at his disposal. Moreover, considering the exhilarating experience brought about by showcasing his speed during the operation last night, and having acquired Spider-Man's powers, his genetic makeup had further merged and mutated. Unbeknownst to him, his strength had escalated to an impressive 15,000 points, equating to 150 tons of baseline power, resulting in formidable physical prowess. Having never fought such a prosperous battle, Riley decisively allocated a staggering 16,000 points into agility, propelling it to an impressive 300 points. This meant that at full speed, Riley could achieve a velocity of 600 kilometers per hour, surpassing the magnetic levitation train in the far-off city of Shanghai, which travels at 430 kilometers per hour. The accompanying enhancement in reflexes allowed Riley, upon focusing his mind, to attain a perspective akin to bullet time. However, with such advancements came unforeseen challenges. By this time, Riley had begun to grasp the essence of the situation. Whether it was the unforeseen mission involving his father and others, or the generous allocation of 5,000 points during the journey to Mexico, which prompted Riley to reconsider his choices, or the unexpected encounter with Hulk. The system had deliberately set the sources of points to be rather stingy, providing only a meager amount for daily check-ins. This was designed to compel Riley to make transformative decisions that could influence the fate of this world. Thus, if Riley wished to grow stronger or exchange for those seemingly formidable items in the marketplace, he could no longer approach crises with passive indifference. He needed to actively engage, becoming a pivotal factor in the unfolding of events. Regrettably, prior to his encounter with the Ancient One, Riley had indeed harbored concerns that his family's presence might lead to excessive interference in the world's destiny, potentially precipitating a more dire future. Unless enticed by a substantial amount of points, his decisions tended to favor self-preservation over proactive change. In such circumstances, if Riley had perceived the truth, he might have regarded these unforeseen missions as mere crisis alerts and would likely have chosen to distance himself, striving to avoid attracting the ire of supervillains and ensuring his family's safety. However, after being startled by the Supreme Egg, Riley had gained a new perspective. After all, traversing into the Marvel Universe was an immutable reality. Whether he welcomed it or not, trouble would inevitably come knocking. It was far better to devise means to enhance his strength before true crises emerged. Consequently, when Riley discovered the surprising source of this substantial influx of points, His eyes sparkled, and the true essence of a modern-day Jiasu resurfaced. The thought of the various villains that would soon appear in the timeline filled him with a burgeoning sense of hope as the once heroic character, now smiling with a kindness that rivaled even the most nefarious of foes, felt increasingly optimistic about his future. Oh dear, all of this is quite delightful. Release those glistening points. Release that villain. Allow me to take the reins. Chapter 84. The weary Sheriff Blake, of course. While the Parker brothers returned to campus, temporarily focusing their hearts and minds to lead the life of ordinary high school students, Sheriff Blake found himself unable to rest. Even before he had dealt with the formidable threat of the supervillain, bringing Bronski back to the 13th District. Sheriff Blake had formally invited the Parker brothers to join the 13th District as official agents. This connection allowed him to approach Sheriff George and J. Jonah Jameson, presenting credentials directly to the two influential figures capable of swaying Spider-Man's reputation. He announced that Spider-Man was affiliated with the 13th District, possessing independent law enforcement authority, and not the masked criminal they so often depicted as trampling the law. It was evident that Sheriff Blake was genuinely concerned about the prospect of a nationwide manhunt for Spider-Man, fearing a ludicrous scenario where the Parker brothers were painted as villains. As for the endorsement and declaration from the 13th District, both Sheriff George and J. Jonah Jameson displayed contrasting attitudes. Sheriff George, being aware that Spider-Man was indeed a force for good, was merely apprehensive about the public's mindless following, which could distort the essence of vigilantism. However, with the official organization of the 13th District stepping forward, the uncertainties surrounding Spider-Man's true nature were alleviated. Thus, Sheriff George was pleased to witness Spider-Man becoming increasingly active in New York City. After all, as discussed at the previous family gathering, the crime rate in the city had undeniably seen a significant decline since Spider-Man's emergence. This allowed Sheriff George, who had once been overwhelmed by an incessant barrage of cases, to gradually transition from a workaholic sacrificing his family for the greater good, to someone who could balance work and family life, embodying the roles of sheriff, father, and husband simultaneously. Therefore, in a situation where choices were available, Sheriff George was more than willing to embrace these two remarkable colleagues, Spider-Man and his brother. As for J. Jonah Jameson, in a sense, his feelings for Spider-Man were profoundly deep. Since this morning, when he publicly reiterated his harmful theories about Spider-Man on the grand screen in Times Square, his stance had become unmistakably clear. Evidently, even with the 13th District's intervention, J. Jonah Jameson, Spider-Man's most ardent critic, remained steadfast in his beliefs. Like a devoted fan who continues to disseminate memes and inside jokes about the subject of their affection, he remained unyielding in his initial convictions. Even when Sheriff Blake presented official documentation, J. Jonah Jameson stubbornly maintained that Sheriff Blake was undoubtedly an actor hired by Spider-Man. He proudly proclaimed that although Sheriff Blake might deceive others, he could never fool someone like him, a warrior who always sees through the truth and dares to speak it. In the United States, there exists a paradox whereby the nation fervently proclaims itself as a bastion of free speech. This sentiment is vividly mirrored within the Marvel Universe, where the privileges afforded to journalists reach an absurd zenith. One cannot help but observe the fervent elder, whose impassioned rhetoric spews forth like a torrent of saliva, even compelling the typically affable Sheriff Blake to twitch at the corners of his mouth, contemplating a drastic response akin to an American-style katana draw. Envisioning the peaceful slumber of J. Jonah Jameson. However, constrained by the shackles of law, Sheriff Blake finds himself powerless against J. Jonah Jameson until formal approval or new legislation is enacted, providing explicit guidelines in black and white. Should this trend persist, it seems that only the day Spider-Man ceases his vigilant watch, allowing the crime rate in New York City to soar once more, or perhaps if J. Jonah Jameson's wish to become a quintessential villain comes to fruition, might this self-righteous curmudgeon finally experience an epiphany. Meanwhile, on another front, having recognized the significance of the Serpent Talisman, Uncle Long, under the guidance of his father, embarks on a quest to locate the Serpent Talisman, accompanied by the restless Xiaoyu. However, diverging from the original narrative, the Serpent Talisman does not find its way directly to a museum in New York, but rather lies in tranquil slumber within a mysterious temple, guarded by a colossal python deep within a secluded forest. Here, Uncle Long and his companions encounter a character named Wesley, an archaeological television host, who not only hinders their efforts and damages ancient artifacts steeped in history, but also seizes the Serpent Talisman while Uncle Long is distracted, selling it at a premium. Fortunately, his cameraman, possessing a sense of integrity, discards the unscrupulous Wesley, takes over his program, and manages to retrieve the Serpent Talisman from the shop where Wesley had sold it, donating it generously to the New York City Museum. Due to this subplot, the narrative was later supplemented in the form of an epilogue when Jackie Chan Adventures was released. This led Riley, already grappling with the passage of time and only vaguely recalling the storyline, to feel perplexed by the seemingly erratic character shifts of True, oscillating between being the father's apprentice and reverting to a member of the mob. He even suspected a distortion in his memory, never realizing that a significant incident regarding the serpent talisman transpired prior to its arrival at the museum. Furthermore, Uncle Long believed that Riley, having endured significant events the previous night, required ample time to recuperate. Consequently, even upon discovering that the mob intended to steal the serpent talisman from the museum that very night, he did not plan to involve Riley in the operation, nearly causing Riley to miss the opportunity to acquire the talisman. Fortunately, Xiaoyu, ever the restless spirit, donned a guise of pitifulness, invoking the spirit of Thanksgiving, which only earned her a promise from Uncle Long to take her to the parade the following day, leading the clever Xiaoyu to hatch yet another new scheme. Having just assured Uncle Long that she would not accompany him to the museum and dutifully seated herself on the bed, watching him depart in his nocturnal attire, Xiaoyu could hardly contain her excitement. Before the door had even firmly closed behind him, she hastily retrieved her phone to call Riley. Clearly, like Sheriff Blake, the honest Uncle Long was entirely oblivious to the fact that while Xiaoyu had indeed kept her promise not to accompany him, she had made no such vow regarding following anyone else. Chapter 85. Uncle Long. Mastering techniques is inferior to upholding the law. As time gradually slipped by, the clock soon struck 11 at night. Under the cover of the stillness of the night, Uncle Long, clad only in dark attire, stealthily evaded the patrolling security personnel and, without any equipment, silently ascended to the rooftop of the museum. Following this, Uncle Long, who always regarded himself as an archaeologist while concealing the fact that he was a superhuman, embarked on a series of audacious maneuvers. First, he encountered another visitor to the museum, who was also there under the cloak of darkness, and employed high-tech gear to meticulously dismantle the dense network of infrared beams located inside the skylight. Our archaeologist, Uncle Long, who possessed no prior experience in theft, casually took out a piece of chewing gum, savored it, and then, with the leftover aluminum foil, simply folded it to obscure the small openings used by the security system to emit infrared signals. There were no elaborate tactics or high-tech instruments involved. With such simplicity, he disabled the museum's security system. But that was not the end of it. After using a makeshift rope woven from bed sheets to descend from the rooftop into the museum, Uncle Long, despite lacking any professional equipment, was able to clearly discern the intricate defensive lines composed of infrared beams with his naked eye. Ultimately, at the cost of only a few beads of sweat, Uncle Long effortlessly navigated through the security system that the museum director proudly boasted was impenetrable. Wow! Such proficiency in his actions is remarkable. Sheriff Blake should be grateful that Uncle Long chose to be a legitimate archaeologist rather than a notorious thief. Don't you think so, Uncle Long? It was precisely because I grew up and gradually understood just how absurd Uncle Long's seemingly normal operations were that I realized the gravity of his successful evasion through the infrared defenses. As Uncle Long finally exhaled a sigh of relief, having just passed through the intricate security system, Riley, who had been silently observing the entire process and was now utterly dumbfounded, could not resist teasingly, half joking, half seriously. Oh, don't joke around, Riley. I still have Riley? Due to having just navigated a challenging security system, Uncle Long instinctively smiled and humbly responded upon hearing the familiar voice. However, he quickly realized who was speaking to him, and his eyes widened in shock as he beheld the unexpectedly early arrivals, Xiaoyu and Riley, standing before him. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, he attempted to lower his voice while poking Xiaoyu's forehead with his finger, gritting his teeth in complaint. I should have known, Xiaoyu. The plan to watch the flower parade tomorrow is cancelled. And how did you get in here? No mentioning of taking the stairs. Of course. We came in through the front door. When we arrived, we had Sheriff Blake help us give the director a heads up. Upon noticing our approach, the security guard promptly opened the door. Observing Uncle Long's displeased demeanor, Xiaoyu, acutely aware of her own culpability, instinctively shrank her neck and sought refuge behind Riley. In contrast, Riley, unfazed by the situation, affectionately ruffled Xiaoyu's hair while confidently addressing Uncle Long's inquiries. Speaking of which, Uncle Long, you surely recognize that the 13th District is a legitimate official organization, correct? Given this understanding, and the fact that the Serpent Talisman resides within the museum, why then, during the day, did you not allow Sheriff Blake to negotiate with the museum's curator for the direct transfer of the talisman to the custody of the 13th District? Instead, much like the Black Hand Gang, you opted to infiltrate the museum under the cover of night to commit the unlawful act of stealing artifacts. Isn't that rather redundant? Or do you perhaps prefer the thrill of such clandestine escapades? Oh dear, how could I have overlooked this? My mind. Riley's reasoned retort struck Uncle Long like a bolt from the blue. Reacting instinctively, he gasped, and in a moment of frustration, slapped his forehead. Faced with the teasing gazes of Xiaoyu and Riley, Uncle Long felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. realizing that the mischief with the children was now a fait accompli. Sighing, he chose to resign himself to the situation and decided to move forward deeper into the museum, abandoning any further concern regarding the uninvited presence of the two. Riley, you mustn't speak so fancifully. I am a law-abiding citizen, and I would never engage in illegal activities. Oh, please don't look at me like that. I know that what I am doing now lacks any credibility. Well, since we've come this far, you two might as well help me keep a low profile. I must act swiftly to relocate the serpent talisman before the Black Hand arrives. Understood, Uncle Long. At this moment, witnessing Uncle Long, who was typically strict and unyielding, rendered speechless by Riley, Xiaoyu, hidden behind him, displayed wide-eyed admiration. With an excited bounce, she stepped out from behind Riley, performed a mock salute to Uncle Long, and then clung to Riley's arm, playfully swaying as she cooed. Oh, Riley, you are simply the coolest. Teach me how to persuade Uncle Long with reason. I want to experience that feeling too. That's hardly cool, Xiaoyu. We are currently engaged in illegal activities. Uncle Long is the mastermind, and we are merely accomplices. Even if this were to reach Sheriff Blake, we would find ourselves in the wrong and face imprisonment. Had I received the information in a timely manner, and if Uncle Long had not chosen to forego his phone for the sake of discretion, I would have certainly intervened to prevent him. Therefore, if you wish to persuade Uncle Long, you must first abide by the law, ensuring he finds no fault in your actions. We are engaging in theft. Indeed, Xiaoyu, you are quite obedient. Naturally, being a good and compliant child will yield rewards. Thus, this weekend during the holiday, once you have completed your homework, I shall speak to Uncle Long and take you to Moose Park for some fun. Really? It's a promise. Indeed. Throughout my life, I have always upheld my promises without exception. Fortunately, although Riley has always indulged Xiaoyu, his past experience as a police officer means that he, like Uncle Long, will not waver in the face of significant moral dilemmas. Thus, despite Xiaoyu's charming antics, Riley could not resist the temptation to affectionately pinch her cherubic, plump face, which was delightfully soft to the touch. However, he spoke gently, emphasizing the inappropriateness of their current actions. To further instill in Xiaoyu a clear distinction between right and wrong, Riley also provided suitable rewards, allowing her to internalize the importance of adhering to the law amidst her excited exclamations. Even Uncle Long, who had seemingly distanced himself while attentively observing their interaction, felt a wave of relief wash over him, accompanied by a satisfied smile. It appears that while Riley indulges in playful antics with Xiaoyu, he maintains a sense of propriety. With Riley by Xiaoyu's side, there is at least no need to worry that this spirited niece will channel her intelligence in misguided directions. Therefore, if Xiaoyu can indeed complete her homework on time this weekend, as Riley suggested, they shall venture to the Moose Paradise for a delightful outing. It will serve as a fitting welcome, a celebration that should have been prepared for her on the very first day of her arrival at her father's antique shop. Chapter 86. The Remarkable Speed of Uncle Long, the Battle of the Serpent and the Cat after a brief interlude. Riley and his companions successfully reunited with Uncle Long and swiftly arrived at the exhibition stand housing the serpent talisman. The ensuing scene marked the pinnacle of excitement for Riley, who had ventured out into the night simply to partake in the thrill of the moment. Unlike the individual next door, who was entangled in a myriad of tools and engaged in deciphering security systems while employing claws to obscure infrared scans, Riley was captivated by the high-tech apparatus that constituted the ultimate line of defense before him. Uncle Long began by tapping and probing the display, seemingly ascertaining the precise location of the core component. Then, with a deft flick of his fingers aimed at a specific area of the stand, he nonchalantly deactivated the locking mechanism of the bulletproof glass that enveloped the entire exhibit, designed to withstand intense assaults. This spectacle alone left Riley pondering whether Uncle Long was indeed just a law-abiding archaeologist without any clandestine, dubious undertakings. What followed next was even more astonishing. Upon producing a model of the Statue of Liberty that he had meticulously prepared, Uncle Long faced the serpent talisman, which was simultaneously locked by 4 beams of infrared light. Any slight deviation would trigger the alarm system. With a focused breath and a moment of mental preparation, Uncle Long, despite the sweat beading on his brow and under Riley's intense gaze, executed a breathtaking maneuver. With a speed so terrifying that it surpassed even Spider-Man's reflexes, he replaced the serpent talisman with the model of the Statue of Liberty, accomplishing a deft sleight of hand. Is it really necessary to be this astonished? It was merely a matter of returning the object before the alarm was triggered. Surely you could manage that, Riley, he mused. Xiaoyu, you are still young and may not grasp the absurdity of Uncle Long's actions. Allow me to elucidate. The speed of light is 300,000 kilometers per second. Under such circumstances, Uncle Long managed to avoid triggering the alarm system entirely. Do you comprehend what this signifies? It implies that Uncle Long's speed just now has transcended the speed of light. Wait. Let me count the zeros in 300,000. Goodness. I had no idea I had such an extraordinary uncle. Initially, Xiaoyu did not pay much heed to Uncle Long's remarkable feat. She even believed that Riley, who had previously demonstrated abilities far beyond Uncle Long's, was somewhat overreacting. However, after Riley shared a succinct explanation, Xiaoyu was left in utter astonishment, feeling as though her worldview had been irrevocably altered. Her gaze towards Uncle Long transformed, mirroring Riley's, sparkling with unspoken admiration and respect. Thus, when Uncle Long successfully acquired the serpent talisman and turned to beckon Xiaoyu and Riley to retreat, he was taken aback by the fervent expressions on the faces of his two young companions. Phew. Thankfully everything went smoothly. We are ready to depart. Why are you both looking at me like that? It is of little consequence. I simply felt a sudden realization. Uncle Long, you are truly an enigmatic superhero. What does this mean? Before Uncle Long could comprehend the absurdity of his recent actions, two elegantly entwined figures unexpectedly charged forward, knocking him to the ground. Even the small pouch containing the snake talisman slipped from his grasp, soaring into the air due to the unforeseen collision. As for Riley, endowed with spider sense, why did he not intervene in time to save Uncle Long from this predicament? The spider sense, after all, is predominantly a self-preservation instinct, attuned to sensing danger and malice. This incident posed no direct threat to Riley. Furthermore, he was engrossed in Uncle Long's outrageous behavior, which caused his attention to wane. Thus, when he finally regained his composure, Uncle Long had already fallen, pinned beneath the sudden onslaught of a woman clad in black. Oh my, what an inappropriate scene for children. Yet, upon realizing the situation, even with the figures obscured, Riley could surmise, based on the woman's alluring silhouette, that she was none other than the future member of Team Long, the charming and somewhat ambiguous figure known as the Little Thief, Snake. Consequently, rather than intervening to separate the two and interrupting Uncle Long's rare moment of delight, Riley, amused by the unfolding drama, swiftly extended a hand to cover the eyes of the equally curious little Jade, in a bid to shield her from any inappropriate spectacle. With a subtle motion, he activated the powers of the chicken talisman, altering the trajectory of the pouch to ensure it landed squarely in his possession. Turning his gaze, he beheld another woman, whose physique was equally striking, if not more so than Snake's. With a hint of surprise, he raised an eyebrow and jested in earnest. It seems this evening is quite lively, to the extent that even the little thief cat has made an appearance. Perhaps the curator should consider extending the hours of operation to a continuous 24-hour format? While taken aback by the presence of this unexpected individual, Riley was quick to deduce her identity, based on both her appearance and the illicit act currently unfolding before him. She was none other than Felicia Hardy, better known as Black Cat, rumored to be one of Spider-Man's romantic interests. The reason for the altercation between her and Snake was glaringly apparent. Both had their sights set on the colossal pink diamond known as the Pink Lion. Thus, after Snake had painstakingly procured the Pink Lion, only to have it snatched away by the lurking Black Cat, who had been observing from the shadows, it was no surprise that Snake, having sacrificed so much effort, was unwilling to let it go without a fight. Without a moment's hesitation, she pursued Black Cat, intent on reclaiming the Pink Lion. In the ensuing chaos, the two combatants, having been separated by merely a wall, inadvertently collided towards Uncle Long's direction. Regrettably, although the little serpent has long been a notorious figure in the realm of thievery, it pales in comparison to the inexperienced newcomer, the Black Cat, who has only recently ventured into this domain, possessing far greater experience. Ultimately, however, the little serpent's primary vocation is theft, not direct confrontation. Consequently, when faced with the Black Cat, whose physical prowess far exceeds that of an ordinary human, the little serpent, despite its utmost efforts, inevitably succumbed to defeat. In stark contrast, the Black Cat, now standing confidently as the victor, leisurely retrieved another small pouch from the ground. Just as it was about to make its retreat upon hearing Riley's voice, the Black Cat suddenly froze. Instinctively hiding the small pouch in its hand, it raised its other hand to cover its face, even though it had already donned a mask, revealing only its exquisite, gem-like eyes. It then swiftly turned its head, its expression one of sheer terror as it gazed at Riley, exclaiming in disbelief, Riley, what are you doing here? Chapter 87. The spaceship's midnight emergency landing. What? Why can't I be here? Wait, how do you know my name? Do you recognize me? Black Cat's exclamation, filled with astonishment, left Riley utterly perplexed. What is going on? It's always my buddies who leverage their advantage as travelers to open doors for others. How is it that upon our very first meeting, you have turned the tables and opened my account instead? Is this even reasonable? I merely made a casual remark. Is it really necessary to retaliate so fiercely? As a side note, due to his association with Sheriff Blake, Riley had entered the museum through legitimate channels, which meant he was not attired in his Spider-Man suit. Out of caution, he had merely worn the talisman of the chicken charm as a necklace around his neck. After all, in Riley's original contemplation, The only adversary he anticipated facing that night was the still unreformed Snake, one of the few rational members of the Dragon Group. To present himself as Spider-Man would indeed be a bit excessive. However, to his astonishment, after discarding the well-known identity of Spider-Man, Riley was called by name by Black Cat upon their first encounter. Following the initial shock, Riley's analytical skills, honed from his days as a police officer, quickly led him to the realization that Felicia Hardy was most likely a student at Midtown High School. After all, the identity of Riley Parker was generally unremarkable. It was only the title of the school's top student that granted him considerable recognition among the limited demographic of Midtown High students. It was even plausible that Black Cat, whose true identity was Felicia Hardy, had received assistance from Riley, much like Gwen had, which could explain her flustered demeanor when caught in the act of crime by him. "Damn it, you thief. Hurry and return my pink lion." Regrettably, before the spark of realization could illuminate Riley's thoughts, allowing him to retrace his steps and recall where he had previously encountered Felicia Hardy. The Snake, having used Uncle Dragon as a makeshift cushion to absorb the impact of his fall, had now risen, teeth gritted in fury. With a fierce demeanor, he disregarded Riley and the others, lunging once more at Black Cat, completely oblivious to the fact that he, like her, was there to steal the pink lion. "Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? Aren't we both in the same line of work? How can you criticize me?" Consequently, as the furious Snake charged toward her, Black Cat couldn't help but retort. Unfortunately, her mood was exceptionally complicated at that moment. One hand clutched a small bag while the other was pressed against her face. Fearing recognition by Riley, this left her unable to free her hands, severely limiting her ability to respond, forcing Black Cat to retreat and dodge the Snake's attacks. Until the corner of her eye caught a fleeting glance, she realized that Riley had been observing her with a peculiar gaze. The instinctual urge to call out a name had indeed captured Riley's attention. The Black Cat, fully aware of Riley's scrutiny, felt compelled to defend herself before her true identity was fully revealed. Such a precious treasure, of course, belongs to the capable. I shall entrust this pink lion to someone who needs it more. Someone who needs it more? I never expected you to be a Robin Hood of sorts. However, the Black Cat's defense only served as a deliberate mockery in the ears of the little Snake. Even with a thick mask concealing her face, the faint mist rising allowed the little Snake to perceive her growing indignation, leading her to draw a uniquely shaped sidearm and threaten the Black Cat. In that case, why not hand it over to me to relieve this poor soul? At that moment, not only the Black Cat but even Riley, who initially wished to observe, felt a surge of unease. Joking aside, despite the little Snake's firearm appearing no different from an ordinary pistol, save for its larger caliber, it possessed the capability to launch small rockets. The destructive power was substantial enough to obliterate the solid alloy doors that sealed off the museum upon triggering the alarm. Should the little Snake, in a moment of folly, pull the trigger, even with Riley's enhanced speed, saving everyone present would be a challenge. But the museum's artifacts would undoubtedly suffer irreparable damage. That would be a grave sin. Suddenly, just as Riley contemplated intervening to halt the little Snake's reckless actions at the risk of revealing her identity, the ground of the museum trembled violently without warning. The tremor was so intense that the antique vase nearby nearly toppled from its pedestal. Fortunately, Uncle Long's quick reflexes allowed him to secure the vase before the alarm could sound, granting everyone a collective sigh of relief. Subsequently, as the crowd turned their gazes toward her, the little Snake felt a heavy burden of pressure and quickly raised her hands in self-defense. "Hey, everyone, don't look at me like that. You all saw it. I hadn't even pulled the trigger yet. That recent incident had nothing to do with me. Regardless, this place is no longer suitable for us to remain. I propose we exit first and consider our next steps thereafter." At that tense moment, the previously detached little you made a light-hearted quip that significantly eased the atmosphere. After exchanging knowing glances and reaching a consensus, the makeshift team hastily made their way toward the exit. Once outside the museum, they had yet to catch their breath when the dazzling flames illuminating the sky nearby captured their attention. Subsequently, as Riley retrieved his mobile device and conducted a brief search, the curious onlookers who had unconsciously gathered around him swiftly deduced the origin of the preceding tremor. It turned out that this evening marked the return of astronauts John Jameson and Paul Stevenson, who were traversing the cosmos in their spacecraft. Typically, they would opt for a daytime landing at a civilian airport amidst the bustle of crowds. However, this occasion was unique. During their journey, they had discovered a new element, codenamed Promethium X, from other celestial bodies. Preliminary tests revealed that its internal energy was at least 100 times greater than that of an equivalent volume of plutonium. Thus, in a bid to seize this unexpected boon and advance American military research, they deliberately chose to land surreptitiously at a military airport under the cover of night. Yet, for reasons unknown, the two seasoned pilots lost contact with their military handlers during the descent. Even their spacecraft veered significantly off its intended trajectory after the communication failure. ultimately crashing into the George Washington Bridge amidst the watchful eyes of the public. It was this collision that caused a momentary but intense tremor felt by the nearby museum. Not far from the bridge,